The first thing I did after being reborn was to break up with Lu Ruyan. I even added cola to old Wang's 4-drip next door. I remained indifferent even when faced with the nurse's warnings. This is because having lived through life once already, I knew that in just 4 hours, a meteor disaster would befall the world. Whoever obtained a meteor would gain extraordinary powers. In my previous life, even though I acquired such powers, I still met a tragic end during the evolutionary tide due to my poor talent and physical condition. Now that I've been given another chance at life, I must use my foresight to seize every opportunity available. From what I recall, there was a meteor that fell on the peak of Iquan Mountain in our city. So after my rebirth, I escaped from the hospital and headed straight for the park. I managed to climb to the top of the mountain just before midnight. Without a moment to catch my breath, the pitch-black night sky suddenly lit up. Countless bright streaks with long tails crossed the sky, descending towards the earth. The largest of these light clusters flew over my head, crashing onto a distant hill. I hurriedly got up and ran in that direction. Fortunately, it wasn't too far. Amidst the bushes ahead, there was a bright glow surrounded by 4 or 5 other light clusters. Within the largest 1 inch, there was a small porcelain bottle emitting a searing heat that I could feel even through the bottle. I quickly wrapped it in a prepared towel and placed it in my backpack. Only then did I let out a long sigh of relief, but it wasn't over yet. These lights would gradually dim, and the treasures within would seep into the ground or be absorbed by plants and animals. I needed to gather as many of these clusters as possible. After a thorough search, I collected a total of 62 treasures. Aside from the small porcelain bottle, I found 7 cards, 3 red fruits, 16 yellow fruits, and 35 green fruits. As midnight approached, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Enormous lightning bolts tore the sky, creating countless dense fissures. Threads of blood rain fell from the sky, shrouding the world in a crimson hue. I took off my shirt, baring my torso to welcome the baptism of the evolution rain. The water soaked into my skin, bringing waves of piercing pain as if thousands of ants were biting. After more than 10 minutes, flames surged from my body, followed by a thunderous explosion in my mind. I awakened a talent, F-grade flame. An attribute panel appeared in my mind: magic 500 inch, strength 6, constitution 6, speed 5, spirit 55, talent, F-grade flame. Most attributes were normal except for the spirit attribute at 55, 10 times that of an ordinary person. I suspect this might be related to my previous life, where 6 years in the apocalypse forged a strong mental will coupled with the reason for my rebirth. Yet, the presence of this attribute panel makes me uneasy, like I'm playing a game. Some say these panels are tools used by powerful beings to monitor their playthings. In my past life, such claims were dismissed as jokes. But now I feel a sense of vigilance, especially when recalling that ominous phrase that lingered in my mind upon rebirth. Do not let the gods know you are a reborn. Gods was a term that never appeared in my previous life. Could the attribute panel be something placed in everyone's mind by these gods? I pondered for a moment, then shook my head. In my past life, many powerful individuals never uncovered the truth. It's not something I can research now. For the moment, increasing my strength is the priority. I stuffed all the fruits into my mouth. Each green one added a point, the yellow ones added 5, and the red ones added 50. Waves of power surged through my body. Then I took out the small porcelain bottle, which contained 3 drops of dragon blood. Without hesitation, I swallowed a drop. As the essence of the dragon flowed into my core, an intense, terrifying heat erupted within me. Devour. I growled through clenched teeth, frantically channeling my F-grade flame talent, absorbing the fiery power of the dragon blood. This was a force far superior to ordinary fire, more advanced and potent. My skin began to crack, blood seeping through as flames raged uncontrollably over my body. I couldn't tell how much time passed, but eventually a muffled sound echoed from within me. The absorption of the dragon's power triggered the evolution of my talent. All the flames retracted into my body, and my skin healed. Becoming even smoother and more refined than before, I glanced at the attribute panel in my mind. Magic 6500 inch, strength 79, constitution 47, speed 35, spirit 115, talent, S-grade flame master, in the process of evolution. Flame forms unlocked, Inferno dragon's flame unlocking in progress. The zombie rain was imminent. I looked up at the sky. The red evolution rain was already dwindling. Once it stopped, dimensional rifts would appear across the world's skies. In the relentless dance of nature's survival belongs to the fittest. The weak, alas, will face elimination. For now, however, finding food is the priority, as the awakening has drained much of Lin Yu's energy. He dressed quickly and sprinted towards the foot of the mountain. Above all, he needed to reunite with his sister as soon as possible, yet, with hordes of zombies soon to descend, he knew he couldn't act recklessly at this moment. He wondered what kind of ability his sister might awaken. As this thought crossed his mind, he pulled out his phone and dialed her number while on the run. "Brother," the call connected instantly and Lin Xiaoyou's slightly anxious voice came through. Lin Yu felt a jolt of worry in his heart. "Do you know something, brother? Is this world about to change? I just have this feeling that something big is going to happen." Lin Yu's heart grew heavy at her words. "Silly girl, don't worry. Your brother is here for you," he reassured her softly. In just over 20 minutes, countless zombies would fall from the sky worldwide. "Zombies?" Lin Xiaoyou's scream pierced through the phone, her voice trembling. "Are you talking about the zombies I know?" "Yes, exactly like those in the movie Resident Evil 56, perhaps even more terrifying. But don't be afraid." Silence fell over the line, but the rapid, shaky breathing told Lin Yu that his little sister was likely scared out of her wits. After much comforting, Lin Xiaoyu finally accepted the reality, yet her pale lips, ashen face, and the trembling hand clutching the phone revealed her inner fear and helplessness. Still, she had to be strong. She had to wait for her brother to find her, for they would survive together. "Silly girl, just stay in your dorm. No matter what you see or hear, don't open the door. The supplies you have should last you over a month. I'll get to you as soon as I can." Lin Yu reminded her once more. Lin Xiaoyou's school was quite decent with two-person dorms that even had a bathroom. Her roommates seldom stayed in the dorm after the first semester, opting to live off campus instead. "Oh, by the way, silly girl, what ability did you awaken?" he asked. "Ability? What's that?" Lin Xiaoyou's voice was puzzled. Lin Yu was taken aback. Could it be that his naive sister hadn't awakened any ability? "Did anything happen to you after the rain?" he asked tentatively. "Brother, that red rain hurt so much on my skin." "I only lasted a bit over 20 minutes before heading back to the dorm, and then a stats panel appeared in my mind. I did as you said and ate all 7 fruits, and now I feel a lot stronger, like there's a power inside me." Lin Xiaoyu began to chatter, recounting everything that had happened to her. Listening to her words, Lin Yu fell silent for a moment. "Magic. 1000 strength. 203 plus 203 constitution, 5 speed, 5 spirit, 5 golden power rune, permanent strength attribute plus 10%. This was Lin Xiaoyou's current stats panel. Lin Yu pondered as he ran. It was somewhat different from his. Hers lacked an ability but had a golden power rune. It seemed that the golden fruit was a strength fruit, yet the attributes it added were astonishingly high. The golden fruit directly adds 200 attributes along with a permanent 10% bonus, pushing the strength to an astonishing 2,233 points. It's downright terrifying. In the early stages, this is like having a humanoid female T-Rex. Lin Yu clicked his tongue in amazement. This strength attribute was more than 3 times his own. However, he had awakened his talent, and if he covered his fists with the power of flames, the strength of his punches would be exponentially increased. This also applied to direct flame attacks, which enhanced the damage, showcasing the power of talent. In his past life, even with an F-grade flame, his strength damage was increased by 0.5 times. Now, in his current S-grade flame state, it could be increased by 2 times. As for the dragon's flame state, Lin Yu estimated it could boost the damage by at least 3 times. So, although his current strength attribute was 66 points, this was just the base value akin to normal attack damage. If he used his S-grade flame talent to cast a fireball spell, the damage from the fireball would be doubled, increasing by 132, bringing the total attack damage to 198. Thus, base attributes are like normal attack damage, while awakening talent is a skill that amplifies normal attack damage. Using talent requires consuming mana. The greater the mana, the stronger the talent skill's power. Mana is like internal energy, and skills are akin to martial arts moves. The 18 dragon subduing palms with 100 years of cultivation is obviously stronger than one with 20 years. "Brother, why aren't you saying anything? Am I weak because I haven't awakened any talent?" Knowing the power of awakening talents and seeing Lin Yu silent for a while, Lin Xiaoyu felt a bit downcast. "Silly girl, what are you thinking? Do you know what your 223 points of strength represent?" Sensing his sister's low spirits, Lin Yu quickly spoke to comfort her. "A normal adult man's strength is about 5 points, with a full force punch roughly delivering 100 kilograms of force. You do the math, see how strong your 225 points of strength are." However, Lin Yu thought of a problem. Simply increasing strength, but without matching physical constitution, might not allow one to exert full power. After all, immense strength requires a robust physique to support it. yet he had never seen a golden fruit and didn't know the specifics, so he could only let Xiaoyu try it out herself. Listening to Lin Yu's words, Lin Xiaoyu on the other end of the line opened her small mouth and widened her eyes. Such a simple math problem didn't take her more than 3 seconds to calculate. Brother, are you saying I now have over 4 tons of punching power? You can't even fool a little girl with that. Don't believe me, try it. Lin Yu's mouth twitched. The attributes added by the golden fruit were indeed too terrifying. He had never heard of such rumors in his previous life. However, without awakening talent, facing someone with an S-grade talent might still be a disadvantage. Moreover, as evolution progresses, this gap will only widen. Even low-tier evolvers with potent talents can easily suppress high-tier ordinary people. That's not right. Lin Yu was reflecting on Lin Xiaoyu's attribute panel when he suddenly noticed something unusual. He took another look at the attribute panel that Lin Xiaoyu had sent over. Lin Yu discovered an anomaly: magic, 1000 inch strength, 203 plus 203 constitution, 5 speed, 5 spirit, 5 golden power rune, permanent plus 10% to strength attribute. This was Lin Xiaoyu's attribute panel after consuming 7 fruits. When she first activated her panel, before absorbing any fruits, her attributes were magic, 500 strength, 3 constitution, 3 speed, for spirit, 3. All indicators were far below that of a normal adult male, which was normal, except her magic was at 500. Moreover, after consuming a yellow intermediate magic fruit, her magic increased to 1000. This indicated that Lin Xiaoyu possessed an innate ability that had yet to fully awaken. Without an innate talent, the attribute panel would not display the magic attribute. Even if one consumed a magic fruit, it would be ineffective. Lin Yu murmured softly, only those who have activated the innate ability factor within their bodies can store and absorb magic. Otherwise, even if they eat a magic fruit, the magic would not be absorbed and would dissipate shortly. It seemed that his sister's innate ability was quite formidable, as it had not fully awakened even after being exposed to the evolutionary rain. Lin Yu considered a possibility. The only function of the evolutionary rain was to accelerate the awakening of innate talents. For those without innate talent, being drenched in the rain would be useless. If the talent was strong, what would normally take several days or even months to awaken could be triggered in just a few days or even immediately by the evolutionary rain. Xiaoyu's current condition could only mean that her innate talent was extremely powerful. The evolutionary rain alone was insufficient to awaken it fully, and other conditions were needed. Wow, brother, it's true. I feel like I've turned into a powerhouse. At this moment, Lin Xiaoyu's incredibly excited voice came through the phone. She had just tried something. With one hand, she lifted the upper and lower bunk beds in her dorm room effortlessly. She couldn't even feel the weight of the bed, as if it were a feather in her hand, light enough to be negligible. It's important to note that the lower bunk was connected to a desk and a wardrobe, with a computer and books on the desk and many clothes in the wardrobe, weighing at least over 100 kilograms in total. Yet, such a heavy object felt weightless in her hands. She even tried lifting it with just one finger and still felt no weight. Do you feel any discomfort or abnormality in your body? Lin Yu was shocked. Logically, with only 5 points in constitution, Xiaoyu shouldn't be able to exert such terrifying strength. Having strength without the constitution to support it could injure oneself when using it. Yes, when I first started using my strength, I felt a sharp pain throughout my body. But then a mysterious force flowed all over me, and a faint golden rune appeared on my fingers. And my body no longer felt any discomfort. Xiaoyu exclaimed with joy. Lin Yu was stunned by the revelation. It must be the wondrous power of the golden divine patterns, he thought. Silly girl, you don't have to be afraid now, right? The initial zombies are just a bit stronger than ordinary people, but don't act recklessly and definitely don't try to be a saint. Stay put in your dorm, wait for me to come to you, Lin Yu emphasized again. He felt a sense of relief. With a terrifying power of 223 points, as long as that silly girl stayed obediently in her dorm with food and drink, there shouldn't be much of a problem. Got it, brother, Lin Xiaoyu mumbled. Honestly, she was still terrified about what the future would bring. The immense power had only given her a bit of confidence. After all, she was just an 18-year-old fragile girl. What girl isn't afraid of zombies? It's not a joke. However, she knew that her brother was coming from Koan City to find her, and his journey was 100 times more dangerous, so she couldn't let him worry. They're here. Just as the call ended, Lin Yu saw countless cracks appearing in the sky, with a dense swarm of black dots bursting out and plummeting rapidly towards the earth. Bang! Before he could even make it to the foot of the mountain, 4 or 5 dark figures crashed nearby, forcing him to stop. then came the sound of cracking. Several zombies twisted their bodies and awkwardly stood up. Their tattered clothes were unlike anything from this world. Each had a terrifying, grotesque appearance with many parts of their bodies already decayed. Linyu could see chunks of their rotting faces falling off, revealing terrifying flesh beneath. One zombie with its back to him placed its hands on its head and performed a grotesque 180-degree twist, snapping its head around. This maneuver was as outrageous as a cow doing something unthinkable. Its hollow white eyes glared at Linyu. Roar! With a growl, the 5 zombies twisted their bodies, taking strides that disowned all kin. Running stiff yet fast towards Linyu, intent on tearing him apart and devouring him. Low-level zombies are still so disgusting enough to make one retch. Linyu's eyes narrowed. With his right hand he grabbed a tree as thick as a bowl beside him and with a slight exertion uprooted it. Although zombies have stiff bodies, they are actually quite fast, nothing like in the movies. In the blink of an eye they were within 3 meters of Linyu. Disgusting things don't deserve to exist in this world, Linyu murmured, his hands not slowing as he swung the bull-thick tree at the zombies' heads. Bang! Like a watermelon bursting, a zombie's head exploded, spraying nauseating liquid everywhere. As expected, the newly appeared low-level zombies hadn't yet formed crystal nuclei. It's likely that by tomorrow or the day after some zombies would start to develop them in their heads. Linyu tossed the tree aside and continued running down the mountain. Along the way he encountered a few scattered zombies, easily dispatching them. Zombies as a species are naturally filled with a ravenous hunger for flesh. Devouring flesh and blood could make them stronger, allowing them to evolve. Over time, most of the zombies emerging from the rifts would head towards the bustling city centers. Over here at West Mountain, when it's not a holiday, there aren't many people around, so it's unlikely that a massive horde of zombies would surround the area. Scattered zombies, or even a few hundred gathered together, could be easily dealt with given his current strength. However, if he encountered thousands of them, he would have no choice but to turn and flee. After all, even in his favorite 2-person sport, over an hour would leave him exhausted. Thousands of zombies, even if they stood still for him to kill, would take hours of continuous effort. At the foot of West Mountain lay a small ancient town. Upon arriving at the town, chaos was everywhere on the streets, with people frantically fleeing in all directions. Several zombies were already wreaking havoc among the crowd. Ahead, a woman was sprinting towards him in a panic. Behind her, a zombie covered in blood was relentlessly pursuing her. The woman was in her 20s, wearing tight sharkskin pants that perfectly showcased her curvaceous figure. With fair skin, beautiful features and long legs, she was desperately fleeing from the zombie. This scene, one must admit, was somewhat pleasing to the eye. Beauty and the Beast. Such discordant imagery always stirs endless imagination. Running with all her might, the woman was actually faster than the zombie. Indeed, the overwhelming desire to survive can unleash incredible strength. Unfortunately, she wouldn't last much longer. As soon as her stamina began to wane, the zombie would catch up in an instant. Help me, please help me. The woman, spotting Linyu standing motionless in the street, screamed desperately for help, as if clutching at a life-saving straw. She ran with all her strength, eyes flashing with a hint of madness as she got closer to the man. Finally, she would be saved. If she could just reach that man and push him down, he would become the zombie's prey instead of her. In her frantic mind, this idea grew and magnified. She never considered that Linyu might have the ability to fight off the zombies and save her. Thus, having someone else die for her was the only solution she could conceive. Without a second thought, as she ran past Linyu, she fiercely pushed at him. If he were an ordinary person caught off guard by such a forceful shove, he would surely lose his balance and fall to the ground. Falling at that moment would mean death. However, as the woman, propelled by her momentum, pushed with both hands, it felt as though she had pushed against a massive stone, unmovable. Then she felt someone grab her right hand. Suddenly, she was flung into the air. Linyu, with his apocalyptic experience, would never be outwitted by such a woman. From the trace of madness in her eyes, Linyu understood her intentions. In an instant, he seized her right hand and, with a slight exertion, flung her towards the oncoming zombie. A loud bang echoed as the woman flew like a basketball, crashing directly into a zombie, their bodies entwined in an unsettling embrace. They tumbled to the ground together and a pained groan escaped her lips. Before she could gather herself, the zombie lunged with ferocity, its grotesque mouth sinking into her neck. Blood spurted forth as a harrowing scream pierced the air. Her legs kicked wildly, a futile struggle against despair, and in agony she slowly succumbed to death. Her head faced Linyu, her eyes fixated on his unwavering form, filled with regret. Linyu watched the scene unfold with a calmness in his heart. If the woman hadn't harbored ill intentions towards him, she might have been saved. A simple act of lending a hand, effortless. The 10 years he spent struggling in the apocalypse of his previous life hadn't hardened Lin Yu's heart to cruelty. On the contrary, many had willingly sacrificed themselves for him, and he too had fiercely defended his brothers. In this world, there is no absolute black and white, no definitive good or evil. Those who are purely selfish and self-serving meet an even more miserable end. In his past life, rumors spoke of the strongest individual in the sequence, codenamed Dawn, who possessed an S-grade ability, absolute purification. Once unleashed, everyone within the range of this skill would be subjected to the judgment of rules, inescapable and unavoidable. The rules would assess a person's heart, deeming it dark or light. If darkness outweighed the light, they would face judgment, be absolutely purified, and vanish without a trace. Wherever Dawn went, strong individuals would retreat in fear. Thus, Lin Yu could be cold but never heartless. He could stand by aloof or become the beacon of hope for all. He wasn't afraid of absolute purification, it was his principle, his line in the sand. In the face of disaster, if one discards all humanity, then they are no different from zombies, disgusting creatures. During the era he lived in, when 8 countries, including the Sakura nation, invaded Zhongyuan, did survival mean becoming a traitor? Were there not countless ancestors who shed their blood for their homeland? Therefore, selfish and hypocritical people remain selfish in any era, apocalypse or not. The apocalypse merely magnifies such evil. This world is never short of those with boundless love. In the strongest sequence of his past life, there were individuals who donned the mantle of light, banishing darkness and sacrificing themselves fearlessly. Lin Yu held great admiration for such people from the depths of his heart. Of course, he wasn't a saint. Anyone who sought to harm him would be met with swift and merciless retribution. Nearby, the woman's body ceased its struggle, her screams silenced. After her death, the zombie lunged towards Lin Yu like a rabid dog. Disgusting creature. With a wave of his hand, Lin Yu unleashed a fiery palm, sending a serpent-like blaze towards the zombie in the woman's body. Flames erupted and roared with intensity. The S-grade ability Blazing Inferno was activated. Mana consumption -20. In the blink of an eye, both the zombie and the woman were reduced to ashes, leaving nothing behind. With his massive 6,500 mana reserve, he could use this simple fire ability over 300 times without concern. As Lin Yu walked past the rows of shops, he noticed some with doors wide open, deserted long ago by owners likely terrified and fleeing in haste from the zombies. Other doors were firmly shut, with shopkeepers probably huddled inside, trembling in fear. But without food, it was only a matter of time before they faced the inevitable. Lin Yu dashed into a medium-sized supermarket, grabbed a couple of large backpacks and began to loot. Not long after, he emerged with 2 massive hiking bags stuffed with supplies. Suddenly, a muscular man lunged at him, growling with blood oozing from his mouth. Lin Yu frowned, sidestepped, and swung his steel pipe in a reverse grip, cracking the man's head open like a watermelon. He was now faced with a dilemma. Should he head to Tianhai City to find his sister, or stay here to execute his plan? The early days of the apocalypse were crucial. If he couldn't seize this opportunity to gather attribute fruits, his rebirth would be in vain. Quickly, Lin Yu made up his mind. His sister was in her dormitory with enough food and water, and with her exceptional strength and combat abilities, she was relatively safe. With this in mind, he decided to stay and carry out his plan. He remembered a luxurious hotel in this old town, often filled with tourists visiting the western mountains. He intended to rest there, waiting about a day for the zombies to evolve and form crystal cores. That would be his moment to act, killing zombies and collecting these cores. During the early stages of the apocalypse, the most fearsome time, he planned to hunt frantically for crystal cores to trade for more precious attribute fruits. The journey to Tianhai City, passing through mountain forests where zombies were sparse, meant fewer opportunities to collect these cores. Missing this optimal time for growth would be detrimental. The streets were in chaos, with small cars scattered haphazardly along the roadside, some emitting thick smoke. Screams and cries filled the air. Lin Yu, with his destination clear in mind, maneuvered through the bedlam and headed for the hotel. With his speed attribute at 25 points, 5 times that of an ordinary person, he had no need to worry about the zombies catching up. Upon reaching the hotel entrance, he saw a plump young woman holding a little girl kneeling desperately on the ground. She was banging on the hotel's large glass door, tearfully pleading, "My niece has fainted, please let us in." But despite her pleas, the 2 young men with dyed yellow hair guarding the door remained indifferent, even shouting fiercely, "Get lost, if your crying attracts zombies, I'll kill you." Lin Yu frowned. He approached the glass door, tapping the handle with his steel pipe, and spoke slowly. "Open the door." The yellow-haired young man, cigarette dangling from his lips, arrogantly replied, "Get lost, you hear me? Zombie, zombie." Suddenly Huang Mao seemed to have spotted something, a flicker of terror flashing in his eyes. He pointed towards the door, shrinking back instinctively. Even though he was inside the hotel and the door was securely locked from within, an inexplicable dread gripped his heart. At his words, the two people outside simultaneously turned their heads to look. Lin Yu squinted slightly. The young woman's face turned deathly pale, clutching the little girl in her arms tightly, her eyes filled with despair. In the blink of an eye, a zombie had lunged forward. Perhaps drawn by the enticing scent of her flesh, the zombie rushed at the young woman first. She screamed in terror, shutting her eyes helplessly, awaiting the Grim Reaper's arrival. Suddenly Lin Yu tightened his grip on the steel pipe and thrust it forward with precision, piercing the zombie's mouth, halting its advance. The zombie's ghostly white eyes stared at Lin Yu, seemingly questioning, "Why the mouth, of all places, you old trickster?" At this moment the zombie's blood-soaked hands were only centimeters away from the young woman. It lashed out frantically, desperately trying to grab her. Guttural broken growls escaped its mouth. The young woman, sensing the zombie right before her yet untouched, trembled as she slowly opened her eyes. Faced with the menacing blood-splattered visage of the zombie, she was so terrified that she was about to scream again. She barely opened her mouth before hurriedly covering it with her right hand. She was not foolish, she knew that if she screamed again it might attract more zombies. Lin Yu glanced at her. This woman wasn't entirely witless. And despite her fear, she maintained a measure of clarity and determination. With a powerful swing of his steel pipe, Lin Yu sent the zombie flying, its head partially obliterated upon crashing to the ground, dead beyond any doubt. However, the commotion attracted 3 or 4 more wandering zombies, all of which began to howl and charge forward. Bang, bang, bang. With 3 swift swings the zombies were dispatched in an instant. The young woman's eyes widened in astonishment. This man was incredible. Inside the glass door, the 2 thugs were similarly stunned. Such terrifying creatures were dealt with by this guy in a matter of moments. "I'll say it one last time, open the door." Lin Yu flicked the blood off the steel pipe, turning around to speak coldly. 3 seconds. If you don't open it by then, I'll smash this door and toss you out to feed the zombies. Huang Ma shivered at the words, trembling all over. He rushed over and fumbled to open the door. The hotel's large glass door was made of thick tempered glass, extremely sturdy. An ordinary person without tools or technique would have no chance of breaking it. But Huang Mao didn't dare to gamble. This ruthless guy outside, killing zombies as easily as slaughtering dogs, could probably break through the glass door in a few strikes. In less than a minute the glass door swung open. "Go in," Lin Yu said to the young woman. She hurriedly lifted the little girl into her arms, brushed a strand of hair behind her ear, and bowed to Lin Yu in gratitude before quickly heading inside. Lin Yu followed closely behind. Just as they stepped into the hotel lobby, a roar echoed through the space. "Yellow dog, are you looking for trouble? I told you to guard the door and not let anyone else in." The chaotic noise in the lobby paused, falling silent as all eyes turned toward the entrance. Yellow Hair shivered at the sound of the angry shout. He quickly locked the glass door and jogged over to the roaring man. This was a burly man exuding a menacing aura with a long old scar on his face, likely from a knife. He was the leader of the small gang. When the apocalypse hit, he had been roaming the streets with his underlings. When the zombies attacked, they rushed into this hotel in a panic. Once inside, they soon took control of the scene. Yellow Hair nodded submissively and whispered to the man with the knife scar. Listening to his account, the scarred man's expression became grave. His gaze shifted to Lin Yu, who had just walked in. Lin Yu, with a calm demeanor, made his way toward a sofa in the corner of the lobby. He carried a backpack, holding 2 large bags in his left hand and gripping a blood-stained steel pipe in his right. "Forget it. This guy isn't simple, we better not provoke him. Let's just mind our own business," the scarred man muttered before turning to address the 40 or 50 people in the lobby, his face darkening. "Hurry up and hand over all your supplies, or don't blame me for being ruthless." Most of these people were hotel guests and staff, with some having rushed in seeking refuge. The scarred man's dozen or so underlings, armed with iron plates and similar weapons, surrounded the group, searching them one by one for supplies. The young woman, witnessing this scene, felt a pang of anxiety. She quickly moved towards Lin Yu, sitting down on the sofa beside him. Being near this man gave her a sense of security. She stole a glance at Lin Yu, only to find him looking back at her. Her face flushed instantly, and she hurriedly whispered, "Thank you for earlier. It's nothing, just a small gesture," Lin Yu replied with a slight smile, now taking a closer look at the young woman before him. She was strikingly beautiful with delicate features and skin that was dewy and tender, her complexion like a ripe peach. She appeared to be about 28 or 29 years old. Her tight-fitting white dress elegantly showcased her curvaceous figure, blending sensuality with a dignified air. Her ample bosom was particularly eye-catching. With the immediate danger having passed, the young woman seemed to regain her usual elegance and composure, exuding a serene and graceful charm. As she noticed Lin Yu's gaze lingering on her, her face grew even redder and she turned her head to the side. Goodness, this woman, Lin Yu thought, feeling a stir in his heart, a nameless heat rising within him. Perhaps it was due to his awakening fire abilities, he often felt an inner warmth. Watching the young woman's enchanting demeanor only intensified this impulse. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yu suppressed the heat in his heart. At the end of the chapter, the author provides a reference image for the character Lu Shiyun. Suddenly, a burst of laughter echoes through the air. Kid, if you don't have food to hand over, you can hand over your girlfriend instead, haha. Ahead, surrounded by a gang of thugs, more than 40 people are being forced to surrender their food supplies one by one. Many of the couples were merely tourists here for a getaway without any supplies. The scar-faced man declared that those unable to hand over supplies would be thrown out to feed the zombies. The crowd was seething with anger but didn't dare to speak out. Any attempt to resist was met with a beating. Earlier, a couple without any supplies to offer faced the threat of being thrown out, and the man immediately offered his wife. Her face was pale, yet she didn't resist. Being thrown out would certainly mean being devoured by zombies. Enduring abuse from a man seemed like the lesser of two evils. In the post-apocalyptic world where order has collapsed and laws have lost their power, raw human nature is laid bare. Good and evil both stem from human nature. Whoever dares touch my girlfriend, I'll fight them to the death, a young man shouted defiantly. He shoved the scar-faced man aside, shielding his girlfriend behind him. You're asking for it, the scar-faced man bellowed, kicking the young man, sending him and his girlfriend sprawling to the ground. Ayu. Ayu, the girl struggled to stand, cradling the young man, her voice filled with urgency. Cough, cough. I'm fine. The kick was powerful and the young man was in such pain that sweat dripped from his forehead. I'm not a patient man, I'll give you one more chance. The scar-faced man crouched in front of them, patting the young man's face. If this woman stays with me, you can live, she can live too, dream on. I'd rather die than let her do such a thing. The young man glared at the scar-faced man, enunciating each word with fierce determination. To survive by letting my beloved be with another man? Lu Yu would never do such a disgraceful thing, the scar-faced man sneered, turning to the girl. Is that what you think too? You'd rather die, be thrown out to feed zombies, than be with me? Hearing this, the girl seemed to envision the gruesome scene of being torn apart by zombies, fear washing over her face. But then she smiled sadly. If survival means giving up my dignity and my bottom line, what's the point of living in such a world? Brother Yu, I love you, even in death we will be together. She kissed the young man passionately, then helped him up, slowly heading toward the lobby entrance. The scar-faced man's expression darkened. He couldn't believe this frail couple would actually dare to leave the hotel, given that there were plenty of zombies outside. If they truly chose death over surrender, he wouldn't actually let them go. He didn't care about the man, but he was determined to have the girl. He'd never had such a pure and beautiful woman before, and the thought of her made him drool. In the midst of this godforsaken apocalypse with zombies raining down from the sky, he was the king in this hotel. He could have any woman he desired, and she would have no choice but to comply. Scarface gave Blondie a meaningful look. Understanding the cue, Blondie quickly moved to the glass door, pretending to unlock it to let them out. Lu Yu and his companion watched with fear etched on their faces, yet their steps remained unwavering without a hint of hesitation. There was a certain tragic nobility in their resolve, reminiscent of ancient warriors facing their fate. Good and evil stem from the heart, and the apocalypse merely amplifies this truth. Lin Yu admired the couple's determination from behind. Go back, Blondie stopped them just as they reached the door, ready to face their end together. Scarface approached slowly, gazing coldly at the pair. I didn't expect you to be truly unafraid of death. To be honest, I've set my sights on this woman. If she must die, it will be only beneath me. You're shameless. The young man was furious, clenching his fists and lunging at Scarface, but he was no match. Scarface kicked him aside effortlessly, leaving him curled on the floor, unable to rise. Clap, clap, clap. Suddenly, applause broke the tense silence. In this post-apocalyptic world where human depravity was rampant, such pure beauty was rare. Why do you insist on destroying it? Lin Yu rose, his gaze fixed on Scarface. Moreover, a man's word is his bond. How can you go back on it? His words drew the attention of everyone in the hall. The young woman looked at Lin Yu with eyes filled with hope. Kid, I wanted to leave you be, but don't push your luck. Scarface growled, anger rising. Besides, you don't even know them. Why meddle? Using your own words, I do what I want. If I don't like you, I'll deal with you. It's as simple as that, Lin Yu replied, spreading his hands nonchalantly. You little punk, you asked for it. Brothers, get him. Kill him. Scarface's face twisted with fury as he signaled his men to attack. But Lin Yu was quicker than a flash, suddenly appearing beside Scarface, landing a single punch. So fast, Scarface was startled, crossing his arms defensively before his chest. Bang! With just one punch, Scarface's body was sent flying, knocking over several of his rushing lackeys. The advancing thugs stopped dead in their tracks, watching in horror as their leader lay sprawled on the ground, blood pouring from his mouth, his hands twisted and his chest caved in. He was barely breathing, clearly beyond saving. A collective gasp arose as the gang members shifted their gaze to Lin Yu now. Filled with a mix of fear and awe, this man was terrifying. He had taken down their boss with a single blow. Lin Yu stepped forward, and with each step, the thugs retreated in unison. What's this? Do you plan to avenge your boss? Lin Yu surveyed the group of thugs with a calm, piercing gaze. No. Everyone who met Lin Yu's gaze felt a shiver run through their body and shook their heads vigorously. What kind of international joke was this? Who would want to avenge a dead man, especially against this terrifying guy standing before them? You'd have to have your head screwed on backwards to think like that. Then get out of the way, Lin Yu barked sharply. With a collective shuffle, the hooligans moved aside in unison, clearing a path in the middle. This man carried an aura of dominance. The young woman couldn't help but be impressed, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Lin Yu walked over to where the hooligans had been collecting supplies. He glanced at the miscellaneous items on the table and picked up a yellow fruit. He had noticed this fruit earlier when the hooligans were gathering resources. Pocketing the fruit, Lin Yu addressed the crowd. If any of you have similar fruits, regardless of the color, you can trade them with me for food. At this moment, a bespectacled man stepped forward and said to Lin Yu, that fruit is mine. They took it from me. So what? Lin Yu responded, a playful smirk on his face. You should trade food with me for it. The man with glasses demanded, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Ha, it belongs to Scarface now. What's it to you? Lin Yu shot back. He stole it from me, the bespectacled man retorted, his face full of resentment. Lin Yu had a particular disdain for people like this, those who cowered in silence when bullied by tyrants only to emerge later to take advantage of others' efforts. All right then, come and get it, Lin Yu said with a leisurely smile. The bespectacled man, delighted, rushed over to the table, stuffing loaves of bread into his pockets one after another. Lin Yu's eyes turned cold, and in a swift motion he grabbed the man's neck. Crack! The sound of bones breaking was clean and decisive. With no hesitation, Lin Yu released his grip and the bespectacled man's body slunk to the ground. His eyes were wide open, one hand slowly pointing at Lin Yu, trying to speak but unable to as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Scarface took your fruit, and since you wanted it back so badly, I could only send you to meet him. You can ask him for it directly, Lin Yu said calmly. His decisive and ruthless actions sent a chill through everyone present. All right, my previous offer still stands. Anyone with fruits can trade them with me for food, Lin Yu reiterated, scanning the crowd. Boss, I have a green one. What can I get for it? A buzzcut middle-aged man asked timidly. A green one will get you 2 days worth of food. Choose from the table, but don't be greedy, Lin Yu reminded with a cheerful smile. No, I won't be, the middle-aged man chuckled awkwardly, carefully selecting 2 days worth of food before retreating. Before long, Lin Yu had collected 11 green and 3 yellow fruits, a decent haul. Seeing that there were no more attribute fruits, Lin Yu dusted off his clothes and headed back to the sofa. He picked up his bag, ready to go upstairs and find a room to get a good night's sleep. As he passed by the young couple, they kept thanking Lin Yu continuously. Even in the apocalypse, you managed to stay true to your principles and hold on to your integrity. That's commendable, Lin Yu said, pausing briefly. He addressed the two of them, saying, but that's not enough. Only with great strength can you protect your original intentions from being trampled. With that, he went straight upstairs. At this moment, the young woman holding the child quickly followed behind him. Why are you following me? Lin Yu turned his head, a playful smile on his face. I need to rest too, and my niece has been saying she's tired all day. Once she falls asleep, she doesn't wake up for hours, the young woman said, her gaze flickering. Lin Yu glanced at the little girl in her arms and nodded without saying anything. He had thought they were mother and daughter, but it turned out they weren't. Upon reaching the second floor, he randomly chose a room to enter. The door wasn't even locked. Earlier, the scar-faced man had sent people to search every room. After locking the door, Lin Yu put his things down and prepared to take a good shower. The young woman watched Lin Yu enter room 203 and quickly followed, entering the adjacent room 202. Staying close to this man gave her a sense of security. After showering, Lin Yu lay on the large round bed eating while messaging his sister and Wang Ergo. They both replied quickly, "Brother, everything is fine here. I'm just staying in the dorm and not going anywhere, though being alone makes me a bit scared," his sister said. "Haha, brother, you guess what talent I awakened?" Wang Ergo exclaimed. Lin Yu thought for a moment and decided to create a group chat, finding it more convenient for them to talk together. "Little you sister, do you miss your brother?" As soon as he set up the group, notifications started ringing. "You silly Ergo, you haven't contacted me in ages. Just wait till we meet, I'll give you a good beating." Lin Xiaoyu waved her little fists on the other end of the phone. "I'm afraid you can't lay a hand on me, sister. My stats are off the charts now. I easily killed 8 zombies today." Wang Kong, known as Wang Ergo, boasted. "Ergo, show us your stats," Lin Yu replied. "Magic, 1500 inch strength, 55 constitution, 5 speed, 22 spirit, 5 talent, S-rank dominant crusher." Ergo quickly shared his stats in the group. "These stats don't seem right. I remember you didn't find that many attribute fruits." Lin Yu recalled that Ergo hadn't collected many attribute fruits from the mystical treasures they found. "I saved a few people today and got some yellow intermediate fruits from them. They didn't even know what they were." Ergo quickly replied. "Boss, show us yours." Ergo urged. His stats were quite impressive. Many of the first-generation Awakeners in the previous life didn't have such stats early on. After all, before advancing and upgrading, attributes could only be enhanced by the fruits falling from the meteor shower, which depended largely on luck. Unlike Lin Yu, who had memories from his past life and could plan ahead, bringing benefits to both his sister and Ergo, Lin Yu casually shared his own stats. Magic, 6500 strength, 79 constitution, 47 speed, 35 inch spirit, 115 talent, S-rank flame controller, evolving flame unlocked form, blaze dragon's flame, in progress. "What kind of monster are you?" Wang Ergo's eyes widened. What he didn't know was Lin Yu still had 46 green primary fruits and 3 yellow intermediate fruits in his hand. Altogether, these could add up to a whopping 61 attribute points. "Xiaoyu, let's see what you've got," Ergo called out, eager to see Lin Xiaoyu's stats. Surely he couldn't surpass Lin Yu, but he was confident he could outdo Lin Xiaoyu. After all, he couldn't let a girl snatch the second place in their trio. However, when Lin Xiaoyu revealed her attributes, Ergo was left dumbfounded. Magic, 1000 strength, 203 plus 203 inch constitution, 5 speed, 5 spirit, 5 golden strength rune, permanent plus 10% to strength. Ergo exclaimed. "Xiaoyu, is there a mistake in your strength stat? Did you accidentally add an extra 0? Lin Xiaoyu replied, "Nope, that's correct." She even sent a sticker with an innocent face for added effect. Ergo was speechless. "I'm stunned." Lin Xiaoyu lamented. "You guys have awakened your talents, and they're S-class. Why haven't I awakened yet? It's so frustrating." Lin Yu comforted her. "Silly girl, don't worry. Your attribute panel shows magic, which means you have talent and have already awakened, but it's not fully awakened yet. There might be some trigger you need." Lin Xiaoyu nodded. Ergo chimed in. "It's probably not possible to gather attributes from others anymore. I just saw on the forum that someone revealed the effect of the fruits. The rain of evolution came without warning and many people got drenched, thus unlocking their attribute panels. Once someone eats a fruit and feels the change in attributes, they'll know its effect. It's great if we can get more, but if not, it doesn't matter. Our attributes already surpass most people." Lin Yu added, "By the way, in the next couple of days, many creatures will start evolving. Many signal towers across the country might get damaged and phones might lose signal. If we can't reach each other, just stick to the plan, don't worry." With that final piece of advice, Lin Yu ended the conversation. He glanced at his attribute panel again. Talent, S-class flame controller, evolving flame unlock forms, blaze dragon's flame, unlocking. He wondered if he would complete his evolution in 3 days. Lin Yu murmured to himself, feeling an inexplicable heat within his body. He smiled wryly, recalling how the hardest part of each evolution was enduring the internal heat. By tomorrow, many zombies would grow stronger, producing crystal nuclei in their brains. Then, it would be time to continue evolving by killing zombies, extracting their crystal nuclei, and absorbing their Power. He could become increasingly powerful. Most ordinary people hadn't embarked on the path of evolution. Those who had been drenched by the rain of evolution and gained attribute panels had already set foot on this path. They were at tier 0. By absorbing the power from 10 tier 0 crystal nuclei, they could advance to level 1, then 20 more to level 2, and so on. As one levels up, their magical power increases by 500, and each of the 4 primary attributes, strength, constitution, speed, and spirit, gains 5 points. Additionally, there are 5 free attribute points to allocate as desired. To advance from level 10 of rank 0 to rank 1, one must absorb 10 level 1 crystal cores. Each advancement in rank brings about a dramatic transformation. Upon each rank advancement, all attributes double, resulting in a truly formidable increase. Therefore, having higher attributes before reaching rank 1 maximizes the benefits obtained from doubling. For instance, an average person's initial attribute values are generally magic, 500 in strength, 5 constitution, 5 speed, 5 in spirit, 5. With each level up, these attributes increase by 5 points, leading to level 10 attributes of magic, 5,500 strength, 55 constitution, 55 speed, 55 spirit, 55 and 50 free attribute points. Once they advance to rank 1, their magic will reach 11,000 and the other attributes will grow to 110 points each. Lin Yu currently has 6,500 magic power. Upon reaching level 10 of rank 0, he will have 11,500. When he advances to rank 1, his magic will surge to 23,000 inch, vastly surpassing the average 11,000. Thus, pre-rank 1 attributes are incredibly crucial. With a plan in mind, Lin Yu decided to rest. Suddenly, a knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. Who could it be at this hour? His mind briefly conjured the image of a certain alluring young woman, her shapely figure stirring something within him. However, upon opening the door, a fresh-faced young woman stood before him. "Who are you?" Lin Yu asked, surprised it wasn't the woman he had imagined, feeling a fleeting sense of disappointment. "Aren't you going to invite me in, handsome?" the girl said with a playful glint in her eye. Her long straight black hair framed her striking face, and her large dark eyes sparkled with mischief. She wore denim shorts that revealed her smooth long legs, and an anklet with a bell adorned her right ankle. Her white leather jacket accentuated her figure. Without waiting for Lin Yu's response, she walked right in. Lin Yu raised an eyebrow, watching her denim-clad figure, feeling the embers of his earlier thoughts rekindled. The biker girl made herself comfortable on the large round bed. "I want to make a deal with you," she said directly. "What kind of deal?" Lin Yu inquired, intrigued. "I want to trade this fruit with you," she replied, pulling a red fruit from her pocket. Lin Yu's eyes sharpened. "A red fruit? Do you know the value of this fruit?" he asked. "Of course, it increases spiritual power by 50 points," she replied with a dismissive tone. As the evolution rain had started, she was riding her bike towards the western hills, caught in the downpour. Shortly after she had unlocked her attribute panel, upon reaching the ancient town, the zombie outbreak had just begun. In a desperate attempt to escape, she stumbled into the hotel only to be quickly captured by Scarface and his gang. If it weren't for Lin Yu taking down Scarface, the 4 mysterious fruits she carried would surely have been confiscated. Later, when Lin Yu exchanged supplies for the fruits, she realized their significance. She had witnessed Lin Yu effortlessly dispatch zombies in the streets, and most astonishingly, flames leapt from his palms. What kind of world was this, where someone could shoot fire from their hands and instantly incinerate terrifying zombies and a woman to ash? So she kept her guard up, suspecting that Lin Yu's formidable strength came from consuming those fruits. After Lin Yu left, she quickly found a room on the 2nd floor to settle down. She consumed a yellow fruit and noticed her speed attribute increased by 5 points on her status panel. Another yellow fruit further enhanced her speed by 5 points. Finally, a red fruit boosted her mental power by 50 points. She concluded that yellow fruits enhanced speed, while red ones bolstered mental power. Testing her theory, she found her speed significantly improved, though the enhanced mental power seemed useless for now, prompting her to save the last red fruit. The world had changed. Zombies roamed, signaling an apocalypse. She needed a way to survive. The red fruit, which appeared to offer no immediate power boost, seemed ideal for a trade with Lin Yu. Lin Yu looked at her with a peculiar expression. He hadn't expected her to think this way. Apparently, she believed that yellow fruits increased speed and red ones boosted mental power based on her limited experience. Indeed, at this stage, other attributes were far more beneficial than mental power, as they could instantly translate into personal strength, offering a better chance of survival. Mental power was useless without awakening a related talent. "What do you want in exchange, Lin Yu?" Asked, curious about her offer. Can you tell me how to shoot flames from my hands like you? She asked eagerly, her eyes full of hope. Lin Yu pondered for a moment before replying. The flames are my awakened talent. Everyone's is different. If you haven't awakened one, then you don't have it. The biker girl's face fell at his words. Is there another way to become stronger if I don't have an awakened talent? She inquired, her eyes searching his for answers. Lin Yu glanced at the red fruit in her hand. Really? Her eyes brightened with anticipation. Noticing his gaze, she hesitated but eventually handed the fruit over, biting her lip. Receiving the fruit, Lin Yu felt a surge of excitement. It represented 50 attribute points, a significant boost to his strength. However, he maintained a composed exterior. After securing the red fruit, he spoke calmly. In this post-apocalyptic world, everyone can enhance their strength by killing zombies and absorbing the crystal nuclei from their brains. Killing zombies? The girl's face turned pale with fear. She was but a defenseless girl, hardly capable of confronting such monsters. The thought filled her with despair. I can help you reach level 3. Lin Yu glanced at the girl, speaking softly. Really? The girl was instantly overjoyed at his words. Of course, I'm all about fairness. Lin Yu had obtained the red fruit, and helping the girl improve her strength seemed only fair. After all, receiving such benefits without helping a young girl struggling in this apocalyptic world seemed unjust. With his current strength, taking a few people to kill zombies and level up was a piece of cake. Just level 3. Can you help me level up more, big brother? The girl suddenly grabbed Lin Yu's hand, shaking it with a pitiful expression. Level 3 didn't sound very strong, so she had to use her charms to get more out of him. Lin Yu was perplexed. He didn't have much time. Once his innate abilities fully awakened, he needed to leave to find his sister. He couldn't afford to linger here. How about I just stay with you, big brother? I can do laundry, cook, give massages, and even keep you warm at night. The biker girl shook Lin Yu's hand vigorously. In this apocalyptic world, if she couldn't become stronger on her own, how else could she survive? And wasn't the best candidate right in front of her? Lin Yu was powerful and handsome. Being his girlfriend wouldn't be a loss. With this thought, she shook his hand even more, deliberately brushing against him. Testing any man with such temptation, who could resist? Lin Yu, with his fire attribute abilities, was in the awakening phase, and his inner fire was extraordinarily vigorous. The soft touch on his hand made his instincts react immediately. Lin Yu was standing while the girl sat on the bed. The obvious change was right in front of her face. Instantly her face turned red. Lin Yu couldn't hold back any longer and leaned over her. As they explored, clothes fell piece by piece. Various issues, 3,000 words omitted here. Why does your saliva taste a bit salty? Of course you bit my lip. Lin Yu was speechless. Are you sure this is your first time? How could it be? This lady's been through plenty. She was clearly defiant. Then let's practice. Bring it on, I've seen it all. Her voice was loud, but there was a hint of tremor in her tone. Lin Yu's lips curled into a smirk, curious to see how long she could keep up the fa. A ripping pain shot through her, and the girl could no longer maintain her bravado, pleading for mercy. Have I not subdued you yet? Lin Yu was smug. Once they both adjusted, the storm raged again, fiercer than before. The beasts roared and the mountains trembled. Like an unstoppable force, they conquered the enemy's defenses with ease, achieving a pentakill, 5 glorious victories. Lin Yu got up, looking at the chaotic bed, the glaring crimson making him uneasy. What now? While his younger self was satisfied, he now had to clean up the mess. He had planned to set out alone to find his sister. Once his abilities fully awakened, during this time Lin Yu had always believed in helping others when possible, and when not, he preferred to mind his own business. Yet, in the chaos of this post-apocalyptic world, leaving this girl to fend for herself was something he couldn't bring himself to do. However, taking her along to search for his sister presented its own set of challenges and dangers. The city was already overrun with zombies, but beyond the city lay endless forests, where beasts, once evolved, could become far more terrifying than zombies, presenting threats even he might not be able to handle. Bringing another person along would only increase the risk. He decided to leave the decision for later. As he glanced at the exhausted girl sleeping on the bed, he felt restless and retreated to the bathroom to wash up. Afterward, he sat alone on the sofa, contemplating with the red fruit in his hand. The next morning, Lin Yu awoke feeling something unusual. He looked down to see a head emerging from the covers, the face beneath rosy and delicate. You're not in pain anymore? Lin Yu asked, his hand slipping beneath the blanket. The girl's skin was smooth and tender, incredibly pleasant to the touch. Just a little, she replied bashfully, wrapping her arms around Lin Yu's neck and nestling against his chest. But I have other ways. What ways? Lin Yu asked, curious. Chen Jinger blushed, and without another word she buried her head back under the covers. Indeed, practice makes perfect, and it just kept getting better. An hour later, the girl lay in Lin Yu's arms, whispering, "Will you take me with you?" Hearing this, Lin Yu's body stiffened and he fell silent, unsure of what promise to make her. The silence felt heavy, sinking the girl's heart. "It's okay, but you promised to help me level up to level 5 before you leave," she said, trying to smile through her disappointment. Lin Yu felt the girl's emotions and held her a little tighter. "I'm Lin Yu," he began. "My sister is alone in Tianhai City and I need to find her." He briefly explained his situation. The girl listened intently, understanding she couldn't ask him to abandon his sister, nor could she do something like that. Moreover, traveling with her would indeed be more dangerous. Suddenly, she sat up, revealing herself, but neither paid it any mind. She looked into Lin Yu's eyes with determination. "Lin Yu, take me to level up. I want to become strong. I, Chen Jinger, will take control of my own fate." Lin Yu was taken aback. "But man, you won't escape." Mi Chen Jinger suddenly smiled, hooking Lin Yu's chin with her finger, full of confidence. "When I become stronger, I'll capture you to be my husband." In an instant, the tables turned, defensive became offensive. Lin Yu was dumbfounded. What kind of strange creature was this woman, and wasn't he supposed to be the one in charge here? In Chen Jinger's startled exclamation, Lin Yu wrapped an arm around her waist, flipping her over once more. Over an hour later, Lin Yu, feeling refreshed and triumphant, declared, "Let's see if you can still talk back now." "Humph. I'm just not as strong as you right now, but once I become powerful you'll always be beneath me." Chen Jinger was still defiant. Her body was limp, her entire being softened, yet her mouth remained sharp. The two had been at it all night, and now it was past 10 in the morning. On the second floor, the door to room 202 creaked open and a young woman, her face flushed, stepped out. She glanced at the door to 202, stealing a few secretive glances. Inwardly she scoffed. Is this person made of iron? They were at it all night, and now for another hour or two in the morning. Who knows which little seductress it was this time? Hearing the moans coming from next door, she, having experienced such things herself, couldn't be unaware of what was happening. All morning, it had left her mind wandering, and her body, untouched for years, felt hot all over. She felt weak, almost stumbling as she descended the stairs. Lin Yu, having taken a shower, glanced at his phone to find there was no signal or network. It seemed the signal towers had been damaged. Just as he entered the lobby, a voice called out, "Bro, you're being unfair. Attribute fruits are so important and you just traded them all for some food, treating us like beggars." Yeah, you'd better give all those attribute fruits back to us." A crowd had gathered. This time each person was armed with various weapons, sticks, steel pipes, fire axes, and the like. "Kid, you'd better hand over all the attribute fruits. When the government clears out the zombies, we can cover up the fact that you killed people," said a fat man in a suit. "Ha, do you all want to die?" Lin Yu bared a set of gleaming white teeth, his smile sinister. It seemed that killing 2 people yesterday hadn't instilled fear in these folks. "Big brother, we beg you, please give us back the attribute fruits, otherwise we can't survive." A few people suddenly dropped to their knees, pleading just as Lin Yu was about to make a move. It seemed they had hoped to intimidate him with their numbers, but seeing his anger, they immediately backed down. "Yesterday's deal, I didn't force anyone. Keep pushing and I won't be polite. Get lost." His shout sent a shiver down everyone's spine. Lin Yu, not bothering to engage further, led Chen Jinger to the door and waved at Yellow Hair. "Boss, what's up?" Yellow Hair grinned broadly, jogging over with a fawning expression. "Open the door," Lin Yu commanded. Yellow Hair was startled. There were plenty of zombies outside. Just this morning, several had passed by the hotel in trance, and it had scared them into silence. "What up? Open the door," Lin Yu frowned. "But zombies," Yellow Hair stammered, his face filled with fear. "You know how much food you've got yourselves. Once it's gone, you're dead too. Here's a friendly piece of advice. While the zombies aren't very strong yet, you should gather tools and team up to easily kill them. Killing zombies is the way to grow stronger. Zombies will continue to evolve, and in a few days, when they've leveled up, you'll be left waiting for death." Having finished speaking, Lin Yu paid no further attention to the crowd, his sharp eyes fixed on Huang Mao. "If you don't want to go outside, keep this door secure. We'll be back later." Okay, Huang Mao replied, visibly trembling. Lin Yu's gaze was as sharp as a dagger, making Huang Mao's legs turn to jelly. Trembling, he gently opened the main door, fearing that any loud noise might draw the zombies. As soon as Lin Yu and his companion stepped out, Huang Mao hastily prepared to lock the door. "Wait, we want to go out too," called out the couple whom Lin Yu had saved the day before. Their eyes were resolute as they stepped forward. Lin Yu's words from yesterday still echoed in their minds. only by becoming stronger could they protect their original intentions from being trampled. Moreover, Lin Yu had just mentioned that killing zombies could make them stronger. Sharing a glance, they quickly made up their minds, they too would slay zombies and grow stronger. Both of them carried 2 kitchen knives which they had secretly taken from the hotel kitchen the day before. Seeing the knives, Huang Mao dared not act arrogantly and allowed them through as well. The others in the hall, however, remained unmoved, risked their lives to kill those terrifying zombies. Anyone who wished to could do so, but they only wanted to survive and wait for national rescue. No matter how formidable the zombies, could they be worse than bullets? They refused to believe it. Lin Yu looked at the couple who followed him out, his eyes full of appreciation. As for the thoughts of the others, he could somewhat guess. What they didn't know was that all high-heat weapons worldwide had been restricted by the rules of heaven and earth. Missiles and the like had all been rendered useless. For now only guns could be used. Faced with the terrifying number of zombies, the nation couldn't mount a rescue anytime soon. Moreover, nuclear energy had become ineffective, absorbed by mutant beasts and turned into even more horrifying entities. By the mid-apocalypse, the threat to humanity was no longer the zombies, but those dreadful mutant beasts, especially the ones that had absorbed nuclear energy which slaughtered humans without restraint. During that time, it was the most desperate moment for all humanity. The Sakura nation was completely destroyed, torn apart by a terrifying mutant beast sinking into the sea. In the apocalypse, no one could be relied upon except oneself. With Lin Yu leading the 3 novices, they had barely stepped onto the street when 4 or 5 zombies spotted them and charged. With a roar, Lin Yu, seeking to level up, held nothing back and swung his steel pipe at them. With a thud, a zombie's head was shattered, its body lurching forward 2 meters before collapsing. You 3 finished them off. After killing them, check if there are crystal cores inside the zombies' heads. Those are crucial for enhancing your strength, Lin Yu instructed while clearing the area. Simultaneously, he led the 3 into a dead-end alley, sweeping his steel pipe to break the arms of a zombie, then delivered a heavy kick to send it reeling toward them. With a thud, the armless zombie crashed in front of them, still roaring as it crawled from the ground toward the trio. The young man was named Lu Yu and the woman was Yang Shanshan. Though terrified, the 2 gripped their kitchen knives tightly, eyes fixed on the approaching zombie. Chen Jinger, however, was already pale with fear. She had followed Lin Yu out but hadn't brought any tools, so she could only hide behind the 2 of them in a panic. Shanshan, I'll chop its neck, you go for its legs, Liu shouted loudly, taking the initiative to strike, swinging his knife forward. The zombie, missing both hands, was significantly less dangerous. However, Liu, too nervous, missed his target and his knife lodged into the zombie's mouth, caught by its teeth. He quickly yelled, Shanshan, hurry. Okay, Yang Shanshan replied, her voice trembling, yet she charged forward without hesitation, swinging her knife repeatedly. With her eyes closed, she hacked away, delivering 5 or 6 blows but still not severing the zombie's leg. At that moment, a heavy shovel came crashing down on the zombie's head. Taking advantage of this, Liu kicked the zombie to the ground, retrieved the knife from its mouth and dealt a final blow. The zombie's head rolled away, blood gushing out. The sight made the 3 of them feel nauseated, almost to the point of vomiting. However, they didn't relax, instead standing back to back, panting heavily while vigilantly scanning their surroundings. Seeing the trio successfully defeat the handless zombie, Lin Yu couldn't help but nod slightly. Chen Jinger's initial performance was lacking, but later she managed to find a big shovel as a weapon, delivering a decisive blow to the zombie, which was quite an improvement. Suddenly, another skull-cracking sound echoed, startling Lin Yu. Chen Jinger had again smashed the dead zombie's head with the shovel, revealing a white crystal nucleus. Despite looking pale and nauseated, she used the shovel to pry the crystal out and ran over to Lin Yu, offering it to him as if seeking praise. Lin Yu didn't take it. Instead, he addressed the 3 of them, just like before, you 3 work together to kill them and I'll gradually increase the number to 2 at a time. As for the crystal nuclei, you 3 can split them evenly. Lin Yu estimated that after killing over 100 zombies, he had accumulated 42 crystal nuclei. The chance of obtaining a crystal was about 1 in 4. Jinger, take these, Lin Yu said, handing 40 crystal nuclei to Chen Jinger. Hold the nuclei and focus on absorbing them. Thank you, Mrs. Lin, Chen Jinger said with a playful toss of her hair, her eyes squinting with a smile. Mrs. Lin, Lin Yu's face darkened. Suddenly flames erupted from his hand, instantly turning 2 approaching zombies into crystal nuclei, which he picked up casually. Wow, Mrs. Lin, I've leveled up to level 2, Chen Jinger exclaimed excitedly. The absorption process was quick, taking about 3 minutes for all 40 crystal nuclei. She smoothly Advanced to level 2 inch with all her attributes increased by 10 plus an additional 10 free attribute points. Mrs. Lin, let's keep fighting. With 14 points in strength and 25 in speed, Chen Jinger felt a bit euphoric. Lu Yu and Yang Shanshan looked at the evidently stronger Chen Jinger with some envy but didn't dwell on it too much. With Lin Yu leading the way, the group cut through their enemies with fierce determination. The hotel was located on Cross West Street, which was closer to the western foothills but the farthest from the city center. As a result, the number of people and zombies on West Street was minimal, while the quantity in the heart of the intersection and the other three streets was significantly higher. The most crucial factor was the massive music playing in the plaza of the central street. On the first day of the apocalypse, the majority of the zombies were drawn to the sound and gathered there. Elsewhere, the zombies were scattered, lacking any large-scale gatherings, which worked in their favor. By around 6 p.m., the group had cleared about 1/3 of West Street. It was time to call it a day. Exiting the bakery, Lin Yu and his companions headed back to the hotel. Boss, thank you. Without you, we wouldn't know how to survive in this apocalypse. The young couple expressed their deep gratitude towards Lin Yu, genuinely respecting him. Thank yourselves, everything you have is due to your own hard work and determination. Lin Yu admired the pair. From now on, you are my boss, Lu Yu declared with firm resolve. Lin Yu smiled softly, not disagreeing, and said, tomorrow same plan, we continue fighting. The three exchanged peculiar glances but felt it was only right. Indeed, with Lin Yu, the zombies that terrified ordinary people seemed as easy to defeat as monsters in a video game. Both of them had leveled up to level 2, with Chen Jinger reaching level 4. Each individual had significantly increased their strength, making it easy to kill zombies on their own. In the hotel lobby, only 2 or 3 people remained. Could they have been eaten by zombies? Huang Mao muttered softly, staring outside the door. He could only see the 4 to 5 meters of street directly ahead, not the scenes on either side. Just then 4 figures appeared in his line of sight. Startled, Huang Mao quickly opened the door. For you, Lin Yu casually tossed a bag of pastries as he entered the hotel. Thank you, big brother. Huang Mao beamed, bowing at a 90-degree angle. Back in his room, Lin Yu and Chen Jinger entered the bathroom together, engaging in another intense battle. Ultimately, the fight concluded with Chen Jinger's stubbornness prevailing. This girl was truly a master of verbal sparring. Every part of her was softened except her defiant mouth. Lin Yu retrieved 60 crystal cores from his backpack and silently absorbed them. Suddenly his eyes narrowed. Upon absorbing the 13th crystal core, he unexpectedly gained a highly practical ability, F-level ability, Insight. It could discern the specific information of various items and tools. Lin Yu was delighted. This talent would be incredibly useful to him in the path of evolution. Besides one's innate talent awakened naturally, there were other ways to acquire ordinary talents. Innate talents could be improved through self-awakening and understanding, while abilities acquired externally were relatively common, not exceeding D level, and couldn't be upgraded. Lin Yu continued to absorb. Before long, the power of the 70 crystal cores was completely consumed. He had directly leveled up to 3. Experiencing a significant boost in his attributes. At level 0 inch, each level up granted plus 500 mana with an increase of 5 points across the 4 primary attributes and an additional 5 free attribute points. Without hesitation, he allocated all 15 free points from reaching level 3 into his strength. But that was not all. Lin Yu took out all the attribute fruits he had gathered and used his F-grade talent to examine each one. The red strength fruit, given to him by Chen Jinger, could increase his strength by 50 points upon absorption. Lin Yu didn't hesitate and absorbed it immediately. Next, he had 3 yellow fruits, 2 for strength, 1 for constitution. He also had 46 green fruits, consisting of 12 mana, 13 strength, 5 constitution, 5 speed, and 11 mental strength fruits. After some thought, Lin Yu decided to absorb all the yellow fruits and 6 of the green mana fruits. The rest he decided to save for Chen Jinger. He murmured to himself while checking his stats. Level 0 mana, 8600 strength, 156 constitution, 56 speed, 40 mental strength, 130 inch talent, S-grade flame controller, evolving, flame unlocked forms, blaze, dragon's flame, unlocking. Looking at his current status panel, Lin Yu was quite satisfied. Given his talent, strength and mana were the most crucial attributes. The next morning, one day I will definitely have you beneath me, Chen Jinger mumbled, sprawled weakly on the bed, clenching her small fists to encourage herself. Ha, not the, Lin Yu retorted mercilessly, tossing the remaining fruits over to her. Are these for me? Chen Jinger's eyes sparkled with greed as she hugged all the fruits to her chest. After absorbing them, her attribute panel saw a significant transformation: level 0, step 4 mana, 3100 strength, 38 constitution, 29 speed, 40 mental strength, 86. Although still not on par with Lin Yu's, she could easily take on 20 to 30 ordinary people at once. The four-person team remained intact. This time, they chose a different route, moving down the street to the right of their hotel for cleanup operations. Mrs. Lin, something feels off. Why are there so few zombies here? Chen Jinger noted with extreme caution, observing the eerily quiet street 2 hours later. Lin Yu's eyes narrowed slightly. Logically, the street, including the shops on either side, should have been crawling with zombies. The only explanation was that the zombies here had already been cleared. Thud thud, the sound of heavy footsteps approached. What is that? A zombie dog? A hulking black poodle with only one ear emerged slowly from the alley. Oh my god, is that still a poodle? Chen Jinger exclaimed in shock. The poodle before them was missing an ear and was as large as a horse. Its eyes were a ghostly gray, appearing both eerie and terrifying. Hiss, another figure appeared, a slightly smaller poodle yet still the size of a large Alsatian, watching them intently. The creatures bared their teeth at the group, with crimson blood trickling from their mouths and slowly dripping to the ground. The larger one was at least level 8, while the smaller one was at least level 5. Lin Yu glanced at the size and aura of the zombie teddy, a slight chill running through him. At level 8 inch, its 4 attributes would each be around 45 points, making it a challenging opponent. The three of you handle the smaller 1 inch, do your best, Lin Yu instructed, his eyes fixed intently on the larger teddy. Hissing, the zombie dogs roared simultaneously, launching themselves forward with a powerful kick of their hind legs, their speed astonishing. Boom, red flames erupted around Lin Yu, enveloping his entire body, transforming him into a figure entirely shrouded in fire. An intimidating aura surged from him. Super Saiyan, Lu Yu's eyes widened at Lin Yu's transformation. Indeed, Lin Yu's current state bore a striking resemblance to a Super Saiyan, with flames engulfing his form like a fiery deity. In that moment, Lin Yu felt a surge in power. His strength, initially at 156 points, doubled to a staggering 468. In terms of raw power, he surpassed a first-tier evolver and was comparable to a second-tier. However, his magic was rapidly depleting at a rate of 2 points per second. This meant his 8,600 magic points could only sustain the full-body flame for about an hour. Once exhausted, he would be unable to use his innate abilities. With a resounding punch, he clashed with the teddy's paw. Instantly, the large teddy was sent flying backward, unable to withstand Lin Yu's forceful blow. The terrifying power shattered its foreleg, which sizzled with fire. He then unleashed a sweeping wave of flames. However, the zombie dog was swift, making it difficult for the flames to hit their mark. With a heavy stomp, Lin Yu shot forward like an arrow, his fiery fists landing another blow on the zombie dog, turning the tide completely in his favor. Yet, on the other side, things were precarious. Facing a level 5, possibly even level 6 zombie dog, Chen Jinger and the others were steadily pushed back. In terms of basic attributes, Chen Jinger was slightly stronger than the small zombie dog, having consumed several attribute fruits, but she ultimately lacked combat experience. No. Suddenly, the zombie dog kicked Chen Jinger aside, then twisted its body to lunge at young Shanshan. Instantly, the three faces turned pale. A bite from the zombie dog would mean certain death. I want you dead, Liu shouted, his eyes bloodshot with rage. Wind's execution. Instantly, countless wind blades appeared around the zombie dog, slicing towards it, sand thorns. At the same time, a sharp voice rang out. Yang Shanshan, faced with the approaching gaping maw, felt a surge of fear that seemed to awaken something within her. She raised her right hand abruptly. The ground before her trembled, and then a spike 4 to 5 centimeters thick shot up from the earth, striking the zombie dog with force. It was entirely formed from sand like vines. Lin Yu watched this unfold, surprised by what he saw. Unexpectedly, at this critical moment of life and death, the young couple unleashed their potential and awakened their innate abilities. They knocked the zombie dog flying, leaving the three of them momentarily stunned. Shanshan, are you okay? Liu rushed to young Shanshan with deep concern. Ugei. I think I've awakened a special ability, young Shanshan spoke, somewhat uncertain. Me too, stop standing around, let's deal with the zombie dog, Lin Yu shouted, snapping the three out of their daze. What followed were blades of wind swirling and sand exploding everywhere. Although the two had awakened their abilities, their levels were still low and the damage they inflicted was less than that of Chen Jinger. However, their wind and sand abilities, besides causing harm, also greatly restricted and bound the zombie dog. It was only a matter of time before the three of them would take it down together. Meanwhile, Lin Yu's battle was nearing its end. With his hands engulfed in flames, he forcibly tore the large zombie dog in half. As the flames swept past, the body quickly ignited. Lin Yu took a deep breath and the flames around him gradually dissipated. The entire battle was actually quite brief, lasting only about 6 or 7 minutes, but it consumed a full 952 points of his mana, in addition to the mana used to cover his body in flames. His long-range fire attacks during the fight also depleted his energy. After such consumption, mana would gradually recover over time. At 0 tier it regenerates at 1 point per second, and upon advancing to 1 tier the recovery rate doubles. This means the mana Lin Yu spent in those 6 or 7 minutes would take about 15 minutes to naturally restore. The stronger the ability level, the greater its power, but also the larger the consumption. S-level abilities consume more than A-level ones. Soon the smaller zombie dog was also taken down by the combined efforts of the three, after which they collapsed on the ground panting heavily. Not bad. Lin Yu patted Lu Yu on the shoulder and then turned to Chen Jinger, saying, "Don't be disheartened, you have a hidden talent within you as well, it just hasn't been triggered yet." "Really? You're not lying to me, are you, brother Lin?" Chen Jinger's eyes lit up with hope. Recalling Lin Yu shrouded in flames like a deity, she felt a sense of admiration. She had vowed to surpass Lin Yu, and how could she accept being weaker than others? Even Lu Yu and Yang Shanshan had awakened their abilities, which left her feeling a bit down. Hearing Lin Yu's reassuring words now made her feel much better. "Are your abilities wind and sand?" Lin Yu inquired. "Big brother, mine is A-level wind power." "Big brother, mine is A-level desert dominion." Yang Shanshan echoed Lu Yu, also addressing Lin Yu as big brother. "That's quite impressive. A-level abilities are already considered very strong. You should observe and understand the use of wind and sand more to learn more ways to utilize your abilities." Lin Yu gave the two a few pointers before heading back to the hotel. After taking a shower, Chen Jinger was determined to pin Lin Yu beneath her. An hour later, Lin Yu took out the crystal cores he had collected today, a total of 96. "How many do you have?" Lin Yu asked Chen Jinger. "I have 22 today, much more than the first day," the young girl boasted proudly. "Absorb them," Lin Yu said, handing her 8 more. Chen Jinger accepted them with a delighted expression. Someone has reached level 5. If nothing unexpected happens, the rules will soon descend. Lin Yu anticipated, watching as each crystal core dissolved and Chen Jinger's aura suddenly rose. Finally, with a bang, the last crystal core transformed into energy within her, causing her body to tremble slightly. At that very moment, a familiar voice echoed in their minds. "Congratulations to all survivors, someone has taken the lead on the path of evolution, successfully reaching level 5. Now the global survivor information access rules are in place, with various functions for you to explore." Lin Yu summoned his attribute panel in his mind, noting subtle changes. A new codename column appeared, along with progress bars for levels and evolving talents, making it more intuitive. "Magician." Lin Yu thought for a moment and decided to continue using his codename from the past life. Although not very strong in his previous life, he had focused heavily on developing his fire abilities, exploring deep into the methods of using flames. One could say he had mastered his fire talent with flair, earning him the nickname Flame Magician for his dazzling and magnificent use of fire. Examining the panel further, Lin Yu noticed a regional chat channel in the bottom left corner, a leaderboard and forum in the top right, and a trading system and evolution points in the bottom right. Evolution points, 628. These points, now the universal currency of the New World post-rule arrival, could be used for trading. Initially, evolution points could only be earned by killing zombies. 1 point for a tier 0 zombie, 10 points for a tier 1. In the regional channel, thoughts turned into text automatically. "What is this?" The game turned reality. Someone questioned. "Brothers, my roommate got bitten and turned into a zombie, looking for me everywhere. I've been hiding in the bathroom for 2 days, starving and exhausted. Someone please save me." Another exclaimed. Su Xian, Ye Shaoqian, and Dong Yong are known as the 3 great men in history, but I think you can add me now. In a villa in Huacheng, a naked young man was feeling nauseous, staring at the naked zombie on the bed whose neck he had twisted. The woman had been scratched by a zombie, and without paying attention she turned while they were practicing kung fu together. It was an indelible shadow for anyone. "I saw someone here breathing fire. Is that a power?" Another person laughed. "I've awakened a B-level talent, Mighty Punch. I can smash a zombie's head with 1 blow. Boss, guide me. Brother, save me. I'm good at warming beds." The regional channel buzzed with rapid updates, and Lin Yu glanced at it casually. With a thought, he opened the leaderboard. Currently, there were only 2 main leaderboards and 2 sub-leaderboards. The Great Xia level leaderboard, the Great Xia Evolution Points leaderboard, the Yun Province level leaderboard, and the Yun Province Evolution Points leaderboard. On the Great Xia level leaderboard and the Yun Province level leaderboard, there was currently only one name: first place, unnamed. Everyone knew this must be the first person to reach level 5, the very individual who triggered the descent of the rules. Only upon reaching level 5 would one appear on the board. Lin Yu knew that this first place was naturally Chen Jinger. He then opened the Evolution Points leaderboard where more names were listed, most of them unnamed. Topping the leaderboard was, first place, Magician Evolution Points 628. Second place, Unnamed Evolution Points 86. Third place, Unnamed Evolution Points 72. Look at the leaderboard. Who is this magician with such a terrifying 628 evolution points? Surely this must be a big shot with an Awaken S-level talent. The big shot is actually in our Yun province. Could they come and save us? There are hundreds of survivors in our community. Wishful thinking. Upstairs, it's the end of the world. Everyone is struggling to survive. Who has the time to save you? Exactly, in this world we can only rely on ourselves. Going out to kill zombies and level up is the most reliable way. Kill zombies? I can't even trust a chicken and I've been starving for nearly 2 days. Going out would just make me zombie fodder. The regional channel was in a frenzy. Lin Yu didn't even glance at it. Sticking to his plan, he entered the trading system. Currently it only supported domestic trades and couldn't facilitate global exchanges. He sorted all his zombie crystal cores and listed them on the trading market. Exchange 3 zombie crystal cores for 1 green fruit. Exchange 10 zombie crystal cores for 1 yellow fruit. After posting his trades, the space in front of him wavered and a spatial rift appeared. Lin Yu wasn't surprised in the slightest. He tossed all the zombie crystal cores he had into it. This was the rule retrieving his trading items. No one could explain this phenomenon, only speculating that it was a manifestation of the rules. After all, this isn't a game where everything is data code and items automatically trade with a click. This was a tangible goods exchange executed by the rule, taking the traded items and bringing over the counterpart's goods. Once his trade listings were posted, Lin Yu entered the forum. By now, the forum was bustling with various posts ranging from casual chatter to technical discussions and explorations. Pinned at the top was a post introducing the effects of attribute fruits. Lin Yu browsed through it with his mental energy. The introduction was fairly accurate and comprehensive. Then he composed a post himself, titled, Long-Term Offer. Exchange zombie crystal cores for magic fruits to level up quickly and survive the apocalypse. In the post, he highlighted the crystal cores needed for leveling up and the changes in attributes after leveling. He also emphasized that eating the fruit was akin to opening a blind box. No one knew what kind of fruit it was until it was absorbed. If the fruits in question are those that enhance magical power, mental strength, or physical constitution, they don't currently offer much of a boost to combat effectiveness. Even after absorption, they may not necessarily enable one to kill zombies. However, if these fruits can be exchanged for crystal cores and after absorption provide an upgrade that adds +5 to all attributes, then soloing an ordinary zombie becomes significantly easier. After drafting his post, Lin Yu directly spent 10 evolution points to pin it at the top, ensuring it stayed at the forefront. For any other post to surpass his, a higher bid would be necessary. Within a minute of posting, a flood of comments appeared beneath it, taking advantage of the situation. Without any shame, one commenter exclaimed, "Rubbish up there, the big guy is being fair." Another retorted, 20 crystal cores to level up with a +5 increase to all attributes. 10 cores are equivalent to half a level, which equals 10 attribute points and 250 magic power. It's indeed more valuable than the 5-point attribute increase from a yellow fruit. But the attributes gained from the fruit are additional and don't conflict with those from leveling up. I reckon the gap is widened because of these attribute fruits. True, responded another, but what if the fruit you eat enhances mental strength? You might end up being killed by zombies or starving to death. It's better to exchange for crystal cores and level up. It's the only way to survive. The comments continued to pour in, but Lin Yu paid them no mind. He had already mentioned in his post that any excess crystal cores would be listed on the trading market. After posting, Lin Yu checked the trading market again, finding that his listing had been removed. With only 88 crystal cores, all had been exchanged for fruits, leading to the removal of his listing due to the lack of cores. As he gazed at the trading interface, Lin Yu confidently claimed his reward. Deducting 170 evolution points, a spatial rift appeared before him and a pile of fruits fell out. Lin Yu caught them with ease. Among them were 3 yellow fruits, one each for strength, speed, and constitution. The rest were green fruits, totaling 19. You're the one posting listings on the trading market? Chen Jinger asked, startled by the sudden appearance of a pile of attribute fruits from the space above the large bed. Yes, Lin Yu confirmed, finding no reason to hide this fact. For him, there was no rush to upgrade. His current strength was sufficient to handle any zombie below the first tier, and leveling up wasn't a pressing concern. Attribute fruits were the most precious. Once consumed, they were gone. Their full potential is realized when used at tier 0, allowing for maximum enhancement. As he progresses to tier 1, all attributes will double, and at tier 2 they will double again. This is how he plans to widen the gap between himself and others over time, a snowball effect that will only grow larger. Lin Yu's lips curved into a subtle smile. The apocalypse was only on its second day, and the few remaining attribute fruits had yet to be consumed. If he didn't take this opportunity to gather them, he might not have another chance later. Following Lin Yu's post, many capable individuals began to emulate him, placing buy orders for attribute fruits on the trading market. However, with limited crystal cores at their disposal, few managed to acquire many fruits. At this moment, many realized the true value of the attribute fruits. Meanwhile, at a university in Chuan City, in the girls' dormitory, a group of young women gathered together. This magician isn't simple, one of them remarked. We were just planning to trade crystal cores for attribute fruits, and he's already taken action. The leader of the group responded, so what should we do? Since he's made the first move, let's list ours too, but at a price 1 core lower. We aren't as wealthy as he is. It's a world where there's never a shortage of clever people. Tomorrow, I'm going to save my crystal cores too. Exchange for some attribute fruits, Chen Jinger decided firmly. These attribute fruits grant additional attributes and are incredibly valuable. Let's rest up. Tomorrow we'll head for the heart of the street, Lin Yu said, throwing himself onto the bed to sleep. In the darkness, there was a rustling sound. What are you doing? Lin Yu asked helplessly. How could this woman's urges be even stronger than his? Continuous battles are the only way to grow, remember. Chen Jinger took the initiative to attack, but Lin Yu wasn't going to let her have her way so easily. Sometimes, not getting what you want is the best motivation, isn't it? Meanwhile, in a hospital, Duan Yang felt a surge of powerful energy coursing through his body after consuming over a dozen crystal cores. The bandages on his body were torn apart by the force. I've leveled up, I've recovered, ha ha ha. Duan Yang laughed manically. Lin Yu, how dare you give me a urine transfusion? Just wait, I want you dead. Every time he thought about it, he felt utterly disgusted with his own body. He could even smell the stench in his blood. Have you awakened any talents? A middle-aged man by his side asked. Dad, it's awakened, but... Duan Yang hesitated, looking somewhat embarrassed. The talent he'd awakened was difficult to talk about. Speak up. Mr. Duan's face darkened, scaring Duan Yang into shivers. Dad, the talent I've awakened is A-grade, stinky fart attack. Upon hearing it was an A-grade talent, Mr. Duan's face lit up with joy. This was quite something, given that among all his men only one had awakened an A-grade talent, while the others were B, C, D, E, or F weaklings by comparison. But what was this stinky fart attack? Dad, I can vibrate my blood to release yellow toxic gas farts, Duan Yang explained awkwardly. Those around him struggled to maintain their composure, seemingly wanting to laugh. A fart is an A-grade talent? Are you kidding me? Mr. Duan's expression turned grim. No, Dad, don't underestimate my farts. They're poisonous. Anyone who comes into contact with them will become dizzy and poisoned to death. Duan Yang hurriedly defended his stinky fart talent. He wasn't satisfied with the ridicule. So what if it's a fart? It's still an A-grade talent, right? I'm beginning to suspect that your talent awakened because of that urine transfusion from Lin Yu, Mr. Duan mused, stroking his chin. Hearing this, Duan Yang's face turned dark. What, should I thank him for it? He thought angrily. Dad, is it Lin Yu, that guy at the foot of West Mountain? Send me a few men. I need to kill him and wash away this shame. The speaker's determination was palpable, but the challenges ahead were daunting. A mere half-hour journey lay before them, yet the path was teeming with zombies. How do you plan to go? Duanzong, furrowing his brow, posed the question. Dad, it's the end of the world already. What's there to fear? Our family has plenty of guns, doesn't it? With my talent and some backup, reaching the foot of Shishan shouldn't be too hard, came the resolute reply. You're underestimating the zombies, Duanzong cautioned. I must avenge myself. Otherwise I won't rest in peace, Duanyang declared with unyielding resolve. Without eliminating that adversary, the shadow cast over his heart would never lift. Alright, I'll make the arrangements, Duanzong finally conceded, albeit reluctantly. At this stage, zombies weren't overly powerful and firearms held significant sway. Besides, slaying zombies meant acquiring crystal nuclei, a valuable commodity. At the base of Shishan, the following day's first light barely crept over the horizon as the four-member team assembled. You're all aware of last night's rule arrival, right? Lin Yu briefed his companions. Today our aim is to kill as many zombies as possible and seize the crystal nuclei. With it, they charged toward the heart of the street. Along the way, Lin Yu tapped into the trading market with his mental prowess. Listed were oddities, mostly rare items brought by the meteor shower, each catching Lin Yu's eye. Unfortunately, his current stash of crystal nuclei was limited, forcing him to prioritize exchanging for attribute fruits. Typing attribute fruit into the search, a slew of listings popped up. 1 yellow attribute fruit for 40 zombie crystal nuclei, 1 yellow attribute fruit for 38 zombie crystal nuclei. These people are crazy, demanding such high prices, Lin Yu scoffed. Given a surplus of nuclei, he'd sweep up the offerings without a second thought. But with his current day's meager earnings, he needed to be frugal. Those willing to trade attribute fruits were typically lucky but too timid to face zombies. Checking the leaderboard, the ranking remained sparse with only one name listed. First place, unnamed, tier 0. In his previous life, it took until the 6th day of the apocalypse for someone to reach level 5 and trigger the rules. But Lin Yu's presence in this timeline accelerated the evolution process. By the third night, Chen Jinger had already reached level 5, inch far ahead of everyone else. Turning to the evolution points leaderboard, the top spot was held by, first place, Magician, 588 evolution points. He had spent 40 points in last night's market transactions. Second place, Unnamed, 96 evolution points. Third place, Thor, 91 evolution points. Thor, Lin Yu mused, having no recollection of the name. Perhaps an evolver awakened with thunder abilities. Venturing 2 kilometers out from the hotel, scattered zombies came into view. Now, with their significantly bolstered strength, the group faced no pressure against ordinary zombies. Lin Yu unleashed a fiery blast, igniting a quaint pavilion. In the ancient town, reinforced concrete structures were scarce, most shops were wooden constructs. Yesterday this detail eluded him, prompting cautious restraint in zombie battles, conserving over 50% of his magic for unforeseen dangers. Today, however, he unleashed his full potential, ready for a slaughter. Surrounded by countless ancient buildings, Lin Yu had a source of energy to draw from. Roar! His movements were too large, drawing the attention of many zombies. Instantly, they howled and charged at the group, shattering the morning's tranquility. One zombie moved and countless others followed suit, surging forward. Mrs. Lin, there are too many, we should run. Hundreds of zombies rushed forth, creating an overwhelming and terrifying momentum. Even farther away, other zombies seemed to stir, as if they were being drawn in. Lu Yu and his companions' faces changed drastically. Run, Lin Yu shouted, leading the group in retreat. They sprinted wildly. After running back 300 to 400 meters, Lin Yu noticed that the number of following zombies had decreased significantly, leaving only about 30 to 40. The rest, blindly following, found themselves surrounded by their own kind with no human scent and gradually fell back. Ginger, you'll be in charge of collecting the crystal nuclei in a bit. Okay, I like this job, she replied enthusiastically. Lin Yu stopped, a smirk playing on his lips as he faced the relentless zombies. Fire energy quickly gathered in his mouth. Flame blade, he shouted, channeling his gift. A searing flame in his hand formed into a massive blade 20 to 30 meters long, sweeping forward. In the blink of an eye, most of the charging zombies were sliced in two, engulfed in roaring flames. In just half a minute, nearly 40 zombies were reduced to ashes, leaving only a field of crystal nuclei. This boss's zombie killing efficiency is too high, murmured one of his companions in awe. Who's the real monster here? That's over 30 zombies taken out so easily. Mrs. Lin, we have 14 crystal nuclei, Chen Jinger announced, beaming as she gathered them up. Lin Yu felt a surge of excitement in his heart, knowing that the expenditure of 100 magic points for such a fiery attack was well worth the reward. His flame blade wasn't just an innate ability, his talent lay in mastering fire. Utilizing the elements around him, developing powerful attacks required constant research, application and practice to become effective. Some with fire talents could only muster small fireballs or perhaps larger ones if they were stronger. Lin Yu was different. In 6 years of experience he had mastered the use of flames to perfection. Beyond the flame blade, he had mastered techniques like flame roar, flame waltz, flame clone, heaven scorching fire array, flame arrows, and heavenly fire. Meteor. However, there was no need to reveal all his cards just yet, for now flame roar and flame blade were sufficient. Let's go again, Lin Yu declared, rallying his companions. Using the same strategy, they lured wave after wave of zombies, ensuring they never exceeded 100 at a time, and dealt with them on the spot. Lu Yu and Yang Shanshan were formidable as well. Both at level 3, their strength was notable, and with their A-level talents they were more than capable of dispatching zombies. Officially, the talents of the two individuals were long-range area of effect attacks, perfectly suited to assisting Lin Yu from the sidelines. Flame Roar. Once again, an incredibly powerful attack was unleashed as fire spewed from Lin Yu's mouth, engulfing all the zombies in its path. Wind Stranglehold, Sans Thorns. Occasionally, a few zombies managed to escape the inferno, only to be torn apart by the skills of Lu Yu and Yang Shanshan. Magic -100. Lin Yu felt the emptiness of magic within him. Taking a deep breath, his mouth opened wide to form a vortex of magic. What happened next was astonishing. The flames burning on the surrounding buildings seemed to be drawn towards him, transforming into fiery serpents that flew into Lin Yu's mouth. Wow, the boss can eat fire. What a waste if he doesn't join the fire department. Indeed, if he had this ability before the apocalypse, all the firefighters would be out of a job. What kind of monster is this? The trio watched Lin Yu's incredible feat utterly stunned. Countless flames converged, streaming into Lin Yu's mouth. In just a moment, the street was devoid of any fire, all consumed by Lin Yu. Burp, he released a satisfied belch after ingesting a massive amount of fire element energy. Magic +986. Yet after absorbing the infernos from 2 or 3 dozen shops along the street, his magic only barely recovered to less than 1,000 points. Still, this was terrifyingly powerful. Half a day into the battle, he still retained over 3,000 magic points. Meanwhile, they had slain nearly 3,000 zombies, collecting almost 1,000 crystal cores. On the evolution point leaderboard, his numbers surged dramatically, now closing in on the 4,000 mark. Even Lu Yu and Yang Shanshan had squeezed into the top 30. The Great Summer Evolution Point leaderboard: first, Magician Evolution Points 3762; second, Untitled Evolution Points 427; third, Mad Wolf Evolution Points 416; 26th, Lu Yu Evolution Points 286; 29th, Yang Shanshan Evolution Points 257. Everyone following the leaderboard was left in awe at the magician's terrifying evolution values. Who was this magician overlord, not even appearing on the tier list, yet so fearsome? In just half a day, over 3,000 zombies were slain. Standing still, I couldn't kill that many even if I tried. Terrifying. I suspect the magician possesses a tremendously powerful wide area attack talent, at least above S level. Yesterday, the one collecting a large number of attribute fruits was probably the magician. The strong always get stronger. I can't hold back anymore. Today I'm trading for zombie crystal cores. I need to level up. I need to go out and kill zombies. Folks, I advise against gambling on attribute fruits. I ate 3 green ones and they all added to my magic. I haven't even awakened any special abilities, so what's the use of all this magic? I think the magician isn't just one person but a team, otherwise this is just too terrifying. This view was widely accepted given the magician's daunting evolution points. The regional chat remained lively, with messages scrolling by rapidly. The world had descended into chaos, yet instead of strategizing ways to slay zombies and survive, some people were busy idly chatting away, seemingly oblivious to the dire circumstances. Time flew by and dusk had settled. Lin Yu's team returned to the hotel, their day's harvest astonishingly abundant. By now his evolution points had reached an impressive 8261. The second-ranked person was yet to break 1,000, standing at a mere 965. They had amassed a staggering 2,216 crystal cores. Lin Yu distributed 100 each to Lu Yu and Yang Shanshan and 200 to Qin Jinger. When the trio finally tallied these numbers, they felt numb. None of them had any objections to Lin Yu's allocation. Although envious, Lu Yu recognized that without Lin Yu they would struggle to secure even 50, let alone 200. As for Qin Jinger, having done nothing to earn them, she was delighted with her 200 and eagerly sparred with Lin Yu again. The outcome, however, was inevitable. The self-proclaimed champion of words only managed to reclaim victory through his rhetoric. None absorbed the crystal cores. They followed Lin Yu's lead, posting them on the trading market for fruits. It seemed there were still quite a few people with fruits. Lin Yu murmured to himself, barely 2 minutes after his trade post went up, all 1,800 crystal cores were snatched up. According to his current exchange rate, 5 cores for a green fruit, 20 for a yellow one. Anything lower was typically not for sale. Ultimately, he acquired 42 yellow intermediate fruits and 192 green fruits. Seeing these numbers, he felt his breath catch. Such an enormous figure. While it might not seem significant spread out among the over 2 billion people of the great summer nation, with millions estimated to have obtained fruits concentrated in the hands of one individual, it was terrifying. The 42 yellow and 192 green fruits equated to 402 attribute points. With excitement, Lin Yu glanced at Chen Jing'er, who was soaking in the bath, and clicked to claim them. Evolution points, minus 3020. He had braced himself for this, but still couldn't help but gasp. Who knew how the rules set the fees, deducting over 3,000 evolution points this time? Then, as the void split open, countless attribute fruits poured down, engulfing him. Without hesitation, Lin Yu began to consume the fruits. They melted in his mouth, transforming into streams of energy that enhanced and strengthened his body. Strength plus 5, speed plus 5, magic plus 500-inch magic plus 500 mental power plus 5. Lin Yu's mouth went numb. In less than 10 minutes he had devoured all the attribute fruits. The new attribute panel inflated his confidence to new heights. Codename, Magician level, 0 rank 3 level 0% magic, 18,500 strength, 249 constitution, 136 speed, 142 spirit, 185 talent. S-level flame controller, evolving 86% flame unlocked forms. Blaze, Dragon's Flame, unlocking 86%. Apocalypse Day 5, under the influence of Lin Yu's butterfly effect, the evolution process of the entire world, especially in the Great Xia Nation, has accelerated significantly compared to his previous life. In his past life, it wasn't until the 6th day that someone reached level 5, triggering the arrival of new rules. This time, it happened 4 days earlier. Lin Yu's actions in the trading market also caught the attention and imitation of other evolvers across the Great Xia Nation. Given the country's vast population, even if only a small number of fruits are concentrated among a few individuals, it can still create a large number of powerful beings. Lin Yu eagerly anticipated the moment when the world rankings would be unveiled. He couldn't help but wonder how foreigners would react when they saw a list dominated by people from the Great Xia Nation. With a sly smile, Lin Yu felt a sense of anticipation. By evening, Lin Yu and his companions were resting in a jewelry store, counting their gains while replenishing their energy with food. Today's harvest was slightly better than yesterday's. Lin Yu distributed 250 crystals to Lu Yu and his companion, 300 to Chen Jing'er, and kept 1922 for himself. Today should be the last opportunity, Lin Yu said to the trio. You should prioritize exchanging for fruits, as after today you might not be able to get any more. Boss, do you mean that those who have fruits are planning to keep them for themselves? Lu Yu queried. Most of those willing to exchange will probably do so today. After today there won't be many left, Chen Jing'er, known for her intelligence, replied. Exactly, Lin Yu confirmed. Everyone now knows the value of fruits and the effect of crystal nuclei. The shortage in the past couple of days was mainly due to the limited number of crystal nuclei, but today's a different story. Yes, and after overcoming the initial fear, some people might try to kill zombies. If they succeed, they surely won't trade their fruits anymore. So today is the last chance, Lin Yu emphasized as he opened the trading market. The price of green fruits had risen to 10 crystal nuclei, and yellow ones had soared to 38, doubling from yesterday. Without hesitation, Lin Yu posted an offer. Green 10 for 1, yellow 40 for 1. Have you all posted your offers? He asked the trio. Yes, but the current prices are so high, Lu Yu replied with a wry smile. It doesn't matter, getting something is better than nothing. Chen Jing'er shook her head, acknowledging the situation. Thanks to our leader's help, we've already gotten a huge head start. Yeah, if it weren't for Brother Yu, we wouldn't have survived, let alone reached this point. Yang Shanshan expressed her gratitude towards Lin Yu along with her companion. Lin Yu smiled and opened the evolution points leaderboard, his eyes narrowing as he took in the data. The Great Xia evolution points leaderboard was astonishing. First place, Magician 14662 points. Second place, Archmage 9833 points. Third place, Unnamed 9721 points. 20th place, Fire God 7699 points. Today's leaderboard was completely revamped, with everyone's stats looking incredibly daunting compared to yesterday. The trio noticed Lin Yu's expression and quickly checked the rankings themselves. After a day of battling zombies, they finally had a moment to rest and catch up on the standings. Upon witnessing the scene, everyone was taken aback. What? Why is today so over the top? Liu was left speechless. Yeah, all the top 10 have over 9,000 evolution points. I've already fallen off the leaderboard, Yang Shanshan remarked, clicking her tongue. Chen Jinger pondered for a moment, then spoke. I suspect many of them have formed teams. If several powerful awakened ones team up, their efficiency could be quite high. That's true, someone else added. There are also those with talents that have a wide area of effect. Once their basic attributes are boosted, the speed at which they can kill zombies increases significantly. I saw a discussion on the forum last night about the person ranked 20th, the so-called fire god, who is also an awakened one with a fire talent, incredibly powerful. The leaderboard in the Great Summer Nation has changed as well. Yesterday there was only one person on it, now it's completely filled up. Chen Jinger's words caught everyone's attention. Lin Yu opened the ranking list to take a look. The first place was still held by a little girl. On the Great Summer Nation's ranking list it read, First place, Unnamed Tier 0, Second place, Unnamed Tier 0, Third place, Blade Tier 0. The ranking list doesn't account for levels, only tiers. Currently everyone is at Tier 0, so the ranking is based on who got on the list first. Even though the first place is still unnamed, Lin Yu knew it was Chen Jinger. Even if the second place reaches level 10, they will remain behind the first unless they break into the first tier. Let's go, it's time for us to rest, Lin Yu called out to his companions as they headed back to the hotel. On the way he checked his trade listings and saw that only half of them had been successfully traded while the other half were still pending. The entire trading market was flooded with listings today. Lin Yu knew that the truly powerful evolvers were starting to show their prowess. In the first few days of the apocalypse, everyone was still unfamiliar with their situation, but now those who awakened powerful talents or were incredibly lucky and consumed red or even golden attribute fruits were beginning to stand out. If Lin Yu recalled correctly, the person codenamed Blade was from the military with an awakened talent skill called Sky Blade, rumored to be invincible and indestructible. The one codenamed Archmage in the previous timeline was among the strongest in the sequence, with a talent skill called Undead Scourge that struck fear into many. Once this guy got accustomed to his talent, his speed in slaying zombies was also extraordinarily fast. But no matter how powerful they become this time around, they'll all be beneath me, Lin Yu thought with a smirk. He remembered a particularly captivating anime before the apocalypse titled One Person Beneath, and he was determined to be that one person in the post-apocalyptic world. Everyone else would be beneath him. He was confident that no one could match his advantages. Just as Lin Yu and his companion returned to the hotel, there was a knock at the door. I'll get it, Chen Jinger said, opening the door to find a woman in a white suit standing there, her appearance strikingly beautiful. Is there something you need? Chen Jinger asked cautiously. The woman standing in front of Lin Yu was as beautiful as the one beside him, with a similar figure, yet she exuded a more mature charm. Can I come in to speak? The young lady sensed the hostility from the girl before her and managed a bitter smile. Come in. After a moment of silence, Chen Jinger allowed the young lady to enter. Are you here to see me? Lin Yu asked. I want to join your team. Hearing this, Chen Jinger frowned. What benefit would your joining bring us? From what I know, you're with your daughter and both of you seem to be powerless women. Lin Yu looked at her with a playful expression. Feeling Lin Yu's gaze scanning her, the young lady felt a bit uneasy, her cheeks flushing slightly. How could she not understand these men's thoughts? She took a deep breath and smiled serenely. Accept me, and you won't regret it. Accept you? Lin Yu was taken aback. So straightforward? No, I mean, let me join your team. Realizing the possible misunderstanding in her words, she hastily explained herself, her face turning red with a hint of shyness. Heaven knows, though she harbored some unusual fantasies about Lin Yu, she was a smart woman. She understood that being merely a decorative vase meant nothing to a man, especially in a post-apocalyptic world. So even if she sought a man to rely on, even if she found this man quite agreeable or even liked him a bit, she would never attach herself as just a pretty accessory. Tell me, what value do you have that would make me not regret accepting you? Lin Yu's interest was piqued. This woman always exuded such an intriguing allure. She possessed an aura of calm confidence, yet seemed to blush easily. This contrast was utterly captivating. Sensing Lin Yu's unusual expression, both women harbored their own thoughts. Sly vixen, Chen Jinger cursed inwardly, her teeth grinding with frustration. My name is Lu Shiyun and this is my niece Lu Rook. We both have awakened talents. The young lady began her introduction. She used to run a company in Kuan City which, though not particularly large, generated millions in revenue annually. Rook was the child of her twin sister who passed away when Rook was just 2 years old, so she raised her single-handedly, though not her biological daughter. Her sister's child was her child, thus they always regarded each other as mother and daughter. In this world, people awakening talents are not uncommon, and it doesn't mean much. Linyu shook his head. My daughter has awakened an A-level talent, holy light healing. With her around, no matter how severe the injury, she can save them. That's indeed a remarkable talent. Chen Jinger was equally surprised. This was a healer's skill crucial for survival in the apocalypse. And you, what is your talent? My talent is S-level infinite space. After a moment's hesitation, Lu Shiyun revealed the truth. Though both mother and daughter had awakened talents, they seemed to lack offensive abilities. Surviving in this zombie-ridden, morally corrupt world seemed nearly impossible without them. Even if she could stockpile various supplies, she didn't have the strength to scavenge. An S-class infinite space ability. As soon as she finished speaking, Linyu abruptly stood up. This talent was truly astonishing. An S-class spatial ability, something countless people dreamed of possessing. In novels, such a talent would definitely make her the protagonist. Stockpiling food and supplies while others faced the apocalypse, she could live as if on vacation. However, despite its amazing nature, this wasn't what Linyu valued the most. In the post-apocalyptic world, strength was the most crucial thing. Otherwise, while the neighbors stockpiled food, one would stockpile guns and the neighbor's place would become one's granary. What Linyu cared about was that an S-class spatial ability wasn't just about having an additional dimensional space. There were bound to be many spatial abilities yet to be discovered. In his previous life, anyone who awakened a space-related talent was a powerhouse. Abilities like spatial dimension/spatial binding, spatial solidification and spatial gates, if mastered, would greatly enhance combat power. Moreover, once someone with a spatial talent mastered the ability to manipulate space, they could create space rings, which were incredibly valuable. Just one could sell for an astronomical price. All right. From today you will stay with me, Linyu said, his eyes gleaming. Conquering this woman would be a great asset for him in the future. Not only was she powerful, but she could also bring endless wealth. After sending off Lu Shiyun, the young woman, Linyu opened the trading market. By this time, all the crystal cores had been traded for attribute fruits. He had obtained 21 yellow attribute fruits and 108 green fruits. It was much less than the previous day, but rarity increases value, and being able to trade them all was already good enough. This would add over 200 points to his attributes. However, Linyu decided not to absorb them just yet. He planned to wait until he found his sister before using them. His current attributes were already overwhelmingly strong. Additionally, he hadn't removed the attribute fruits from the trading market. The notification to retrieve them kept blinking, but he ignored it. In this world, if you were to ask where the safest place to store valuable items was, it would undoubtedly be the rule space. It's essentially exploiting a loophole, but it worked well. Unlike Lu Shiyun, who had infinite space, he found keeping things in a backpack cumbersome with the risk of losing or damaging them. However, the rule space charged fees aside from paying evolution points when listing trade items. If the items remained unsold or unclaimed, a daily fee in evolution points would be deducted. Thus, even if people knew about this loophole, they couldn't afford to use it. After some thought, Linyu listed his most precious item, the Fire Dragon Essence Blood, on the trade board. He listed 2 trades. 1 drop of Fire Dragon Essence Blood for treasures of equal value. The Fire Dragon Essence Blood was of no use to him anymore, but its value was immeasurable. There were also 7 rare cards which he listed as well, treating the trading market as his personal space ring. What are you doing? Having done everything, Linyu was just about to go to sleep when Chen Jinger wrapped around him like an octopus. Failure is the mother of success. I will not give up, she declared. Give up on what? Linyu asked. Of course, surpassing you, defeating you, and making you my husband, she replied. Ha, with just you, Linyu retorted mercilessly. Don't underestimate me, I feel a force stirring inside me. Chen Jinger exclaimed. Really? Linyu was surprised. Could it be that this girl was about to awaken her talent? Real or not, every moment of spring is worth 1,000 gold. We must cherish the present, Chen Jinger said. Hearing that from you feels odd, Linyu rolled his eyes, thinking this was something men usually said. In a luxurious villa in Tianhai City, 8 people were having hot pot when someone suddenly stood up as if he had discovered something. What's wrong? His sudden movement startled everyone. Boss, someone just posted on the forum saying whoever can rescue his wife and give them 100 crystal cores, he is willing to exchange a red attribute fruit, he reported. Upon hearing this, the group exchanged looks with a hint of excitement. A red attribute fruit. No one can resist such temptation. In Tianhai City, a burly man among them spoke, a flash of lightning seeming to pass through his eyes. He was the leader of the 8-member team codenamed Divine Punishment. This 8-member team was composed of awakened talents, 6 of whom were A-level, Divine Punishment, and the second-in-command Black Feather were S-level talents. Yes, right here in Tianhai City. It seems his wife is trapped in a hospital. Reply to him, tell him I am Divine Punishment. Our team Thunderstorm will take his job. Have him send the detailed information. Divine Punishment instructed. Alright, boss. Also tell him that if he deceives us and can't produce the red attribute fruit, I will make him wish he were dead. Understood. The news of Divine Punishment taking the job stirred significant discussion on the forum because he was a well-known figure. Divine Punishment, the 9th on the Evolution Points leaderboard, had achieved a staggering 9127 Evolution Points, representing the slaying of over 9,000 zombies in 2 days. Such a big shot making a public appearance instantly skyrocketed the post's popularity, second only to Lin Yu's paid pin post. Due to this, similar posts began appearing on the forum like mushrooms after a rain. Red attribute fruit in exchange for a big shot's rescue. Yet another red attribute fruit transaction post. OP, the red attribute fruit is so precious, how can you bear to give it to others? Is this a scam? Someone questioned. Exactly, would you really bring out the red one? Isn't it better to absorb it yourself? Another chimed in. Do you think I want to? Even if it's a strength fruit, I can't survive after eating it. The original poster replied anxiously. OP is bluffing. A red attribute fruit can add 50 points to attributes, making you a master in an instant. Zombies would be nothing more than paper tigers. You don't get it? I'm hiding in a warehouse next to a zoo surrounded by mutated tigers, lions, elephants and whatnot. Are you sure 50 strength points can get me out? As soon as the original poster's words were spoken, a hush fell over the comments section. Take care, OP, take care. The comments were suddenly flooded with this phrase. Then out of the blue a comment appeared. I'm a demon and I'm in the same zoo as you. Send me the exact address and I'll rescue you. Remember the red attribute fruit. Another expert had made their presence known, ranking 5th on the Evolution Points leaderboard. That night Lin Yu slept soundly, mainly because the previous night's activities had worn him out. Whether it was because of Lu Shiyun or not, Chen Jinger was particularly zealous, allowing him to experience many things. The famous Away 18 styles, you wouldn't believe it. After eating, Lin Yu let a few people out of the hotel as usual. However, this time, the team had 2 additional members. Lu Shiyun and her daughter Lu Rook. Uncle, are we going to fight monsters? Sister, are you really powerful? I want to fight monsters too. I want to protect mommy. The little girl chattered energetically along the way, showing little fear. This innocence Lin Yu thought would soon be shattered. He sighed softly and said to the group, today we're heading towards South Street. Why, there shouldn't be many people trading attribute fruits today, so let's go and retrieve the supplies from Olma first. If we go through the wetland park in front of West Street, we'll reach Olma supermarket. No one disagreed with Lin Yu's decision. Roar! As soon as they circled to the wetland park, several zombies lunged at them. Whoosh whoosh. Wind blades sliced through the air and the zombies' heads were instantly sent flying, spraying black blood everywhere. Lu Rook, having never seen such a gory scene, screamed only to have her mouth quickly covered by a hand. Rook, don't be scared, those are monsters. Lu Shiyun, her face pale, still managed to suppress her fear and was the first to cover the little girl's mouth. Rook, don't be afraid, whispered Chen Jinger gently. These are very nasty monsters that eat people. The little girl recoiled slightly. If you're always scared, they'll bully your mom and eat both you and her. No, I won't let the monsters eat mommy. Then you have to be brave, not afraid, and definitely not scream. You need to become strong and kill the monsters to protect your mom. Chen Jinger encouraged her gently. Rook isn't afraid of monsters. Rook wants to protect mommy. The little girl's expression turned resolute. In truth, a child's mind is the easiest to change. Because of their ignorance, they are fearless. Before the apocalypse, some teenagers committed crimes and dared to kill because they were ignorant. They didn't understand the consequences, which is why they dared to do things even adults wouldn't dare. After passing through the wetland park, they soon arrived at Olma supermarket. Boss, the door's locked from the inside. There aren't any zombies around, so it seems they've been cleared out. there must be quite a few survivors in there. Liu knocked a few times on the door, but there was no response. Kicked the door open. Got it, boss. Liu charged forward, delivering two powerful kicks to the door only to find it merely shudder without giving way. This was surprising considering he was now a level 3 evolver and had recently enhanced his attributes with some fruit, boosting his strength to a formidable 52 points. Each kick carried nearly 1,000 kilograms of force, yet the back door stood resilient. Clearly, the people inside had reinforced it with something substantial. Let me try again, Liu muttered. He activated his innate ability, sending a massive wind blade slicing toward the door. The outer door was torn apart with a bang, revealing what lay behind. However, the wind blade only left marks on the surface, unable to cut through. How tough is this? Steel, perhaps, and all sorts of metal, rebar included. How did they amalgamate these metals and seal them here? Liu wondered aloud. It must be the ability of an awakened talent, Lin Yu replied, unfazed. In this post-apocalyptic world, bizarre talents were not uncommon, and the ability to control metal was hardly surprising. He stepped forward, flames spontaneously igniting on his right foot, and delivered a powerful kick. Boom! The metallic barrier, an amalgamation of various metals, shattered under the immense force, revealing a passageway. The group stepped inside, greeted by rows of shelves laden with food supplies. Bags of rice and grains were plentiful, with hundreds in total. Potatoes and sweet potatoes were piled high in a corner, an abundance of provisions. Fantastic! With this much food, we won't have to worry about supplies for a long time, someone exclaimed. Shiryun, pack all of this into your infinite space. Take everything, Liu instructed. Lu Shiryun nodded, approaching the large shelves. Extending her right hand, a spatial black hole appeared in front of her palm, swallowing the shelves whole. The group watched, astonished. It was their first time witnessing such a spatial ability. This display only reinforced Lin Yu's belief. Lu Shiryun's spatial talent was far more than simple storage. The supermarket was vast, and where they stood seemed to be its depths filled with stored supplies. They moved along, gathering food, drinks, necessities, and entertainment items, all stored away by Lu Shiryun without hesitation. I'm out of magic power, she admitted, fatigue evident after about 10 minutes. Then let's leave it for now. Let's check on the survivors here, they should be ahead, Lin Yu suggested. Reaching the end of the warehouse, they encountered a massive iron door blocking their path. It's not locked, Liu said, pushing it open with ease. Who's there? A voice barked sharply. As Lin Yu and his group entered, they found themselves under the scrutinizing gaze of numerous individuals. Lin Yu's brow furrowed. Over 100 people were present, with 20 or so lounging on sofas, engulfed in smoke, most wielding weapons. The remaining 70 or 80 were women, all of notable beauty but scantily clad, huddled in corners. As Lin Yu's group entered, the men on the sofas rose abruptly, fixing their eyes on the newcomers. How did you manage to get in here? The leader of the group narrowed his eyes, a dangerous glint flickering within them. We came in through the back door, Lin Yu replied casually. Impossible, the back door has been reinforced. No one can get in that way. The man looked incredulous. The back door had been fortified by their boss's supernatural abilities, making it difficult even for a level 5 evolved to budget. Did you think we were just hiding in here all this time? Lin Yu smirked at him. I'm not interested in why you're here. You have two choices. First, hand over the 3 women and I'll spare your lives. I might even let you join us. Second, I'll kill you and the women stay. A lecherous gleam flickered across the man's face. The women before him were even more stunning than those of his boss. I choose the third option, Lin Yu responded. The man laughed heartily, thinking Lin Yu was about to comply, but then paused, confused. What did you say? Congratulations, you got it right, but there's no prize, Lin Yu retorted, his words cutting. The leader's face twisted with anger. You little punk, are you messing with me? Seems like you won't cry until you see the coffin, Lin Yu taunted. The man bellowed to his lackeys, leave the women, break the guy's limbs. For men closed in, weapons in hand, steel pipes, fire axes, ready to strike at Lin Yu's legs. Sandthorn, Yang Shanshan moved first. Her innate ability summoned thick sand vines that burst through the concrete floor, piercing through the bodies of the 4 men, killing them instantly. Her fury had been simmering ever since she saw the women naked and tormented, cowering in the corner. She could no longer hold back when she saw them strike at Lin Yu. The sand dispersed and the lifeless bodies thudded heavily to the ground. A gifted awakened, the leader shrieked, jumping up from the sofa, fear etched across his face. He knew all too well the terrifying power of the gifted awakened. Everyone, it's a misunderstanding. He quickly plastered a smile on his face, trying to placate them. Our boss went out with some folks to kill zombies. He should be back soon. Our bosses are also gifted awakened. We should make peace, not enemies. Perhaps we can even achieve great things together. He bowed deeply to Lin Yu, his face full of forced cheer. Shan, your ability can control earth elements to form sand thorns. Why not explore it further? Try to turn the ground into a sand swamp or something similar, Lin Yu suggested, ignoring the leader entirely. Alright, I'll give it a try. Yang Shanshan's eyes lit up. Sand thorn had come naturally when she awoke to her powers, but in truth, there wasn't any sand in the earth. So where did her sand thorns come from? The essence of her power was the ability to transform earth elements into sand. The thorn of sand is just one of the many offensive techniques available after mastering the art of sand manipulation. At present, I'm still not quite there. When I use the thorn of sand, I can naturally generate sand, which then coalesces into thorns for an attack. Yang Shanshan tried it with great effort and found the process quite challenging. Don't worry, I reassured her, I'll teach you the method. Practice whenever you have time and pay attention to the sensations when you use your gift. Feel the process of the sand forming. Once you grasp the essence of elemental transformation, you'll be able to develop more attack techniques. Lin Yu turned to Chen Jinger and the others, saying the same goes for you. Feel it more, study it more, and you'll be able to fully unlock your potential. The group nodded, pondering over his words. Meanwhile, the man who had been ignored could no longer contain his frustration. With a sullen face, he demanded, "What do you mean by this? Don't think you're the only ones with awakened abilities, we have them too." "Oh, where are they? Let me see," Lin Yu taunted, causing the man to flush with anger. The leaders with awakened abilities had all gone out to kill zombies, leaving only the lackeys to guard the supplies. Just kill them all," Lin Yu said lightly, sending a chill through everyone present. Lin Yu frowned. "What? Can't do it, boss?" Liu Yu began, only to be interrupted by Lin Yu. "If you can't do it, don't call me boss. They indeed deserve to die." With a wave of her right hand, Yang Shanshan summoned dozens of sand thorns from the ground, thrusting them toward the men. Lin Yu looked at her with surprise. This woman was now even more decisive than Liu Yu, which was impressive. Chen Jinger also sprang into action. She seized a steel pipe and pierced it through a man's throat, blood spurting out. Lin Yu felt a twinge of embarrassment. This woman was actually quite violent. "Kill!" Seeing the two women already in motion, Liu Yu gritted his teeth and formed wind blades, attacking the men. In less than 2 minutes, the ground was littered with bodies. Watching this bloody scene, everyone except Lin Yu felt somewhat uneasy. Although killing zombies was more disgusting, these were living people. Killing humans was a first for them. Suddenly a scream pierced the air. "I'll kill you!" From a corner where a group of women huddled, about a dozen people charged out. They picked up various weapons from the ground and brutally attacked the already dead men. Some, unable to grab weapons, resorted to biting, tearing ears off with their teeth in a frenzy of release. "Let's go, let's check the second floor." Lin Yu lifted a foot and led the way up the nearby stairs. The second floor mostly consisted of daily necessities, and after rummaging through and taking anything useful, they found a few more women on the third floor. These women were beautiful, yet their eyes were vacant, tortured into a state of despair. They lay there completely naked upon the beds. "Animals," Yang Shanshan cursed angrily. The others, those silent, wore grim and somber expressions. "In this post-apocalyptic world, it's a hellish purgatory, so you'd better adjust your mindset and discard any notions of mercy. Otherwise one day, it could be you lying there." Lin Yu's words, like a demonic chant, sent a shiver down the spines of the women present. As they continued on, they came across a large iron door. Liu Yu stepped forward, unleashing a wind blade that tore the door apart. Inside, a young man in black was locked in the room. Thick iron chains bound his limbs securely to the four corners of the room. Simultaneously, numerous steel bars pinned him down, extending all the way to his neck, preventing any movement. What was even more horrifying was that 2 steel bars pierced through his calves, with dried blood crusting over the wounds. The deafening noise roused the young man, and he opened his eyes. "You're not Wang Hao's people. Who are you?" he asked, scrutinizing the group before him. "Who are you? And who is Wang Hao?" Lin Yu responded with his own question. Upon hearing this, the young man realized they were not affiliated with Wang Hao, his eyes briefly lighting up before dimming again. "I was originally the one who occupied this Olma supermarket, but when I went out to kill zombies, Wang Hao's brother came and he violated my wife. By the time I returned, it was too late and my wife had taken her own life," the young man recounted through gritted teeth. "I chopped that scumbag into pieces and fed him to the zombies, but my wife could never return." "And how did you end up like this?" Lin Yu inquired. "Later, Wang Hao came with his men and they imprisoned me here, torturing me day after day," the young man explained, his eyes seething with hatred. As long as I'm alive, I swear I'll send these bastards to hell, they're all beasts. Wang Hao is the one who currently occupies the supermarket, Chen Jinger asked. Yes, that's them. I don't know why you're here, but I advise you to leave quickly, the young man warned, eyeing the group. When Wang Hao and his men return, your fate will be dire, especially for the three women. You don't want us to save you? Lin Yu asked, intrigued. The young man shook his head. You still have a chance to leave now. If you save me, Wang Hao won't let you off. You're a brave man, but I'm afraid we must disappoint your good intentions, Lin Yu said as he stepped forward, gripping the chains and exerting a slight force, causing them to snap instantly. The young man's eyes narrowed at the sight. Lin Yu then effortlessly bent the steel bars, imprisoning the young man, freeing him. He gripped the steel bar, piercing through the young man's calf, and yanked it out forcefully. The young man's face contorted in pain, but he clenched his teeth, suppressing any cries. Shao Ruk, come and heal him, Lin Yu instructed. The young girl, her face resolute and unafraid, stepped forward, placing her hands over the young man's bleeding wounds. A faint green glow emanated from her hands. The group watched in awe as the young man's wounds began to heal and scab over at a speed visible to the naked eye. That's incredible, Rook's amazing. Is this a healing ability? The group was visibly shocked by what they witnessed. Thank you all for saving my life. If you ever need anything, I'm at your service, declared Xiaowen, stretching his body and bowing towards Lin Yu. Let's go downstairs and wait for them. Lin Yu nodded slightly, picking up Lu Rook as he spoke. The little girl basked in the praise she received from everyone, feeling quite pleased with herself. Aren't you leaving? Xiaowen asked, surprised. He couldn't believe these people were planning to wait here for Wang Hao and his group. Were they not afraid for their lives? I know you might be strong, but that group is even stronger. Facing them won't end well, Xiaowen said gravely. This is our concern. If you're scared, you can leave. One of them glanced at him, and they all followed Lin Yu downstairs. They obeyed Lin Yu's words without question. Watching their retreating figures, Xiaowen gritted his teeth and finally sighed deeply. Fine, at worst I'll just repay this life-saving debt. At least I won't suffer like that again. Seeing the young man who followed Lin Yu, smiled and asked, why aren't you leaving if Wang Hao is so terrifying? You saved me. No matter the danger, I'm willing to risk my life for you. Xiaowen paused, then added, besides I'm quite strong myself. Then why were you captured? Xiaowen's expression stiffened and he fell silent, embarrassed. What abilities does Wang Hao's group have? Lin Yu inquired. Wang Hao possesses an S-level ability, magic suppression. Under his influence, no one can use their abilities, which is how I got captured. He has 5 other awakened members. A-level Hubin can control metal, A-level Chen Zhong can become invisible, both are quite powerful. The remaining 3 are nothing to worry about. C-level Fireball, D-level Strength Amplification and D-level Speed Enhancement, S-level Magic Suppression. Interesting, Lin Yu murmured to himself. Undoubtedly, this is an exceptionally powerful ability, likely belonging to the rules category. Rules are fair, the caster must also adhere to them. Within this suppression zone, everyone must rely on basic attributes for combat. As they reached the first floor, they looked disdainfully at the bodies strewn across the ground. Sandification, suddenly Yang Shanshan exclaimed. As she spoke, the solid concrete floor seemed to dissolve rapidly, turning into sand in an instant, swallowing up all the bodies. I did it. Yang Shanshan was ecstatic. After listening to Lin Yu, she had been pondering and finally grasped the essence of sandification. Shanshan, you're amazing. You comprehended it so quickly, Chen Jinger said enviously, as she had yet to awaken her own ability. It seems you have quite the insight. Lin Yu praised her with a smile. Xiaowen's expression shifted. This woman was also an awakened 1-inch and she seemed quite strong. With the bodies dealt with, the environment was much cleaner. Lin Yu then took Lu Shiyun back to the warehouse, collecting all the supplies they hadn't taken earlier. Half an hour later, they heard the sound of the rolling shutter being slowly pulled up. Brother, how you're incredible. That zombie just now must have been at least level 10 and you took it down so easily. The bosses should be able to level up to 7 by tonight. As the rolling door was lifted, a chorus of voices echoed into the room. Hearing the noise, Lu Yu and his companion stood up, eyes fixed on the entrance. Wang Hao entered the Olma with 70 to 80 men, momentarily pausing when he spotted Lin Yu and the others. Where's Rat? And where did these 3 women come from? They're quite the beauties. The women were more stunning than celebrities and the bosses were in for a treat tonight. The crowd paid little mind to the group, assuming Rat had brought them in from outside. They started jesting and making lewd comments about the 3 women. Wait, that's Xiaowan. A man with a stern face squinted his eyes, softly reminding the group. Hearing this, everyone took a closer look. Are you here to save Xiaowan? Wang Hao sneered. Where's Rat? we killed him. Lin Yu replied calmly from his seat on the sofa, showing no intention of standing up. At this, Wang Hao's group began to press forward. The presence of 70 to 80 men was oppressive, and these were hardened individuals who had fought many zombies, exuding a tangible bloodlust. The people behind Lin Yu tensed up, secretly gathering their strength. Suddenly, with a rustle, 13 women from the corner stood up, weapons tightly gripped in their hands. Without a word, they moved to stand behind Lin Yu, facing off against Wang Hao's group. Their unexpected move took Lin Yu by surprise. "Ha, do you think you can rely on these women?" Wang Hao laughed loudly, signaling with a sudden wave of his hand. Instantly, a dozen of his men charged forward. Lu Yu stepped up, his right hand sweeping through the air to conjure countless wind blades that sliced toward the charging crowd. The wind blades flew with a sharp hiss, leaving trails of crimson in their wake. Among the dozen or so assailants, 5 or 6 clutched their necks and fell, while the others were left with wounds bleeding profusely. Awakened one. Beside Wang Hao, a short man vanished into thin air. Liu, the stealthy awakened one, is making a move. Sense the fluctuations of wind elements in the air, Lin Yu advised. Invisibility only hides the body, but his presence and killing intent remain. Even his movements cause a disturbance in the air. By feeling the changes in the wind, you'll easily find him. Got it, boss? Liu, initially flustered by the stealth attack, was now reassured by Lin Yu's words and focused intently. Found you. Liu suddenly swung his hands with force, sending a massive wind blade slicing toward his left front. With a clang, the stealthy figure was forced into visibility. The enormous wind blade severed the dagger in his hand and tore a bloody gash in his shoulder. Had he not dodged quickly, he would have been cleaved in two. The stealthy one retreated rapidly. Liu's wind blades danced in his hands, slashing toward the retreating figure once more. Clang, clang, clang. Who been the one who could control steel made his move. Under his control, more than a dozen steel bars flew through the air, colliding with the wind blades hovering above. Humph, Yang Shanshan let out a soft snort, her innate abilities activating. Several sand tendrils coalesced, breaking through the concrete floor and thrusting forward. Hu Bin's expression changed. With a grasp of his right hand, all the metallic objects around him came under his control, flying into his hand. Swiftly, they formed a barrier of various metals before him, shielding against the wind blades and sand thorns. This person is formidable, and his skills are not limited to this. Xiao Wen's expression was grave. Indeed, his mastery over his innate abilities was far superior to that of Lu Yu and the others. True to form, Hu Bin waved his hand, the metal barrier dispersing, once more suspended in the air. The steel bars turned, propelled by his palm-like swords, shooting toward Lin Yu and his companions. Their expression shifted. Wind slaughter. Liu conjured countless wind blades again, forming a small tornado that swept forward. This move was evidently much stronger. Upon contact, most of the steel bars were torn and severed by the storm, yet many still broke through the wind blades advancing toward them. Ice shield. A loud shout rang out as Xiaowen dashed forward. Blue ice crystals quickly formed in his hands, creating a large and thick ice shield that stood before them. Clang! Several steel bars struck the ice shield, barely piercing it before being completely blocked. This guy is so strong. Liu wiped the sweat from his forehead. Alone he was no match at all. The metal manipulator indeed seemed more powerful. You're mistaken, Lin Yu spoke. He is strong because his control over metal is superior. If you could master your abilities to the same extent, you would be just as strong. When an innate ability is pushed to its limits, it's formidable indeed. He stood up slowly, continuing, let's end this quickly. Everyone attack. On the opposite side, Wang Hao's expression turned cold as he issued the command. In an instant, various abilities flew through the air. This was not a battle ordinary evolvers could partake in unless their attributes were exceptionally strong. Lin Yu advanced, his right hand suddenly reaching out, pulling someone from the void, none other than the invisible one. Gripping his neck, Lin Yu slammed him heavily to the ground. Thud! The sound of a skull cracking echoed. An awakened one with an A-level ability was killed so swiftly and cleanly, everyone felt a shiver in their hearts. How terrifying was this guy's power! Suddenly a strange force appeared on the scene, quickly spreading. As this power emerged, the wind blades, sand thorns and ice spikes in the air vanished into nothingness. Various metal objects also plummeted from the sky. This was an S-level ability, magic suppression. My abilities are unusable, Lu Yu said, a trace of fear in his eyes. It was indeed a powerful rule-based ability. Lin Yu felt a strange sensation. The S-level flames within him were restrained and unusable. However, it wasn't part of the absolute rule series. He knew that if he unleashed all his magical power he could easily break through this kind of anti-magic rule, especially given the vast disparity in magical power between the two sides. A surge of energy would shatter such ordinary constraints. But if it were an absolute anti-magic, that would be different. Although it's just two more words, the rules are worlds apart. Under absolute rules everyone must abide. You ants have no idea of the power of an S-level talent. I want you all dead. Wang Hao fumed. The death of the Invisible One had enraged him completely. That was one of his trump cards. Under the anti-magic rule you can't use your talents or divine powers either, Liu said, challenging. Come here and see if I don't beat you to death, you fool, Wang Hao retorted coldly. With 6 or 70 evolved fighters under his command, they could easily crush the opposition without him risking himself. This guy isn't as dumb as I thought, Liu mused, scratching his head while Yang Shanshan was at a loss for words. It seems like today is the end for us, Xiaowen sighed. Don't underestimate us. Be ready to release your talents at any moment to prevent a sneak attack, Lin Yu instructed and moved forward. Release talents? What do you mean? Xiaowen looked puzzled. With the anti-magic in place, how can we use our abilities? Stop talking and just listen to the boss. Liu Yu and the others had complete trust in Lin Yu. Break their legs, Wang Hao commanded, and his followers charged with weapons in hand. Lin Yu dashed into the crowd. With a powerful kick, a man flew like a cannonball, knocking over 7 or 8 others before collapsing lifeless. Bang! A steel rod struck Lin Yu's shoulder heavily, but he seemed unfazed, delivering a punch to the attacker's chest. Blood spurted out as the man fell rigidly, his chest caved in. Lin Yu was like a fierce tiger descending the mountain or a wolf among sheep. Each move took down a small fry. The onlookers gasped in shock. What kind of monster is this? Is he level 10 already? Wang Hao was stunned by Lin Yu's beast-like prowess. Or maybe he's consumed many power fruits. Let's stick to the plan. I'll lift the anti-magic in a moment and you use your talent to strike him down immediately. Got it, Hubin nodded, quietly gathering his strength. They hadn't anticipated that even with the anti-magic, their 60 or 70 men couldn't defeat him. In another 7 or 8 minutes all his subordinates might be dead. Now, Wang Hao's eyes narrowed as he instantly lifted the anti-magic. Hubin also struck at that moment. Countless steel bars shot forward like lightning, reaching Lin Yu in the blink of an eye. This maneuver, perfected through countless collaborations, was seamlessly executed with flawless timing. Unexpectedly, Lin Yu was well prepared. Roaring flames. At the very moment the anti-magic field vanished, he unleashed his own innate ability. Flames erupted from his mouth, carrying an unmatched force that blasted the incoming steel pipes and the surrounding people away. As the fire burned, those who fell scarcely struggled before meeting their end. This is impossible. Wang Hao's eyes widened in disbelief. Lin Yu's figure flickered as he lunged towards the two. His speed was astonishing, reaching them in an instant. His fist wrapped in flames swung forward. Anti-magic. The rogue skill activated once more, causing the flames on Lin Yu's fist to vanish into thin air, yet his punch continued its trajectory. Die! Wang Hao brandished a dagger, stabbing towards Lin Yu. When he awakened his S-class talent, it increased all his attributes by 20 points, plus he had absorbed several attribute fruits since then. He couldn't fathom Lin Yu's strength surpassing his own. Lin Yu sneered, his attributes had long surpassed everyone else. Comparing strength with him, it was like a pig running into a butcher's house, a pure death wish. Indeed, upon contact the dagger was shattered by his fist, which then slammed into Wang Hao's chest. This can't be. Wang Hao's eyes bulged with rage as the immense force from the collision sent him flying. The anti-magic field abruptly ended. Roaring flames. Another massive flame erupted, the entire sequence as smooth as flowing water, wasting not a second. After they flames subsided, the surroundings were in complete disarray. Hubin knelt on the ground, his clothes in tatters. His body was riddled with wounds, bleeding profusely. In front of him, the metal shield he had formed for protection was breaking apart inch by inch. Cough, cough. How can you be this strong? Hubin spoke with difficulty, unable to fathom the overwhelming strength of the man before him. After uttering these words, he collapsed lifeless. Beside him, Wang Hao had long perished. Even with absolute anti-magic, my basic attributes are strong enough. I have nothing to fear, Lin Yu murmured to himself. With the anti-magic suppression gone, Liu Yu and the others began their slaughter. In no time, none of Wang Hao's men were left standing. Xiaowen looked at Lin Yu's back, his heart filled with awe. So many formidable individuals, yet they were effortlessly wiped out by this man. As they walked out of the Alma supermarket, Lin Yu's expression sharpened as he gazed into the distance. He felt the gaze of someone watching him. Indeed, on a massive billboard 800 or 900 meters away, a figure stood observing them. Lin Yu squinted, but the figure fell from the billboard and vanished from sight. He frowned. Am I overthinking this? By evening, a group gathered in the hotel lobby. They lit candles and leisurely enjoyed their meal. Over the past 2 days, Lin Yu and his group had almost completely cleared out the zombies on West Street, and the people in the hotel had long fled. As a result, this place temporarily became their gathering spot. The zombies today have gotten much stronger. I feel most of them have reached level 3 and quite a few are even at level 5. Yeah, they were much easier to kill a few days ago compared to now. A group of people felt the mounting pressure, as it wasn't just them growing stronger, the zombies were rapidly evolving over time as well. Fortunately, the probability of obtaining crystal cores had increased significantly compared to before. Lin Yu wiped his mouth and looked at everyone present. Since you've all joined this group, from now on Chen Jinger will be your leader. His announcement startled everyone. Are you leaving? Chen Jinger asked with a somber expression. Pretty much after tomorrow, I'll be heading to Tianhai City. The risks are too high if you come with me, Lin Yu explained, glancing at Lu Yu and Yang Shanshan. The two quickly assured him, Boss, don't worry. We'll listen to you and make sure to protect our sister-in-law. Lin Yu then turned to Xiaowen. What about you? I think you're all great partners, so I'll stay here, Xiaowen replied. We'll stick with the big sister, echoed the remaining 13 women in the hall. Lin Yu was quite satisfied with their performance at the Olma supermarket, so he didn't object when Chen Jinger decided to take them along. Alright, since you're now a small team, I hope you'll all become people who can entrust your backs to each other, surviving in this post-apocalyptic world. Everyone nodded, feeling a strange budding sense of camaraderie. Today we've gathered a total of 1751 crystal cores. Jinger, you get 400. You can advance directly to level 10. Lin Yu instructed Lu Shiyun to take out all the crystal cores and pile them on the table. Lu Yu 220 cores. Shanshan, you get 220 as well. Xiaowen, you get 180. These three were all A-level talent awakeners, the strongest in the team, so naturally they were prioritized for upgrading. Thank you, boss. Lu Yu and the others chimed in, their faces beaming with joy. Currently at level 3, advancing to level 4 required 40 cores, and to level 5 50 cores, so with 220 they could both reach level 7. Thank boss. Xiaowen was not accustomed to addressing someone this way, but he managed to say it for the first time. At level 4, absorbing these 180 cores would take him to level 7 as well. For you 13 each gets 40 cores, just enough to reach level 2. Us too. The 13 girls were taken aback, never expecting they would receive any crystal cores. Having just been rescued today and added to this team, they were weak, yet they still received cores. Each getting 40 was beyond anything they had dared to imagine. I said I hope this team is made up of warm-hearted people, partners you can trust, not just those who use each other. Of course, not everyone will get the same resources. Those three are talent awakeners. The stronger they are, the better chance the whole team has to survive. Boss, we understand, thank you. The 13 women were genuinely grateful. Over the past 9 days of the apocalypse, they had faced much darkness, but now they finally felt a glimmer of warmth and kindness in the world. Keep pushing forward, let's aim for everyone to reach level 5 by tomorrow. Cheers erupted among the group, as if they had found a sense of belonging. There are 220 crystals left, let's give them to Shiyun and Rook. With 110 crystals each, they can both reach level 4. What about you? Don't you want any? Lu Shiyun asked. I'm not in a rush, I can use any extras tomorrow, Lin Yu replied calmly. He wasn't anxious about leveling up. Advancing in the initial stage was quite easy, as long as there were enough crystals one could quickly reach level 10. The real challenge began after reaching level 10. At that point you needed 10 first-tier crystals to advance. Upon reaching the first tier, all attributes doubled and ordinary people couldn't even hope to defeat a first-tier zombie, let alone kill one. Only those who had awakened an A-level talent had the chance and ability to single-handedly take down a regular first-tier enemy. Otherwise, it generally required teamwork. Boss, how about we give our team a name, something cool like Thunderous Squad, someone suggested. What do you all think is a good name? Lin Yu asked. How about King's Dominion? Have you been playing too many games? I think we should call it Carefree Pavilion. Lin Yu covered his face with his hands. What are these suggestions? Let's call it Eternal Day. Lin Yu interrupted the chatter using a name from his past life. Eternal Day? Yes, Eternal Day. I hope everyone in our team sees a bright future. That sounds great, full of hope. At that moment, Lin Yu felt a surge of excitement. Eternal Day was finally established in this life. On the 10th day of the apocalypse, all 3 A-level awakeners of Eternal Day had reached level 10 and the remaining 13 women were all at level 5. In this town, they could be considered a formidable force. You won't forget me, right? Chen Jinger looked at Lin Yu, her eyes filled with reluctance. Of course not, you're my first and I'll never forget you. Lin Yu gently touched her head, speaking tenderly, make sure to stay alive. By the time you reach the 3rd tier, we will definitely meet again. If my talent awakens and I become strong, can I join you? Lin Yu's experiences had left a deep imprint in her heart. Don't overthink it. Your attributes already show signs of magic, indicating your talent is active, just not fully awakened yet. The harder the talent is to awaken, the more extraordinary it is. I estimate that once you awaken, it'll be at least S level. Lin Yu whispered in her ear, stay alive, wait for me, alright? I'll wait for you. Next time we meet, I'll be on top. I'll let you be on top. I don't need you to let me, I can do it myself. Have you ever tried it on a motorcycle? Lin Yu's eyes glanced at the door where a sleek, stylish motorcycle was parked. A vivid image flashed in his mind. 2 people racing through life on that bike. Let's go. Today we'll continue advancing towards the center. Let's aim to get everyone to level 10 within 3 days, Lin Yu said as he left. After his departure, Chen Jinger quickly began organizing their plans. I must awaken my talents so I don't hold him back, she thought with determination. Where are we headed now? Lu Shiyan asked, holding Rook's hand and following Lin Yu closely. She never expected that Lin Yu would bring just them, the mother and daughter duo, along with him. Was he planning to do something to me while no one else is around? If he tries to use force, what should I do? He's so strong and it seems like I wouldn't be able to resist. Lu Shiyan's mind was a whirl of thoughts, and as she pondered, a blush crept across her face. She was so lost in thought that she didn't notice Lin Yu stopping and she bumped right into his back. What are you daydreaming about? Lin Yu looked at the blushing young woman with a puzzled expression. And nothing. We're heading towards Huanxi Road now. I remember there are a lot of forest car dealerships there. Are you planning to buy a car? Lu Shiyan blurted out. It's the apocalypse, why bother buying cars when we can just take some? Lin Yu wondered what was on her mind as she seemed distracted. We're heading to Tianhai City, over 600 kilometers away. We can't just walk there without a few cars, Lin Yu said as he continued walking. Lu Shiyan gathered her thoughts and added, we should also get some gasoline. It could be really useful if we store a lot in our space. Lin Yu glanced at her. This woman was quite clever. The 3 of them made their way to Huanxi Road, cutting through scattered zombies. Lin Yu didn't intervene, using them as practice for Lu Shiyan and Ruko. It's so hard for ordinary evolvers to level up, Lu Shiyan panted, feeling fatigued after about an hour. She and her daughter had only managed to kill just over 50 zombies, collecting a meager 12 crystal cores. Although she was only at level 5, she had awakened an S-grade talent, making her attributes far superior to regular people. She just lacked combat experience and hadn't yet discovered her talents' offensive capabilities, so for now she relied solely on her basic attributes to kill zombies. At this pace, even in the best-case scenario, an ordinary evolver might only manage to gather fewer than 100 crystal cores in a day. And that's if they were level 5 evolvers. For those at level 1, killing even a single zombie would be challenging. It was already the 10th day of the apocalypse, and most zombies had generally reached levels 3 or 4. That row up ahead seems to be the 4S dealerships. But there are so many zombies, Lin Yu noticed it too. 5 dealerships were lined up together, but inside there were 2,000 to 3,000 zombies. This number was no longer a challenge for him. You two wait here. I'll go clear out the zombies and then you can come over. With Lin Yu's terrifying attributes, these low-level zombies were negligible as long as their numbers didn't exceed 10,000. With his speed of 142 points when he ran at full strength, even the level 3 or 4 zombies couldn't touch his sleeves. However, he needed to avoid being surrounded, as being fast wouldn't help if there was no space to maneuver. Lin Yu dashed towards the zombie horde, his form flickering. When he was about 50 meters away, he hurled a fireball at the zombies. The fireball exploded into flames, instantly incinerating 7 or 8 zombies. Roar! Instantly, the zombie horde was in an uproar. The outermost zombies roared and charged at Lin Yu. The flames roared with an intensity that swept across like a giant wave, engulfing the hundreds of zombies leading the charge. Once the fire subsided, the ground was littered with crystal cores. Again, Lin Yu bellowed with madness, launching wave after wave of flaming fury into the horde of zombies. These mindless creatures, oblivious to pain, driven solely by instinct, charged into the fire one after another. Compared to just 2 days ago at the start of the apocalypse, Lin Yu's abilities had grown exponentially stronger. His fire roar now wielded greater power, consuming 200 points of mana with each use, however. With a robust 18,500 mana reserve, he could unleash it 92 times. Each cast could easily decimate at least 100 zombies. In mere moments, the area outside the forest dealership was devoid of any undead presence. Shiryun, come quick and collect the crystal cores. There are so many. Do you think we can reach level 10 tonight? Lu Shiryun's eyes sparkled with excitement. The ground seemed to hold 500 to 600 of these precious cores. Watch out! Suddenly, a shadow darted from the forest shop. A withered, ghastly hand reaching for the trio. Lin Yu swiftly pulled Lu Shiryun and the third person aside, encasing his fist in flames and striking out. Bang! The shadow was sent flying. The trio focused their gaze. It was a disheveled zombie, unlike the usual ones, its face free of decay. It had a pallid complexion devoid of color and its eyes were white, lacking pupils. A first-tier zombie. Lin Yu's eyes narrowed. For an evolver to break through to first tier, they needed to absorb 10 first-tier crystal cores. First tier and level 10 of 0 tier were worlds apart, with all attributes doubling. The first tier zombie, after being repelled, rushed back with incredible speed. Fire roar! A burst of flames shot out, but the zombie dodged nimbly, avoiding the fire and charging again. A first tier zombie had gained some combat experience, knowing how to evade instead of foolishly charging in. Lin Yu formed his right hand into a fist, enveloped it in flames and struck. The zombie was sent flying once more. It seemed that this zombie had evolved towards speed. Lin Yu mused to himself, as a first tier, its strength wasn't on par with his third tier self, but its speed was impressive. It's faster than me, making it hard to hit. I'll wait for it to attack and then seize my chance, Lin Yu thought, formulating his plan. Here it comes. Lin Yu shielded the two women behind him, watching as the zombie charged again. He stood still, waiting for the perfect moment. In the blink of an eye, the zombie was upon him, its hands reaching straight for Lin Yu. Now! Flames instantly enveloped him as he reached out, accurately catching the zombie's attacking claws. Roar! The zombie snarled, its strength inferior to Lin Yu's, unable to break free from his grasp. It opened its mouth wide, lunging forward to bite. At that moment, Lin Yu also opened his mouth. Don't get the wrong idea, he wasn't going for a kiss. Fire roar! A column of fire erupted suddenly from his mouth. At such a close range, the zombie, its hands restrained, had no chance to evade. The fiery blast shot straight into the zombie's throat with unerring accuracy. With a thunderous roar, the terrifying force pierced through the zombie's neck in an instant, and its entire head fell to the ground with a thud. Though the zombie seemed to have some combat instincts, they were clearly insufficient. Lin Yu discarded the half-torn zombie from his hands, cracked open its head, and extracted a first-tier crystal core. It was about the size of a walnut, a pale green gem. Uncle, you're amazing! Little Roko clapped enthusiastically beside him. Lin Yu chuckled, reaching out to pat her head. Were you scared just now, Roko? Not at all, she declared defiantly. The three of them spent a good 10 minutes gathering all the crystal cores scattered on the ground, amassing a total of 527. Suddenly Lin Yu felt something, and his gaze shifted to the distance. On a nearby low building, a lean figure stood silently on the rooftop, seemingly watching in their direction. More precisely, it seemed to be watching him again. Lin Yu squinted. This was the second time this figure had appeared, always giving him an unsettling feeling. Then he watched as the figure leapt from the rooftop and vanished from sight. What's wrong? Lu Shiryun noticed his change in demeanor and asked. Nothing, let's head inside. Lin Yu shook his head, offering no further explanation. Lu Shiryun didn't press the matter. As they stepped into the car dealership, Lu Shiryun handed all the crystal cores to Lin Yu. Brother, you should absorb these. All right. Lin Yu thought for a moment and accepted the cores without protest, beginning the absorption process. It didn't take long. He was still at level 3 and needed to absorb a total of 490 cores to advance to level 10. Codename, Magician level, Tier 0 level 10, 0% magic, 22,500 strength, 289 constitution, 176 speed, 182 spirit, 225 talent, S-grade flame mastery. Evolving 99% flame unlocking form, Blaze Dragon's Flame, 99% unlocked. Such a terrifying attribute panel. Lin Yu believed no one else in this world could achieve this. He glanced at the talent evolution progress, which had been stuck at 99% for several days, estimating it should be completed soon. He was quite eager for that moment. Brother, I checked inside, and it's full of sedans, not very suitable, Lu Shiryun remarked. There's a Jeep dealership next door and a Mercedes one too. We need to pick an off-road vehicle. You're right, many roads are damaged now, so having an off-road vehicle would be more practical. Linya nodded, realizing this hadn't occurred to him initially. Besides, off-road vehicles were a dream for many men. Let's go to the Jeep next door. The three of them thoroughly searched both the Jeep and Mercedes dealerships. They found 3 intact Jeeps and a Mercedes G-Class, all of which were stored in Lu Shiyan's spatial inventory. Do you know how to drive? Of course, I used to drive a G-Wagon to work. Linyu was surprised. It seemed that before the apocalypse, this young woman's company was doing quite well. Lu Shiyun was behind the wheel of the G-Wagon. Linyu sat in the passenger seat and the little girl Ruaku was in the back. The three of them drove through the streets, attracting attention. However, it wasn't long before they had to abandon the idea of driving. The road was blocked by cars scattered haphazardly. They got out, storing the G-Wagon away. There's a gas station up ahead. Let's take all the gasoline we can, Linyu suggested, turning to ask, can your infinite space store liquid directly, or do we need to find some barrels? Lu Shiyun replied, I don't think we need barrels. I can control the space to create barriers within it, dividing the space as needed. You should try to sense the spatial flow more, Linyu advised, to understand and develop skills with destructive power. At this moment, Linyu became even more convinced that Lu Shiyun's spatial abilities were far from simple. Before long, they reached the gas station. Lu Shiyun activated her spatial black hole and tossed the fuel nozzle into it, allowing gasoline to flow directly into her infinite space. Just then, an announcement echoed. Congratulations to Qianqian Junzi of the Great Xia Kingdom for becoming the first person in the world to break through to the first tier of evolution. The Global Evolution Forum is now connected, facilitating information exchange. All survivors, please pay attention to the pinned posts on the forum as they concern the evolution of various countries. Someone's reached the first tier already, and faster than me? Linyu was astonished. At this stage, for the strong, reaching level 10 wasn't difficult. Starting from level 0, it only required 560 crystal cores, roughly equating to the killing of over 3,000 zombies, which would generally suffice to reach level 10. Teams composed of those with A-level talents or individuals with S-level talents should have mostly reached level 10 by yesterday. Linyu had estimated it would take another 5 or 6 days for a first-tier evolver to emerge, but it happened much sooner than expected. This time around there seemed to be noticeably more strong individuals. First-tier zombies or mutant beasts were still rare, making it challenging to acquire first-tier crystal cores. Moreover, only powerful S-level talent holders could solo a first-tier entity, and even then, it wasn't easy. A-level talent holders needed to work in groups to have a chance at defeating a first-tier opponent. Qianqian Junzi, it's him. Linyu recalled the name from the leaderboard and finally remembered. Codename Qianqian Junzi, talent, S-level spiritual communication. This talent was incredibly powerful, allowing him to form contracts with any mutant beast, turning them into his spiritual companions. Mutant beasts and zoos were indeed easier to advance to the first tier than zombies. With Qianqian Junzi and his spiritual beasts working together, they had a high success rate in defeating other first-tier mutant beasts. No wonder he was the first to advance to the first tier. Linyu murmured to himself, realizing that Qianqian Junzi had been one of the strongest in the previous life. Once animals and plants mutate and evolve, they are far more terrifying than zombies, possessing immense power. These thoughts brought a sense of pressure to Linyu. Though reborn and having seized many opportunities not originally his, the world was vast and some people naturally had great fortunes. But I have memories of my past life. Linyu suddenly smiled, his confidence renewed. He possessed memories of his past life, a wellspring of secrets that set him apart. As long as he adhered to his plan, he would inevitably become stronger than everyone else. Linyu firmly believed that his foundational attributes were the strongest in this world. Moreover, his talent evolution was not yet fully realized and the dragon flame form had not been unlocked. He couldn't afford to advance to the next level prematurely. With this understanding, he calmed his impatience. Once he unlocked the dragon flame form, his attributes would increase further. How could he possibly rush to advance now? He then turned to the rules forum. A post formed by a set of rules was pinned at the top, its contents setting all survivors on edge. In the third month of the apocalypse, countries with more than 2 million survivors would compete. The winning nation would see all its evolvers' attributes increased by 3%. The second and third places would receive a permanent 2% increase, and those ranked from 4th to 10th would get a 1% permanent increase. Each qualifying country would vote on the forum to select 100 strong contenders to participate. This explosive news had people from every nation in a frenzy. Beneath the post, countless individuals commented feverishly, the champion nation will have all survivors' attributes increased by 3%, say no more, the championship is already reserved for our great Xia kingdom. Rubbish, what is the Xia kingdom compared to us? The championship rightfully belongs to the Sakura kingdom. Many evolvers from the Sakura kingdom boasted beneath the post, brothers, join the blue gang and I will lead you to trample the Sakura, exterminating those small fry. Jutian gang requests to join the battle, Qin Shi Mingyue requests to join the battle, Eternal Daylight requests to join the battle, the 36 Heavenly Spirits request to join the battle. Exterminate these bastards. You dare to be arrogant on such a tiny piece of land? Wait until my cold water palace brings a tidal wave to flood you out. The comments from the Sakura kingdom enraged countless evolvers from the Xia kingdom, each clamoring to trample the Sakura. Yabba dabba doot Xia kingdom, prepare yourselves, our great god society will once again set foot on your land, leaving none behind. A bunch of weaklings who only know how to cry yummy dare to covet our Xia kingdom's land? Utter folly. Lin Yu watched these comments, a cold gleam flickering in his eyes. He recalled that in the 4th year of the apocalypse in his past life, the Sakura kingdom was no more. It disappeared completely from the world map. Their continuous discharge of nuclear waste led to mutated beasts absorbing the ocean's nuclear energy. Many super-powerful mutant beasts emerged, surpassing even the sacred beasts. In those seas, nuclear energy birthed a Godzilla-like super monster. Its name was ranked 19th on the list of Blue Dome beasts. This terrifying entity, surpassing sacred beasts, attacked the entire Sakura kingdom. In that battle, all the strong of the Sakura kingdom were deployed, suffering heavy casualties, only managing to severely wound the Blue Dome. But the land of the Sakura kingdom was shattered. Ultimately obliterated by the colossal energy waves of the Blue Dome, it sank forever into the ocean, marking the complete downfall of the Sakura kingdom. In the chaotic aftermath of the nuclear waste disaster, only a handful of the most elite fighters managed to escape to other countries. The effects of the waste were far-reaching, with terrifying beasts emerging from the oceans and invading the land, wreaking havoc far worse than any zombie apocalypse. The global population of survivors plummeted drastically. In this new world, luck would not be on your side as before. I will lead the strong and level that Sakura Mountain myself. In the era before the apocalypse, during peaceful times, many from Xia could only vent their hatred for Shaori on the hapless bodies of those who could only cry out Yami to bring glory to their nation. But now, if Shaori isn't brought to justice, they'd feel they were letting themselves down. In the Asian region, countries are like weaklings, not even worthy of the top 10 spots. The champion could only emerge from our European region. Most likely, it would be the great nation of Britannia. The champion will surely be the United States. Our superheroes are invincible, someone countered. Superheroes? They're nothing, I could crush them with a single punch, another boasted. The forum was abuzz with heated arguments among various nations. Meanwhile, the title of champion became the target for all the strong fighters. The allure of a 3% boost to all attributes was irresistible. It represented a chance to enhance the overall national strength. As lunchtime arrived, Lin Yu found a restaurant. Lu Shiyun laid out various ingredients and the three of them indulged in a delightful barbecue. In this post-apocalyptic world, such leisurely enjoyment was a rare luxury for them. Uge, which country do you think will win the 100 Nations battle in the end? One of them asked. Isn't it obvious? It will definitely be our Xia nation, Lin Yu replied without hesitation. In his previous life, Xia only secured 3rd place, but this time, they were destined to be champions. Are there strong fighters in foreign countries? He pondered for a moment, then responded seriously, yes, the world is vast and there are always people with exceptional talents and great luck who can become super strong. In the previous life, 3/4 of the top-tier evolutionists were foreigners. The pantheon of Hika, the shrines of Sakura Nation, Britannia's King Arthur and the 12 Knights of the Round Table, the 12 constellations of the Holy State, the Angelic Order of the Celestial Empire and some top-tier superheroes from the United States, all stood at the pinnacle of the world's strongest evolutionists. However, the champion could only be Xia. Lin Yu's eyes were filled with confidence. The rules stated that the 100 Nations battle would commence at the beginning of the 3rd month of the apocalypse, leaving just over 2 months to prepare. Yes, 2 months will pass quickly, they agreed as they continued eating and chatting. Gradually several figures appeared on the street. I think I smell barbecue, one of them exclaimed. Even in the apocalypse someone has the leisure to make barbecue? They've got guts, another remarked. Boss, let's check it out. That aroma is making my mouth water, a third suggested cautiously, licking his lips. The leader drew a gun from his coat and cautiously approached. Boss, there's grilled meat and women, they exclaimed upon seeing Lin Yu and his companions. Haha, looks like we've struck gold. Kid scram, we're taking the women and the barbecue, one of them jeered, reaching out towards Lu Shiyun with a laugh. Lin Yu's eyes narrowed dangerously. Lin Yu swiftly extended his right hand, grabbing the newcomer's wrist. Flames erupted from his grasp, surging forward. Ah! The man's mouth released a piercing scream of agony. A gifted awakener. Witnessing this scene, the crowd instinctively took several steps back. The leader quickly pulled out a gun from his coat, aiming it at Lin Yu and shouted sternly, "Kid, let go. You better not move or the bullets in this gun won't spare you. Don't think that just because you've awakened your talent, you're invincible. This gun of mine has taken down plenty of gifted ones." The burly leader gripped his gun tightly, feeling reassured. They hadn't encountered few talent users before, but before bullets, they had no choice but to submit. Those who didn't heed were already sent to the afterlife. "Aw, bastard, let me go." The young man whose arm was seized by Lin Yu howled in pain, his arm already charred and mangled by the flames. Fortunately, Lin Yu hadn't used his full strength. He didn't want to roast human flesh while having a barbecue, that would be too unsettling. "Kid, I told you to let go, didn't you hear? Fire talent, how can it stop a bullet?" the man sneered coldly. It seemed today wasn't going to allow for a proper meal. Lin Yu sighed. He had just wanted a good meal, but why did such a swarm of flies have to appear, ruining his appetite? Then the flames in his hand surged dramatically, engulfing the man entirely. The immense impact sent him flying, and when he landed, he was already a figure of flame, screaming in agony. "You're courting death." The leader's face changed upon seeing this, and he immediately pulled the trigger. A bullet whistled through the air at high speed, aiming for Lin Yu's forehead. Swish! In Lin Yu's hand, a blade of fire formed, slicing forward fiercely. The bullet was cleaved in half and then melted into molten iron under the intense heat of the flames. Impossible! The leader's eyes widened as if he had seen a ghost. The awakened ones they had encountered before were not strong enough to withstand firearms. But what was with this person in front of them? "Could you be an A-level talent?" the leader screamed. Currently, only those who had awakened an A-level talent could withstand bullets without fear. "A-level? I am not." Lin Yu smiled, quickly charging forward, his fiery blade sweeping out. Bang, bang, bang. A string of bullets shot out. Unfortunately, they still couldn't stop Lin Yu's advance. All the bullets were cleaved down by the fire blade. The leader's face turned pale with fear. He shouted urgently, "Boss, spare me. The one behind me is also an A-level talent user." Swish! A single slash, without a moment's hesitation, cleaved the leader in two. Those remaining witnessed this and trembled, overwhelmed by terror. Was this person a monster? Even firearms couldn't handle him. "Big brother, spare us," they pleaded. But alas, Lin Yu showed no mercy, sheathing his blade and swiftly took down 5 more. Seeing Lin Yu unmoved and lost in the thrill of the fight, the last 2 men grimaced in desperation. "Kid, if you kill me, our boss, Duan Yang, an A-level talent user, won't let you off." Duan Yang. Lin Yu paused slightly upon hearing the name, his fiery blade halted above the man's head. Gulp. The man swallowed hard. He stared at the flame blade hovering less than 5 centimeters from his head as beads of sweat trickled down his forehead. "Kid, our boss is really something. You better let me go," the man warned, thinking Lin Yu was scared by his words and trying to threaten him. But in the next instant, swish, the flame blade descended, cutting him down with a swift strike. The last man witnessing this scene collapsed to the ground in terror, wetting himself. Big brother, please don't kill me. Your boss is Duan Yang." Lin Yu turned his head, uttering the words softly. Why yes," the man stammered, trembling as he spoke. "Where is he? Take me to him." Lin Yu licked his lips. Duan Yang, this guy had always been a thorn in his side, trying to frame him for robbery, sending him to prison. Now it was time to send him to hell. The incident at the hospital, the mere inconvenience of a catheter, was just a minor punishment, far from quelling the anger and hatred in his heart. Only death could suffice. Just as he was about to leave Koan City to find his sister, he thought there was no way to deal with this guy. Unexpectedly, the opportunity presented itself. Meanwhile, at a countryside manor, Duan Yang lay on a large bed playing games with a pre-apocalypse internet celebrity. "Young Master Duan, you're amazing." The woman flattered him, but in truth, they had only just begun. Her words had barely left her mouth when a loud, embarrassing noise erupted from Duan Yang's rear. At this crucial moment, he couldn't hold it in and let out a fart. Instantly, a yellow mist billowed out, enveloping the entire room. "Ugh, it stinks. Oh God, there's poison in the fart," came the retching sounds from within the smoke. Minutes later, Duan Yang, pale-faced, shakily climbed off the bed, clearly affected by the gas himself. Although it was his own unfortunate ability that prevented him from being poisoned to death, the smell was unbearable even for him. Damn it, Lin. You wretched idiot, I will kill you, I swear. He roared, looking at the woman on the bed, her eyes rolled back, foaming at the mouth, evidently poisoned to death. He felt his life was ruined, every critical moment was marred by his uncontrollable flatulence. Outside the countryside manor, Lin Yu and his two companions, led by the trembling guide, wound their way to Duan Yang's little hideout. This place, far from the bustling city, had few zombies, all of which had been cleared out. You two wait outside, Lin Yu instructed before stepping inside the manor. Duan Yang emerged from the house, his face dark and brooding. Dispose of that woman's body, he ordered. Then he turned to his subordinates and commanded everyone, gather up. We're heading to the ancient town now. We must find Lin Yu. I want to fart right in his face. Duan Yang couldn't wait any longer. With that, he led over 20 fully armed men out the door. But just as they reached the entrance, they ran into Lin Yu. Their eyes met in surprise, and Duan Yang rubbed his eyes, thinking he was seeing things. Then he erupted in anger. Lin Yu, how we meet again? Lin Yu's gaze was equally cold, filled with murderous intent. You sure are lucky, Duan Yang, managing to awaken your talent even after wetting yourself and gathering so many followers. You must really like that talent, huh? Lin Yu, I'm going to kill you. Duan Yang lost his rationality at Lin Yu's taunt. He shouted, seize him for me. I want him to taste that pain too. But don't kill him, I want him alive. With a twisted grin, Duan Yang imagine Lin Yu pinned down by several burly men while he approached to squat and release a fart right in his face. Promptly 4 or 5 men lowered their guns and approached Lin Yu. Heck, could you actually dare to walk into the lion's den? Seems like we've found you without even trying. They sneered, cracking their knuckles with a menacing sound, and swung their fists toward Lin Yu's head. However, in the next moment everyone's vision blurred. Thud thud thud. Several dull thuds echoed as the advancing men were sent flying back, crashing hard onto the ground, coughing up blood and even losing a few teeth. On each of their cheeks, there was a glaring shoe print. What speed! A suited man standing beside Duan Yang, arms crossed, watching the scene unfold, showed a look of astonishment. He then stepped forward with large strides. Kid, you've got some skills. No wonder you dared to show up here. Lin Yu smirked, beckoning with his index finger. Come on, courting death. The suited man's eyes darkened as he activated his talent. He was the second A-level talent holder in the manor besides Duan Yang. Hardened armor. With a loud shout, a dark gleam enveloped the suited man's body, encasing him in armor. This was his talent, A-level hardened armor. Once activated, his physical attributes doubled. In the realm of evolvers, strength represented attack damage, while physique represented defense, health, and recovery. F and E-level talents could increase the corresponding attribute by 50% when activated, D and C-level by 80%. B and A-level talents doubled it, and S-level could boost it by 200%. The suited man's physique was initially 97 points at level 10, with A-level hardened armor it doubled to 194 points. He roared and charged at Lin Yu. Overestimating yourself, Lin Yu chuckled softly and threw a punch. His strength attribute had reached 289 points, allowing him to easily defeat his opponent without even using his talent. After all, the suited man's 194-point physique under hardened armor was nothing in Lin Yu's eyes. Bang! Lin Yu moved swiftly, his fist connecting with the suited man's abdomen before he could react. The immense force caused the man's body to bend over violently. His eyes widened in shock, and from his mouth a torrent of blood sprayed forth. It happened in an instant. A second later, the man in the suit was sent flying back like a cannonball. Boom! The ground trembled, raising clouds of dust. The suited man lay on the ground, his chest armor shattered into pieces. The earth beneath him cracked and splintered outwards. The sheer terror of the punch's power was evident. Blood gushed uncontrollably from his mouth as he stared fixedly at Lin Yu, his mind consumed by 3 words: impossible. How could he, a proud A-grade defense talent wielder and a level 10 expert, be unable to withstand a mere punch? Even in death, he couldn't comprehend or believe it. How could this be possible? The second brother had used his A-grade talent, the indestructible armor, and yet he was killed with a single punch. Duan Yang's eyes were wide with disbelief at the scene before him. His second brother, whose strength matched his own, was killed with 1 punch, and it was such an ordinary-looking punch. Who could believe this? Could he have awakened the power of a one-punch man? Some people had this strange thought pop into their minds. However, what they didn't know was that Lin Yu's punch was indeed just an ordinary punch without any use of his talent's power, instant kill. That was his current strength, effortlessly taking down ordinary A-grade talent opponents of the same level. Did they really think that wearing a suit turned them into Zhang Jin? Lin Yu looked on with disdain. Turning his gaze towards Duan Yang, "It's your turn now. Have you thought about how you want to die? Attack him, kill him, use guns." It was only at this moment that Duan Yang snapped back to reality, a trace of dread flashing across his face. By now he didn't even need to give the order, everyone had already picked up their guns and opened fire. Bang bang bang, gunfire erupted, countless bullets wildly shooting towards Lin Yu. In the next instant Lin Yu's figure was riddled with bullets. They hit him, everyone was overjoyed. But why wasn't there any blood? The bullets clearly hit, so why was there no blood? That wasn't him. Where is he? But quickly, everyone realized something was wrong. The Lin Yu they had shot was slowly dissipating. Only then did they understand that they had only hit an afterimage. "Are you looking for me?" A voice, as if from the depths of hell, sounded behind them. Without thinking, everyone turned and pulled the trigger in an instant. But it was too late. A massive flaming blade sliced through the air, cutting everyone in half, blood splattering, entrails spilling out like a scene from hell. You. Duan Yang stuttered, unable to speak as he watched the gruesome scene unfold before him. On his face, there was a large smear of blood sprayed there just moments ago when someone was executed. "Oh dear, young Master Duan, why are your legs trembling?" Lin Yu teased, looking at him with a mischievous grin. Duan Yang stumbled back several steps in fright. Having grown up pampered and sheltered, he had never experienced such a scene. Even in this post-apocalyptic world, the dirty and exhausting tasks were always handled by his underlings. Now faced with this gruesome sight, his face was pale, his teeth chattering. "With someone like you, it's a miracle you've survived this long in the apocalypse," Lin Yu remarked, eyeing Duan Yang's cowardice. From behind his back, Lin Yu produced a steel pipe and swung it towards Duan Yang's leg. At that moment, as if sensing the Grim Reaper's approach, an unexpected surge of courage propelled Duan Yang into a flip, presenting his rear to Lin Yu and attempting to unleash his innate skill. However, Lin Yu had anticipated this move and with lightning speed thrust the steel pipe forward. By sheer coincidence, the pipe found its mark. A scream akin to a pig being slaughtered erupted as Duan Yang's hastily gathered courage dissipated instantly. Lin Yu had learned of this fellow's talent from the guide, an evolved human. Although not particularly strong, the stench he could release was revolting enough to warrant countermeasures. Hence the steel pipe. Of course, Lin Yu could have ended Duan Yang's life swiftly with his flame blade, but that would have been too merciful. Duan Yang, you and Su Yin tried to drug me, aiming to charge me with attempted assault and send me to prison. Who would have thought your plan backfired, and I ended up with Su Yin for free? Lin Yu, gripping the steel pipe, swung it down heavily. With a resounding crack, the sound of breaking bones echoed as Duan Yang's left leg was shattered. "Lin Yu, brother Yu, I was wrong, spare me." Duan Yang's eyes were filled with terror, his hoarse voice pleading incessantly. "Do you think you can destroy someone's life just because your family is wealthy and powerful?" Lin Yu's face twisted into a menacing expression. Had Duan Yang succeeded with his influence, Lin Yu was certain he would have been imprisoned for at least 10 years. That would have ruined him. Lin Yu spoke again, bringing down the steel pipe on Duan Yang's other leg, breaking it as well. The intense pain caused Duan Yang to claw at the ground, drawing blood. "Brother Yu, mercy, I was wrong." He was drenched in sweat from the agony, begging for forgiveness. "If I were imprisoned, what would happen to my sister?" Lin Yu's eyes were cold as the flame blade formed once more in his hand, slicing through. Duan Yang's eyes widened red with bloodshot veins as his limbs were severed cleanly, blood spurting from the stumps. The excruciating pain caused him to lose consciousness instantly. "It's time to end this," Lin Yu murmured as he gazed at the unconscious Duan Yang. "I'll send you on your way. Next life, be a good person." With one final stroke, he decapitated Duan Yang. "Why isn't your father here?" he muttered before leaving the scene. Afterward, he joined Lu Shiyun and Ruku in scavenging a significant amount of supplies, notably looting 2 large supermarkets. Both supermarkets had been overrun by zombies, and Lin Yu expended considerable effort to eradicate them, ultimately collecting several hundred crystal cores. Among the items, there was even a first-tier one, which was quite the pleasant surprise. Finding a place to stay for the night seemed like a good idea, with plans to set off again in the morning. After a series of fierce battles, Lin Yu felt somewhat exhausted. Previously, there was Qin Jinger to work out with and relieve some fatigue, but now he glanced at Lu Shiyun and thought better of it. "Looks like there's a hotel just ahead," Lu Shiyun said. "Let's go." The hotel's main doors were closed but not locked, and the three of them entered cautiously. The scene that greeted them was one of horror. Bloodstains were everywhere and the air was thick with a nauseating stench. Maybe we should find another place, Lu Shiryun suggested, clearly uncomfortable. Lin Yu shook his head. Another place would probably be the same. If it weren't for me, the place we stayed at before would have ended up like this eventually. Then I'll find a clean room, Lu Shiryun said, covering her nose and leading Ruoka towards the stairs. Wait, Lin Yu suddenly called out. In that brief moment he had sensed a dangerous aura which weighed heavily on his mind, given his current abilities. Creatures that could make him feel danger weren't impossible, but they shouldn't be in a place like this. Typically such threats would be akin to the king-like mutant beasts found deep in the mountains and forests. Creak, a door opened, followed by the simultaneous sound of several others. Creak, creak. The doors of all 5 rooms on the hotel's first floor swung open. Lin Yu squinted his eyes. At that moment he could sense strong presences in each of these rooms. The entire hotel was shrouded in an eerie silence, yet a bloodthirsty and chilling atmosphere pervaded the air. Lu Shiryun pulled Ruoka back behind Lin Yu. Her hand tightly gripped the corner of Lin Yu's shirt, trembling with tension, her palms sweaty. Finally, there was movement from inside the rooms. From each of the 5 rooms, a figure emerged. First-tier zombies. Lin Yu's eyes narrowed. The figures that emerged were unmistakably 5 first-tier zombies. However, they made no further moves, standing still at their doorways, eyeless sockets fixed intently on the 3 of them. Move, Lin Yu whispered, sensing something was amiss. He had heard many doors opening earlier, which might mean there were more first-tier zombies on the 2nd and 3rd floors, possibly even second-tier zombies. Lin Yu's voice was soft and their movements were cautious, careful not to disturb all the zombies in the hotel. As they edged slowly toward the exit, a sudden roar erupted from outside. In an instant, thousands of zombies appeared at the door, emerging from who knows where. Astonishingly, they didn't charge in but instead stood in orderly rows outside the hotel as if awaiting a leader's speech. Now escaping was going to be a challenge. Could it be that they had accidentally stumbled into the zombies' stronghold? We're surrounded. It seems like they're waiting for an order. Maybe there's a zombie king here. Lu Shiryun calmed herself down and continued to analyze. The fact that the zombie king hasn't commanded them to attack is out of the ordinary, unless it's apprehensive. Lin Yu gave her an appreciative glance. As expected from someone who founded a major company, her mind is still sharp. In a situation like this, most would be doomed, but if he wanted to, he could still fight his way out. Just then footsteps echoed. 10 more first-level zombies descended from the 2nd floor, lining up in a row. Lin Yu gasped. Have they really intruded into a zombie lair? Roar! A shout rang out and the first-level zombies parted to make way. Is it the zombie king? Lin Yu looked towards the staircase. A man in a black tuxedo descended, looking no different from a normal person, except for his pallid complexion. He walked down with a constant smile. His black suit was immaculate, even his hair seemed styled and slick with gel. He appeared poised and handsome, a classic gentleman. He approached Lin Yu, bowing slightly in a gentlemanly manner, and spoke. Magician, I've heard much about you. Lin Yu's heart jolted. Only 3 people in the world knew his codename was Magician: his sister Lin Xiaoyu, his childhood friend Wang Ergu, and Chen Jinger. Even Lu Shiryun by his side didn't know his true identity, yet this stranger had correctly identified him. You think I'm the magician? Lin Yu asked. Of course, even if I didn't know myself, you have to trust my intuition, the young man replied with a smile. Lin Yu remained silent. So, are you human or zombie? Well, how should I put it? The young man seemed momentarily conflicted. After a moment he said, I'm human, but after being bitten by a zombie, I retained my consciousness. Does that make sense? So you're human, but you become the zombie king here? Lin Yu asked. You could say that. Impressive, a human managing to become a zombie king. Lin Yu thought he might as well give him a thumbs up. So, are you planning to attack us now? I originally intended to, since you barged in and disturbed my sleep. The young man paused. But seeing it's you, I've changed my mind. My intuition tells me I can't kill you and being friends might be more beneficial. A zombie king being friends with humans? In today's world, why not? The young man's face remained smiling like a gentleman. Lin Yu looked at the surrounding zombies, contemplating. This zombie king, who was once a human, was immensely powerful. He could sense the enormous power within the king. Lin Yu quickly glanced at the ranking list. As expected, Great Xia Country ranking list. First, Modest Gentleman first level, second, Senior Brother first level, third, Demon first level, fourth, Blade first level, fifth, Archmage first level. The top 5 were all first level, and in a short span For more first-level powerhouses appeared. Are you the senior brother? Lin Yu looked at the zombie king and asked. On the ranking list of Yun province, only the senior brother stood at the top as the sole first-tier powerhouse. That's me, the young gentleman replied with a smile. Lin Yu also smiled and said, the one who's been watching me, that was you, wasn't it? Previously, when he came out of the Alma supermarket, there was a figure standing on the billboard. And when he killed the first-tier zombie, there was a figure on the low building's rooftop, seemingly observing him, not exactly watching, the senior brother said, looking at Lin Yu. In this small town there are a few strong ones, but you're the one I value the most, magician. I want to invite you to cooperate and kill another zombie king. There's another zombie king in this town? Lin Yu asked. Yes, and it's close to breaking through to the second tier, or perhaps it already has. But unlike me, it is a pure zombie. You overestimate me, Lin Yu shrugged, indicating his powerlessness. I'm not even at the first tier, how could I possibly kill a second-tier zombie king? That's simple, the senior brother said with a confident smile. He turned to the first-tier zombies behind him and roared a few unintelligible commands. The next moment 5 first-tier zombies slowly stepped forward. Lin Yu squinted his eyes, ready for battle. However, the scene that followed was shocking. The 5 zombies raised their hands, grasped their own heads and jaws, and with a powerful twist, snapped their necks. The heads rolled directly in front of Lin Yu, bloodied and gruesome. This is my sincerity, the senior brother continued. 5 first-tier crystal cores, you should already have a few together. They should be enough for you to advance to the first tier. Once the task is completed, I'll give you 15 more first-tier crystal cores. Make it 20. Lin Yu thought for a moment, feeling slightly tempted. What about your own stock? He asked. I only encountered 4 first-tier zombies. I gave them away after acquiring them. I don't have even one on me now, Lin Yu replied innocently, spreading his hands. I don't believe you. The senior brother's face twitched, silently cursing, almost losing his gentlemanly demeanor. Nevertheless, he roared more commands at 5 more first-tier zombies, and again 5 heads rolled over. Lin Yu could barely contain his joy. He sent a flame out to burn away the heads, leaving 10 crystal cores. Lu Shiyun stepped forward to collect them. In such a tense moment, it wouldn't do for Lin Yu to gather them himself, potentially exposing a weakness to his opponent. Thank you, senior brother. When I reach the first tier, let's go and kill that zombie king together, Lin Yu said, feeling elated. The forums are in an uproar over the 100 Nations battle. Do you think our great Xia can take the championship? The senior brother suddenly asked. The championship can only belong to us, the great Xia. No one can take it from us, Lin Yu declared confidently. Ha, well said. If I could represent the great Xia in battle, I would definitely show those foreign bastards why the flowers are so red. Our senior brother spoke with fervor. It seems that every person from Xia, regardless of their strength, carries a deep sense of national confidence and pride. Whenever there is an external threat, they are united beyond measure. When the time is ripe, how about we ride over to the land of cherry blossoms? How could such a grand event be missing me? Count me in when the time comes, I will not miss it. The senior brother was filled with fervent passion. Riding to the land of cherry blossoms. What an anticipated feat. See you tomorrow. Yes, see you tomorrow. With those words, Lin Yu left the hotel with 2 women, and outside thousands of zombies parted to form a path. Their movements were uniform, like soldiers under strict training. Senior brother watched Lin Yu's departing figure with a glint in his eyes. He had countless times thought of capturing Lin Yu, turning him into a zombie, and making him his subordinate. Unfortunately, he wasn't confident enough, even though he was already at stage 1 inch tier 3 and Lin Yu was still at stage 0, he still had no certainty. Lin Yu found another hotel with the 2 women. Just as he lay on the bed, he suddenly felt a terrifying power awakening within him. Then, without warning, his body was engulfed in roaring flames which shifted from yellow to a deep red. Ah, you're on fire. Lu Shiyun, who was on the bed next to his, was startled by the sudden burst of flames. This new hotel also bore many bloodstains, evidence of a zombie invasion. She dared not sleep alone, so she found a double room. She and her daughter shared a bed, while Lin Yu had another. Just as Lin Yu's body erupted in flames, the bedspread caught fire. Hearing Lu Shiyun's exclamation, Lin Yu quickly retracted the flames into his body, quelling the fire on the bedspread. Is this evolution completed? Lin Yu felt the transformation in his body and was overjoyed. He hurriedly checked his status panel. Codename, Magician level. Stage 0, level 10, 0% mana, 27,500 strength, 339 constitution, 226 speed, 232 spirit, 275 Talent, S-level flame controller fire unlock form, blaze, dragon flame. This brand new status panel even surpassed the attributes of a typical stage 1 inch level 10 evolver. Talent advancement can enhance attribute values, but Lin Yu did not expect that advancing to S level by devouring dragon blood would increase so much. Mana surged by 50 and the 4 primary attributes increased by 50 points each. Now he was more terrifying than an ordinary stage 1 level 10 evolver. Typically at level 10 the 4 primary attributes for an evolver are 55 points with an additional 50 free points. Advancing to stage 1 doubles all attributes, reaching 110 points in each of the 4 dimensions with 100 free points. After stage 1 every level increase adds 10 points to the 4 dimensions in free points, yet Lin Yu at just stage 0 was already comparable to a typical stage 1 level 10 evolver spanning an entire major stage. This was an exceedingly formidable achievement. Lin Yu sat on the burnt bed, his brow furrowed, everything was falling into place for him. Now, he had 14 stage 1 crystals, enough to break into stage 1 at any time. In the trading space he still had a batch of attribute fruits left. Originally he intended to save them for his sister, after all his own attributes were already quite extraordinary, but now reconsidering he couldn't be sure if by the time he found his sister she would have awakened or even broken through to the first tier. Consuming the attribute fruits at the first tier would have their effect. For instance, consuming a fruit at tier 0 increases attributes by 10 points, but once you break through to tier 1 inch that increase doubles to 20 points. If you consume the fruit at tier 1 it would still only increase by 10 points without any additional boost. After a moment's hesitation Lin Yu decided to absorb them himself. The evolution points were at minus 1000, with the attribute fruits exploiting a bug in the trading market, consuming 200 evolution points daily. It was the 5th day. As the void cracked open, a pile of attribute fruits fell out, 21 yellow ones, 108 green ones. Without hesitation Lin Yu absorbed them. Once he made a decision he wasn't one to dawdle. Magic power increased by 500, speed by 5. Each attribute fruit transformed into a terrifying power surging into his body, continuously strengthening him. As the last fruit was consumed, a formidable aura erupted from Lin Yu, a result of the overwhelming magic power radiating its pressure. Codename, Magician level, Tier 0 level 10, 0% magic power, 34,500 strength, 386 constitution, 241 speed, 262 spirit, 293 talent. S-level flame controller fire forms unlocked, flames, dragon's flame. Lin Yu clenched his fist, feeling an unprecedented strength. He summoned flames in his right hand, a yellow flame danced in his palm. This was the S-level flame, capable of doubling his strength to an astonishing 1158 points. Then the yellow hue of the flame faded to a crimson red. S-level dragon's flame. Lin Yu was eager to see how much his attributes could be enhanced under the dragon flame state, but after a brief consideration he decided against it. This place wasn't suitable for deploying the dragon flame form, it simply couldn't be unleashed here. With that thought he extinguished the flames, glancing at the scorched blanket with a hint of helplessness. "Brother Yu, why don't you come over and share the bed with us?" Lu Shiyun said, her face flushed. Her voice was so soft that if Lin Yu hadn't been so powerful he might not have heard it. Yeah, uncle's bed is all burnt." Ruka the little girl chimed in. Lin Yu scratched his nose, giving an awkward smile, but his actions were decisive as he took off his coat and slipped into the bed, his body next to Lu Shiyun's. The twin bed was already small, and fitting 3 people was indeed cramped, their bodies separated only by clothing pressed against each other. The graceful curves and soft touch made Lin Yu quite uncomfortable. Lu Shiyun's body shivered, a tingling sensation like an electric current coursing through both of them. Suddenly, in the darkness, a little girl's voice rang out. "Mom, you sleep on one side and Uncle, you sleep on the other. I'll be in the middle and you two can protect me." The little girl got up from one side and forced her way into the middle, causing the 2 adults to awkwardly shift to the sides. Freed from the warm embrace, Lin Yu felt slightly more comfortable and quickly turned over to lie on his back. Unfortunately, the bed was too small and a third of his body was hanging off the edge. "I'm not sleeping in the middle anymore, it's too hot." The little girl grumbled after a while, climbing over to the far left side and pushing Lin Shiyun closer to Lin Yu. What a predicament! Lin Yu chuckled bitterly to himself. Resolutely he turned to his side again, pressing his body against Lu Shiyun. Otherwise, with half his body off the bed, sleeping was too challenging. Now all 3 were sleeping on their sides, with Lu Shiyun holding Rook close and Lin Yu pressed against her. Despite the small bed they managed to fit, however Lin Yu felt awkward, unsure of where to place his hands. How about you rest your head on my arm, otherwise I can't sleep well, he suggested. A faint was her reply, almost too soft to hear. With her agreement, Linyu slipped his right arm under her neck, finding a much more comfortable position, yet the warmth from both bodies quickly escalated. The night passed without further incident. Linyu didn't sleep well, only drifting into a light slumber in the latter half of the night. He even dreamed. In the dream, he was grasping something soft and smooth, trying to hold on to it but failing. Frustrated, he kept trying to grab and squeeze it. Ah! A soft exclamation startled Linyu awake. What was this? Just like in his dream, both his hands were clutching something soft. Not fully awake, he couldn't quite discern what it was, and the slick texture made him want to squeeze it again. This guy, Lu Shiryun was fuming, her teeth clenched in irritation. Linyu's restless hands hadn't stopped all night, leaving her feeling weak. Time to get up. Lu Shiryun bit her lip and spoke again. Finally, Linyu woke up. He realized his hands were holding onto something, and upon closer inspection he felt a wave of embarrassment. His right hand, which Lu Shiryun had been using as a pillow, had somehow slipped into her neckline. His left hand was also busy, having slid under her shirt and up her belly. Both hands were clutching something quite comfortable indeed. Ahem, it's morning already? Linyu cleared his throat, reluctantly withdrawing his hands and getting up. Glancing to the side, he saw the young woman blushing deeply while the little girl Rook slept soundly, occasionally smacking her lips and drooling. Before long, both women were up. Lu Shiryun retrieved some bread, pastries, snacks and water from her space. Shiryun, you should absorb these first-level crystal nuclei, Linyu suggested, handing over 10 first-level crystal nuclei. He had thought about this the night before. Today was the day to confront the zombie king. It was a mission fraught with danger. One that he couldn't risk taking the two women along. They needed a means to protect themselves. I don't want it, Lu Shiryun immediately declined without a second thought. Today's battle with the zombie king is dangerous. It's safer if you ascend one rank. You must trust me, he insisted. Even if I don't ascend a rank, I won't fear the zombie king. Besides, when we meet with senior brother later, I can try to get a few more crystals from him. Hearing this, if the senior brother was around, he would surely be furious, shouting, you cheeky brat, you shameless scoundrel, always trying to exploit me. Today's battle will be dangerous. I can't take you with me, and I won't be at ease leaving you two here either, he said firmly. But, there's no but, you have to trust me. Linyu looked at Lu Shiryun with seriousness. He had his own plans. Even if he didn't ascend a rank, he could try to acquire more from senior brother later. And if he couldn't, his current attributes were formidable enough. Besides, his dragon flame state had already awakened, making him even more powerful. On the contrary, without a means of self-defense, the two women would become his weakness. Only when you become strong will I have no worries, Linyu said solemnly. Lu Shiryun gazed at him, lost in thought, before finally speaking. All right, I trust you. I won't be a burden to you. As she prepared to ascend a rank, Linyu instructed, during your ascension your spatial abilities will start to transform. You must carefully perceive these changes and perhaps seize this opportunity to comprehend other spatial capabilities. He explained a few key points and taught her how to sense the shifts in space. With everything ready, Lu Shiryun began absorbing the first-rank crystal core. As she absorbed more energy, her aura gradually intensified and the space around her flickered, indicating the stirring and transformation of her innate spatial abilities. She absorbed the energy slowly because she needed to capture the flow and changes in space throughout the process. It was a challenging and lengthy endeavor. Crystal after crystal vanished, yet she always felt on the brink of grasping something elusive. As the last crystal core was finally absorbed, Lu Shiryun's body trembled, her immense aura surged, and the space around her shook violently. In that moment, she finally caught a glimpse of the sensation she sought. Through the fluctuations caused by her breakthrough, she gained some understanding. When the flickering waves around Lu Shiryun subsided, she opened her eyes slowly, her face brimming with joy. Did you comprehend it? Linyu asked. Yes, let me show you, she responded, excitement evident in her eyes, like a student proudly sharing her top marks with a cherished person. With a gentle snap of her fingers towards the wardrobe, there was a sudden sound. The space seemed to freeze, then rippled like water and exploded, shattering into fragments. The entire wardrobe was torn to shreds. I call this move Mirror Flower Water Moon, Lu Shiryun declared. First, solidify the space, then shatter it. It's actually two separate abilities and very powerful, Linyu remarked. By the way, your attributes shouldn't be weak, right? After all, you possess an S-grade spatial talent. Linyu chuckled as he spoke. It seems you're a bit stronger than the average person. When you awakened your spatial talent, your strength increased by 50 points, magic power by 50 and all other attributes by 30 points each. An S-level talent is indeed powerful. Your attributes far surpass those of ordinary evolvers. With your attributes doubling upon advancement and having acquired attack methods, you're truly becoming a strong figure. Lu Shiyun displayed her attributes to Lin Yu with a smile. Her codename was unnamed at level 0 of the first tier. Her magic power was 22,600, strength 326, constitution 168, speed 168 and spirit 170. With an S-level infinite space talent, these were standard attributes for a strong S-level talent awakener. It seemed she hadn't consumed many attribute fruits, however. Compared to the S-level anti-magic Wang Hao they'd previously encountered, she was evidently much stronger. Lin Yu estimated that Wang Hao's awakening had only increased his attributes by 30 points each. How's my attributes? Lu Shiyun asked. Not bad, quite strong, Lin Yu replied, laughing. How do I compare to you? She inquired further. Well, there's a bit of a gap. Lin Yu responded with a grin. Comparing with him was no contest. Even without advancing, his attributes surpassed hers. Once he advanced and his attributes doubled, the gap would widen even more. You two stay here and wait for me. I should be back by afternoon, Lin Yu said, playfully pinching the cheek of the little girl. Rook, be safe, don't push yourself, if it's dangerous, just run. I'll wait for you. Lu Shiyun approached tenderly, straightening his collar as if sending off her husband. Uncle, come back safely, the little girl chimed in with anticipation. Don't make it so serious, it's just a zombie king. Lin Yu laughed, enjoying the warmth of the moment. After leaving, he ran towards the hotel where senior brother was staying. Senior brother, I'm here, Lin Yu shouted as he entered the hotel. It was only 8 in the morning and the hotel was eerily quiet. His shout was met with a growl from the 3rd floor, followed by rustling sounds throughout the building. Why haven't you advanced to the first tier? Senior brother questioned, wearing his usual black suit as he approached Lin Yu, frowning. Behind him was a group of first-tier zombies, totaling 23. Lin Yu's eyes lit up. Senior brother going with you too? Kill the zombie king is too dangerous. What if something happens to me? What about my wife and child? Lin Yu began his performance. I need to ensure they can protect themselves before I can work for you wholeheartedly. For your zombie unification cause, can't you spare me 10 more crystal cores? Once I break through to the first tier, the task will be foolproof. Senior brother nearly exploded with rage at his shamelessness but managed to suppress his anger. Yesterday he was at level 3 of the first tier and today he was already at level 5. For him, uniting the ancient town by killing the other zombie king was paramount. Once that was accomplished, he could have as many first-tier crystal cores as he wanted. We're about to start the battle. I can only give you 5 or I'll be left with nothing, he finally conceded. The senior brother wore a dark expression. Brother, 5 crystals just aren't enough, he insisted. Just 5, no more, came the reply. Add 1 more, make it 6, or I truly won't be able to advance, he pleaded. Persistently, after much coaxing, the senior brother finally believed that Lin Yu only had 4 crystals. With a sullen face, he let out a roar. Just like yesterday, 6 first-tier zombies twisted off their own heads in a bizarre and bloody scene. Hold on a moment, Lin Yu called out, taking the crystals and cheerfully rushing up to the 2nd floor. The process of advancing to the first tier was swift and posed no danger, so he didn't mind the location of his breakthrough. He found a room, sat cross-legged and began to absorb the energy. As each crystal transformed into energy and disappeared, Lin Yu's aura rose dramatically. With the final crystal absorbed, he felt as if a shackle had been broken within his body and waves of power surged forth. This was the strength of his body's potential. A terrifying burst of mana exploded from him, soaring skyward. This was mana burst. All his mana erupted at once, enveloping him and forming a pillar of light. The mana pillar pierced through the ceiling, continuing upward, smashing through the hotel's top floor into the sky. The entire hotel shook under this immense pressure. Roars and howls echoed throughout the hotel. Lin Yu's immense mana presence instilled fear and unease in all the zombies. This guy actually possessed such enormous power. It was utterly terrifying. On the first floor, the senior brother too felt the intense pressure, utterly shocked, his pupils narrowing to pinpoints. Thankfully, he hadn't made a move earlier. He took a deep breath, feeling a sense of relief. On the 2nd floor, Lin Yu was still undergoing his breakthrough, temporarily unable to control the vast mana. The mana pillar encircled him, continuously spreading outward. Everything in the room was obliterated by the mana's force. After about 10 minutes, all the mana retracted back into his body and the energy column dissipated. Lin Yu moved his body, a crackling sound emanating from his bones, every inch of him brimming with boundless strength. He quickly checked his own attributes. Code name: Magician level, first tier, level 0 mana, 69,000 strength, 772 constitution, 482 speed, 524 spirit, 586 talent. S-level flame controller, unlocked flame forms, blaze, dragon's flame. With such extraordinary attributes, he could easily crush a first-tier zombie, and even a second-tier one would be no match for him. His attributes were nearly 6 to 7 times that of an ordinary evolver. Even those with an S-level talent awakening were not half as formidable as he. Once I reach the 4th tier, I can implement that plan. Lin Yu mused, clenching his fists. Having been reborn, even if his talent was initially the weakest F level, he now held knowledge of many secrets, allowing him to stay a step ahead in everything. In the future he would undoubtedly become the strongest of all. In a previous life, the soul fire was the most coveted power, and now in this life it was finally no longer a mere fantasy. As long as he followed the plan, obtained that secret treasure, and found those few special powerful individuals from his past life, he would surely be able to slay the gods and seize the soul fire. By devouring the soul fire, his talent might very well advance to an SS level. Clearing his thoughts, Lin Yu descended from the 2nd floor. At that moment, when he looked at his senior brother, the sense of oppression had disappeared, yet for some reason his intuition told him that even if he exerted all his strength, he wouldn't be able to kill his senior brother. It seemed this guy's talent was no ordinary thing. Lin Yu muttered to himself. What he didn't know was that, while the senior brother appeared calm on the surface, inside he was deeply shaken. This guy is unstoppable. Just from Lin Yu's mere glance, he felt his magical energy sluggishly circulating within him. The senior brother took a deep breath and said, "Let's go. The minions under the Zombie King far outnumber us. Senior brother, you don't need to share the crystal cores with me. How about we keep what we kill?" Lin Yu licked his lips. The other side had more first-tier zombies. That was wealth beyond measure, with heaps of crystal cores waiting for him to take. Deal with that. The two of them, accompanied by the remaining 17 first-tier zombies, walked out of the hotel. Roar! The Zombie King's senior brother let out a howl. The ground trembled as countless zombies converged from all directions, making Lin Yu's scalp tingle. There were probably tens of thousands of them. Under the senior brother's leadership, the massive army charged toward the northeast. That was the territory of another zombie king. Senior brother, if the other side's level is higher than yours, won't your 10,000 strong minions switch sides instantly? Note they are loyal only to me, the senior brother replied without looking back. Continuing to sprint, Lin Yu pondered. Based on his understanding of zombies, these creatures had no concept of loyalty. Among their kind, they followed the orders of whoever was of a higher tier or stronger. The senior brother's confidence was indeed remarkable. The sight of 10,000 thundering forward was terrifying beyond measure. They charged through streets, ignoring the occasional evolver who cowered in the corners, too scared to move. Upon entering the northern district, the zombies there became agitated. Not only did the senior brother want to kill the zombie king, but this area's zombie king also desired to kill the senior brother. Soon, the northern district's zombie king appeared with his followers. Roar! The roars were deafening. From the momentum alone, Lin Yu sensed the northern district zombie king didn't quite seem like a first tier. Could it have already advanced to the 2nd tier? With its furious roar, countless zombies swarmed forward. Behind it were 59 first-tier zombies, a formidable force compared to the senior brothers. Roar! The senior brother roared, and his followers charged, the two zombie torrents clashing like ancient battlefields. Such a grand spectacle was incredibly awe-inspiring. The senior brother's minions were indeed exceedingly loyal, charging fearlessly despite the tier suppression of the high-tier zombies opposite them. "I'll take care of the zombie king, you hold off some of those first-tier zombies for me," the senior brother said. "No problem," Lin Yu replied. This was precisely what he wanted. In the realm of survival, the rule was simple. Whoever kills the zombie gets the crystal core. With 70 or 80 tier 1 zombies scattered around, imagine the bounty if all were taken down. Such chaotic battles were Lin Yu's playground, a chance to blend in and strike opportunistically. He moved swiftly like a great rock, spreading its wings, diving into the zombie horde, targeting a tier 1 zombie. The zombie, upon sensing a human, let out an excited guttural roar, swiping a claw towards him. But alas, Lin Yu's attributes had reached a point where such threats were trivial. With a small shift of his foot, he was behind the zombie in a flash, moving so quickly that the surrounding zombies couldn't react. His fist, engulfed in flames, crashed down, shattering the zombie's head. Lin Yu reached in and extracted the crystal core. The flames served to protect his fist from the unpleasant remnants inside the zombie's skull. Like this, he darted through the group of zombies seeking out Tier 1 targets. Once he had a mark, it was typically over in a single blow. To him, Tier 1 zombies were no different from those of the 6th or 7th level. What a windfall, opportunities. With such clusters of Tier 1 zombies waiting to be culled were rare. In just 30 minutes, Lin Yu collected 16 Tier 1 crystal cores. He was focused solely on the relentless slaughter of Tier 1 zombies, ignoring everything else. An hour later, just as Lin Yu was engrossed in his deadly work, a massive roar echoed, causing all the zombies to halt. Was the battle over? His heart tightened. Taking advantage of their pause, he darted around and snatched 2 more crystal cores before stopping. These 2 Tier 1 zombies were under the command of the senior. Brother, isn't it enough? You're about to wipe out all the Tier 1 zombies on the field, came the voice of the senior brother. I'm just lending a hand, Lin Yu laughed heartily. Despite his stern expression, the senior brother said nothing more. Without Lin Yu's efforts in taking out many Tier 1 zombies, he might have been overwhelmed, making it much harder to capture the zombie king. You've tamed it? Lin Yu was surprised to find that the senior brother had subdued the zombie king instead of killing it. How was that possible? He could clearly feel that this zombie king was no longer Tier 1 inch but Tier 2, a higher tier zombie submitting to a lower Tier 1. It was fantastical. Lin Yu felt a stir of interest, contemplating whether to take action and eliminate these higher tier zombies, but he quickly dismissed the idea. Let's go. With a shout, Lin Yu leaped away. This venture had yielded a substantial 37 Tier 1 crystal cores. His next destination was Tianhai City, he mused. Today marked the 13th day of the apocalypse, and under the influence of Lin Yu's butterfly effect, the evolution speed across the entire Great Xia had significantly accelerated compared to his past life. In the hierarchy rankings of the Great Xia Kingdom, there are now 26 first-tier evolvers, with him merely ranked 15th while Lu Shiyun is 9th. He couldn't help but wonder if Jinger had awakened her talents yet? Lin Yu recalled that determined woman who aspired to surpass him. On the highway from Koan City to Tianhai City, traffic was sparse, not enough to cause any jams. Lu Shiyun, driving her large G-Class vehicle, occasionally executed S-turns to weave around various obstacles. The road ahead is blocked, Lu Shiyun noted. Lin Yu craned his neck to see. In the middle of the highway, 7 or 8 cars were haphazardly blocking the way. Watch me, Lin Yu said as he leapt out of the vehicle, kicking all the obstructing cars aside with a single motion. Just like that, nothing could stand in their way as the car sped down the highway. Unbeknownst to the 3 of them, a massive eagle was flying in the same direction above them at an altitude of 1,000 meters. Its wings spanned a terrifying 10 meters, clearly indicating it was no ordinary eagle, definitely mutated. On its back stood a lone figure. Meanwhile, in a hotel lobby, Chen Jinger was organizing today's tasks. It had been 3 days since Lin Yu left, and their squad remained 17 strong. Besides the 4 leaders who had long reached level 10, the remaining 13 women were all at level 9. Among the evolver factions in this ancient town, they ranked in the top 10. Today we'll head toward West Backstreet and try to kill 3 more first-tier zombies to complete our set of 10, Shen Jinger instructed. Everyone agreed enthusiastically, their faces full of determination. After lunch, the group of 17 exited the hotel. However, they were immediately blocked by someone. Are you the only squad from West Street? The man scanned the group without much regard. What do you want? Chen Jinger frowned. Your strength isn't bad, you qualify to become my subordinates. The man evaluated, slightly satisfied to see that the lowest level among them was 9. He wondered how many awakened were among them. If Lin Yu were here, he would surely recognize this person. In a past life, this man was Lu Qi, the first to reach the 3rd tier in Koan City and the recipient of the Fire Dragon's blood. Unfortunately, in this life, Lin Yu beat him to it, leaving him with neither the Fire Dragon's blood nor any other treasures. However, some people are naturally favored by fortune. After the apocalypse began, the animals in Shishan Zoo mutated, with some fighting to the death and others fleeing into the forest. Lu Qi happened upon a tiger and a leopard that had fought to mutual destruction. Seizing his opportunity, his S-class awakened talent ability acceptance allowed him to absorb the tiger's strength and the leopard's speed. Subordinates? Chen Jinger flipped her hair, smiling slightly. I think you should be my subordinate instead. Then let me see if you have the strength for that. Lu Qi remained composed, speaking with a calm demeanor. I will show you what it truly means to be strong. With those words, he disappeared in a flash, charging forward. Jing, be careful. the crowd only saw a blur as he arrived right in front of Qingjinger, ice shield. Xiaowen reacted swiftly, raising his hand to summon his ice ability, forming a massive shield of ice in front of Qingjinger, bang, yet in the very next moment Lu Qi's fist, brimming with immense power, smashed into the ice shield, shattering it into pieces. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. Xiaowen was the strongest among them, and yet his shield was destroyed in an instant. The power of this man was terrifying. Bang! Another mighty collision resounded as Lu Qi struck again after breaking the ice shield. Qingjinger's figure wavered as she tried to dodge, but found that Lu Qi's speed was even faster, following her like a shadow that she couldn't shake off. Facing the incoming punch, she gritted her teeth with no choice but to meet it head on. However, the force behind it was far beyond what she could withstand. On contact, her body was flung backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Jing, Jing, alarmed, everyone sprang into action. Sand shift. Using her ability, young Shanshan transformed the ground beneath Lu Qi's feet into sand in an instant. Affected by gravity, Lu Qi rapidly sank down. Within seconds, his lower thighs were entirely submerged in the sand. In no more than 10 seconds, he would be completely engulfed. Ha! Lu Qi's expression grew serious as he exerted all his strength, halting the downward pull with sheer force. Get down! At Xiaowen's furious shout, massive ice spikes formed above Lu Qi, crashing down towards him. Simultaneously, countless wind blades sliced through the air, closing in on him. For the first time, Lu Qi felt a twinge of panic. He hadn't expected to face three gifted individuals, each possessing formidable abilities and working in seamless coordination, putting him in a precarious situation. If he couldn't escape the quicksand quickly, he feared he would be in deep trouble. Break, Lu! She shouted, releasing a surge of magical energy throughout his body as he slammed his hands into the sand, dispersing a significant portion of it with his immense power. Seizing the opportunity, he powered through with his legs, activating his cheetah's speed to escape the sandy trap in an instant. He then rolled to the side, narrowly dodging the falling ice spikes and the approaching wind blades. His strength is too overwhelming, I can't hold him down for long, Yang Shanshan said, her face pale, indicating she had exerted all her energy trying to restrain Lu Qi. The group fell silent, aware of the man's formidable power, likely an S-rank awakened individual. You've truly surprised me, Lu Qi admitted, looking a bit disheveled. He hadn't expected to suffer such a setback as an S-rank awakened one. However, now that I know your tricks, trying to trap me like before is impossible. He took a moment to catch his breath, feeling both amazed and delighted. These three were stronger than any A-rank gifted individuals he'd encountered before. He was determined to recruit them. With it, he stomped the ground, his body shooting forward like an arrow, charging straight at Yang Shanshan. He needed to deal with this woman first. Her sand manipulation abilities were proving to be troublesome. Thorns of sand. Yang Shanshan's expression shifted as enormous sand vines surged up, striking toward the man. However, Lu Qi moved too swiftly. He zigzagged left and right, swiftly breaking through the blockade of sand thorns, and delivered a powerful punch. Bang! In Yang Shanshan's terrified gaze, a figure appeared before her, taking the punch head-on only to be sent flying. Jingjia! With a resounding crash, Qingjinger hit the ground again, coughing up blood, feeling as though her internal organs had shifted. Lu Qi didn't pause, launching another punch, and Yang Shanshan met the same fate, a trail of blood scattering in the air. I'll kill you. Lu Yu's eyes were filled with rage as he charged forward, countless wind blades flying from his hands, slicing toward the man. It's useless, your attacks can't hit me. Lu Qi's figure flickered, dodging rapidly, yet in the next moment he collided directly with a massive block of ice. Shield, come! Xiaowen shouted. Instantly 4 ice shields appeared, quickly converging, trapping Lu Qi in the center. Ice explosion. Another shout erupted. The 5 ice shields exploded simultaneously. Now you'll surely die. Xiaowen half knelt on the ground, having expended too much energy with his powerful ability attacks. You've managed to push me this far, you should be proud. Suddenly a voice emerged from the shattered ice. Lu Qi walked out slowly, a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth. The few people present froze. Was he really unharmed after all this? Storm slash! Liu shouted, countless wind blades gathering to form a tornado sweeping toward the man. Break for me! A brutal expression crossed Lu Qi's face. Even in the central streets he hadn't been this cornered yet. Here, facing a few A-grade ability users, he had been injured? This was unforgivable. His hands glowed as he punched the storm, shattering the storm slash. His speed surged to its peak. Bang, bang. 2 sounds rang out as Lu Yu and Xiaowen were sent flying too. How can he be this strong? was the thought that lingered in their minds as they were struck down, a sense of despair washing over them. Lying beside the motorcycle, Chen Jinger gritted her teeth, refusing to accept defeat. I can't die, I haven't achieved my dreams yet. I still need to capture Lin Yu and make him my husband. I need to surpass him, I must be stronger than Lin Yu. Such frenzied thoughts stormed through her mind. Kill. The 13 women, seeing the 4 strongest members of Eternal Day defeated, showed no fear. Armed, they charged forward. Eternal Day was their home, the place where they had been reborn. No one could destroy it. Interesting, watching the fearless charge of these women, Lu Qi was slightly moved. Despite the short time since the apocalypse began, he had witnessed too much of humanity's ugliness, too much filth. Yet these people in front of him, what kind of beliefs sustained them, allowing them to face death without fear? Despite the shock, his movements were swift and precise. With each punch, he sent the approaching women flying, yet not a thread of his garment was touched. Even so, he held back, for these people were to become his subordinates. Well, do you now understand what true power is? He taunted. Join my faction and I promise you'll live better in this apocalypse than ever before. Bah, all those outside factions are nothing but flesh-eating monsters, selfish to the core, spat one of the 13 women, blood trickling from her mouth as she cursed. Although they only operated in the West Street area, they were well aware of the happenings on Central Street. The factions formed by various evolved individuals were constantly scheming against each other, recruiting survivors not for protection but to bolster their own forces, sending them out to kill zombies and collect crystal cores. Worse still, some factions fed live humans to zombies, fostering their evolution just to harvest the cores. It was a realm of utter darkness, recently rescued from this hell by Sister Jing. The women vowed never to return to such factions, preferring death to betrayal. Here was their sanctuary, their home, Eternal Day, a place of perpetual light and warmth, a haven they would defend to the last breath. Heh, so you'd rather die than join me? Lu Qi's voice turned cold. Bah, then you can all die, he said, losing patience as he walked slowly towards the fallen women. This is Eternal Day, my Eternal Day, our Eternal Day. No one can destroy it. A chilling voice suddenly resonated. Chen Jinger rose slowly, wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth, and stepped forward. An indescribable aura flickered around her, growing stronger with each step, accompanied by an eerie glow. Sister Jing, everyone shouted, having resigned themselves to doom, only for Chen Jinger to rise again, transformed and exuding an intimidating presence. Awakening of talents? Lu Qi's expression grew serious, sensing the aura of death emanating from this woman. Perish. Chen Jinger's body was enveloped in a black radiance. In her hand appeared a massive bone scythe larger than her own frame. With one sweeping strike, Lu Qi's expression darkened, his arms morphing into the striped pattern of a tiger's claw, ready to block the attack. In that instant his pupils constricted. Lu Qi's eyes widened in disbelief as the scythe passed through his tiger claws, leaving his arm unharmed but causing searing pain in his mind. Swish! As the scythe swung again, Lu Qi swiftly darted sideways. Wary of the strange talent he couldn't yet comprehend, knowing full well he couldn't afford to take it head-on. However, he was surprised to find that this time, Chen Jinger was not slower than him at all. She was right on his heels, slashing at him relentlessly. He didn't dare to meet her attacks head-on. The 3 times he had failed to dodge, her scythe had pierced through his body. Though his body remained unharmed, his soul suffered increasingly intense pain with each strike. You can cut souls? Lu Qi was shocked. He suddenly realized that after being struck by Chen Jinger's scythe, his mental power on his attribute panel would drop by 2 points. In just this short time, his mental power had been slashed by 8 points. He didn't know if it could recover. If it couldn't, he might just cry himself to death. Lu Qi cursed loudly. Everyone understood how important attributes were, and in this brief moment he'd lost the equivalent of 8 green attribute fruits. Who could accept that? He had no choice but to avoid the scythe and engage in close combat, with determination in his heart. He charged once more, fully unleashing the speed capabilities of his legs. Go to hell! This time he finally dodged the scythe and reached Chen Jinger's side, his tiger claws reaching straight for her head. He had made up his mind, even if the scythe struck again and cost him another 2 points of mental power, he would still blow this woman's head off. Sister Jing, watch out, Yang Shanshan warned. But Chen Jinger remained unhurried. Her pupils suddenly transformed into crescent shapes. Soul bind. Lu Qi's tiger claws, about to seize her, suddenly froze in mid-air. He felt an inexplicable force binding his soul. Swish, swish, swish. Taking advantage of this moment, Chen Jinger raised her scythe and slashed 3 more times, cutting away another 6 points of his mental power. Boom! A terrifying aura erupted as Lucci finally broke free from the soul bind. Without hesitation he sped backwards. He stared intently at Qinjinger, panting heavily. Lucci was at a loss. How could he fight? He couldn't get close and he had no long-range attack methods. If the fight continued, he feared his mental power would be completely cut down by her. Would he become a vegetable then? Goodbye. Lucci turned to make his escape. He knew Qinjinger must have awakened an S-grade talent, otherwise such a formidable display would be impossible. Another powerful force was rising in the ancient town. Eternal Day, did I say you could leave? Yet a cold voice came from behind him. Qinjinger's expression was icy. She had severely injured everyone from Eternal Day and now he wanted to run? It wasn't going to be that easy. Upon hearing this, Lucci quickened his pace. Madam Lin, Qinjinger shouted, and the motorcycle parked by the roadside began to emit a black light. Its wheels spun and it drove itself to her side. She leapt, landing directly on the bike. This scene left everyone present with their jaws dropped. How eerie! Who had ever seen a motorcycle that could move on its own without being started? Qinjinger stood straight on the bike's front, a 4-meter-long black scythe resting on her shoulder. The motorcycle carried her speeding toward Lucci at an incredible pace. The scene was as eerie as it was surreal. Big sister, I was wrong. Please don't chase me. Lucci felt like crying for real this time. You've injured all of our Yangzhou members. Leaving unscathed is impossible, he shouted. When have I ever left unscathed? My spiritual power got slashed by 14 points. Lucci retorted angrily, that's your own fault. If you don't leave something behind, don't even think about leaving. Qinjinger pursued relentlessly, her large scythe swinging continuously, forcing Lucci to dodge repeatedly, finding it difficult to escape her grasp. So, what exactly do you want? As long as I don't fight you, there's nothing you can do to me. Lucci's words weren't entirely wrong. He had absorbed the cheetah's speed ability, making him incredibly fast. If he decided to avoid fighting altogether, Qinjinger wouldn't be able to do much for the time being. It would come down to a battle of magic to see whose magic would run out first. Tell me, what do you want, Lu? She asked anxiously after a moment. Previously he had expended most of his magic battling those 3 awakened ones and he feared he wouldn't outlast Qinjinger at this rate. He estimated he might end up explaining himself here. A first-tier crystal core. Exchange it with a first-tier crystal core, Qinjinger demanded. Take it. Lucci didn't hesitate for a second, fishing out a crystal core from his pocket and tossing it backward as he ran. One isn't enough. Hand over all the crystal cores you have on you. Were you born a bandit? Cut the crap, or let's see who can outlast who. I only have 3 in total. I'll give them all to you, just stop chasing me. Lucci pulled out 2 more crystal cores, tossing them left and right. He vowed that once he returned he would venture deep into the mountains, capture a few mutated beasts and acquire some powerful abilities, ideally abilities with long-range attacks. The motorbike carrying Qinjinger swerved left and right, retrieving the 2 crystal cores into her hands. Watching the silhouette retreat into the distance, she didn't pursue further. Instead, her body wavered, nearly collapsing. Jinger, 2 women who were less injured supported her upright. Let's head back, everyone's pretty banged up. Let's take a day off today, Qinjinger said, a touch of exhaustion in her voice. Her motorbike dissolved into specks of black light, disappearing on the spot. An S-grade talent is indeed formidable. My ribs are broken in several places. Even as an evolver, it'll probably take 7 to 8 days to heal. The group returned to the hotel, gathering in the lobby to bandage each other's wounds. Jinger is amazing. She actually awakened an S-grade talent and drove that guy away. Yet now our Yangzhou is considered a formidable force in the town, right? Jinger, you should absorb all the first-tier crystal cores. Your S-grade breaking through to the first tier would be the biggest boost for Yangzhou. Yes, yes. As soon as Yang Shanshan mentioned it, everyone nodded in agreement without dissent. Previously, Qinjinger's strength wasn't particularly notable, but now she was undoubtedly the number 1 in Yangzhou. Well, maybe the second, because there was still Linyu above her, who was probably the strongest. Alright, Qinjinger didn't refuse, feeling very weak at the moment. Having just awakened and then experienced such a battle left her exhausted. Her free attribute points had been saved, not yet allocated, because Linyu had advised her not to use them unless absolutely necessary, and to allocate them according to her talent. After awakening, she had been saving them all along. Her talent had just awakened, and she was not yet proficient. This made it quite strenuous for her to fight someone like Lu Qi, who had a high mana consumption. At this moment, she finally no longer needed to suppress herself. She allocated all 25 free attribute points from levels 5 to 10 into her mental power. then she took out 10 first-order crystal cores and began absorbing them. Initially, they only had 7 in total, but after snatching 3 more from Lu Qi, she had just enough to advance 1 tier. Her black scythe of death had a devouring trait capable of severing others' mental power, which once cut could not be restored. 10% of the severed mental power would be absorbed by the black scythe, nourishing herself. In the previous battle, she cut 14 points from Lu Qi's mental power, thereby increasing her own by 14 points. Do not underestimate this 14 over time. As she severs more, her mental power will grow increasingly stronger. With the disappearance of the last crystal core, Qinjinger successfully reached Tier 1, codename Unnamed Level, Tier 1 Level 0 Mana, 32,600 Strength, 232 Constitution, 226 Speed, 352-inch Mental Power, 504 Talent, S-Class Spirit of Death. Her new attribute panel was vastly more powerful than before, even significantly surpassing Lu Shiyun. Her S-Class talent, the Spirit of Death, belonged to the Soul category, which is why she invested all free attribute points into mental power. Before her evolution, she had consumed attribute fruits, and later, under Lin Yu's guidance, she exchanged quite a few at the trading market. When her S-Class talent awakened, each of the 4 dimensions increased by 50 points, resulting in her terrifying attributes. Although still far from Lin Yu's level, she was evidently much stronger than many other S-Class talent holders. What should her codename be? Qinjinger was a bit troubled, as she wasn't good at naming things. She had it. Qin sits on top. That's it. Qinjinger would sit on top, and if not for this belief supporting her, she might not have awakened today. She found nothing wrong with this codename, quite the contrary, she was extremely satisfied. If Lin Yu found out, he would probably be infuriated. Who in their right mind would choose such a suggestive name? On the World Forum, ever since the integration of global evolver information, debates raged every day. Look at the top-ranked person in the Grand Xia Kingdom called Big Brother. Judging by the name, he's just a nobody. Being at the top is just a stroke of luck. When the battle of 100 nations comes, I'm going to make him wet his pants. Oh yes, quite right, and that magician, just the sound of it implies a mere juggler. And yet he ranks in the top 10 of the Grand Xia Kingdom. The men of Grand Xia are lacking, but the women. Flower girls, very beautiful. Iron Man, what rubbish, does he dare to challenge Big Brother? Sakura country dogs, you're done for, your Sakura nation is finished. We will flatten Sakura, and we men of Grand Xia stand by our word. Damn it, I can't hold back any longer. Where is the sky exploding gang? I want to join, I want to flatten that disgusting country. In a palace in Great Britain, 4 figures stood. King Arthur. Apologies, the power of the Black Knight legend was somewhat unexpected. Even with the Thunder Knight alongside me, we can defeat him but not subdue him. I fear you must step in. The Sun Knight was bathed in sunlight, shining with a brilliant glow. Then I'll make a trip, he said. With him, there were only 4 out of the 12 knights. The battle of 100 nations was drawing closer, and they needed to seize the time. King Arthur's eyes showed little emotion. His strength was almost unanimously recognized as the greatest in Britain. In the contest of 100 nations, the powers of the Great Summer Kingdom, Sakura Kingdom, Hikaru Kingdom, and the Heavenly Kingdom were formidable. I once saw the Scorpion Kings move on the World Forum, very powerful. However, I am confident if I face him. The Sun Knight wore a face full of confidence. On the highway, a black G-Wagon sped by. After passing the Jade Tunnel ahead, they would enter the Tianhai cities domain. Lu Shiyun was in the car looking at the dark tunnel entrance ahead, suddenly feeling a bit scared. This tunnel looks like a big mouth, said Ruaka, the little girl in the back, poking her head out and blinking her big eyes. Lin Yu squinted his eyes, also looking towards the distant tunnel entrance. He focused for a moment, discovering nothing unusual, yet a slight unease arose in his heart. Could there be something wrong with this tunnel? I don't know, I can't tell anything for now. Lin Yu shook his head. It should be fine, this tunnel is less than 2 kilometers, we'll be out soon. Lu Shiyun brushed off the slight unease in her heart and tapped the brakes lightly. Stop the car. As the G-Wagon was about to reach the tunnel entrance, Lin Yu called to halt the vehicle. The car came to a steady stop. Lin Yu jumped out and slowly walked to the tunnel entrance, peering inside. Due to the power system being damaged, there was almost no light. The tunnel was pitch black, revealing nothing. Lin Yu conjured a ball of fire in his hand and tossed it into the tunnel. The fireball exploded, scattering countless sparks, illuminating some of the tunnel. Lin Yu carefully observed for a long while, still finding nothing unusual. Perhaps we're overthinking it. Let's go. Lin Yu returned to the car, still feeling a slight unease, but not strongly. Even if there was indeed something inside, they had no fear. The G-Wagon moved forward slowly. The car's headlights illuminated the tunnel under they. Light everything seemed normal, though unusually quiet. Lu Shiryun breathed a sigh of relief, relaxing her mind. She accelerated and the car shot forward like an arrow. Gradually both of them felt something was wrong. The Jade Tunnel was supposed to be less than 2 kilometers long. How could it be 3 or 4 minutes and they still hadn't exited, not even seeing the tunnel's end? Lu Shiryun suddenly grew nervous. Another 10 minutes passed and the car was still inside the tunnel. Brother Yu, could we have encountered something strange? She gripped the steering wheel tightly, clearly tense. Perhaps. Lin Yu frowned. A tunnel less than 2 kilometers long and the car had traveled almost 30 kilometers without getting out. This situation was either an illusion or they were trapped by some kind of rule, or perhaps they were no longer in the tunnel. Had they stumbled into another realm? Could this be an unintentional entry into a secret domain? Lin Yu murmured to himself. After the apocalypse descended, many alternate spaces and dimensional realms appeared, filled with both opportunities and immense dangers. In the past life, these spaces were known as secret realms. However, secret realms varied greatly. Some involved rules of the Great Path, requiring a secret realm card in certain conditions to enter, while others had no prerequisites and relied solely on luck. Let's get out of the car and assess the situation, Lu Shiryun suggested, braking to a stop. After the three of them exited the vehicle, she stored the G-Class in her space. Hold on to me and Ruok, she instructed as darkness enveloped them like a shroud. Lu Shiryun held Lin Yu's hand with one hand and Ruok's with the other. Suddenly a resounding chime echoed through the tunnel. As the chime faded, a faint glow appeared on the tunnel wall not far ahead. Upon closer inspection, it seemed to be a door, almost as if it was guiding them. Interesting, Lin Yu remarked, his eyes narrowing as he decided, let's see what's behind that door. The two women followed him as they cautiously approached the source of the light. Sure enough, it was a door slightly ajar, with light streaming through the crack. Creak, Lin Yu pulled the door open and stepped inside. It was a massive stone cavern, quite spacious. At the center stood a stone table surrounded by several figures. At the head of the table sat a creature wearing a bull's head mask, not quite human. Congratulations, we have 3 newcomers this time. The creature spoke slowly, its voice devoid of any emotional inflection. The people seated on either side of the table turned to look at them. Lin Yu noticed a range of emotions on their faces. Ferocity, joy, despair, pity and more, all very unsettling. Where is this place? Lin Yu asked, eyeing them warily. This is the abode of the demons, the bull-headed creature replied. Demons? Lin Yu frowned. In his past life, demons usually referred to powerful beings who had awakened dark powers. They could be dark evolvers or dark beasts. Please have a seat. The bull-headed being gestured toward the benches beside the stone table. It was clear it was not human, as what emerged from its sleeves was not a hand but a withered vine. Let's go. I want to see what they're up to, Lin Yu said, leading the 2 women to sit at the table. Including them, there were now 19 people with 6 seats still vacant. Let me introduce this place to you newcomers. Every day we have a death game here. The loser dies. You have 10 minutes to discuss and choose which game to play, the bull-headed creature announced, and then fell silent. Immediately, the other 15 people turned their attention to Lin Yu and his companions, their faces again showing a complex mix of emotions. They said nothing, exchanging glances and nodding slightly as if reaching a silent agreement. Can anyone explain the situation? Lin Yu asked, scrutinizing the group, but no one responded. Brother Yu, I have a bad feeling about this, Lu Shiryun said gravely. These people had arrived earlier and seemed to know much but chose not to share it with them. No matter, Lin Yu replied. Time's up. Tell me your choice. The bull-headed creature's voice broke the silence. As the 10 minutes swiftly passed, we choose 3, exclaimed the 15 people in unison. All right, I got it. This time, the new players will decide the game, said the Minotaur, surprising everyone with its unexpected words. The 15 present were initially shocked, then furious. You're not following the rules, shouted a burly man, slamming his palm on the table, glaring at the Minotaur. Here I am the rules? What, you disagree? The Minotaur replied coldly, a hint of mockery in its eyes. You. The burly man, though enraged, eventually sat back down in helplessness. Lin Yu's lips curled into a small smile, realizing the nature of this place. It was a place where rules were set but could be disregarded at will. There are 10 games in total. Which one do you choose? The Minotaur fixed its gaze on Lin Yu and his 2 companions. Everyone else also turned their attention to them, with the burly man casting a threatening glance. Let's go with game 2, Lin Yu said casually, his answer seemed to bring a sigh of relief to the 15 others, though their expressions remained tense. "Brother, do you know what kind of game this is?" Lu Shiyun whispered beside him. "No idea, just picked randomly." Lin Yu shrugged. "Are you serious, big brother? They know nothing about it. Even if we're playing a game, shouldn't we know the rules first?" "Don't worry, just do as I do," Lin Yu reassured them. The game commenced. The Minotaur, using its vine-like appendages, flung 2 decks of cards, dealing 2 cards to each player. Once dealt, the 15 individuals picked up and discreetly checked their cards. "Hit me," the burly man commanded. The Minotaur dealt him another card. Picking it up, his pupils contracted, though he managed to conceal his reaction. Among the 8 people on Lin Yu's left, 5 requested another card. "Is this bullfighting?" Lu Shiyun wondered, noting the resemblance to the bullfighting card game. "Perhaps," Lin Yu replied nonchalantly, seemingly unconcerned. From what he had observed, he was certain this was neither a secret realm nor a space governed by strict rules. It was merely a place where powerful creatures summoned them for some chaotic games. "Your turn," the Minotaur said, looking at Lin Yu. "I'll take 1 card," he replied. "Aren't you going to check your whole cards?" "Doesn't matter," Lin Yu said, drawing everyone's attention. Not even glancing at his whole cards, he boldly requested another card, showing no fear of a big card turning small. Lu Shiyun and her companion followed suit, each taking a card without looking. Finally, everyone had finished drawing. "Reveal your cards," the Minotaur announced. As the cards were turned over, the burly man's face turned ghostly pale. A pair of aces and a king totaling just 2 points, the lowest hand on the table. He sank down onto the ground, utterly defeated, his face ashen as if life had drained from him. At that moment, Lin Yu noticed something peculiar. Wisps of black smoke seemed to drift from the top of the burly man's head, steadily rising into the air until they vanished. Within those tendrils of smoke, Lin Yu sensed an overwhelming aura of despair. "Do it," commanded the bull-headed creature with a vine-like hand. A dagger materialized in its grasp and it tossed it onto the table. Beneath the burly man, a middle-aged man stood up. He picked up the dagger, approached the burly man from behind, and held the blade against his neck. Despite the lifeless look on his face, the burly man showed no intention of resisting. With a swift motion, the middle-aged man sliced the dagger across the burly man's neck, causing blood to gush forth. Clutching his neck, the man staggered and collapsed to the ground. In his eyes there was despair, but perhaps a hint of relief as well. The bull-headed creature extended its vine-like arm, dragged the burly man towards the door, leaving a trail of blood in its wake. The 14 survivors, witnessing this scene, turned pale, each with wisps of black despair emanating from above their heads. When the bull-headed creature finally exited, the group let out a collective sigh of relief, feeling as though they had narrowly escaped death. One bespectacled man approached Lin Yu and his companions, asking, "Young friend, we've been trapped here for 15 days. Do you know what the outside world is like?" 15 days? Were you trapped here before the apocalypse? Lin Yu queried. "No, we only stumbled into this tunnel on the 8th day of the apocalypse," the man replied. "We just arrived and today is the 13th day of the apocalypse." "Your story doesn't add up," Lin Yu said, coldly scrutinizing him. "We're not lying. I accidentally wandered in on the 9th day of the apocalypse and have been here for 14 days, a woman said weakly. "So 5 days have passed outside, but 15 days have gone by in here." The bespectacled man looked terrified. "Do you have any food? Could you spare some?" "I'm afraid I won't survive the next round of games," the woman pleaded, crawling to Lin Yu's feet and clutching his pants, her voice filled with desperation. "I'll do anything if you give me a bit of food," Lin Yu regarded the woman. She was not unattractive, her figure curvy and appealing. Unfortunately, hunger had taken its toll, leaving her face pale as paper, devoid of any color. He glanced at Lu Shiyun and nodded slightly, saying, "Give them some." The remaining 14 looked like they hadn't eaten in a long while. Lu Shiyun retrieved some food and water from her backpack and placed them on the table. Instantly, everyone's eyes lit up and they rushed forward, devouring the bread ravenously. A single bottle of water was shared among 3 people, each desperately gulping down what they could. A few minutes later, Lin Yu asked, "You've been trapped here for over 10 days, how did you handle food and water?" "With some strength restored," the middle-aged man replied. "Every 3 days, that bull-headed creature appears and forces us to participate in a deadly game. The loser dies and the creature takes the dead away. Then every other day there's a food game, the winner gets to eat. The bull-headed creature provides food." "There doesn't seem to be any food here," Lu Shiyun remarked. "If I'm not mistaken, the so-called food is actually the flesh of the person who died in this death game, right?" Lin Yu interjected. The group fell silent. It was obvious they knew what the food really was, but they had no choice. They didn't want to die. they had to resort to cannibalism. The monster had promised that if they survived for 30 days they would be set free. Was this like raising pigs? Lin Yu recalled a certain dark creature. These beings could absorb the purest form of despair, thriving off the aura of hopelessness. At that moment Lin Yu fully understood. They were dealing with a dark entity that fed on despair. This creature trapped them here, forcing them to participate in games daily, eliciting despair from their hearts while simultaneously providing them with a glimmer of hope for escape, thus breeding an endless cycle of despair. If this creature were a mutated beast, it would have likely already infiltrated the city, reaping even more despair, yet it stayed by the tunnel, indicating it couldn't leave. It was a plant-mutated dark entity. In mere moments Lin Yu pieced everything together. He shared his thoughts. But what about the different flow of time? Lu Shiyun questioned. It's simple, Lin Yu responded. These people are isolated from the outside world, engulfed in fear. Naturally, they believe whatever the Minotaur says. A scholarly-looking man suddenly spoke up. Now that you mention it, every time newcomers arrive, the Minotaur mentions a daily game but never explains the rules. Exactly, Lin Yu continued. We subconsciously assume there's one game per day and each game marks the passing of a day. The group finally realized there was no day or night here. Their minds were always tense. Even if they played 3 games in one day, they couldn't perceive the passage of time. So, what do we do now? Someone asked the group, seemingly looking to Lin Yu as their lifeline. In a phantasm like this, formed by concentrated emotions, you must find and kill the caster to break the illusion, Lin Yu explained. Such illusions are troublesome. Typically, only by killing the caster can you escape, or if you're significantly stronger than the caster, you can shatter it with brute force. Is the Minotaur the caster, or is it the monster in the mist? Someone asked in despair. They're too terrifying, we can't kill them. Don't listen to his nonsense, an old man around 60 suddenly spoke. Those who break the rules will die. Have you forgotten those who didn't follow the rules before? Hearing his words, the crowd hesitated, fear filling their eyes once more. Indeed, there were once powerful 8th-level evolvers and those with talents like water manipulation who resisted the monsters, but they all perished in the end. This new person just arrived, who knows what intentions he harbors. Initially, desperation drove them to clutch at straws, but now calmness has settled in and no one dares to echo Lin Yu anymore. Whether Lin Yu is right or not they can't tell, but they are certain that provoking the monsters and breaking the rules leads to death. No one is exempt. Brother Yu, what should we do now? Lu Shiyun asked. To escape this illusion, they must find the caster and kill him. Lin Yu's eyes gleamed with a cold light. He had no time to waste here. As you said, the dark creatures feed on despairing emotions, so finding it shouldn't be hard. Lu Shiyun pondered momentarily before speaking. As long as it can no longer absorb despairing emotions, it will naturally reveal itself. Lin Yu glanced at her, acknowledging her cleverness. Just a slight hint and she could devise a way to break the deadlock. Lin Yu thought for a moment and said, bring out 10 boxes of instant noodles, 10 boxes of water and other supplies. Lu Shiyun complied. Immediately a pile of food and supplies appeared beside them, drawing everyone's gaze. Faces lit up with desire and greed. Those willing to fight the monster with me, come over and I can share food with you. Lin Yu addressed them. By offering them hope for survival, they wouldn't succumb to despair and the dark creature wouldn't be able to absorb negative emotions. Eventually it would appear on its own. Don't listen to him. Defying those monsters leads to death. An old man shouted again, quelling many people's impulses. Lin Yu chuckled coldly. In the end, 3 individuals stepped forward to Lin Yu's side. Can we eat? The initial woman cautiously asked, hunger evident in her eyes. Since arriving she had been starving 3 times a day, 9 times over 3 days, with nothing to eat. Eat, Lin Yu permitted, and the 3 rejoiced, tearing open the instant noodles and devouring them. The 11 people across from them watched, drooling. Folks, we might not resist those monsters, but we can seize this person's food, can't we? As someone suggested. They dared not confront the monsters, but they weren't afraid to take from their own kind. Yes, we have a right to that food too. Someone led in, faces turned fierce. Among them several had tasted human flesh before. They're planning to rob us. Lu Shiyun frowned. Heh, I have an even quicker way to draw out the dark creature, Lin Yu said. These people weren't worthy of sympathy. Lu Shiyun understood Lin Yu's method. Initially, they intended to use the gentlest means to cut off the dark creature's power source, but now it seemed unnecessary to be so troublesome. Lu Shiyun wasn't some saint. Watching the group charge with malicious intent, she raised her right hand and snapped her fingers lightly. An unusual wave spread from her fingertips like ripples in water. The 5 leading the charge froze their vicious expressions. captured in time. The next moment their bodies cracked like mirrors, splintering into countless pieces. With a resounding bang, the space exploded violently, tearing everything apart and leaving only droplets of blood falling through the air. "Ah, there's been a murder," screams echoed incessantly. Those following behind were splattered with copious amounts of blood and torn flesh all over their faces and bodies. Silence. Lin Yu's hand gathered flames, transforming into a massive fiery blade, stretching a good 15 to 16 meters in length. Of course, 15 to 16 meters was not his limit, it was merely the limit of the stone chamber's space. Lin Yu wielded the flaming blade, sweeping it swiftly through the crowd. The speed was incredible, silent and deadly. Before anyone could even scream, they were slain in a single stroke, their bodies cleaved in two, consumed entirely by the flames. Having completed his grim task, Lin Yu sat in the main seat, quietly awaiting the appearance of the spellcaster. The three survivors, witnessing this scene, trembled in terror. Time seemed to stand still until finally the sound of footsteps echoed, clack clack clack. The group turned their gaze toward the entrance. The bull-headed masked creature appeared, pausing momentarily as it surveyed the few remaining individuals. "Where are the others?" it asked. "All dead," Lin Yu replied, meeting its gaze with a smile. "You killed them?" The bull-headed creature erupted in fury. "They were the food of the demon lord, and you dared to kill them? You'll pay for this," it raged, stamping its feet and rolling on the ground in a fit. The display left the few remaining individuals stunned. "Mom, is it crazy?" asked Ruko, the little girl, her voice innocent yet composed. Having witnessed numerous grand scenes alongside Lin Yu, her mental resilience far surpassing those around her. "You've broken the rules here, you're all doomed." The creature seemed to regain its composure, rising slowly and glaring at the group with murderous intent. "Bring out that demon," Lin Yu demanded. "Ha, you think you're worthy to meet my master?" The bull-headed creature sneered, flicking its sleeve. From its sleeve, shriveled vines shot out, rapidly extending and striking toward the group. Lin Yu moved in a flash, reaching out with his right hand to seize the vines. With a mighty pull, the immense force was something the bull-headed creature could not withstand. Under this pull it was dragged flying toward Lin Yu. Bang! A kick landed squarely on the bull-headed creature's chest, sending it hurtling backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Flames suddenly erupted from Lin Yu's hand, racing along the vines toward the creature. "Ah!" An agonizing scream pierced the air. As the flames neared its body, the creature swiftly severed the vines. Those were its arms, cut off in a desperate bid for survival. Utterly decisive, it began to mutter a string of unintelligible words, seemingly summoning something. Roar! In no time 5 bizarre creatures smashed through the door, charging into the room. They were not human. 5 creatures stood before them, each with a distinct and monstrous form. One towered at 4 to 5 meters tall, with a pumpkin head perched on its neck and wielding 2 massive axes in its hands. Another had no head at all, its body culminating in a large tree stump. At the center of the stump was a single vertical eye, grotesque and terrifying, oozing blood ominously. Monsters. They were monsters indeed, emerging whenever someone broke the rules, to kill and devour them. The woman behind Lin Yu screamed, retreating frantically and curling up in a corner. To Lin Yu's delight, they were all only first-tier creatures. "Kill him!" bellowed the bull-headed creature. Instantly, the 5 monsters charged at Lin Yu. Flames gathered in Lin Yu's hands, rapidly forming into a fiery sword over a meter long. He dashed forward with incredible speed, so fast that only Lu Shiyun could track his movements. Swish, swish! The fiery blade slashed across the necks of the 5 monsters in quick succession, then rested against the neck of the bull-headed creature. His speed was so extreme that even as the monsters attempted to move, their throats had already been cut. How is this possible? The bull-headed creature watched, terrified, as the heads of the 5 monsters toppled from their bodies. The fearsome strength of this man before it was unimaginable. Perhaps only its master could defeat him. With a swift motion, Lin Yu severed a shriveled vine, the bull-headed creature's last remaining arm, causing it to let out a blood-curdling scream. "Aren't you going to summon your master?" Lin Yu demanded, splitting open the bull-headed creature's mask to reveal a wooden face beneath. "You will all die, everyone will die." Fear was etched across the wooden face. "I'll give you 3 seconds. After that, I'll send you to meet these 5 monsters," Lin Yu threatened, all the while splitting open the heads of the fallen creatures to extract their crystal cores. The wooden face showed a bizarre array of human-like emotions. After a garbled string of incomprehensible language, the ground began to tremble. At the grand entrance, a black light gathered, slowly forming into a humanoid figure. As the black light faded, its true form was revealed, a tree ant. Yes, a tree ant. It had delicate features, a robust body like a human, but its hair was a mass of vines. Its skin resembled the bark of a great tree. The treant approached step by step, exuding a terrifying aura, its immense magical power surging. Lin Yu tensed every muscle, ready for battle. Indeed, this was a formidable opponent. Lin Yu's expression was grave, he could sense the vast, terrifying magical power hidden within the other. This creature could be beyond second tier, possibly approaching third tier. On the 13th day of the apocalypse, such a being was among the most powerful, the pinnacle of existence. Although Lin Yu was currently only first tier, his magical power reached 69,000 and his mental strength was at 586, already the attributes of a second tier level 10 ordinary evolver. Only a being with even more overwhelming magical or mental strength could exert pressure on him. Useless, you can't even handle such a small matter, what's the point of keeping you around? After listening to the Minotaur's report, the treant was furious. In an instant, its hand clamped around the creature's throat. Master, spare me, spare! Before the words were finished, a cracking sound echoed as the treant snapped its neck. With a thud, the body was carelessly tossed to the ground. The treant raised its head, scanning the crowd, its gaze finally settling on Lin Yu. Was it you who killed my pig? It asked, stepping forward. As it walked past the Minotaur's corpse, it crushed it into fragments with a single stomp. Third tier, Lin Yu squinted, deliberately asking. It should have been soon, but you ruined it. How about you stay and become my slave? Lend me your crystal core first, Lin Yu shouted, launching the first attack. His body shot forward like an arrow, reaching the treant in an instant. He gathered all his strength into a punch that hit the treant squarely in the chest. Bam, 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 in the blink of an eye. Lin Yu unleashed over a dozen punches. The treant, however, did not dodge or evade, allowing Lin Yu's fists to land. Is this all you've got? The treant suddenly countered, its fist clashing with Lin Yu's. The two then furiously exchanged blows, their fists moving so fast that bystanders could only see afterimages. Again, Lin Yu's body erupted in flames, with yellow magical fire enveloping him. In that moment, his strength doubled. Kill! Lin Yu charged again, his flame-encased fists a storm of relentless attacks. With just one punch, the treant was sent flying, fresh blood seeping from its chest. This was the power of using an S-grade talent, doubling the main attribute, an overwhelming force indeed. Interesting. The treant was inwardly shocked. This first-tier weakling managed to deliver such a terrifying punch, truly astounding. But before it could react, Lin Yu's flaming fist came crashing down again. No matter how strong you are, if you can't hit me, what good is it? The treant sneered deftly, weaving left and right, perfectly dodging Lin Yu's blows. Can't hit. Lin Yu realized his speed was no match for the treant. No matter how fast he punched, the treant evaded effortlessly. He was at a disadvantage, 2 full tiers below, his speed attribute clearly outmatched and unable to land a hit. My turn. The treant moved, a blur of afterimages. Bam! Lin Yu took a solid punch to the back, his body sent flying, his internal organs shaken. The treant laughed coldly, striking again. Its speed was unmatched, leaving Lin Yu unable to defend himself, trapped in a cycle of taking hits. Coughing, Lin Yu was once more sent flying, crashing into a stone wall. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stared intently at his opponent. Brother Yu, uncle. 2 anxious voices called out. Lu Shiyun and Lu Rook rushed over, with Rook sending streams of green light into Lin Yu's body, rapidly healing his injuries. Mirror Flower Watermoon. Lu Shiyun's expression changed as the treant charged forward, quickly using her talent. With a snap of her fingers, the treant's sprint came to a halt, frozen in midair as the space around it solidified and then shattered. Bang! Blood splattered within that space. However, the explosion only left the treant with more wounds, it didn't tear him apart. Ultimately, there was still a 2-tier gap between them. The treant broke through the space and launched a punch. Mirror Flower Watermoon. Lu Shiyun used her talent again, but this time the opponent was prepared, increasing his speed to dodge the space. Repeated use of her spatial talent couldn't hit the treant, only slightly delaying him. Lu Shiyun gritted her teeth and threw a punch. She knew this punch would severely injure her, but she couldn't retreat because Lin Yu and Rook were behind her. At this critical moment, Dragon's Flame, Lin Yu shouted, finally unleashing his most powerful move. This was his first time using it after awakening to S level and unlocking the Dragon's Flame form. Even he didn't know what would happen in this state. In an instant, the yellow flames turned crimson and his aura surged wildly. The treant's face changed, and it retreated rapidly. Is this the dragon's flame state? Lin Yu felt the changes in his body with unexpected delight. His primary attribute was strength, which doubled in the S-level flame state with other attributes unchanged. However, in the dragon's flame state his primary attribute tripled and the other 4 attributes doubled. This was a dramatically different state. His speed attribute of 524 soared to 1048, though the mana consumption was much faster than in the flame state. "Are you okay?" Lin Yu and Lu Shiyun asked simultaneously. They were both surprised, then exchanged a smile. "I feel better than ever. Let me go take care of that tray ant." Lin Yu clenched his fists. "I'm fine too, be careful." Lu Shiyun gave him a charming smile. "It's time to end this." Lin Yu stepped forward, advancing slowly. He was enveloped in crimson flames, resembling a deity. In the dragon's flame state he could almost contend with a regular 3-tier revolver spanning 2 tiers. "Has your strength increased again?" "Too bad, it's useless if you can't hit me." The Treant spoke coldly. The aura emanating from Lin Yu made it feel intense fear or pressure it had never experienced before. "Is that so?" Lin Yu's mouth curled into a smile and his figure vanished in an instant. When he reappeared he was already behind the Treant. "How can it be?" The Treant couldn't finish its sentence. Before it could react, a massive pain struck its abdomen, its eyes widening as if they were about to pop out. So fast. In the next moment his body shot out like a cannonball, violently hurtling through the air, and he barely managed to utter the latter half of his sentence. Cough, cough. Slowly he rose from the ground, hacking up mouthfuls of blood. Lin Yu's seemingly ordinary punch had almost pierced through his body. If it weren't for his true form as a vine tree with physical attributes far surpassing ordinary evolvers, that punch might have gone straight through him. Lin Yu in his dragon flame form was utterly terrifying. He could no longer hold back. The treeman wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and suddenly countless black mist surged from around him, instantly filling the entire stone chamber. An aura of infinite despair spread, seemingly dragging everyone into a world of hopelessness. Behind Lin Yu, the 3 ordinary 3rd-level evolvers were instantly trapped in an illusion. "No, don't kill me. Honey, don't be afraid, I'll be with you soon," they screamed frantically, their faces displaying a mix of emotions: fear, disappointment, sadness, helplessness, and finally despair. One man clutched his own throat tightly, attempting to end his own life. Lin Yu frowned, stepping forward to knock the 3 unconscious. He then turned his gaze to Lu Shiyun and Ruko. Lu Shiyun, being somewhat stronger, hadn't lost her mind yet, but the young Ruko had already become a tearful mess, her face pale. Her aura was growing weaker, spiraling toward the abyss of despair. Snap! Lin Yu struck the young girl unconscious with a swift hand chop. Lu Shiyun was also growing increasingly weak, her mental strength fully engaged in resisting the invasion of the illusion, but she wouldn't hold out much longer, at most a few minutes before she was fully engulfed by it. "I guessed right," Lin Yu murmured to himself. This treeman put all his free attribute points into mental strength. He knocked Lu Shiyun unconscious as well. The treeman at the 2nd tier in 10th level, with all his free attribute points allocated to mental strength, must have surpassed 1000 points. Lin Yu, in his dragon flame form, had his mental strength doubled to 1172 points, rendering him immune to the illusion. If he were in flame form he might not last long either. Suddenly, from within the black mist, a fist appeared, crashing fiercely toward Lin Yu. Swish! Lin Yu's figure flickered and disappeared from where he stood, reappearing behind the treeman in the next instant. He punched again. The treeman was sent flying, and before he hit the ground Lin Yu appeared once more, delivering a series of punches. Lin Yu's mental strength was stronger than the treeman's, rendering the opponent's illusions and black mist ineffective against his senses. Thus he could always perceive the treeman's movements. Boom! The ground shook. The treeman's body was embedded directly into the stone wall, bloodied and unstable. "You're actually unaffected by the hopeless illusion," the treeman gasped, trapped in the stone wall. "You're just a 1st-tier nobody. How can every attribute of yours be so terrifying?" He couldn't comprehend it. Could this 1st-tier nobody actually be a 3rd-tier powerhouse? The hopeless illusion was his strongest technique, with all his free attributes evolving toward mental power. Once someone's mental strength exceeded his, all his mental attacks would be ineffective. At this moment he was utterly desperate. Lin Yu's attributes overshadowed him in every conceivable way, leaving him no chance to escape. The flaming sword sliced through and the Trent's head was instantly severed. Whoosh! Lin Yu took a deep, heavy breath. The flames engulfing his body vanished as he dispelled his dragon flame form. Though powerful, it consumed too much energy in just that brief moment. He had already used up a third of his magic, over 20,000 units gone. For an ordinary first tier awakened with only 11,000 magic, this would be unsustainable for even a few minutes. The black mist in the stone chamber churned, quickly dissipating. In no time, it had all vanished into thin air. Even the stone cave was gradually disappearing. The entire illusionary space created by the Treant was being obliterated. As the illusion shattered, everyone returned to reality. They found themselves still in the tunnel about 20 meters from the exit. Scattered cars lay around, presumably belonging to those trapped in the illusion. Near the entrance, the Trent's corpse lay on the ground. Lin Yu approached and extracted a second-tier crystal core from its head. What's this? Lin Yu noticed a book beside the Treant. As a gentle breeze passed, the pages fluttered open, turning on their own. He picked it up and saw the title, Eerie Tunnel, a horror novel from before the apocalypse. Lin Yu flipped through a few pages. The beginning mirrored their own experience exactly, but then everything changed. Because Lin Yu appeared. Interesting, Lin Yu chuckled. So all of this was merely because of a horror novel. After evolving, the Trent's main body was here, unable to leave temporarily. Somehow it got hold of this novel and replicated the setting to create a similar illusion. Lin Yu summoned a flame and set the novel ablaze. Shiryun, wake up. Ruaka, wake up. He roused the two of them, leaving the other three survivors to their own devices. He couldn't manage everything. Had he not appeared according to the novel's ending, everyone who entered would undoubtedly have perished. You go on the Summer District Forum. Someone has pieced together clues from the World Forum and listed some foreign powerhouses along with related battle videos. King Arthur, Angel Gabriel, Lucifer, Scorpion King, Thousand Cranes, Superman, Sun God, and others. These individuals could be formidable opponents in the battle of 100 nations. Lin Yu, listen quietly. These were truly super strong individuals, all of whom entered the strongest ranks in the previous life, indeed extraordinary. However, compared to the Great Summer, they still fell short in many ways. Ruaka, how does it feel to reach the first tier? Thank you, uncle. I feel very strong, extremely strong, like I could punch a bull to death, the little girl said, clenching her tiny fists with excitement, causing the two of them to laugh heartily. Previously, by collaborating with the Zombie King senior brother, not only did both of them reach the first tier, but they also obtained 37 first-tier crystal cores. In the realm of despair, Lin Yu had just slain 5 monsters and acquired 5 more crystals. After some thought, he gave 10 of these crystals to little Ruako, helping her reach the first tier. In battles like the one before, her healing capabilities at level 10 were clearly insufficient, trailing far behind the demands of the fight. Lu Shiryun tilted her head, a smile dancing in her eyes as she looked at Lin Yu. What a wonderful man, she thought. What are you looking at? Lin Yu sensed the peculiar gaze and turned to glance at her. Looking at how handsome you are, Lu Shiryun replied with a sultry smile, tucking a few strands of hair behind her ear. She was leaning sideways in her seat facing Lin Yu. Her fitted blouse accentuated her bosom while a high-waisted skirt revealed her smooth, long legs. Her languid posture only added to her allure. This woman was truly captivating. Lin Yu steadied the steering wheel, nearly swerving into the guardrail, which sent Lu Shiryun into peals of laughter. Don't provoke me. If you push too far, I won't hold back, Lin Yu warned. Afraid of you? Not at all, Lu Shiryun retorted, her cheeks flushed and her gaze full of playful defiance. Uncle, you're not going to hit Mom, are you? The little girl in the back seat asked innocently, a touch of anxiety in her voice. Mom, Uncle is nice, don't provoke him or he might hit you. Yeah, Uncle might want to hit your mom, Lin Yu growled, implying other meanings in his tone. Don't worry, Ruaka, Uncle might not win against Mom. Lu Shiryun lifted her chin with a challenging look. Women always have to have the last word, Lin Yu chuckled. The three of them continued their playful banter as they traveled. Brother Yu, it's getting dark. We definitely won't make it to Tianhai City today. Let's find a place to rest, Lu Shiryun suggested. Yeah, it's not safe at night. Let's check out the service area ahead, Lin Yu agreed. A while later, they pulled into the service area. It was deserted, showing no signs of zombies. It seemed the people here had fled. There are a lot of gas canisters here. Let's cook a meal, Lin Yu said, his eyes lighting up at the sight of over a dozen gas canisters. He was tired of eating bread and snacks every day. Then wash the vegetables for me, Lu Shiryun said, taking out various ingredients from her space and beginning to prepare. An hour later, Lin Yu gazed at the table full of delicious dishes. His appetite peaked. The enticing aroma filled the air, making their stomachs rumble. They dug in ravenously. Lu Shiryun's culinary skills were undoubtedly chef level. The food was simply too good. Who would have thought that in just one day there would be so many more at the first tier? Lu Shiryun mused, lounging in her chair after they had eaten their fill. Lin Yu, prompted by her words, opened the leaderboard, which he hadn't checked in days. In the ranking of the Grand Summer Nation, the number of people who had reached the first tier had climbed to 216. In the province of Yun where he was, there were already 10 people at the first tier, placing it among the top 5 provinces nationwide. Lin Yu had played a significant role in this, with 4 of those 10 being connected to him. Today is just the beginning. In the coming days, many more will advance, Lin Yu said. The current limitation on the number of first-tier individuals wasn't due to a lack of strong individuals but rather the scarcity of first-tier zombies. As the zombies grew stronger, their numbers would increase. Moreover, many powerful evolvers now might just be 1 or 2 points away from reaching the first tier. Lin Yu glanced at the evolution points leaderboard once more. He had already fallen to the 8th position. It was getting late, it was time to rest. Moments later, the 3 squeezed into one room. Brother Yu, with so many rooms available, why do you insist on squeezing in here with us? Lu Shiyun asked. We'd better not sleep separately, in case any monsters show up during the night. I can protect you, Lin Yu replied with righteous conviction. You better not try anything funny with me, there's a child here. Lu Shiyun, aware of Lin Yu's little schemes, rolled her eyes at him. The 3 lay down to sleep. Lin Yu moved closer, perfectly aligning himself with Lu Shiyun's graceful curves. Give me your hand. Lu Shiyun quite naturally lifted Lin Yu's right hand and placed it under her neck like a pillow. Good time to sleep. Uncle, you better not hit my mom. The little girl murmured in her sleep, drifting off sweetly. Half an hour later, rustling sounds emerged in the darkness. Lu Shiyun felt like her body was melting, a slight longing emerging within her, but her daughter was right beside her. No, I can't, she spoke breathily, her voice trembling a bit. Should I leave? Lin Yu whispered, pausing with his right hand as he attempted to withdraw it. No. Lu Shiyun, both embarrassed and angry, grabbed Lin Yu's large hand, pressing it down again, and pinched him hard on his waist. Ouch, this skill of women is truly terrifying, Lin Yu thought. Even as a first-tier evolver with physical attributes far superior to ordinary people, the pinch still hurt immensely. It defied science. Suddenly, Mom, aren't you sleeping? This unexpected voice was like a bucket of cold water extinguishing all flames. Ruaku, are you awake? I never fell asleep. This revelation left both of their bodies stiff. Lu Shiyun's small hand retreated instantly. Lin Yu also felt extremely embarrassed, as if caught in the act with nowhere to hide. Just sleep. Sleep, Lin Yu said, utterly frustrated. The next day, the 3 set out early. Lin Yu sat in the passenger seat with his eyes closed, sleeping peacefully. Last night had left him in a state of unrest, unable to sleep well. Suddenly, the SUV came to an abrupt halt, almost throwing him out if not for the seatbelt. What happened? Lin Yu opened his eyes. The road is broken. Lu Shiyun pointed at the highway ahead. Lin Yu looked and his eyes narrowed. The highway had split open and the overpass several kilometers ahead was in tatters, damaged beyond recognition. It seemed as if some gigantic beast had smashed it apart, leaving the entire overpass severed. What's that? In the distance, a series of roars echoed through the sky. Lin Yu looked over to see countless gigantic trees in the dense forest swaying violently before toppling down. Suddenly, they witnessed an awe-inspiring scene. A massive snakehead emerged from the forest, reaching toward the sky, followed by a dark, massive head. It was the head of a giant gorilla. It beat its chest wildly before lunging at the giant serpent. No, even calling it a serpent did not do justice to its immense size. The 2 monstrous creatures clashed fiercely, and in an instant they cleared a vast swath of forest, revealing their full forms. Lin Yu estimated that the gorilla must be over 20 meters tall. This was like a real-life King Kong. The giant serpent was even more astonishing, standing twice as high as King Kong. Could these be mutated beasts? Quite possibly 3rd tier. Lin Yu was equally astounded. At the current stage, 3rd tier creatures were the strongest beings, the pinnacle of evolution. So, what do we do now? The highway ahead was damaged for at least dozens of kilometers. The only option was to walk to the undamaged section and then drive to Tianhai City. Lin Yu frowned. With 2 ferocious beasts battling ahead, barging into their territory was too dangerous. Besides, this place was deep in the mountains, and there might be other powerful mutated beasts lurking around. Yugu. That giant snake can breathe fire, Lu Shiyun exclaimed. Lin Yu looked over. The enormous serpent had completely coiled around the gorilla and from its raised mouth spewed a massive stream of flames. A thunderous roar shook the heavens. Suddenly, arcs of electricity danced across the gorilla's body, lightning entwining it. Its fists crackled with electricity as if gripping thunder itself. Countless arcs converged, and it punched the giant serpent's head with tremendous force. A fire breathing python and a lightning-wielding gorilla this is? Lu Shiyun was dumbfounded. These weren't ordinary mutated beasts, they belonged to a category of awakened beasts with innate talents far stronger than the usual ones. Mutated beasts can awaken talents too. Yes, the evolution of the world is a feast for all living beings. It's not just humans who have innate abilities. Lin Yu's face showed a mix of emotions before he gritted his teeth and said, Shiyun, wait here for me. You're going to where the mutated beasts are? Lu Shiyun was startled. Yes, that giant snake has awakened a fire ability and its core might be useful to me, Lin Yu replied. His awakened talent could be enhanced by absorbing various fire attributes. If the python's talent was of an S-grade level, its core would be beneficial to Lin Yu. But you mentioned they could be third-tier, and awakened third-tier mutated beasts might be beyond our current capabilities. Lu Shiyun expressed her concern. It's okay, I'll first observe from a distance to determine if they're second or third tier. The distance was too great for him to accurately assess the true strength of the two mutated beasts. If they were only second tier, there might be a chance. If they were third tier, he'd turn back immediately. Previously, in his dragon flame state, he had easily defeated a second tier level 10 Treant in the tunnel, but the Trent's talent level was clearly low, and even after using the power of despair, Lin Yu felt its attributes hadn't significantly improved. Yugu will go with you, Lu Shiyun said firmly. Alright, if they're third tier, we'll leave immediately. If they're only second tier, you stay at a distance. Lin Yu had a sudden thought about Lu Shiyun's infinite space, which was filled with countless barrels of gasoline. Perhaps if those two creatures ended up severely injuring each other, they could take advantage of the situation. Let's go, he said. After storing away the G-Class, the three of them leapt off the overpass, a drop of over 20 meters. In the past, a fall from such a height would have left them as nothing more than a splattered mess, but now even the young Ruku could easily make the jump without a scratch. Although Ruku only had an A-level healing talent, she had invested all her points into her physique. Her defensive and recovery abilities were even stronger than Lu Shiyun's. The trio began sprinting through the forest. They were still quite a distance from where the two mutant beasts were fighting, needing to cross at least a dozen mountains. After more than an hour, they finally reached the vicinity of the forest where the beasts were battling. The terrifying roars were deafening. Wow! They're huge. Although they had been shocked before, they were still far away then. Now up close, the massive size of the two beasts was overwhelming. Each stood over 20 meters tall, exuding an immense sense of oppression. Fortunately, they were only at the peak of the second tier, not yet reaching the third tier. Lin Yu carefully assessed the situation and felt a bit of relief. Although the pressure from the two beasts was intense, it didn't seem to reach the level of a third-tier threat. If he activated his dragon flame state, he wouldn't be weaker than the beasts, perhaps even stronger. It seems they're both quite injured, Lu Shiyun observed, noting the numerous horrifying wounds on the beasts. In battles of this level, even if one could kill the opponent, they'd inevitably suffer serious injuries themselves. The three of them crouched behind a large tree, observing the battle from a mountain away. It felt like they were watching a live-action monster movie, and in high-definition 3D without glasses. They had been fighting for quite some time, and it seemed the battle would soon reach a conclusion. Lin Yu, eyes gleaming, said, once it's over, we'll swoop in and take advantage. Brother Yu, who do you think will win in the end? Lu Shiyun asked. In a battle of equals, the giant python is likely to lose. The gorilla has a stronger innate advantage. And sure enough, just as Lin Yu finished speaking, the gorilla grabbed the python's tail, spewing a burst of lightning that severed it. The python, writhing in pain from the loss of its tail, spewed flames that scorched the gorilla's chest, making it sizzle. Roaring in fury, the gorilla ignored the searing flames, charged forward, and seized the python's body. Alarmed, the python opened its mouth again, unleashing another stream of fire. Unyielding, the gorilla countered with a blast of lightning from its mouth. Clash of energies, fire against lightning. Lin Yu murmured, in these battles the left side always loses. What do you mean? Lu Shiyun asked, puzzled. It's an old saying from the internet before the apocalypse, Lin Yu explained with a grin. When two energy beams clash, the left side usually loses. Is it really that mystical? Lu Shiyun wondered. Indeed, the python, severely weakened by its injuries, could no longer muster a strong attack. The lightning pierced through the flames, striking the python's head with force, causing blood to splatter. A lightning-wrapped fist descended upon it. In an instant, the giant python's head was smashed, its massive body writhing momentarily before succumbing to death. Now it's my turn. Lin Yu's eyes flashed with determination. After slaying the python, the colossal gorilla collapsed heavily onto the ground, gasping for breath. It was gravely injured, its strength nearly depleted, and its magical energy almost exhausted. At that moment, a surge of immense power rose. Lin, who unleashed his dragon flame state, his entire being brimming with magical energy, exuding an awe-inspiring aura. In the blink of an eye, he appeared behind the gorilla, delivering a powerful punch. The gorilla roared in fury, its body crackling with electricity as it swung its fists to defend itself. With a series of explosive sounds, Lin, who took advantage of his smaller stature and the swift speed granted by his dragon flame state, repeatedly striking the same spot on the gorilla's back. Roaring flames. A terrifying pillar of fire erupted from Lin, whose mouth, targeting the area he had been relentlessly attacking. Blood spattered as the fire pierced through the gorilla's chest, penetrating from back to front. Flame blade. Lin, whose hand conjured a massive scarlet flame, soared over 20 meters long, slashing it down. The gorilla crossed its arms above its head, roaring with defiance. Die! Lin, who withdrew and struck again. The immense force shattered the gorilla's arms, the blade cleaving into its head. Still not dead, Lin, who was taken aback. Although the gorilla was at the peak of the second tier, it was already at the end of its strength. He was confident that in his dragon flame state, defeating it should not be difficult. Yet it proved to be surprisingly resilient. Again, Lin, who continued to wield his blade, each strike landing with crushing force. The gorilla could only endure the onslaught, its mouth gathering a surge of lightning before unleashing it. Don't you know that the left side always loses in a beam clash? Lin, who laughed heartily, opening his mouth to release a roaring burst of flame. With its diminished magical energy, the gorilla was no match for Lin, whose power was fully charged in his dragon flame state. The pillar of fire shattered the lightning, surging into the gorilla's mouth and out through the back of its head. With a heavy thud, the unwilling body fell, causing the earth to tremble. Suddenly, countless wind blades descended from above. A massive eagle swooped down, its sharp claws gleaming with deadly intent as it aimed for the gorilla's head. Courting death, Lin, who snorted, understanding the situation at once. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Someone intended to play the oriole, attempting to seize the opportunity to snatch his second-tier crystal core, mirror flower. Watermoon, Lu Shiyan's voice rang out. The eagle's body instantly froze in midair, then the space around it shattered, blooming with blood flowers upon its form. Retreat, a man on the eagle's back shouted as the eagle soared upwards, vanishing into the sky. Lin, who deflected the wind blades, gazing coldly at the shadow in the sky. Brother, who are you all right? Two women rushed over. I'm fine. Shiryun, please collect the corpses of the two mutated beasts. Lin, who instructed, his eyes fixed on the sky. The giant eagle continued to circle above, seemingly reluctant to leave, waiting for another chance to strike. Lin, who found the situation somewhat vexing. On the ground he had no fear, but from such heights his attacks could not reach. Chirp! A piercing call sliced through the sky. Seeing Lu Shiryun busy dealing with the mutated beast's corpse, a man grew anxious and urged his eagle to dive down once more. Lin Yu watched coldly, silently gathering power in his hands. Suddenly, from another direction, two more giant eagles swooped in. A beast controlling Awakener. Lin Yu's hand formed a flaming blade, slashing through the air. Unfortunately, the eagles flew with agility, making it difficult for his attacks to land. Those flying creatures were the most annoying. Lin Yu was frustrated. As the eagles swooped in again, his anger flared. If only he had mastered the power of fire to form wings, he wouldn't be so constrained. His eyes flashed with a cold light. Crouching, he pressed his right palm to the ground. Now, as the three eagles attacked once more, he shouted, his body igniting with crimson flames, instantly entering a state of dragon flame. Boom! Flames roared from his palm, pressed on the ground, propelling him skyward like a rocket. What the heck? What kind of crazy move was that? The man on the giant eagle's back was wide-eyed with shock. How was this even possible? And what was that flaming aura? A super scion. Lin Yu's speed was astounding. In a blink he had ascended nearly 100 meters, hovering above the eagle carrying the man. Flame roar. A terrifying column of fire spewed from his mouth, shooting forward with incredible speed. The entire process happened in an instant. This guy's power was beyond terrifying. The man atop the eagle never imagined Lin Yu had such a trick up his sleeve, thinking that being airborne meant safety. Lin Yu's unexpected aerial maneuver caught him off guard. There was no time to dodge. My life is over. The flame roar came with devastating power. The man tried to fend it off with countless wind blades, but they were shattered instantly. Seeing no escape and unable to resist, he made a decision, leaping off the eagle to avoid the attack. The eagle wasn't as lucky, pierced by the fiery beam, plummeting down. Chirp! the other two eagles dived in to catch the falling men. Flying off into the distance, Lin Yu landed on the ground watching the retreating figures with a cold glint in his eyes. Still, it was worthwhile, killing one giant eagle meant obtaining a first-level crystal core, a lesson taught to the enemy. Here you go. Lu Shiyun handed over 2 second-level crystal cores and 1 first-level core. What a pity. Lin Yu looked at the giant serpent's crystal core feeling a bit disappointed. It wasn't the S-grade fire attribute talent he hoped for, which could have enhanced his abilities. No worries, we'll surely encounter a true S-grade fire attribute mutated beast in the future. Lu Shiyun comforted him. Let's move on. Over an hour later they finally crossed the damaged highway and got back into their G-class vehicle. As the sun set they arrived in Tianhai City. So many zombies, what should we do? Lu Shiyun's scalp tingled at the sight of the dense horde at the toll station, at least 20 to 30,000 of them. Fight through them, Lin Yu smirked. In his eyes these were low-level zombies, mere experience points. Charge. Unlike the rest, little Ruaku was excited, unafraid. Despite her support talent, her high stamina and defense attributes made it easy for her to deal with zero-level zombies. As long as they weren't surrounded, they'd be fine. 2 hours later, all 3 of them were utterly exhausted. Lin Yu alone had taken down over 20,000 foes, but the toll it took was immense, leaving him with only a third of his magical energy. So tired, he sighed inwardly at the thought of collecting all these crystal cores scattered across the ground. Despite the fatigue, he knew he had to gather them. After all, there were more than 6,000 crystal cores, including 2 of the first tier. It seemed that establishing Yangzhou sooner was a necessity. Lin Yu mused to himself. The group led by Chen Jinger could only be considered a small squad of Yangzhou. By forming Yangzhou with a power base of his own, he wouldn't have to personally collect crystal cores in the future, which was too troublesome. On a street resembling a ruin, a woman clad in a white casual outfit wielded a long sword, moving swiftly. Behind her, a horde of zombies pressed forward, lunging at her. With each stroke of her sword, several zombies met their end. Unfortunately, their numbers were overwhelming. This woman is incredibly strong. Lu Shiyun and her companions appeared on the street. Her strength was impressive, though she hadn't reached the first tier yet. Lin Yu glanced briefly, noting that at least 5,000 to 6,000 zombies followed the woman. Fortunately, the street wasn't wide, allowing her to fight and retreat simultaneously. This sister is so cool. Ruaka, the young girl, gazed in admiration, her eyes sparkling. For a modern woman to wield a sword with such skill, she couldn't be ordinary. She must have learned martial arts. Lin Yu watched with appreciation. In the distance the woman fought and ran. Suddenly, she noticed Lin Yu and his group ahead and shouted urgently, "Run!" With a sweeping strike she killed 7 or 8 zombies, then dragged her sword across the ground. A light barrier rose from the ground, reaching into the sky, blocking the zombies behind it. Roar! The zombies howled in frenzy, pounding against the barrier, yet the barrier remained unmoved and a line of text appeared above it. Upon seeing this line, Lin Yu's pupils contracted. Lu Shiyun's eyes almost popped out in disbelief. The text read 6x plus 2 equals 7x8, solve for x. What was this? A linear equation, a math problem? Lu Shiyun was dumbfounded. It's a glyph. Lin Yu's eyes gleamed, fixated on the woman's figure. He hadn't expected to encounter this person here, the formidable figure from the strongest sequence in his past life. She had awakened a rule-based talent, an S-class law. By harnessing the power of these rules, she could write conditions to amplify abilities or create traps and the like. Writing equations to form a barrier trap was her most renowned technique, marking her as a pioneer. She had mastered the art of magic to its pinnacle, becoming the sole practitioner of the eightfold spell arts. Beneath her, there was a significant gap, with even the sevenfold spell masters being non-existent and merely a few dozen sixfold spell masters. Her codename was Scholar. Her name, Yi Piao. What are you standing around for? Run! I can only hold them off for a minute. Yi Piao rushed forward, gasping for breath as she shouted at Lin Yu and his companions. Suddenly, from the rooftop beside them, a zombie leaped high, lunging straight at her. Caught off guard, Yi Piao was knocked back by the zombie. The minute was up. The spell's barrier shattered, and the zombies behind surged forward madly. Things were looking grim. Yi Piao's expression changed. Her magical energy was nearly depleted, her innate abilities were hard to use, and her physical strength was greatly exhausted. In front, a first-tier zombie blocked the way, while nearly 10,000 zombies gave chase from behind. The situation was dire. What to do? In matters of saving people, Lu Shiyun never acted on her own but always followed Lin Yu's lead. Save her, Lin Yu said without a moment's hesitation, if they could recruit the strongest person. From the series to their everlasting day, wouldn't that be a tremendous advantage? The three of them sprinted forward quickly. Mirror Flower Water Moon, Lu Shiryun was the first to act, solidifying the space around the first tier zombie and then causing it to explode. Just one strike, only one strike, and the first tier zombie was obliterated. Such was the power of an S-level spatial talent. Flame Roar. Energy gathered in Lin Yu's mouth, transforming into a torrent of flames that cleared a large swath of zombies. Yi Piao's eyes widened. She hadn't expected that the few people she randomly encountered on the road would be so strong, dispatching zombies as easily as slaughtering chickens. In mere moments, all the zombies were cleared out. At this point, Lin Yu's magical energy was nearly exhausted. If they encountered another 5,000 or 6,000 zombies, he would have to flee. Thank you. Yi Piao adjusted her glasses, a radiant smile on her face as she shook hands with Lu Shiryun, then extended her hand to Lin Yu. I'm Yi Piao, thank you. From the battle just now, she could tell that Lin Yu was the leader among the three, meaning he was the one who helped her. Lin Yu, no need to mention it. Lin Yu extended his hand to grasp her delicate hand with a slight smile. And you are? Hearing this, Yi Piao's face turned cold. She gritted her teeth and said, I was betrayed by some scoundrels. If I hadn't met you, I might not have survived. No wonder. I noticed your strength isn't weak. Yet you were driven to deplete your magic by zombies. So that's the story. Lin Yu rubbed his chin. It's getting late. We should find a place to stay. Lu Shiryun interjected at the right moment. Together, Lin Yu turned to look at the woman with the aloof demeanor and extended an invitation. All right. Yi Piao hesitated for a moment but then agreed. They found an unoccupied guesthouse to stay in. When Lu Shiryun took out various ingredients from her space and prepared a delicious hot pot. Yi Piao's eyes widened in disbelief, her whole body going numb. In a world where countless people would go to any lengths for food, often going days without a meal, how could these few in front of her be enjoying a lamb hot pot in the apocalypse? Was this really the end times? It felt more like a family on a honeymoon. Go ahead and eat. Shiryun's cooking is top-notch, Lin Yu said with a slight smile, observing Yi Piao's stunned expression. Spend a few days with us, enjoy the ease of fighting monsters with no worries about food or drink. I bet you'll come around. This is so good. I haven't had hot pot in ages. It feels like something from the last century. How nostalgic. Yi Piao devoured the food without any regard for her image. Lin Yu and Lu Shiryun exchanged glances and smiled lightly. After they were full, Lin Yu asked, what are your plans from now on? Why not join us? Yeah, it's pretty dangerous to be alone in this world, Lu Shiryun added. Hearing this, Yi Piao adjusted her glasses with an apologetic look. I have some things to take care of. I might not be able to join you. Lin Yu pondered for a moment. He couldn't afford to let go of this future powerhouse. The apocalypse is perilous. Whatever you plan to do alone will be extremely difficult. With us, we can look out for each other. I'll be honest, Yi Piao replied. I don't want to join any faction. The power struggles and deceit are more frightening than this world. Is that what you're worried about? Lin Yu chuckled. Rest assured, with us you'll find a happy, warm, sunny home. Yi Piao was momentarily taken aback by the confidence in Lin Yu's eyes. Then she smiled bitterly. Sunny, where is there sunshine in this world? Follow me and I'll show you. Why choose me? She asked, intrigued. Because I can see the future and in it you are part of our Yangzhou family, Lin Yu stated with a straight face, spinning a tail. Your ability is to predict the future. Yi Piao was surprised. She recalled Lin Yu's fire earlier. Could it be that this man had awakened too? Abilities? That's right, I possess both foresight and fire abilities. I can glimpse fragments of the future, Lin Yu admitted, not entirely fabricating. With memories of his past life, he could reload and knew secrets unknown to others in this timeline. Claiming he could predict the future wasn't entirely untrue. You say you foresee my future with Yangzhou, of course. Then tell me, what am I like in the future? In the future, you'll become the world's most powerful sorcerer, the only 8-tiered sorcerer, Lin Yu replied. Is that why you want to recruit me? Because I'll be powerful? Yi Piao asked. Lin Yu fixed his gaze on her and said, the world still holds countless terrors in the future. Someone has to explore and resolve the sources of these disasters. It requires many lives, many corpses, and the concerted efforts of many strong individuals. His tone grew grave. In the latter stages of the previous apocalyptic life, that was where true horror and despair lay. Zombies were nothing compared to those terrors which left even the strongest feeling hopeless and powerless. In the realm of the strongest sequence, certain powerful individuals have discerned something significant, possibly linked to the source of calamity. it is those brave souls cloaked in light and unafraid of life and death who forge ahead using their lives to halt the onslaught of darkness and terror. They are the ones extending the lifeline of this world. If they fail, the entire world would face utter destruction and cease to exist, not to mention the living beings on Earth. In his previous life, Lin Yu's strength was insufficient to embark on this journey with them. However, in this life, he is determined to join their ranks, striving to secure a glimmer of hope for humanity, those lurking in the shadows, the dark powerhouses, the mutated holy beasts, and those who cling to life out of fear. He will invite them to battle with his fists, personally. When the nest is overturned, no egg remains intact. I, Lin Yu, call upon the saints to join the battle. Are you saying you've glimpsed a corner of the future where the world plunges into greater darkness and terror? For the first time, several people heard such a secret, and it sent shivers down their spines, fear sprouting in their hearts. Otherwise, why do you think there is an apocalypse? Why are there zombies, and why do humans awaken to their talents? All of this naturally has its reasons. If the source of the calamity cannot be resolved, everyone will die. In the mid-apocalypse, the strong survive and the weak are eliminated. It's merely the world's way of selecting seeds, nurturing the strong, akin to raising goo. It cultivates a batch of hope, a group of strong individuals capable of saving this world. Save the world? Do you think too highly of me? Yi Piao found it hard to accept. In truth, most of us only strive to survive, not to save the world, but simply to live. We must fight for survival, mustn't we? In his previous life, Lin Yu's strength fell short. Even though he knew some secrets, he was powerless to change anything and could only hope the strongest would save the world, allowing him to survive. But in this life, he must save himself. He won't place his hope in others. Yes, to live. All right, I will join you, Yi Piao solemnly promised. At this, Lin Yu smiled. The genius spellcaster within the strongest sequence had finally become a member of Eternal Day. Yi Piao adjusted her glasses and said, "But tomorrow I need to settle some personal vendettas. Will you join me?" "Of course. But you said that in the future I would be among the strongest. So why do I feel I am not that strong? Aren't you all stronger than me?" Yi Piao was slightly doubtful. She was actually quite confident. Within her previous team, she considered herself the strongest, yet, in the caution of the apocalypse, she held back. No one knew her true attributes were also very high, only thinking she possessed special spells with strong auxiliary functions. This led to her being betrayed and abandoned at the first sign of a zombie horde. However, Lin Yu had just told her that in the future she would be among the super strong, less than 100 worldwide, making her feel somewhat surreal. Am I really this strong, and how come I don't realize it? Is your spell now only capable of trapping people? Lin Yu inquired. Certainly, let me translate that for you. Yes, within a certain time frame I can write simple questions into a set of rules to trap the enemy. For example, the light barrier you saw earlier, I wrote a linear equation within 3 seconds and provided the correct answer. Anyone inside must solve it within 3 seconds to break free, otherwise they must wait until the spell duration ends, Yi Piao explained. How long before the spell breaks automatically? Lu Shiyun asked curiously. That depends on the caster's magical power. The more power infused, the stronger the rule and the longer the duration, Lin Yu replied. Is that something you predicted? Yi Piao looked at him as if he were a monster. This was a secret of her talent, something no outsider could. No, Lin Yu simply smiled and continued. There are actually many techniques you haven't grasped yet in spellcasting. Like what? Yi Piao pressed. For instance, you can inscribe spells on others to weaken their attributes or on yourself to enhance your own. You can pre-write spells at fixed locations to trigger automatically when conditions are met. You can also create text-based spells to amplify pain, slow speed, cause continuous bleeding, applying all perceived negative statuses on the enemy, stacking debuffs to the max. Listening to Lin Yu, Yi Piao's eyes sparkled with increasing brightness. These techniques might not be particularly strong in the early stages, but later, when one understands 8-fold or even 9-fold spells, they become incredibly formidable. 9-fold amplified pain, 9-fold slowed speed, 9-fold continuous bleeding. What enemy could withstand so many negative effects? An 8-fold spellcaster. I look forward to it. Yi Piao's eyes gleamed radiantly as she walked into the courtyard and closed her eyes. Moments later, she abruptly opened them. Her long sword unsheathed, she swiftly inscribed a spell in front of her. Spell, double strength. The power of rules condensed into large characters in the air, then flew into her body. Instantly, she felt her strength rapidly increase, doubling at once. Again. Spell, Double strength. Yi Piapiao once again gathered the rules and wrote a spell to enhance her strength. But this time her strength did not increase, there was no change at all. She frowned. The same rule will only activate the strongest version. Lin Yu explained her confusion. Both your spells target yourself, both enhance by onefold, so only one will be effective. If you want to increase further, you must write a stronger twofold spell like, spell, double strength. I see. Yi Piapiao understood and closed her eyes again. Her sword danced in her hand, inscribing spells and carefully comprehending them. Brother Yu, according to you, if she can become an eightfold spellcaster in the future, couldn't she increase her strength eightfold? That's right, which is why her insight is truly remarkable. There are many who have awakened to S-class spells, but only she has comprehended up to eightfold. Lin Yu marveled. In this world, individuals who awaken with an S-level talent can at most double their primary attribute when using their talent. However, a master of the art known as Shu Shi can double any attribute upon comprehending the second level of this technique, reaching the prowess of an S level. But what if one were to master the 8th level? It's beyond imagination. Lin Yu, when in his dragon flame state, experiences a twofold increase in strength, with his other attributes doubling as well. This represents a 5th level Shu Shi enhancement which matches his dragon flame form, if not surpasses it. His dragon flame form yields fixed improvements, whereas a 5th level Shu Shi practitioner can create various enhancements. For instance, they could enhance strength 5-fold, or speed 5-fold, or even mental capacity 5-fold, and so on. They could also mix it up, like tripling strength while doubling speed, creating endless variations, which makes it superior to the dragon flame form. If the strength is the same but the opponent is faster, how could one keep up in battle? The dragon flame form would get overwhelmed. However, this only holds if both have the same base attributes. Clearly Lin Yu's base attributes are beyond Yi Piapiao's reach, thus she would need to become a 6th level Shu Shi master to rival his dragon flame form. The pressure is immense when considering Yi Piapiao reached the 8th level in her past life. In the next moment Lin Yu relaxed. He believed that the dragon flame form was not his ultimate state. By continuously absorbing various high-level fire attributes, he could awaken and evolve into even stronger forms. Brother Yu, how long do you think it will take her to comprehend the 2nd level Shu Shi? Lu Shiyun's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Lin Yu had mentioned before that her spatial talent was quite formidable, and with persistent insight she too could become extraordinarily powerful. Each level of Shu Shi mastery marks a qualitative leap, with the first 3 levels being relatively straightforward. Most Shu Shi practitioners take about a month. As for her, I estimate she'll comprehend it within a week. Lin Yu confidently gazed at the woman before him. Suddenly Yi Piapiao let out a soft exclamation from the arena. Shu Shi, double strength enhancement. The force of rules gathered and was applied to her. A powerful aura emanated from her, causing Lin Yu to leap from his seat in astonishment. Had she reached the 2nd level so quickly? Just a moment ago he claimed it would take a week, and now he was proven wrong instantly. How could this be so miraculous? I did it, Yi Piapiao exclaimed, her eyes gleaming with excitement as she felt the immense power coursing through her. Congratulations. Lin Yu shared in her joy, knowing that as a 2nd level Shu Shi master she now lived up to her S-level talent. With a mischievous smile Yi Piapiao cast another Shu Shi. Men cannot exit. Instantly she wrote a formula around Lin Yu that summoned 4 beams of light, creating a barrier. This formula contained 2 defining conditions, thus making it a 2nd level Shu Shi. The first condition being human and the second male. Therefore, with men being the defined parameters, the result was that they could not exit the barrier. Yi Piapiao's 2nd level Shu Shi effectively restricted male movement, preventing them from leaving the confines of her barrier. This woman seems unaffected. Lu Shiyun was a bit curious. Why don't you try it and see for yourself? She suggested. Without any hesitation Lu Shiyun stepped into the barrier and then walked back out completely unscathed. Is it really effective? She wondered, feeling doubtful. Watch me, Lin Yu said with a smile. He approached the edge of the barrier and reached out. When his hand touched the barrier, it felt like an unbreakable wall. Trapped inside, were they supposed to just wait for the barrier to dissipate on its own? Little Ruko was bouncing around the edge of the barrier. You can forcibly break it with magic, Lin Yu chuckled, gathering magic in his hand and punching the shimmering wall. In the next moment, the light screen shattered. Breaking it so easily, doesn't that make it rather useless? Ruko blinked her eyes as she asked. Lin Yu shook his head. Silly girl, why don't you ask your Aunt Piapiao how much magic the spell consumed just now? The double-layered spell used only 1,000 magic, Yi Piapiao replied. Lin Yu looked at them and explained, the punch I just threw used 3,000 magic. So, does it mean you have to use 3 times the magic to break it? Lu Shiyun inquired. No, breaking a spell only requires a magic output that exceeds twice the original amount momentarily, Lin Yu clarified. But the key point is you have no idea how much magic the opponent used to write the spell. If your magic output is insufficient, it will have no effect and will just be a waste, so you must unleash even stronger magic. For instance, Pia Piao's spell used 1000 magic, and if you output 1500 magic it won't break, it'll just be wasted. You must exceed 2000 magic to break it, but since you don't know how much magic Pia Piao used to be safe, you'll need to use 3000 or even more. I get it now. She can use this method to drain others' magic. Lu Shiyun, being smart, quickly understood. Exactly, she can continuously write spells against others to deplete their magic. Lin Yu continued. Even if the opponent has the same amount of magic as she does, she only needs to consume a third of her magic to drain theirs dry. After all, when others forcibly break the spell, they waste a lot of magic and can't precisely output just twice the amount. This is too powerful. Lu Shiyun realized how formidable this tactic was. Who knew spells could be used this way? After Lin Yu's explanation, the group was astonished. Yi Pia Piao felt as if a new world had opened up to her, never knowing her spells could be utilized in such a manner. There are 2 types of barrier spells, Lin Yu explained further. One is a forceful spell like the one just cast on me, which you either break by force or wait for it to disappear over time. The other is akin to a simple equation which, besides brute force, can be solved with wisdom or simply waiting it out. The duration of a barrier depends on the level of the spell and the amount of magic injected. The more magic you infuse when writing the spell, the longer the rules persist. As far as I know, a single layer spell written with 500 units of magic power can only last for 1 minute, right? Lin Yu said, looking at Yi Pia Piao. That's correct, Yi Pia Piao responded. The most basic single layer spell written with 500 units of magic power can last for 1 minute. If you expend 5,000 units, it can last for 10 minutes. For a double layer spell, the duration doubles. Lin Yu felt a bit envious of her spellcasting talent. Higher layer spells depend on one's comprehension ability. Once comprehended, one's innate talent increases. Writing a high layer spell doesn't consume more magic power. Writing an 8th layer spell uses the same amount of magic power as a single layer spell. The key is whether you have the capability to write it. It is said that in her past life, when Yi Pia Piao comprehended a 5-layer spell, her S-level talent directly advanced to SS level. When she comprehended an 8th layer spell, she advanced to SSS level. This kind of talent advancement is incredibly difficult, relying entirely on one's potential and understanding. Comparatively, mine seems a bit simpler. Lin Yu's talent advancement was much easier. He only needed to continuously absorb and integrate various high-level firepowers to advance. This comparison highlighted Yi Pia Piao's formidable nature even more. Pia Piao, spellcaster. Lin Yu, like a professional mentor, explained many abilities and techniques of spellcasters. As for how to comprehend in advance, he didn't know. That was a secret of the spellcasters, one that no one had deciphered in his past life. So an 8th layer spell written with 500 units of magic power can last for 8 minutes, and with 5,000 units it can last for 80 minutes. Yi Pia Piao's eyes shone brightly like the sun, filled with anticipation. Lin Yu nodded with a smile. He remembered that in a past life, during the chaos at Tianhai, the scholar Yi Pia Piao personally intervened, writing an 8th layer spell around Tianhai and injecting it with a massive 3 million units of magic power. It sealed the entire Tianhai for 33 days. Even the 2 mutated beast kings within Tianhai couldn't break through the barrier. This is the terror of an 8th layer spellcaster, possessing the power to destroy heaven and earth. Lin Yu, thank you. Yi Pia Piao suddenly knelt on one knee before Lin Yu, her tone extremely solemn. From today onwards you are my master. Lu Shiyun was utterly baffled. Lin Yu was equally stunned. They had been talking just fine, so why the sudden kneeling and a declaration of apprenticeship? Big sister, I'm younger than you know. Lin Yu hurriedly went over to help her up. Sister Pia Piao, stop fooling around. You're older than me. Becoming my apprentice is just. He held his forehead, feeling a headache. No, when my grandfather was alive, I vowed that whoever could teach me in my area of expertise and earn my respect, I would take them as my master. Her eyes burned as she looked at Lin Yu. Clearly you are such a person, and I am younger than you. Lin Yu was dumbfounded. A person like that? Hup, wait, you say you're younger than me? Lin Yu looked disbelieving. Of course, I just turned 20. Impossible, I remember you're a university professor. Lin Yu distinctly remembered that in his past life Yi Pia Piao was teaching at a university. How do you know I'm a university professor? Was that also prophesied? Yi Pia Piao's face was full of suspicion. Of course, Lin Yu lied without blushing or his heart skipping a beat. I skipped grades throughout school, and by the time I was in college I was already pursuing a PhD. I only started teaching at the university after I graduated with my doctorate. Yi Pia Piao didn't dwell on it and instead explained. Hearing this, Lin Yu and the other two were stunned. What kind of genius is this? No wonder her code name is Scholar. It's like a cow dropping dung, truly exceptional. With this understanding, being called master by her wasn't so hard to accept. You can stand up now. No, I won't get up unless you agree, Yi Pia Piao said stubbornly, her head lowered, a glint in her eyes. She recalled her grandfather's words. For those of us who practice martial arts, the most trustworthy relationships, besides family, are between master and disciple. In their brief encounter, Yi Pia Piao realized that Lin Yu's understanding of spells far surpassed her own. To gain this knowledge, becoming his disciple was undoubtedly the best choice. Alright, I agree. Now get up, Lin Yu conceded, seeing no way out. Having a disciple isn't bad, at least it's a female disciple. Master. Yi Pia Piao adjusted her glasses, her face slightly flushed, feeling a bit embarrassed herself. Here, take these 10 first-grade crystal cores as a meeting gift. Lin Yu thought for a moment and handed over 10 first-grade crystal cores. Yi Pia Piao was already at level 10, but she only had one first-grade crystal core. After reaching the first grade, her power would significantly increase. Thank you, Master. Yi Pia Piao happily accepted the gift without a hint of pretense. To her, a gift for becoming a disciple was perfectly normal. You should advance now. Okay. Yi Pia Piao began to absorb the crystal cores and successfully broke through to the first grade in just 7 or 8 minutes. Codename: Scholar level, first grade, level 0 magic, 29,600 strength, 312 constitution, 163 speed, 226 spirit, 179 talent. S-level spell rule. These are Yi Pia Piao's basic attributes, and compared to Lu Shiyun's attributes, her magic power is significantly higher, while the others are not much different. With different thoughts, the group found a room to sleep in. Lu Shiyun pulled Yi Pia Piao, taking Ruoka with them, and the three of them stayed together, leaving Lin Yu alone. What is all this? He chuckled wryly, the development of events a bit unexpected. The next day, in an abandoned, half-finished building, 70 to 80 people gathered, distributing the food they had risked their lives to collect the day before. Most of these people were at levels 7 or 8, with 7 at level 10. Ration it out sparingly. Give each person a little, then send them out to find more food, the bearded leader with a frown said. Yesterday, while leading a team to scavenge for food, they encountered a large group of zombies. If not for sacrificing that woman, he might not have made it back alive. Boss, it's a pity about that woman, yet she was so beautiful, we didn't even get a chance to enjoy her before she was fed to the zombies. The technique she possessed had its uses. If it hadn't been such a dire situation yesterday, they wouldn't have considered abandoning her. The group leader and a few others shared these sentiments while they ate. Thinking back to that woman, they couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret. Even dressed in simple sportswear, Yi Pia Piao's flowing long hair and exquisitely beautiful face were enough to make anyone's mouth water. Wearing glasses added an air of cool aloofness, igniting a strong desire to conquer in those who beheld her. If only they'd known, they would have made their move a few days ago. One of them, the second in command, licked his lips. Stop thinking about it and figure out where to get some food, he said. Just then, the sound of movement came from within the unfinished building, drawing everyone's attention towards the staircase. A man and 3 women slowly emerged. Pia Piao's sister. It's Pia Piao's sister. You're still alive. Seeing Yi Pia Piao, those present reacted with mixed expressions. Many felt a deep shame, lowering their heads, unable to meet her gaze. Pia Piao, it's wonderful that you're alive. The man with the bushy beard greeted her with a smile. Behind him, a group followed. The second in command looked Yi Pia Piao up and down with a grin, his eyes filled with blatant desire. How hypocritical you all are, Yi Pia Piao sneered coldly. Pia Piao, it was a critical situation yesterday, and besides, you're alive now, aren't you? The leader tried to reason. Boss, why bother with so much talk? She's just an awakened support type, why be so courteous? The second in command pushed through the crowd, chuckling sinisterly. I was actually sorry to think you were dead, but since you've come to us yourself, I won't hold back. From today on, as long as you keep the boss and me satisfied, you'll enjoy the best food and drink without the risk of scavenging for supplies. Before Yi Pia Piao could respond, voices rose from the crowd. Boss, I can serve you too. Please don't make me go out for supplies, okay? I can do it too. A few ordinary-looking women squeezed out of the crowd looking at the leader and the second in command with eager flattery. "Get out of here, look at yourselves in the mirror," the second in command snapped angrily, kicking a few of the women to the ground before turning back to Yi Piao. "Huh, did you see that? The offer I'm giving you is what countless women are desperate for. You will die." Yi Piao's eyes flashed with a cold light as she looked at the bearded man. "Kill him yourself and I'll only ask for one of your arms." "Haha, boss, did you hear that? This woman doesn't know how to appreciate kindness. What are you hesitating for?" The bearded man's face darkened, but he was clever enough. Yesterday Yi Piao had been chased by 5 or 6,000 zombies, yet here she was, alive and well. It seemed likely that the man beside her had saved her. To rescue someone from thousands of zombies without a scratch, his power must be formidable, far beyond his own capabilities. "This is a misunderstanding, my friend. What do you say?" the bearded man said, clasping his hands towards Lin Yu. As the leader of a small group, he wasn't foolish. In the apocalypse, those without brains typically perish the fastest. Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback upon hearing this. Even those few individuals who had awakened special abilities were no match for her. The difference in their attributes was simply too vast. They didn't even have the chance to showcase their talents before their throats were slit. An S-Class Awakener and those below S-Class were two entirely different concepts, the gap between them as wide as a chasm. Similarly, rank was crucial. The difference between a first rank and a 10th rank was not even on the same level. Lin Yu and the others watched the blurred figure of Yi Piao, feeling a tinge of admiration. "Sister Piao, I had no choice, please don't kill me," someone cried, begging for mercy. However, the only response he received was a flash of sword light, more decisive and ruthless than any man. In just a few minutes, over 30 bodies lay on the ground. These were the people who had abandoned Yi Piao yesterday and those who had just turned against her and cursed at her. The remaining 40 or so individuals huddled in a corner, trembling as they looked at Yi Piao, the embodiment of a vengeful deity with terror in their hearts. Yi Piao stuffed most of the food on the table into her backpack, shouldered it, and turned to leave. "Master, my business here is finished, let's go." She sheathed her long sword, her expression calm. She adjusted her glasses, as if the corpses on the ground had nothing to do with her. "Impressive." Lin Yu gave her a thumbs up, admiring her decisiveness and lack of hesitation, traits he greatly appreciated. The 4 of them descended the dilapidated building. "Master, where are we heading now?" Lin Yu quickly explained. "I came to Tianhai City to rescue my sister. She's at Tianhai University." "Tianhai University?" Yi Piao was taken aback. "Wasn't that the school where she worked? Do you know how to get there?" Lin Yu asked urgently. To be honest, he had only been there once when his sister started her freshman year, and he didn't really know the way. "I'm actually a freshman teacher at Tianhai University. I just started this year," Yi Piao replied. "What's your sister's name? Which department is she in?" "Lin Xiaoyu from the Economics and Management Department." Yi Piao's expression turned peculiar. How could it be such a coincidence? "What's wrong?" Lin Yu noticed Yi Piao's expression and felt a pang of unease. Lin Xiaoyu is quite famous as the department beauty in the freshman Economics and Management Department, and She hesitated, her tone slightly unnatural. "I'm her math teacher." Lin Yu suddenly understood why Yi Piao's expression had been off earlier. He was Yi Piao's master and Yi Piao was his sister's teacher. The relationship was indeed complicated. "Perhaps we should just forget about the apprenticeship," Lin Yu suggested after some thought. "No, apprenticeship is a solemn affair and not something to be taken lightly." "My relationship with your sister is separate," Yi Piao replied firmly. "Fine, have it your way," Lin Yu conceded, shaking his head helplessly. "But it's the apocalypse now, with zombies everywhere. Do you think your sister is still at the school?" "Don't worry, I called her in advance and told her to stay put in her dormitory. She's prepared with food and everything," Lin Yu assured. "You prepared for the apocalypse beforehand?" Yi Piao was surprised, then quickly realized, recalling Lin Yu's talent for predicting the future. "Let's go then. I know the way, but it's not going to be easy, although it's only about 20 kilometers. The path is crawling with zombies. If we encounter a small number, we fight. If there's a large group, we hide," Lin Yu said, frowning slightly. "How did this suddenly involve me? It seems this guy isn't just a brawn-over-brains fool. Let Piao handle this, I'm just here to watch," Lin Yu thought with a chuckle. He pulled Lu Shiyun and Ruku to the side, grabbing a chair and sitting down without a hint of politeness. At some point, a bag of sunflower seeds appeared in their hands and they began to snack on them with relish. The bearded man took a deep breath and looked at Yi Piao. "Piao, these are the supplies we gathered yesterday. take as much as you want and let's call it even, alright? His words caused an uproar among the crowd. Boss, are you crazy? Well, boss, we went through hell to get this food and many of us died for it. Yeah, and if we give it to her, what will we eat? The mention of food turned everyone against Yi Pia Piao, even those who had felt guilty towards her moments ago. Their faces changed faster than flipping a page and the ugliness of their expressions was on full display. Fine, die then. Yi Pia Piao had no interest in arguing with them. Her sword was drawn gleaming in her hand. Do you really want to do this? The bearded man asked, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Spell, double speed enhancement. Yi Pia Piao didn't reply. She swung her sword, inscribing a dual spell upon herself, and her speed attribute surged instantly. She dashed forward in a blur. Kill her for me, I want, the bearded man shouted, but before he could finish his sentence he realized he couldn't make a sound. A thin line of blood appeared on his neck. When he clutched his throat desperately, unable to stop the blood from gushing out. Everyone was stunned. They had only seen Yi Pia Piao move slightly, not realizing she had already slit their boss's throat. Only Lin Yu and his friends had seen her action clearly. The others, including the bearded man, hadn't even noticed when she drew her sword. Even as his throat was cut, he had still been talking, a testament to Yi Pia Piao's incredible speed. At her first level, she had a speed of 226 points. And with her spell doubling that, it shot up to 678 points. In contrast, the strongest among them, the level 10 bearded man, only had a speed of 55 points, making the difference nearly tenfold. Thud, his body hit the ground hard, the sound echoing like the call of death, striking terror into everyone's hearts. The second in command lost his previous arrogance, his face now a mask of fear. As he backed into the crowd he shouted, attack her, whoever kills her will be the new boss. Fear gripped him entirely. The strongest among them had been killed in an instant, leaving him with no hope of survival. How could this woman, who had seemed so weak and was merely a support, become so powerful? Little did he know Yi Pia Piao had always been stronger than them. She had merely been hiding her true abilities. Yi Pia Piao moved again, targeting those who had abandoned her. One swing, one kill. It was as effortless as slaughtering chickens, showing no sign of difficulty. In the bustling city of Tianhai, renowned for its tourism, the permanent population exceeds 1 million. This means that when the zombie rain descended, at least 15 million zombies were unleashed. Over this apocalyptic period, the number of zombies likely swelled to around 2 million, while he could easily dispatch ordinary zombies with basic attacks even at a rate of 1 per second. It would take 10 continuous hours to clear just 36,000. If he resorted to using his talents to launch large-scale attacks, it would indeed be quicker, but his magic power couldn't keep up. At the zeroth tier, his magic power regenerated at 1 point per second. Upon reaching the first tier, the recovery rate doubled to 2 points per second. To fully replenish his magic power, Lin Yu would need nearly 10 hours. Piao Piao, optimize the route for us. We'll act according to the situation, he instructed. Got it, master, came the reply. At Tianhai University, many areas had turned to ruins. When the apocalypse struck and zombies descended from the sky, out of the over 40,000 people on campus, fewer than 5,000 survived. These survivors formed small alliances, each occupying different areas. Their survival was largely due to a few individuals with awakened talents. One such group, Xiao Chou Alliance, had made the library their stronghold. On the second floor of the library, over 200 people gathered to discuss. Everyone listened to me. A tall, handsome young man began organizing the tasks with ease. Today's mission: Xiao Yu and I will lead a team to clear out the zombies in the swimming pool. Hosey and Yang Jian will take a squad outside the swimming pool's wall to search a large supermarket for supplies. He was Zhao Qiu, a third-year sports student and the leader of this small group. I disagree. I don't want to be in a group with you, an abrupt, discordant voice interrupted. Lin Xiaoyu stood up from the crowd, glaring at Zhao Qiu, clearly displeased with him. Xiaoyu, please form I. Sake, don't make a fuss, okay? A pretty girl beside her tugged at her hand. Reluctantly, Lin Xiaoyu sat back down, pouting. Brothers, from yesterday's observations, there are 2 first-tier zombies in the swimming pool. If we take them out, Brother Qiu will soon advance to the first tier. Someone chimed in, trying to ease the tense atmosphere. That's great. With Brother Qiu's power increase, we'll be even safer. Yes, Brother Qiu is always the strongest, others chimed in, showering him with flattery. Zhao Qiu smug cast a significant glance at Lin Xiaoyu. As the group dispersed to make final preparations, Fong Siki, the girl who had pulled Lin Xiaoyu earlier, and Zhao Qiu's girlfriend, approached him. Brother Qiu, once you advance to the first tier, are you going to make a move on Xiaoyu? she asked, casting a quick glance around them. Yes, as you see, Xiaoyou's talent is too powerful, I must have it, Zhao Chou replied, a ruthless glint flashing in his eyes. He awakened an A-level talent. Theft. Although it was just an A-level and not a talent that enhanced strength, every time he leveled up he could steal an additional talent. On the third day after awakening, he stole the A-level talent of his roommate, Thunderstorm. His strength increased dramatically, making him the leader of this group of 100. Later he learned from his girlfriend about Lin Xiaoyou's talent A-level, 5-fold strength amplification. Such an impressive talent, he was determined to steal it. Having powerful strength in his own hands always gave him the most peace of mind. Onward. Once everyone was ready, Yao Chou waved his hand and led the crowd towards the swimming pool. Master, following the planned route, if everything goes smoothly, we'll reach Tianhai University in at most 5 days. Yi Piao shared her plan. You're more familiar with Tianhai City, so I'll follow your lead. Lin Yu had no objections. Alright, then let's charge out. Tianhai City is similar everywhere, with zombies lurking in various areas. The four of them advanced along the street, killing zombies as they moved forward. Unknowingly, they had been fighting zombies all morning. Piao cast the speed-boosting spell on Shiryun Ruku. And yourself in charge with me, Lin Yu shouted. His magic was already more than half consumed and he needed a rest. Spell, double speed. Yi Piao used 15,000 magic points to quickly write 3 spells, casting them on the 2 women and herself. The effect would last for 10 minutes. Instantly, their speed skyrocketed, all surpassing 300 points. These zombies below the first level, with speeds of at most 60 or 70 points, couldn't even touch their clothes. Flame roar. Lin Yu cleared the path ahead while the 3 followed quickly behind. There's a hotel up ahead, let's take a break there. The 4 pushed forward all the way. Night fell. The 4 enjoyed hot pot again, living a delightful little life. Congratulations to all survivors, someone has successfully broken through to the second level. The world leaderboard is now open. Suddenly a cold voice echoed in everyone's mind. Lin Yu knew it was the voice of the rules embodiment. Brother Yu. That senior brother has reached the second level, Lu Shiryun said. What, so fast? Lin Yu was surprised, opening the leaderboard. Before the 5th level, no one would level up faster than this guy. Do you know this senior brother who's ranked first? Yi Piao was intrigued. Yes, a zombie king from Kuan City, bitten by zombies, but even after mutation he retained human characteristics. How did he level up so quickly? Lu Shiryun thought of that gentlemanly fellow. His method can't be replicated by anyone. As long as he continuously recruits zombie armies, his subordinates will provide a steady stream of first-level zombies for him to advance, Lu Shiryun explained. That's practically like cheating. Yi Piao was speechless. With her current strength, dealing with a first-tier zombie was a breeze, but finding one proved to be quite a hassle. Moreover, many first-tier zombies were often surrounded by thousands of other zombies, making it no small feat to successfully acquire a first-tier crystal core. This was even more challenging for revolutionaries below the S level. As Lin Yu glanced at the world rankings, he couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. In his previous life, despite the population advantage, the Great Xia only accounted for a quarter of the spots on the leaderboard. Yet in this life, out of the 1,000 people on the global list, 662 were from the Great Xia, a truly terrifying dominance. Even those renowned abroad ranked far below the Great Xia. Arthur at 36, Angel Gabriel at 39, Inch Lucifer at 41, King Scorpio at 48, King Pisces at 49, Sanbazuru at 57, Superman at 71, Sun Knight at 76. The world was momentarily stunned into silence. Then the Great Xia's chat zone exploded. Comments flew by so quickly that no one could keep up. At this moment, the hearts of all the Great Xia citizens were brimming with excitement. Even in the apocalypse, everyone was shouting, seemingly casting aside their inner fears. The global forum was in chaos too. The hottest post, Great Xia is truly the world's best, shot to the top. Beneath the post, there were countless replies. Every second, numerous comments poured in. Who is this senior brother? Truly amazing, bringing glory to our nation. What kind of talent has this person awakened? I haven't even reached the first tier and he's already at the second tier. Except for Lin Yu and a few others, no one knew that the senior brother was no longer purely human. He was a zombie king. The fact that among the world's top 1,000, nearly 70% were from the Great Xia filled the citizens with pride. As a Great Xia person, I am very proud. What's the deal with those trashy Sakura people? Are they scared out of their minds, wetting their pants? On the battlefield of 100 nations, just you wait. So what if there are many of them? Our powerhouses are just modest, or they'd easily top the list. Indeed, our genius warrior Senbazuru with his 3S level talents can reach the second tier effortlessly if he so wishes. Some evolutionaries from the Sakura Nation were already quite frustrated, unwittingly revealing some key information. Baka Yaru, who's the idiot? Leaking my information. At this moment, inside a shrine at the foot of Sakura Mountain, a man with 3 warrior blades at his waist exuded a terrifying aura. World ranking, and I'm only 57th. He found it hard to believe. As the shrine's genius warrior, he had awakened 3S level talents after the apocalypse, becoming the #1 in Sakura Nation, yet on the global leaderboard his rank was so low. They must have been lucky advancing to the first tier by chance. This proves nothing. Just wait, damn Great Xia people, you'll see how formidable I Senbazuru can be. On the Great Xia side, those who saw this news were taken aback. 3S level talents, if true this person's strength could indeed be formidable, many people couldn't help but start worrying because throughout the entire Great Xia kingdom they had never heard of anyone possessing 3 types of S-level talents. In the west, on the rooftop of a tall building, stood a towering man bathed in golden light gazing towards the east, his codename, King Arthur. He is currently ranked #1 in Great Britain's rankings. The opening of the world rankings has drawn everyone's attention. The powerful individuals from Western countries who have made it into the rankings aren't too concerned. They believe that on the rankings, perhaps only the #1 ranked second-tier powerhouse senior brother is worth paying attention to. The rest are simply those who advance to the first tier a bit earlier than them. However, the powerhouse from the Sakura country with 3 types of S-level talents is worth noting. Dear survivors, this is the official announcement from Koen City. Our military has already established a safe zone in the Nanlong district. Survivors nearby can seek refuge, and we will also be advancing into the urban area, clearing zombies and rescuing survivors. A new popular post has been pinned to the top. Military forces from various places are starting to emerge, but the message in their words is hard to decipher. There seems to be an intention to gather survivors and strengthen their forces. Today marks the 22nd day of the apocalypse. The timid, the weak, and those destined to die have mostly perished. Those who remain alive essentially exist in small groups. Working together, they can barely clear ordinary zombies, collect crystal nuclei, and slowly evolve. In 5 days, a few people have cleared nearly over 100,000 zombies, accumulating more than 20,000 crystal nuclei, with 82 first-tier crystal nuclei in total, to advance to the second tier. There's still a long way to go. Linyu has only 4 second-tier crystal nuclei in hand, still short by 6. Here 20 crystal nuclei each. Linyu distributed the first-tier crystal nuclei to 3 women, allowing them to all break through to first-tier level 3. With each level up in the first tier, all attributes increase by 10 points, magic power increases by 1000, and free attribute points increase by 10. The improvement from leveling up twice is quite noticeable. Master, I feel like our speed at killing zombies isn't slow, it's just that picking up the crystal nuclei is too troublesome. Yi Pia Piao spoke up. Yeah, I've been picking them up for 5 days and my hands are sore, complained Rook the little girl. In these few days of battle she hadn't fought at all, only responsible for picking up the crystal nuclei. Just as they were chatting, a loud bang came from the first floor of the hotel. The 4 of them turned pale, walked to the railing and looked down. The hotel they were staying in had rooms arranged in a circular pattern, forming a ring, and from the railing they could see the hotel lobby below. At this moment the hotel doors were shattered. 70 to 80 people, faces filled with terror, scrambled and rolling and tumbling. Quick, block the door, hurry, hurry, those terrifying things will chase us in any second. Damn it, don't step on me. Yang Long, where's Yang Long? Quickly come and use your metal manipulation to block the door. The leading man shouted in panic. Boss, I've exhausted too much of my magic power. If I use it any longer I won't have the strength to protect myself, Yang Long replied anxiously. Behind him a man named Yang Long wore a mournful expression. Stop wasting time, damn it, and get moving. If those things break in you're dead too. Hearing this, Yang Long's face turned ashen. Finally he gritted his teeth, summoned his ability, extended his right hand and pushed toward the door. Instantly all the metal in the hotel began to vibrate violently and then flew towards Yang Long. Every metal railing, along with 7 or 8 metal doors, converged at the entrance, forming a thick metal barrier. Seeing this, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. Brother, there's someone upstairs. Suddenly a woman pointed toward the 6th floor where Lin Yu and his companion stood. Everyone turned to look. They were all evolved beings, with the weakest among them being at least level 8 and more than 30 of them were level 10. The leading man had reached the first tier. Their mental strength was far beyond what it was before the apocalypse. Even in the dim light, they could clearly see. The sixth floor, there stood a man, 2 women and a child. Ignore them, don't make a sound. The leader glanced at them and then withdrew his gaze, instructing the others to remain silent. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent, tiptoeing toward the stairs, not daring to make a sound. On the 6th floor, the 4 quietly watched the scene unfold. It seems they've encountered something terrifying. Lu Shiyun frowned. Hush, don't speak. Lin Yu suddenly felt the earth trembling and quickly warned. The others felt it too and held their breath. The ground's tremors grew stronger, as if thousands of troops were charging. The sound of screeching and grinding echoed, accompanied by countless squeaks and gnashing sounds, extremely unsettling. Downstairs, over 70 people had already stopped in their tracks, staring intently at the door, not daring to make a sound. Some covered their mouths tightly, their faces pale, beads of sweat as large as beans seeping from their foreheads. Bang, bang, bang! Suddenly, there were loud thuds, as if something had accidentally collided with the metal barrier. Everyone's hearts leapt into their throats, barely daring to breathe, their hearts nearly stopping. Could it be a rat swarm? Lin Yu listened to the sounds, which were very much like those made by rats, and suddenly recalled something. In his previous life, a massive rat swarm had occurred beneath Huajin in Tianhai City, consisting entirely of infected and mutated rats. There were as many as 30 to 40,000 each, with the strength of level 7 or 8 and as large as small dogs. Nothing survived their passage. Whether it was zombies, humans, or other mutated beasts, all fell to their teeth. It said that a tier 3 mutated tiger was encountered later, which killed the Rat King, bringing the chaos to an end. But why were they here now? And judging by the sounds, their numbers seemed to exceed 30 or 40,000. Lin Yu was shocked. Could it be the butterfly effect? Did the mutated rats not encounter the mutated tiger this time and made their way to Tianhai City? Thinking of this possibility, Lin Yu's hair stood on end. Zombie mutant rats and zombies themselves are 2 entirely different concepts. These rats grow larger and move faster, attacking any creature outside their own kind. Their teeth are razor sharp and laced with venom. Wherever the Rat King passes, ordinary rats eat its call, swelling its ranks, and those that feast on zombie flesh quickly mutate. No one knows how many rats there are in the entire city of Tianhai. After mutation, these rats engage in fierce battles with zombies, devouring their flesh, and it's uncertain to what extent they might evolve. Could they reach level 10, or perhaps the first tier? The mere thought of hundreds of thousands of level 10 zombie mutant rats is enough to send shivers down one's spine. If they expand indefinitely like a snowball, they will become an even more terrifying disaster than the zombies. Listening to the occasional thuds on the front door, Lin Yu felt a heavy weight on his heart. It seemed these rats were just passing by, their sheer numbers causing them to occasionally bump into the door. Rather than trying to break in, once the rat tide passed, there would be a temporary reprieve. But then what? Lin Yu was deep in thought, as he hadn't found his sister yet and couldn't just flee. Faced with such an overwhelming swarm of rats, even he would have no choice but to escape. Bang! Suddenly a piece of metal on the door was knocked loose, then another 4 or 5 pieces followed, creating a small breach. Ah! A scream echoed in the hall. The appearance of the small gap shattered someone's psychological defenses, and they cried out in fear. It's over. At that moment, a single thought echoed in everyone's mind. It's over, we're doomed. Damn it, why are you yelling? The leading man's face, full of despair, looked angrily at the person who had screamed. He rushed up to the person and silenced them by snapping their neck. But it was too late. The scream had attracted the attention of the rat swarm outside. Instantly, the relentless banging on the door intensified as zombie rats began actively attacking it. Go! Lin Yu glanced at Lu Shiyun and shouted, leaping directly from the 6th floor. The 3 women with him hesitated not a second, jumping down alongside him. While still in midair, Lu Shiyun waved her hands, releasing countless gasoline cans from a limitless space, which landed just in front of the door. She and Lin Yu had been through many trials together and had developed a seamless understanding. Her intelligence was such that a single look was enough to grasp Lin Yu's plan, and she immediately dropped the gasoline cans. At that moment, the door finally gave way, smashed open by the zombie rats. Roaring flame. As Lin Yu landed in the 1st floor lobby, he unleashed a column of fire without hesitation. Boom, boom, boom. The flames engulfed the gasoline cans, causing them to explode, instantly blowing apart more than a dozen zombie rats that had just rushed in. Raging fire erupted, blocking the doorway. Impressive. The terrifying strike left everyone in the hall in awe, yet it also sparked a glimmer of hope within their hearts. The gasoline was abundant, causing the flames to grow fiercer by the second. Outside, the zombie rats, initially responding to their king's call, surged forward following the Rat King's lead. Their assault on the gate was merely a reaction to the noise and instinctual drive to break in and feast on humans, but now the raging fire stood as an imposing barrier, triggering a primal fear of danger within them. After a few reluctant screeches, they ceased their attack and retreated to rejoin the main horde. The roaring flames had become the most formidable gate, deterring the zombie rats from advancing even a step further, yet Lin Yu knew that this was only because the Rat King hadn't issued an order. If commanded to attack, these creatures would charge through even the fiercest of fires without hesitation. Lu Shiyun and her companions approached Lin Yu, their gazes fixed on the inferno, lost in thought. Just then a dozen or so normal rats scurried out from the hotel's ground floor kitchen. These rats had not mutated, each merely the size of a fist. It was as if they too had received the call, emerging from their shadowy corners eager to join the larger horde outside. Ignoring the flames at the entrance, they rushed forward one after another. But being ordinary rats, their fate was predictable. The moment they entered the fire, they were instantly consumed. Witnessing this, the group's expressions turned grim. They realized something ominous. This city is about to descend into darkness, Lin Yu lamented. They all understood that in the coming days rats from every corner of the city would gather, forming a terrifying force beyond imagination and insurmountable threat. What should we do? Yi Piao asked, her brows furrowed in concern. There is a way, Lu Shiyun replied softly. We can gather the experts in Tianhai City through the forum and figure out how to instigate a fight between the zombies and the mutant rats. Then top-tier experts can execute a beheading strike to kill the Rat King. Lin Yu shook his head. I'm afraid that once the message gets out, some might choose to flee. In the apocalypse, human nature is the least reliable, he continued. Shiyun, post about this situation and alert all the evolvers in Tianhai City. If they see ordinary rats, they must eliminate them immediately. This will ease the pressure in the future. Those who wish to escape will find it isn't that simple. Only true experts will manage to flee. Understood, I'll write it now. Lu Shiyun nodded, immediately setting to work. A few minutes later, the squeaking outside ceased and the zombie rats had all departed. Inside the hall, everyone collapsed to the ground, overwhelmed by the relief of surviving such an ordeal. Surviving feels so good. Thank you for saving us, said the leader, a man named Yisong, who hurriedly approached Lin Yu, bowing in gratitude. Just witnessing Lin Yu's fiery assault and the ease with which several of his companions leapt from the 6th floor, he recognized that they were no ordinary evolvers. They were likely powerful awakened individuals. Each exuded an aura of pressure except the young girl, who seemed less imposing. Lin Yu's eyes lit up as he surveyed the group before him. He needed manpower, and with these people, their progress could be significantly accelerated. Do you know where these zombie rats came from? Lin Yu inquired. Sir, we don't know either. We were originally teaming up to clear out the zombies when suddenly we felt the ground shake and a massive swarm of rats came charging towards us. Luckily, the countless zombies served as a barrier. Yeah, if it weren't for those zombies blocking them, we wouldn't have survived. It was terrifying. I saw those giant rats devour the zombies. A group of people began to recount the events, still feeling a bit shaken. Come over here. Lin Yu waved at a young man named Yang Long. Hearing this, Yang Long eagerly ran over. Boss, did you call me? Go use your ability to seal the gate. Boss, I'm out of magic. Yang Long replied with a disheartened face. Lin Yu ignored him. Seeing this, Yang Long dejectedly walked to the gate and once again used his ability to manipulate the metal to block it. I want you all to do something for me and I'll ensure your safety during this time, Lin Yu said to Yisong. Boss, if it's something even you can't handle, wouldn't it be suicide for us with our level of strength? Yisong hesitated. Yes or no? Just one word. Yes, boss, just say the word and we'll charge forward without hesitation. Catching a glimpse of Lin Yu's cold gaze, the man quickly voiced his agreement. Ask your men if anyone is willing to join and bring them along tomorrow. After giving his instructions, the group returned to the 6th floor. The situation had developed beyond Lin Yu's expectations and he needed to think carefully. The rat swarm was immensely dangerous, but it also presented many opportunities. With this in mind, he directly opened a post on a forum. Is senior brother around? It's the magician here. I have something to discuss. With such a straightforward title, Lin Yu spent 1,000 evolution points to pin the post. As soon as it was posted, people started flooding the comments. Magician, what's your take on the 100 Nations battle? Sakura Nation is too despicable. Do you have any thoughts on it? Lin Yu pondered for a moment and replied, in the 100 Nations battle, our great summer nation will definitely be the champion and no one can take that away. As for Sakura Nation, I'm quite interested in their fertile volcano. I think it might erupt around next year. I'm also looking forward to trampling over Sakura. Haha, your words resonate with me deeply. Soon Linyu's reply spread across the great summer nation with countless people applauding and eagerly anticipating that day. Haven't seen you in a few days, what's up? Senior brother replied to the post, I have a big deal in mind looking to collaborate with you, let's hear it. Linyu spent another 1,000 evolution points to set their conversation to private, visible only to the two of them. Currently, there are no restrictions on regional channel chats, but there's no private messaging feature and identities are hard to verify. The simplest way to communicate is through posting and replying. I'm in Tianhai City right now, you should be aware of the situation here, Linyu said directly. Just saw the news, the terrifying rat swarm might wipe out the entire Tianhai City. You don't expect me to go help, do you? Senior brother, your thoughtfulness aligns perfectly with mine. I'll be waiting for you in Tianhai City. Linyu replied with a cheerful smile. In the ancient town of Shishan Kuan City, the senior brother looked at Linyu's message, his mind buzzing. What noble cause? What did I say? Did I agree? No way. After holding back for a while, the senior brother finally sent 2 words. Senior brother, I think you should still consider yourself human, otherwise you wouldn't be just at the 2nd tier by now. With your special talents, if you wanted, reaching the 3rd tier would be effortless, wouldn't it? What are you trying to say? If you had completely lost your humanity, you could have let your zombie army recklessly attack humans, absorbing their flesh and blood. That way the zombies would advance faster and you would gain more crystal cores. But you haven't done that, right? After a moment of silence, the senior brother replied, you're right. Damn this apocalypse, damn being the zombie king. I never wanted this, but there's no choice. The senior brother suddenly cursed, no longer the gentleman he once was, clearly showing his resentment towards his situation. I also want to kill all humans and let my zombies advance crazily. I could break through quickly too, but I can't bring myself to do it. This shows you're still human, not some disgusting zombie creature. I suspect you're insulting me. Getting back to the point, you can bring your zombie army to Tianhai City and let them fight the rat tide, advancing by devouring each other. I estimate by then many 2nd tier, even 3rd tier zombies and mutant rats will emerge, and there's already a massive zombie army here. You can't lose. Plus, there's not much time left until the 3rd month of the apocalypse, the struggle of 100 nations. This rat tide is also an opportunity to enhance strength. The senior brother didn't reply, seemingly considering. After a moment his message came through. I'm setting off immediately. In his heart he saw himself more akin to humans than to those zombies, and by sending the zombies to fight against the rat tide he was in a sense saving humanity. That was the real reason behind his decision. As for 2nd and 3rd tier crystal cores, they were secondary. After all, in the early stages of advancement he would always be ahead of everyone else. Having reached an agreement with the senior brother, Linyu finally breathed a sigh of relief. The rat tide was surging and he didn't believe he would die. If he wanted to escape, the rat tide wouldn't be able to stop him. The key was that there were still hundreds of thousands of survivors in Tianhai City and he couldn't be that cold-hearted. Moreover, his sister was still missing. With these thoughts, Linyu posted another message. The world's #1 senior brother invites the strong around Tianhai City to come and kill rats and zombies and take high-tier crystal cores. In the post, Linyu detailed how the battle between zombies and the rat tide would give rise to many 2nd and even 3rd tier beings. This was a rare opportunity for the strong. After posting, Linyu couldn't be bothered to look anymore and prepared to rest. He had done all he could, the rest was up to fate. He just had to find his sister, and if things became impossible he would take those around him and leave. However, since the eldest brother has already agreed, there was little worry left for him. In this lifetime, things were inevitably a bit different from the previous one. Linyu gazed at the leaderboard of the Yun province and noticed names of powerful figures that he had never heard of in his past life, stirring a sense of realization. Within him, on the Yun province's ranking board, there were 100 spots, and apart from the eldest brother who was at the 2nd tier, all others were at the 1st tier. Many of the strong ones listed at the top were people he had never encountered before. In Kuan City, the eldest brother stood atop a building below which was a dense sea of zombies numbering in the hundreds of thousands. He shouted loudly, as if issuing an order. Following this, the ground quaked as the mass of zombies obeyed his command, charging toward the direction of Tianhai City. Watching this grand spectacle, a surge of pride filled the eldest brother's heart. His goal this time was to reach the 3rd tier. with nearly 2 million zombies in Tianhai City. As long as they were pitted against the mutant zombie mice tearing and devouring each other, thousands or even tens of thousands of second-tier beings could evolve and hundreds of third-tier ones would be within reach. In the ancient town within the lobby of the Shijia Hotel, Chen Jinger glanced at two posts Lin Yu had shared, smiling knowingly before loudly declaring, "All members of Black Rose heed my command. Prepare yourselves, our target is Tianhai City." Upon hearing her words, everyone in the lobby halted their actions and gathered around. "Jing Jie, we've heard terrifying news of a rat tide in Tianhai City. Isn't it too dangerous? Danger comes with opportunity, doesn't it? You are all at the first tier, but breaking through to the second tier requires a lot of crystal nuclei, only in Tianhai City. Can we quickly advance to the second tier? Besides, your leader's leader is there now." As she spoke, a subtle smile played on Chen Jinger's lips, her face revealing a meaningful expression. "Brother Yu is in Tianhai," Liu asked joyfully. "Yes, get ready, we're leaving." Chen Jinger looked towards Tianhai City, a flame seemingly burning in her eyes. "Lady Lin, just you wait, I will make Black Rose the strongest team within Eternal Day." After Lin Yu left, she named the team she led Black Rose under the banner of Eternal Day. She was the Queen of Black Rose and Lin Yu is the King of Eternal Day. "Little Yu, who exactly is our leader's leader, more formidable than Boss Chen?" a robust man next to Liu asked quietly. This man was Lu Qi, the one who had attempted to recruit Chen Jinger's group only to be chased and beaten by her after her awakening. He possessed an S-grade talent, ability reception. If Lin Yu were here, he'd be astonished to see that this strong individual, whose opportunity he had once taken, had become Chen Jinger's subordinate. Lu Qi's talent was no small matter. As long as he continued to absorb the abilities of various powerful beings, he had the potential to reach the strongest sequence. Liu cast him a sidelong glance and replied, "We all call him Brother Yu, so his strength must be greater than Sister Jing's. As for his codename, I don't know it, only Sister Jing likely knows." Stronger than Boss Chen, Lu Qi was taken aback. He had always thought of himself as one of the strongest, having dominated all challengers in the town center, yet on West Street he found himself outmatched by the awakened Chen Jinger and was eventually recruited by her. Now, there was talk of an even more formidable leader emerging. His fighting spirit suddenly surged and he eagerly anticipated meeting this boss of their boss. In the small town of Shanlang beneath Tianhai City, a gentle rain fell from the sky. A young man in white stood quietly in the rain, seemingly at ease. Strikingly, the raindrops vanished before they could touch him. "Boss, are you really going?" Several people approached him through the rain, faces filled with resignation. Their leader always reacted this way. Whenever he felt heavy-hearted or unhappy, rain would spontaneously fall from the sky above him. It was truly frustrating. "Yes, because that person is there, and I'm also looking forward to the battle of 100 nations. The great Xia kingdom must be first." The young man suddenly smiled, and with that the world transformed. The rain that had been falling turned into sunshine in an instant. "Let's go." He dusted off his clothes and walked away with a group hurrying to follow him. In the nearest city to Tianhai, Licheng, two groups of 100 men each, led by experts, were also making their way towards Tianhai City. On the early expressway, 5 off-road vehicles sped by. A team of just 17 people was also heading to Tianhai City. "Big brother, our Yun province really is full of experts. The top-ranking senior brother Yun, who's 9th on the Great Xia Kingdom's tier list, and the magician 2nd on the evolution points list, are all from Yun province, likely in Tianhai City. Indeed, our boss is only 17th on the tier list and 9th on the evolution points list." In the lead vehicle, a few men whispered among themselves, "This magician is the guy who first exchanged for attribute fruits, right? That should be him. Even though the forum doesn't show names, only he had enough evolution points in the first 2 days of the apocalypse to exchange for attribute fruits. This person is probably no weaker than the senior brother, having secured a lot of attribute fruits ahead of everyone else. Perfect, we can meet them in Tianhai City." The man in the passenger seat had eyes like lightning, with a sound akin to thunder rumbling within him. He was the leader of the Thunder Team, Divine Punishment. "In this rat tide, we should be able to collect plenty of second-tier crystal cores. By then, reaching the second-tier peak won't be an issue. In the battle of 100 nations, each country only has 100 spots and I must secure one. It's an honor to fight for the country." Divine Punishment's emotions were aflame. This team of only 17 may have been small in number, but they were all elite experts. The Thunder Team, led by Divine Punishment and Black Feather, both S-grade talent awakeners, with the rest being A-grade talent awakeners, boasted formidable strength. Lin Yu's 2 posts had stirred a massive uproar. Evolutionists around Tianhai City, all self-proclaimed strongmen, were eager to set out, hoping to claim their share in Tianhai City. Their thoughts were quite straightforward. The idea of them going out to save others was out of the question. They were merely in it for the high-level crystal cores. After all, with the senior brother and the magician present, and surely many other experts gathering, there was no great worry about personal danger. In the coming days, it was expected that a large number of second-tier powerhouses would emerge in Tianhai City, and even several third-tier ones might appear. Lin Yu observed the various comments under the post. He could foresee that many smart and strong individuals would be willing to go to great lengths to get a share of the spoils. The next day, as Lin Yu and his group descended the stairs, they found Yi Song and Yang Long waiting with over 30 others. Lin Yu was quite satisfied that half of them were willing to follow him. Of course, being able to follow a big shot is our good fortune, Yi Song said with a cheerful smile. Yes, whatever the big shot has in mind, just let us know, chimed in another. Alright, let's go, Lin Yu nodded, leading the group out of the hotel. Outside, it was a scene of desolation. Many buildings were destroyed, and not a single zombie was in sight. It seemed that the nearby zombies had all perished in last night's rat tide, leaving none behind. Let's move, Lin Yu set his direction and ran towards the street. Zombies, so many zombies. Surely the big shot doesn't expect us to fight these hordes, do they? After running for about 10 minutes, the group saw countless zombies wandering the streets and shops from a distance. Their legs turned to jelly at the sight. The sheer number of zombies was overwhelming, roughly estimated to be in the tens of thousands. Big shot, surely we're not going to provoke so many zombies, right? Yi Song's voice trembled with fear. Scared? Lin Yu asked with a chuckle. Big shot, I think we could use a method of luring and killing them one by one. Rushing in like this would be suicide, Yi Song suggested nervously. It was understandable. In the past, their group of over 100 people had only dealt with small groups of zombies. When encountering large numbers, they'd either take time to detour or send fast evolvers to lure them out, killing them one by one. This method, though time-consuming, was safe. Alright, let me tell you your task now, Lin Yu addressed the group with seriousness. We will handle the zombies. All of you are responsible for collecting crystal cores and handing them over to Shi Yun. He gestured towards Lu Shi Yun. Continuing, he declared, I won't let you work in vain. 5% of the collected crystal cores will be your reward, but it's best not to be greedy or I'll feed you to the zombies. Lin Yu's cold gaze swept over everyone, sending shivers down their spines. Is it really that simple? Yi Song was bewildered. He had expected something dangerous, but it turned out to be just collecting crystal cores. However, he thought that 5% was too little. Even if they were strong, how many zombies could they kill in a day? 2,000 or 3,000 at most. That means each of them wouldn't even get 10 cores. And with so many zombies gathered here, what if they ended up running away mid-battle? However, in the next moment he realized just how wrong he was, terribly wrong. Lin Yu opened his mouth and a torrent of flames burst forth, transforming into a sea of fire as it reached the zombies. The undead were incinerated to ashes, leaving behind only a field of crystal cores. Is this guy a monster? People wondered in awe. Who exactly was this formidable figure? With just a simple wave of his hand, he obliterated zombies as easily as if he were squashing tiny chickens, taking out large swathes at a time. His fire ability was both powerful and awe-inspiring. The crowd around him was left speechless. They had never witnessed such an efficient and rapid method of dispatching zombies. But how long could his magical prowess last, they wondered. If he could sustain this, even a mere 5% of the loot would be substantial. What are you waiting for? Get moving, Yi Song commanded. At that moment he made up his mind to follow closely in the footsteps of this powerful figure. If he could become his right-hand man, so much the better. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yi Piao waved her hand and inscribed a dual spell formation. Speed doubled. Instantly, she became a blur of afterimages, darting into the midst of the zombie horde with her sword flashing. With a single stroke she could decapitate a dozen zombies. Her speed was so exceptional that after each strike she reappeared elsewhere to continue her assault. This woman is terrifying. Yi Song's scalp tingled as he watched. Yi Piao's way of killing zombies was like slicing through vegetables, effortless. Her speed was so extreme that even he, at the first tier, could barely make out her movements. These people were all forces to be reckoned with, even the women among them. He glanced toward the last member of the group, confirming his suspicions. Anyone in the company of such a powerful figure was bound to be no simple character. In the distance, Lu Shiyun bore a similarly relaxed expression. Each time she snapped her fingers, space shattered and swaths of zombies were shredded. Although her range couldn't compare to Lin Yu's, her area attack ability cleared enemies almost as swiftly. Thus Lin Yu and his companions pressed forward, slaughtering mercilessly. Behind them followed 30-odd individuals busily collecting the fallen crystal cores. Their pace was significantly faster than before. In just half a day they had advanced over 10 kilometers. At this rate, Lin Yu estimated they would reach Tianhai University in 3 days. However, what Lin Yu didn't know was happening at Tianhai University in the library. "Ha, I've finally reached the first tier," Zhao Qiu exclaimed, overwhelmed with excitement. After 6 days, he had finally gathered 10 first-tier crystal cores, successfully breaking through to the first tier. He could steal another talent now. "Lin Xiaoyu, for always opposing me. Once I steal your talent, I'll make you wish you were dead," Zhao Qiu said, his face twisted with malice. It was time to take Lin Xiaoyu's talent. Zhao Qiu felt a surge of excitement, his eyes glinting with greed and anticipation. After so long, the day he had been waiting for had finally arrived. He had always coveted the powerful talent that Lin Xiaoyu possessed, and now the moment had come. However, Lin Xiaoyu's formidable strength made her difficult to subdue. From his girlfriend Fong Siki, Zhao Qiu learned that Lin Xiaoyu had awakened an A-level talent, 5-fold strength enhancement, an effect that seemed almost otherworldly. He estimated that with Lin Xiaoyu's current level of 10-inch, her strength could be around 60 points, which meant it would soar to over 300 with her enhancement. It was astonishing, so astonishing that it hardly seemed like an A-level talent. Zhao Qiu himself had just broken through to the first tier, doubling his attributes, yet his strength only reached 221 points. To surpass Lin Xiaoyu, he would have to use his A-level Thunderstorm ability, doubling his power once more. But the stronger your talent, the more excited I get, because it will all become mine, Zhao Qiu murmured to himself. Not one to act impulsively, he brought Fong Siki along for insurance. This woman had also awakened a talent but had been concealing it to support Zhao Qiu. No one knew she was a talent awakener except him. Fong Siki's A-level talent was weakening. Once activated, it could forcibly diminish other strength and magic by 50% for a certain period. Having her along ensured no unforeseen events would lead to failure. "I'm sure everyone is aware of the mouse tide in Tianhai City, right?" Zhao Qiu gathered everyone around. "Brother Qiu, they say those zombie mice are as big as wolf dogs, fast with sharp fangs, extremely fierce. We can't possibly fight them," someone replied, anxiety evident in their voice. "Everyone calm down and listen to me," Zhao Qiu reassured. "Tianhai City is overrun with zombies and escaping is nearly impossible. Before, we could clear out the zombies bit by bit, always finding a chance to get out, but now with the mutant mouse tide, it threatens to devour all living things, including zombies and us." His words cast a pall over the group, their faces turning pale. "The good news is, many strong fighters are heading to Tianhai City, so there might be a slim chance of survival. What we need to do is gather enough food in advance, then hide in the library waiting for the crisis to pass, or seize an opportunity to leave Tianhai City." For teams without great strength, Zhao Qiu's plan was undoubtedly the best option at present. Stockpile food and wait for the mouse tide disaster to pass. Regardless of the final outcome, the zombie and mouse tide would inevitably weaken each other, making escape more feasible. "Then, Zhao Qiu, I disagree." Lin Xiaoyu's voice rang out in opposition from the crowd. "Many survivors around are thinking of coming to Tianhai City to help us through this disaster. Even mages and top fighters have arrived. How can we shrink back and hide?" Her words made Zhao Qiu grit his teeth in anger. This woman was truly foolish. As soon as he stole Lin Xiaoyu's talent, he would kill her immediately. Many in the crowd looked at Lin Xiaoyu as if she were a fool. "Xiaoyu, I think Brother Qiu's plan is right. Since others are going to deal with the zombies with our strength, we shouldn't add to the chaos." The person speaking was clearly afraid of dying, yet spoke with self-righteous justification. "Indeed, Sister Xiaoyu, I understand that you saved our lives, but asking us to fight against even more terrifying mutant rats feels like sending us to our deaths, doesn't it?" Some of those whom Lin Xiaoyu had saved no longer held back their objections. "You all." Lin Xiaoyu felt a bit helpless. Though she was kind-hearted, she never entertained the delusion of saving everyone. She knew, however, that her brother Lin Yu was a magician. Among those who would stand against the zombies was her brother. She simply wanted to do her best, knowing that every additional person meant an extra bit of strength. She spoke not just for her brother, but also for these people. If the battle against the rat tide failed, everyone in Tianhai City would die. However, not a single person agreed with her, leaving her somewhat disappointed. "We'll follow Brother Qiu's lead, brothers. Today we'll expand our search area a bit more and gather more supplies." Within the team, everyone thought this was the best course of action. Without needing further instructions, they began to act of their own accord. When it came to their own safety, they were more eager than anyone else. Xiaoyu, wait a moment, I have something to discuss with you, Fong Siki called out to Lin Xiaoyu. After sending everyone else away, Zhao Qiu exchanged a look with Fong Siki. This foolish woman could no longer stay. Siki, am I wrong? Only by working together can we have a chance at survival, Lin Xiaoyu said dejectedly, holding on to Fong Siki. Xiaoyu, you also have to understand we're just ordinary people. It's already exhausting to fight zombies, let alone mutant rats. It's like trading our lives, Fong Siki said as she led Lin Xiaoyu up to the first floor. Zhao Qiu glanced around and followed. Siki, what's the matter? By the time they reached the fifth floor, Lin Xiaoyu still hadn't realized the danger looming until Zhao Qiu appeared, and she sensed something was amiss. Zhao Qiu approached with a sinister smile. Zhao Qiu, what do you want? Lin Xiaoyu asked. Lin Xiaoyu, I am envious of your talent. A fivefold strength amplification, how terrifying. Can you give it to me? Zhao Qiu's eyes were filled with fervor. He was about to acquire a second talent which would significantly boost his power. His A-level thunderstorm only allowed his power to double, but if he obtained Lin Xiaoyu's talent, the amplification during his thunderstorm would reach the maximum, a fivefold increase, while also retaining the characteristics of a thunderstorm. A talent is something one is born with. How could I possibly give it to you? Lin Xiaoyu's guard was up. Maybe others can't, but I can. Hearing this, Lin Xiaoyu thought of something, her expression turning cold. What exactly is your talent? I can steal other people's talents, so you'd better cooperate with me, or else. Zhao Qiu's face twisted into a vicious sneer. You're dreaming, Lin Xiaoyu retorted, refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit. Zhao Qiu knew that ultimately he would have to resort to force. He wasted no more words and directly activated his thunderstorm talent. His strength attribute began to soar, instantly doubling to 442 points. Suddenly, countless bolts of lightning gathered in his palm and blasted forward with overwhelming force. Lin Xiaoyu was taken aback, sensing the breath of death approaching rapidly. She quickly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the deadly attack. Lin Xiaoyu, the difference between level 0 and level 1 is vast. You might as well give up your struggle. Zhao Qiu's figure flickered like thunder and lightning, moving with incredible speed. Being a first-tier fighter, his speed attribute was significantly faster than Lin Xiaoyu's. Moreover, his lightning talent not only doubled his strength but also increased his speed by 50%. He closed in swiftly, his right fist punching out. The lightning-imbued fist appeared before Lin Xiaoyu in an instant. So fast, Lin Xiaoyu's vision blurred, and a fist crackling with lightning came hurtling toward her. There was no way to dodge it. She steadied her nerves, reacting quickly, her right hand clenched into a fist to counterattack. Bang! The moment their fists collided, Lin Xiaoyu's body was flung sideways, crashing into a row of bookshelves. The gap was too large. Even though Lin Xiaoyu had consumed a golden fruit that drastically boosted her strength, she was still just a 10th level ordinary evolver. With a strength attribute of 2,838, she could hold her own against A-grade talent users of the same level, but crossing levels, that was entirely out of the question. After all, Zhao Qiu's strength attribute had reached an astonishing 442 points at this time. Cough cough, Lin Xiaoyu spat out a mouthful of blood, struggling to climb up from the scattered books. Just one blow had inflicted severe internal injuries, leaving her almost powerless to resist. I told you, a first tier is not someone you can contend with. Cooperate with me and you'll suffer less. Zhao Qiu approached with a cold smile. Go to hell. Unwilling to concede, Lin Xiaoyu mustered all her strength and lunged forward. However, Zhao Qiu casually threw another punch, sending her body flying yet again. Why resist? Zhao Qiu picked Lin Xiaoyu up from the ground, pressing his right hand against her head. He began to use his talent theft ability, a blue light emanating from his hand enveloping Lin Xiaoyu. Moments later, Zhao Qiu opened his eyes, his expression sour. He hadn't managed to steal any talent at all. What happened, Brother Qiu? Fong Siki approached. I don't know what's going on. I couldn't steal her talent, Zhao Qiu replied, confused. Siki, why are you doing this to me? Lin Xiaoyu, her face covered in blood, spoke with difficulty. Xiaoyu, I'm sorry, don't blame me. Fong Siki muttered softly, avoiding Lin Xiaoyu's eyes. She then turned to Zhao Qiu. Brother Qiu, could it be that her talent isn't A-grade but S-grade? S-grade? Zhao Qiu pondered. Yes, an A-grade talent can double one's strength, but Xiaoyu can increase hers fivefold. It doesn't seem like an A-grade talent, does it? You've got a point. Zhao Qiu fell into deep thought. At this moment, he was convinced that Lin Xiaoyou's strength augmentation was indeed an S-grade talent, his A-grade theft ability. Wouldn't fail to steal talents of the same grade, but higher grade talents only offered a chance. Then let's tie her up and keep her locked away. I'll try again tomorrow. Zhao Qiu's heart burned more fervently. An S-grade talent was vastly more powerful than an A-grade one, even though success wasn't guaranteed. But his talent for stealing could be used once a day. He didn't believe it. If he used it for 10 consecutive days, he wouldn't succeed in stealing something. He had plenty of time. What they didn't know was that Lin Xiaoyu had no innate talent at all. She hadn't awakened yet, so 10 days or even 10 years, Zhao Qiu couldn't possibly steal any talent from her. Brother Qiu, we can't keep this a secret for long. The others in the team will eventually find out. Fong Siki expressed her concern. It doesn't matter, even if they find out, so what? Do they dare to defy me? The recent battle where he crushed Lin Xiaoyu had inflated his confidence. Once Lin Xiaoyu was the strongest evolver in their team, yet now she couldn't even withstand a single punch from him. He had nothing left to fear. The two of them tied Lin Xiaoyu to a thick stone pillar. Heh, cough. Lin Xiaoyu coughed up blood again. At that moment she deeply regretted not listening to her brother. Originally she had stayed in the dormitory with food and drink, just waiting for her brother to come find her. Unfortunately, on the 7th day of the apocalypse, her roommate Fong Siki and her boyfriend Zhao Qiu were chased by zombies and hurried back to the dormitory without a key to get in. After all, Fong Siki was her best friend. Soft-hearted, she let them in. But the food in the dorm wasn't enough for 3 people, and eventually they had no choice but to venture out for more supplies. Slowly, it developed into a team of 100 people, relatively without danger. Who would have thought the greatest danger came from those closest to her? Fong Siki, you treacherous woman, if I survive, I'll make sure you suffer 1,000 cuts. And Zhao Qiu, you pair of scoundrels, don't let me find a chance. A trace of hatred filled Lin Xiaoyou's eyes. She recalled her brother's words and felt even more regret. Hatred, despair and regret, all sorts of negative emotions were wildly growing in her heart. Just then she felt an intense pain within her body, as if a terrifying power was awakening, trying to tear her apart. This feeling? Is my talent about to awaken? Despite the excruciating pain, Lin Xiaoyu felt a glimmer of joy thinking of her brother's words. But it hurt so much. There was an inexplicable force within her trying to revive. But something seemed missing, preventing a full awakening. The immense pain caused her to faint. Brother, where are you? Are you okay? Moments later she regained consciousness, wondering how long she could hold on, whether she could last until her brother came. She just missed her brother. For now she wouldn't die because Zhao Qiu couldn't steal any talent from her, so she could keep on living. It was just unclear how long their patience would last. Subsequently, for 3 consecutive days, Zhao Qiu attempted to use his talent-stealing ability on her, but the results were unsurprisingly futile. I refuse to believe I can't steal it. Zhao Qiu's face was clouded with anger as he instructed Fong Siki bandage her wounds and give her something to eat. Make sure she doesn't die. 5 more days passed and Zhao Qiu grew increasingly irritable. He had attempted to use his ability to steal Lin Xiaoyou's talent 4 times, but there was no response. Could it be that my A-level theft ability is ineffective against an S-level talent? Zhao Qiu began to doubt himself. Lin Xiaoyu, pale-faced, was tied to a pillar. She watched Zhao Qiu's growing agitation in silence. Qiu, is there a possibility? Fong Siki ventured cautiously. What? Zhao Qiu snapped. Xiaoyou's talent is of S level. To steal it she might need to cooperate. If she strongly resists internally, maybe it can't be stolen, Fong Siki suggested. That makes sense. It could very well be the reason. After all, S-level talents are not ordinary. Zhao Qiu's eyes lit up. He felt this was the most logical explanation, but now that he knew the problem, how was he to solve it? Lin Xiaoyu would never willingly cooperate and hand over her talent to him. He stared at Lin Xiaoyu, lost in thought. Xiaoyu, stop struggling, surrender your talent willingly and you won't suffer as much. I promise, once I have your talent I won't kill you. You can stay with our team and be safe. Fong Siki spoke up. Exactly, as long as you cooperate with me I'll ensure your safety, otherwise. Zhao Qiu's voice turned cold, the threat evident in his tone. Delusional, Lin Xiaoyu retorted. Fong Siki, I thought you were my best friend, but you've heartlessly betrayed me. You won't have a good end. Lin Xiaoyu glared at her former friend and roommate, her heart filled with sorrow. And you, Zhao Qiu, even if I die I'll never let you succeed. Lin Xiaoyu knew that if she agreed to their demands it would immediately expose her lie because she hadn't yet awakened her talent. If Zhao Qiu failed to steal anything despite her cooperation, he would grow suspicious. Once all impossibilities were eliminated, the truth would remain. If Zhao Qiu discovered she had no talent, he would certainly be furious and kill her, but she wasn't ready to die. She wanted to reunite with her brother. By not cooperating, they might try other methods to make her comply, which could buy her time. Smack! Lin Xiaoyu's thoughts were interrupted as a slap landed on her face. Damn it, Lin Xiaoyu, don't refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. My patience is limited, Zhao Qiu said coldly. Lin Xiaoyu, you better face reality. If you stubbornly resist, I have my ways, Fong Siki added, her expression changing to one of anger. Seeing Lin Xiaoyu's silence, she dropped her pretense, revealing her most vile side. Xiao, since she's not cooperating, there's no point in keeping her. Haven't you always wanted to taste the beauty of Lin the school flower? Now's your chance, Fong Siki suggested with a malicious smile. Zhao Qiu's face twisted into a lecherous grin. Indeed, if I can't get the talent, there's no need to force it. There are plenty of talents out there to steal. Fong Siki, you're inhuman. Lin Xiaoyu's bound body trembled. Fong Siki smiled faintly, her right hand caressing Lin Xiaoyu's face as she spoke wickedly. What a pity for such a pretty face and perfect figure. As she spoke, her hand continued its downward journey, roaming over Lin Xiaoyu's body. Once Brother Qiu gets bored, he'll toss you to that group of men with skinny monkey. I'm sure they'll be delighted, Fong Siki said with a devilish grin, gently lifting Lin Xiaoyu's chin. I just wonder if they'll be gentle with you given how much they despise you. Fong Siki, I must have been blind to consider you my best friend, Lin Xiaoyu cursed furiously, her heart consumed by terror. She never imagined that her best friend would resort to such a vicious method against her. If such a thing were to happen, she'd rather die. If you dare do this to me, my brother won't let you off. He's already on his way to find me, Lin Xiaoyu said, feeling utterly helpless and clinging to the hope her brother might bring. Oh, you have a brother? Zhao Qiu's eyes lit up, unfazed. Perfect. We'll set an ambush, lure him here with you, and kill him to eliminate future threats, and let him witness your disgrace. His laughter echoed with malicious excitement, painting a vivid picture in his mind. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaoyu's mind felt like it had exploded, with one thought resonating. Zhao Qiu wants to ruin me, kill my brother and force him to witness my humiliation. No, this cannot happen. Lin Xiaoyu began to shake her head frantically, muttering to herself, I can't be ruined, I belong to my brother, no one can kill him, and I can't let him see me like this. Zhao Qiu's words had pushed Lin Xiaoyu to the brink of madness. Betrayal by Fong Siki, despair over humanity, an obsession with her brother. These overwhelming negative emotions festered inside her, growing stronger by the minute. Brother Qiu, something's wrong with Lin Xiaoyu, Fong Siki noticed, prompting Zhao Qiu to glance over, having been lost in his own imagination. Both were taken aback by what they saw. Lin Xiaoyu, like a madwoman, was shaking her head repeatedly, speaking incoherently as if she had lost her mind. What do we do now, Brother Qiu? Fong Siki asked. Damn, looks like we've pushed her too far and driven her insane. Forget any talents, I'll just have a taste of her myself, Zhao Qiu decided, his face twisted with a lecherous grin. He reached out towards Lin Xiaoyu's ample figure. Just as Zhao Qiu's hand was about to make contact, a loud scream forced him to recoil in fear. The next moment, they witnessed a scene that would be etched in their memories forever. Dark, dense energy continuously emanated from Lin Xiaoyu's body, wrapping around her like a shroud. A dreadful aura reminiscent of an inescapable tide spread outward from her form. Suddenly, Lin Xiaoyu lifted her head abruptly, her eyes snapping open. The coldness in her pupils was devoid of any trace of human emotion. Shogu, what on earth is happening? Fong Siki asked, terror evident in her eyes. How the hell would I know? Zhao Qiu cursed, slowly retreating. The Lin Xiaoyu before them was completely unrecognizable, as if she had transformed into another being entirely. No, she couldn't even be called a person. The eyes that stared back at them were not human, they held only an eerie calmness, a calmness as terrifying as the gaze of death itself, indifferent to everything. Then, with a metallic clang, the steel ropes binding Lin Xiaoyu snapped as if overcome by an overwhelming force. With a thunderous roar, her body rose into the air, suspended in the void, as an immense and inexplicable aura surged from her. Shogu, I have a really bad feeling about this, Fong Siki stammered, voicing her dread. Could Lin Xiaoyu have awakened some new ability? Rumors had long circulated on forums about individuals awakening dual or even triple abilities. Who cares what she has, as long as she's not at the first tier? I'm not afraid, Zhao Qiu muttered, a vicious glint flashing in his eyes. In midair, Lin Xiaoyu continued to emanate a terrifying aura, the pressure intensifying with each passing moment. Dark energy spread from her body like a shadow unfurling. Strike first, before she does, I'll make sure you die. Zhao Qiu decided in an instant there was no time to waste. Regardless of what was happening to Lin Xiaoyu, he could not allow her to remain a threat. Immediately arcs of electricity crackled around Zhao Qiu, lightning flashing as he unleashed his thunderstorm ability. The fearsome power of lightning frantically gathered in his palms. Die! Zhao Qiu roared, hurling a massive ball of concentrated lightning towards Lin Xiaoyu. Seeing that she made no move to evade, a smirk appeared at the corner of his lips. Even a first-tier combatant would be severely injured by this, let alone a mere level 10 like Lin Xiaoyu. Whatever transformation she was undergoing, it didn't matter anymore. Fong Siki, witnessing this, felt a wave of relief wash over her. In her mind, she could already see the lightning exploding upon Lin Xiaoyu, reducing her to fragments. But then, just as the two of them exhaled in relief, an explosive burst of terrifying magic erupted around Lin Xiaoyu, forming a massive pillar of energy that shot skyward. The overwhelming aura it exuded pressed down on them with an indescribable weight. The thunderstorm ball, now hurtling toward Lin Xiaoyu, carried its devastating energy with it. Would it hit its mark? The anticipation was palpable on their faces, but in the next moment, their expressions froze in disbelief. Lin Xiaoyu casually raised her hand and, with a gentle flick, sent the thunderstorm energy ball flying away. The energy orb could be swatted away. Zhao Qiu felt as though his mind was on the verge of collapse. No one understood better than he did the immense power contained within his recent thunderstorm strike. Once it encountered any obstruction, it was supposed to explode immediately. The terrifying force could obliterate everything within a 7 or 8 meter radius, but now it had been casually slapped away. What was happening? He didn't have much time to ponder before a deafening roar erupted nearby. The thunderstorm energy orb, having been swatted away, landed amidst the bookshelves and detonated, shredding everything around it to pieces. Have you two figured out how you want to die? Lin Xiaoyu's icy voice pierced the air, chilling the entire space. Zhao Qiu was instantly engulfed by a sense of imminent death. Fear began to grow within him. What was wrong with this woman? Even with awakened abilities, she shouldn't be this terrifying, right? The oppressive aura continued to escalate, reaching a horrifying level that made him feel as though he was facing a demon from hell. Escape, that was the only thought in his mind now. His life was the priority. He turned swiftly, his figure becoming a blur as he dashed towards the exit. However, someone was faster than him. Fong Siki, sensing the dire situation, turned and ran immediately. Do you think you can escape? The cold voice reverberated, causing both their hearts to tremble. Fong Siki bit her lip, determination flashing in her eyes as if she had made a momentous decision. Suddenly, she turned, her palms striking out with precision, hitting Zhao Qiu and sending him hurtling back. You treacherous woman! Zhao Qiu's face morphed from shock to fury in an instant. He couldn't fathom that at such a critical moment, not only did she abandon him, but she also betrayed him. Fong Siki seemed deaf to his curses, quickly rushing down from the 5th floor. Bang! Zhao Qiu crashed heavily into several bookshelves, and as he rose, he was met with Lin Xiaoyu's merciless gaze. Don't worry, she won't escape. Both of you are going to die, she uttered coldly. Zhao Qiu's hair stood on end. Death! A massive black sword took shape swiftly in Lin Xiaoyu's grasp. Behind her, a pair of black wings unfurled. Her body shot through the air like a streak of black light. In the next moment, drops of fresh blood began to fall from the black sword. Zhao Qiu hadn't even grasped what had happened. His expression hadn't even changed when a searing pain surged through him. Splat! Blood suddenly spurted from his arms, then they fell away. His legs followed suit, severed now. It turned out that the swift strike had already severed all his limbs. The speed was so intense that his body hadn't even had time to register it, and the pain hit only now. A heart-wrenching scream echoed throughout the library. Stay here and watch yourself bleed out slowly, savor the endless pain. Lin Xiaoyu's words were as cold as ice. Lin Xiaoyu spoke with a cold, emotionless voice. Tell me, will you die from the pain or from bleeding out? You devil! Zhao Qiu screamed in madness. Even at this moment he couldn't comprehend why things had turned out this way. Why had Lin Xiaoyu suddenly awakened? Even if she had awakened a second talent, it shouldn't be to such a terrifying degree, right? But no one would provide him with answers. He was destined to carry this question along with his unwillingness and regret to his death in endless agony. On the 1st floor of the library, a group of 30 to 40 people had gathered. They were Zhao Qiu's subordinates, while 2 other groups were out scavenging for supplies. As these people engaged in idle chatter, a piercing scream suddenly echoed from the 5th floor. What happened? That sounds like the boss. Everyone tightened their grips on their weapons, standing up and staring intently at the staircase. Just then a woman came rushing down the stairs in a panic. It was Fong Siki Zhao Qiu's girlfriend. Siki, what happened? Someone immediately asked. Lin Xiaoyu has gone mad. She caught Brother Qiu off guard and kicked him below the belt, then tried to escape. Fong Siki fabricated a lie with a quick glance. Brother Qiu sent me down to inform everyone not to let Lin Xiaoyu leave, to capture her at all costs, or Brother Qiu will be furious. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately understood. No wonder the scream was so heart-wrenching. It turned out he was kicked there. Judging by the sound, it must be serious. He might never function as a man again. Siki, don't worry. We will not let Lin Xiaoyu escape, someone assured her. Their team relied heavily on Zhao Qiu. With an incident like this, he would certainly be furious, as no man could tolerate being injured there. If they failed to capture Lin Xiaoyu, they couldn't bear Zhao Qiu's wrath later. Lin Xiaoyu has gone mad. As soon as she comes down, everyone rush in and restrain her, Fong Siki instructed quickly, her eyes flickering. Just as Fong Siki finished speaking, Lin Xiaoyu's figure burst out from the second-floor staircase. Brothers, go! Immediately, under the lead of a young man, everyone charged forward, not even seeing the figure clearly. Fong Siki, witnessing this, turned around and dashed out of the library. You are courting death. Lin Xiaoyu's eyes were icy as she looked at the group charging towards her. Although she didn't know why these people were attacking her, it no longer mattered. She was no longer the kind-hearted and soft girl she once was. In her hand, a black greatsword swung out. A fierce beam of sword light swept through, and the heads of the 7 or 8 people at the forefront flew off instantly. Blood splattered out, drenching the faces of those behind. In an instant, everyone sobered up, halting their forward charge as they looked at Lin Xiaoyu, who seemed like a completely different person. You all deserve to die. Lin Xiaoyu watched as Fong Siki fled from the doorway, her killing intent surging like a storm. Her icy gaze swept across the room, and everyone felt as if their bodies were being sliced by knives. Sister Xiaoyu, please, don't kill me. We were forced by Fong Siki. We didn't really want to harm you. Xiaoyu, for the sake of our old friendship, spare me. Faced with Lin Xiaoyu, who seemed like a god of death, everyone trembled with fear. Some even fell to their knees, begging for mercy relentlessly. Good heavens, what happened to this woman? How did she suddenly change so drastically? She wasn't exactly a saint before, but at least she was a relatively kind girl. Now, she's turned into a terrifying demon. Tired of it all, destroy it. Apocalypse, destruction, blade storm. Lin Xiaoyu swung her black greatsword, and instantly countless sword lights danced wildly, ravaging the entire space. At that moment, her mind was filled only with slaughter. She wanted to kill these ungrateful people, those she had once protected. In her strike, she was not only severing them but also her own kindness and hesitation. In that moment there was no trace of reluctance. She wanted to completely cut off and obliterate the kindness in her heart, her meddling nature, her softness. The sound of sword auras slicing through the air was relentless, and everyone was shredded into pieces of flesh, scattering everywhere. When everything ceased, the entire library no longer had a single intact corpse, and blood stained the ground red. Even the surrounding walls and pillars were torn by the sword aura, leaving gaps everywhere, teetering on the brink of collapse. It's likely that by tomorrow the entire library would collapse. Think you can escape? Having done all this, Lin Xiaoyu's gaze turned towards the direction Fong Siki had fled. Then, with a flap of her black wings, she transformed into a streak of black light and rushed out. Huff, she probably won't catch up, right? After running for 7 or 8 minutes, Fong Siki looked back and sighed with relief. Then she burst into angry roars. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Fong Siki couldn't understand. She had finally gained some status and power in this post-apocalyptic world, and now in the blink of an eye it was all destroyed. She blamed Lin Xiaoyu for everything, never once considering her own faults. That's silly, how did she suddenly become so powerful? Fong Siki cursed as she walked. Suddenly a cold voice sounded behind her. Are you talking about me? Hearing this unfamiliar yet familiar voice, Fong Siki's body trembled. She stiffly turned around and was met with Lin Xiaoyu's eyes cold to the extreme. Xiaoyu. Her voice trembled. Xiaoyu, I didn't do it on purpose, please spare me, okay? At this moment, all she wanted was to survive. Bang! What responded to her was a heavy kick to her chest, sending her sprawling to the ground. Lin Xiaoyu landed, slowly walking over. Xiaoyu, don't kill me, I beg you. The more arrogant Fong Siki had been, the more pathetic she was now. Crack! The sound of bones breaking echoed. Lin Xiaoyu ignored her pleas, mercilessly crushing both of her kneecaps. I regarded you as my dearest sister, so why did you betray me? Why did you devise such a cruel plan against me? Are you even human? Lin Xiaoyu muttered to herself. The next moment she stomped on Fong Siki's arms, breaking them. Fong Siki screamed in agony, the intense pain nearly causing her to lose consciousness. Lin Xiaoyu grabbed the collar of her shirt from behind, dragging her like a dead dog, step by step towards the library. Xiaoyu, I'm sorry, please spare me. Fong Siki begged desperately, enduring the excruciating pain. Unfortunately, her pleas fell on deaf ears. Lin Xiaoyu continued to drag her, leaving a long trail of blood on the ground. 10 minutes later, they returned to the library and Fong Siki was barely conscious. Feeling Lin Xiaoyu come to a halt, she struggled to open her eyes, only to feel a wave of nausea. The room was filled with shattered corpses, severed limbs, and the overwhelming stench of blood permeated every inch of space. Fong Siki turned even paler, vomiting uncontrollably as if she were about to expel bile. Even with her malicious mindset, the infernal scene was too much to bear. Lin Xiaoyu tossed her onto the ground, picked up a knife and began gesturing it across Fong Siki's face. Xiaoyu, what are you doing? No. Please spare me. Fong Siki's eyes widened in terror as if she had envisioned something dreadful. Lin Xiaoyu, holding the knife, suddenly brought it down, slicing Fong Siki's left cheek. This cut is for when I opened the door and let you in at the dorm, Lin Xiaoyu said, making another incision. This cut is for when I shared my food with you. Another cut. This is for when I saved your life while cleaning up zombies in the cafeteria. Another cut. This is for your betrayal, siding with Zhao Qiu against me. Another cut. And this is for devising that malicious plan to make me submit. With each statement, Lin Xiaoyu marked Fong Siki's face with a new cut, leaving it covered in blood. The series of events had shown Lin Xiaoyu the true nature of humanity and the depths of despair. She finally understood the words her brother once said. Lin Xiaoyu, you vile woman, if you have the guts, just kill me, Fong Siki shouted with all her remaining strength, unable to endure the torment any longer. Alright, you wish to die, I'll grant you that, Lin Xiaoyu replied calmly, gently lifting Fong Siki's hand. Then, a knife swept across, leaving a small cut on her wrist, blood oozing out. She repeated this on all of Fong Siki's limbs, mimicking the wrist-slitting suicides portrayed on television. Feel the slow ebbing of life, she remarked. Having done all this, Lin Xiaoyu tossed the knife aside, moved to a corner, curled up her legs, and sat against a stone pillar. She didn't leave, because it wasn't over. She was waiting. A gentle breeze wafted through, stirring the gory scent in the air, making the scene even more miserable. Lin Xiaoyu sat alone in the corpse-laden library, appearing so eerie and solitary. She was waiting for someone who must be dealt with. Inside a large supermarket near Tianhai University, a group of about 20 people were busy scavenging and collecting supplies. Monkey bro, today's our lucky day. We actually ran into a first level zombie with both arms severed, someone exclaimed. Yes, this means Monkey bro can level up to the first tier and finally stop taking orders from that jerk Zhao Qiu, another chimed in. Around Skinny Monkey, a group of lackeys beamed with praise. And that annoying Lin Xiaoyu, always opposing us. All we did was have some fun with a few female classmates and she never let it go, one of them sneered. Exactly, once Monkey bro levels up, we can finally teach that woman a lesson, someone said. With a lecherous grin. Ha, no problem. Once I level up, we'll take control, Skinny Monkey promised, waving his hand to assure his followers. Stick with me, brothers, and you'll have the good life with fine food, drink, and women, he boasted. The crowd erupted in cheers and whistles, visibly excited. Before long, Skinny Monkey successfully broke through and became a first-tier powerhouse. Brothers, follow me, we've got business to take care of, he commanded, leading his gang towards the library. An hour later, Skinny Monkey and over 40 of his followers made their way to the library, laughing and joking as they went. Ugh, what's that smell? It's disgusting, they exclaimed upon entering, nearly retching from the stench. Damn it, what are Zhao Qiu and his guys doing? Almost made me puke up my lunch, someone complained. That smell. It seems like blood, Skinny Monkey remarked, narrowing his eyes. Such a strong scent of blood meant many had died. Could it be infighting, or had other evolved beings attacked? With these thoughts in mind, they proceeded cautiously. Upon entering, they were stunned by the sight before them. It was a hellish scene. Bodies lay scattered everywhere, dismembered and incomplete, with blood staining the floor and filling the air with a suffocating smell. Monkey bro, these were Zhao Qiu's men. They're all dead, not a single complete body among them, his followers reported, faces pale with fear at the grisly scene. Boss, there's someone still alive here. It's Lin Xiaoyu, someone discovered, pointing to the girl curled up in a corner, clutching her knees. Skinny Monkey's heart leapt with joy at the news. Alive, just as he had hoped. He had coveted the university beauty for a long time. Meanwhile, elsewhere, we're almost at Tianhai University. This area seems clear of zombies, must have been cleaned out. Yi Pia Piao, a teacher at Tianhai University, noted as she led her group to the university entrance. 3 days had passed. Lin Yu and his companions swept through the area like a force of nature, leaving nothing but destruction in their wake. The zombies they encountered were swiftly dealt with, even the first-tier ones, of which they killed 72. As a result, Yi Pia Piao and Lu Shiyun both advanced to the 5th level of the first tier. Lin Yu himself reached the 3rd level, and with 53 first-tier crystals in hand he was poised to leap to the 8th level. Even those who helped gather the crystals had reached level 10. "Let's go," Lin Yu said, his voice tinged with excitement. In this life, he vowed to leave no regrets. "Xiaoyu lives in building 11-inch, right?" "Yes, I know the way," someone replied. Lin Yu took the lead, his eagerness barely contained. It was the 30th day of the apocalypse, exactly 1 month since it began. The zombies on the university campus had mostly been cleared by survivors, making their journey smooth. They soon arrived at Building 11, the freshman girls' dormitory. Lin Yu rushed in, finding Xiaoyu's dormitory. What he saw made him frown deeply. The door was wide open and the hallway was stained with blood. Fortunately, there were no signs of blood or remains inside the dormitory. "It looks like she ran away." "She's not here," Lu Shiyun observed. "There are probably many survivors in the school, maybe she's with them. We should ask around." Lin Yu's frown deepened. No one understood better than he did how greed and fear could corrupt the human spirit in the apocalypse. Lin Xiaoyu was strikingly beautiful, a campus belle, although he had enhanced her attributes a month into the apocalypse. Even moderately strong evolvers might have reached the first tier. Lin Yu was deeply worried. Exiting the dormitory, Lin Yu wandered the campus. At this time, most survivors are likely out scavenging or fighting zombies. "It's hard to find anyone around here," Lu Shiyun analyzed calmly. "Let's go," Lin Yu decided, heading out. After some twists and turns, they finally found 3 survivors in an alley not far from the school, besieged by hundreds of zombies. Lin Yu summoned a flame blade with his right hand and struck 3 swift blows. The 40-meter-long blade cut through the 9th and 10th level zombies, splitting them in 2. The survivors watched, stupefied by such ease. "That was incredible." "Are you students from Tianhai University?" Lin Yu asked as he approached. "Yes, we are. Thanks for saving us." "Oh, it's Teacher Yi." One recognized Yi Pia Piao with delight. Yi Pia Piao nodded and smiled. "Do you know where Lin Xiaoyu is?" "Lin Xiaoyu? I know. She's with Zhao Qiu's group, one of the big groups on campus. But I heard something happened recently, something to do with Lin Xiaoyu." One student started to explain but trailed off, suddenly feeling a chill. He glanced up to see Lin Yu's murderous gaze and his words faltered. "Speak clearly." Lin Yu's presence radiated a terrifying killing intent, a chill that seeped into everyone's bones. "It said Zhao Qiu imprisoned Lin Xiaoyu, though I'm not sure why." "To the library," Lin Yu commanded, his face icy, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. If anything were to happen to Lin Xiaoyu, he wouldn't hesitate to transform into a demon from hell. Yi Pia Piao, seeing the murderous intent emanating from Lin Yu, dared not delay and led the group swiftly ahead to clear the path. At the library, Thin Monkey with a gang of underlings approached Lin Xiaoyu, covering his nose. "Lin Xiaoyu, what happened here? Where's Zhao Qiu? Why are all these people dead?" At that moment, Lin Xiaoyu slowly lifted her head. "You finally returned. I've been waiting for you, for a long time." Her voice was soft, with a glimmer in her eyes. Hearing this, Thin Monkey's eyes narrowed, sensing something amiss, though he couldn't quite put his finger on it. "Monkey Bro is asking you a question. Why are all these people dead?" one of the underlings shouted angrily. "They were killed," Lin Xiaoyu replied, expressionless. "Who killed them?" Thin Monkey furrowed his brow and asked, "And why are you unharmed?" "Because." Lin Xiaoyu looked up at him, a chilling smile on her face. "I killed them all." Her words caused the scene to fall into a dead silence. The atmosphere turned icy. "Damn it, not telling the truth, huh?" One of the underlings, evidently disbelieving, began to protest, but in the next moment a flash of swordlight slashed through and he fell clutching his throat. At this point, Thin Monkey and his gang snapped back to reality, quickly retreating and drawing their weapons in defense. Lin Xiaoyu before them was too unusual. "Thin Monkey, I've been waiting for you for a long time." "They have also been waiting for you for a long time." Lin Xiaoyu slowly rose, pointing to the bodies on the ground. "Damn it, whatever tricks you're up to, brothers, let's take her down." Thin Monkey, with a shiver running through him, rallied his underlings and charged forward. End of all destruction. Lin Xiaoyu, watching them rush forward, only spoke in a haunting tone. Then an incomparably vast aura erupted from her, massive columns of magical light bursting around her. Black wings sprouted from her back. "What the hell is this? Some kind of magical transformation?" Faces aghast, the group halted, overwhelmed by the immense pressure emanating from Lin Xiaoyu. Sword blade tempest, but Lin Xiaoyu didn't pause. In her hand a black greatsword formed. With a single slash it transformed into countless sword lights, hundreds in number, densely woven together. They formed a terrifying storm of sword energy, ravaging in all directions. The sound of sword energy tearing through flesh echoed continuously. "A run, she's a demon," someone cried out in panic. Thin Monkey was equally astounded, having thought that reaching the first rank made him a strong presence here. Who could have predicted this? Lin Xiaoyu seemed to have gone mad, suddenly becoming so powerful that the aura of death loomed ever closer to him. Sword energy surged towards them. The skinny monkey hurriedly grabbed a lackey nearby, using him as a shield. In the next moment the sword energy exploded, tearing the lackey to shreds while the remaining sword energy pierced through. How could this be possible? Until his last breath, Skinny Monkey had many unanswered questions. In less than 10 breaths, the library endured another hellish baptism, the scent of blood thick in the air. Crack, on the surrounding concrete pillars, sword marks crisscrossed, some even cutting through the rebar inside, emitting crisp sounds. "It's going to collapse." "Well, it's just as well. Let's bury everything here, including the Lin Xiaoyu of the past," Lin Xiaoyu murmured to herself. Her great sword swung out again, the terrifying sword energy erupting and instantly destroying the main pillars supporting the library. With a flap of her wings, her form transformed into a shadowy light, flying away. Rumble, the sound of the library echoed, followed by earth-shaking tremors, collapsing as if a massive earthquake had struck. The tremendous noise traveled far and wide. "What's that sound?" Lin Yu and his companions sprinted ahead, suddenly feeling the massive tremors. "It seems to be coming from the front, where the library is located," Yi Piao remarked. Hearing this, Lin Yu's heart tightened, and he quickened his pace even more. Rumble, the entire library collapsed, raising a cloud of dust. Lin Xiaoyu watched the scene, somewhat bewildered. She had no idea where to go now. In the next moment, a wave of immense weakness surged through her body, causing her to nearly stumble. "I should recover a bit of strength and wait for my brother back at the dorm." Soon Lin Xiaoyu made up her mind. She found a pile of rubble and sat down, leaning against it to rest. Over 10 minutes later, Lin Yu and his group arrived at the scene. Staring at what had become a heap of ruins, they were dumbfounded. Xiaoyu," Lin Yu called out loudly in all directions. I seem to hear my brother's voice." Lin Xiaoyu's eyes, on the verge of sleep, suddenly opened wide, only to shake her head. "I must be dreaming. Xiaoyu, are you there?" Suddenly an even clearer voice reached her ears. Lin Xiaoyu's eyes widened. She hadn't misheard, it was really her brother's voice. Her brother had come to find her. "Brother, is that you?" In that instant, Lin Xiaoyu, drawing on some unknown reserve of strength, struggled to stand up from the pile of rubble. In one glance she saw that anxious and frantic figure. "Brother," Lin Xiaoyu shouted excitedly, disregarding her exhausted body as she dashed towards Lin Yu. "Xiaoyu." Upon hearing the familiar voice, Lin Yu abruptly turned around. He saw a figure covered in blood sprinting towards him. His face lit up with excitement as he opened his arms to embrace her. Bang! A loud thud, dust flew in all directions. "Xiaoyu, don't be so reckless in the future. Your brother's old back has an important mission, you know. If it breaks, I'll never find a wife and the Lin family line will end." Lin Yu lay spread eagle flat on his back on the ground. "It's okay if you can't find a wife, you'll still have me," Lin Xiaoyu murmured weakly, lying across him. The two of them lay tangled together in the pit, one atop the other. Lin Yu had forgotten about Xiaoyu's terrifying strength in his excitement, and when the silly girl charged at him, they both crashed to the ground. The tremendous impact cracked the earth beneath Lin Yu's back, sending spiderweb-like fissures spreading outward. "Why don't you get up first?" Lin Yu suggested. "Not happening," Xiaoyu retorted. Resigned, Lin Yu wrapped his arms around the delicate figure in his embrace. They lay there quietly in the pit, savoring a rare moment of peace and warmth. In the distance, Lu Shiyun and the others stood watching, choosing not to disturb them. It was a long while before the two clambered out of the pit. "Xiaoyu, didn't I tell you to stay in the dorm and wait for me?" "What happened?" Lin Yu gently wiped the blood from Xiaoyu's cheek with his hand. "I'm sorry, brother. I should have listened to you," Xiaoyu confessed, recounting everything that had happened in detail. "Silly girl, it's my fault for not coming sooner," Lin Yu said, a trace of guilt in his voice. "Brother, it's not your fault. Besides, this isn't necessarily a bad thing. If I'm always under your protection, I'll never grow. If I didn't go through this, I'd only hold you back and might never awaken my talent," Xiaoyu replied, shaking her head. Listening to her, Lin Yu tightened his embrace. "Silly girl, kindness is for our own people. In this post-apocalyptic world, you must understand the darkness of human nature and change your mindset. we have strength and we can lend a hand to others as long as it doesn't harm us. But always be wary, helping is already a great act of kindness, and you must never put yourself in danger unless one day you become strong enough to fear nothing. Lin Yu patted Xiaoyu's shoulder, comforting her. Softly, yes brother, I understand, Xiaoyu responded. By the way, what talent did you awaken? It seems incredibly powerful. What is it? Lin Yu asked, curious about the ability that collapsed a 5-story library. What talent? SS tier, Apocalypse's destruction. Xiaoyu's words left everyone wide-eyed, including Lu Shiyun, who only now learned of Xiaoyu's talent, awakening directly to SS tier. Lin Yu was at a loss for words. How could anyone else compete? In his past life he had never heard of anyone awakening directly to double S tier. Suddenly another possibility dawned on him. Perhaps some people had awakened but kept it a secret so no one knew. The more he thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. It appeared that this world was not short of people destined for greatness. He was not the protagonist of a novel destined for fortune alone. With a determined gaze, Lin Yu realized he couldn't allow himself to relax. It was time to head to Kyoto and seize the Phoenix's nirvana flame. Moreover, there was a life in that place waiting for him to claim. However, to kill that person he might have to confront an entire nation, so he needed to make some preparations. Once he absorbed the Phoenix Fire, his abilities could definitely advance to SS level. Then he planned to go to Sakura country's holy mountain, Sakura Mountain, to obtain the lava fire. Oh, and the sun fire. Lin Yu suddenly had a bold idea. What would happen if he went into the sun and absorbed the sun fire? The next moment he quickly dismissed this crazy thought. That was something beyond his current reach. Beside him, Yang Long looked utterly dejected. These big shots in front of him were either S level or double S level, making him a mere A level small fry. Feel ashamed, bro. When I awakened, all my attributes increased by 100 each and my magic power went up by 10,000, Xiaoyu said with a face full of pride. She had finally awakened her talent. Seeing her brother, her previously suppressed emotions eased considerably, and a smile appeared on her face. As she spoke, she displayed her attributes. Codename: Brother's Little Cotton Jacket. Level 0 tier, level 10 magic power, 16,000 strength, 358 plus 358 constitution, 155 speed, 208 spirit, 155 golden power rune, permanent plus 10% to strength attribute talent, SS level. End of destruction. Yang Long didn't even know what to say. No words could describe his feelings at this moment. Others would be overjoyed and sleepless if they could awaken a B-level talent. If it were A level, one could become the leader of a team. But these few people in front of him were either S level or SS level. He felt utterly defeated. Without even advancing one tier, her attributes were already comparable to many first-tier S-level talents. No wonder she could cause such destruction last night. Lu Shiyun and Yi Piao both gasped. These attributes were already similar to theirs, and if she reached the first tier, wouldn't they be nearly double theirs? Lin Yu knew that all of this was not just due to the double S-level talent. The golden power fruit also played a significant role. It was a treasure he had never heard of in his past life. Xiaoyu, you should absorb all the first-tier energy cores I gave you yesterday. Now that you've awakened your talent, there's no need to suppress your level anymore. Okay. The little girl obediently took out the first-tier energy cores and began to absorb them. Soon, 30 first-tier energy cores turned to powder. The aura around Lin Xiaoyu grew stronger and stronger, and the immense magical power uncontrollable burst forth from her body. Energy surge. The black magic power rose, forming a 3-meter diameter pillar of magic that completely enveloped her. Her true form was obscured. The immense magical power created a high airflow, instantly kicking up sand and stones. Lin Yu and the others' hair and clothes were blown upwards by this current. Yang Long was the most overwhelmed. Under this gale his body was pushed back 2 steps, so strong. Cold sweat dripped from his forehead. He could hardly imagine how despairing it would be to face an enemy like this. Moments later, the magic pillar dissipated and the magic retracted back into her body. Bro, I feel super strong. Lin Xiaoyu withdrew her magic and rushed over, wanting a hug. Stop. Lin Yu wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and stopped Xiaoyu's charge. He could catch her with his strength, but he was afraid of accidentally hurting her. Bro, let me show you my attributes. Lin Xiaoyu was overjoyed, her newfound powerful abilities sweeping away the gloom that had plagued her for so long. Her codename: Brother's Little Cotton Jacket. Level: Rank 1 inch, level 3, magic power, 35,000, strength, 716 plus 716, constitution, 310, Speed, 446, Spirit, 310, Golden Strength Rune, Strength attribute permanently increased by 10%, Talent, SS level End of Destruction. Her formidable attribute panel was almost catching up to Lin Yu. Her dual SS talents allowed her strength to increase threefold. With a strength of 7,876, this tripled to 31,504 points. This was nearly the strength of a typical rank 4 evolver without talent bonuses. At this moment she had become the strongest person under Lin Yu. To receive a golden fruit and awaken dual SS talents at 0 rank was a fortune that perhaps no one else in the world could claim. Lin Yu couldn't help but marvel. Such a fortuitous opportunity was likely unmatched. Yang Long, take these 10 rank 1 crystals and advance, Lin Yu said, handing over the crystals. Yang Long, a metal manipulator, had decent combat strength when not compared to S levels. He also had the potential for future talent advancements and had been diligent and dependable. Boss, these are rank 1 crystals, Yang Long exclaimed, surprised. He didn't expect Lin Yu to give him 10 of such precious items directly. In these times, many would fight fiercely and plot endlessly for a single rank 1 crystal, highlighting their importance. No worries, just take them. While crystals are valuable, I value people more. You've performed well recently, I hope you'll remain trustworthy in the future, Lin Yu said, not elaborating further. Some things were understood without needing to be spelled out. Rest assured, boss, I won't disappoint you, Yang Long replied earnestly. He began to absorb the crystals and soon broke through successfully. Yang Long approached with a wide smile. Uncle, your advancement was so quiet, not as dramatic as Sister Xiaoyou's. Lu Rook, the little girl, innocently remarked. Yang Long's smile froze. Suddenly rank 1 didn't seem so impressive. This scene made everyone burst into laughter. Let's go back to Alma first, there's a lot of resources there. We'll gather them first, Lin Yu suggested. Master, what's the plan next? Yi Piao asked. Yes, you found your dear sister safe and sound. What now? Lin Yu's gaze turned sharp. The great enmity from his past life had yet to be avenged in this one. The Xie family in Kyoto, particularly Xie Haoran, although not yet prominent, was known by Lin Yu to be both powerful and treacherous. As he calculated the time, he realized that after the rat tide, it would be the 3rd month and the 100 Nations struggle was just around the corner. It's almost time, he mused to himself. Brother, what are you mumbling about? His sister asked. Oh, nothing. The plan remains the same as always, he replied. His goal was clear: to seek out various high-tier fire powers, Phoenix Fire, Earth Core Fire, Star Fire, and even Sun Core Fire, the Fire of Rules. By devouring them, he aimed to advance his abilities to 9s. His next target was the Phoenix Fire in Kyoto. Now that he had found his sister, he could tick off a major task. Lin Yu began to plan his next steps. After dealing with the zombies, the group found a place called Olma. Lu Shiyun went ahead to gather all usable supplies, storing them in her infinite space, the safest place for them. Lin Yu decided to take a day to rest, knowing that the upcoming battles would be perilous. On the 2nd floor of Olma, a group of them gathered sofas together, some lounging back, while others indulged in a game of mahjong. It was a rare moment of leisure. Senior brother, have you arrived? Lin Yu sent a message to the post where the Zombie King's senior brother had left his mark. There was no reply. You good? There are now 6 second-tier fighters in the Grand Xia. Lu Shiyun's voice broke the silence. Lin Yu opened the rankings to take a look. World ranking: 1. Senior brothers 2nd tier 2, Blade 2nd tier 3, Dawn 2nd tier 4, Gentleman 2nd tier 5, Genius Scientist 2nd tier 6. Archmage 2nd tier. All 2nd tier ranks were dominated by the strong of Grand Xia, an unbelievable honor for outsiders. Senior brother seemed destined to reign supreme on the rankings. Lu Shiyun recalled their first encounter. Back then, she and Lin Yu were still on the hunt for 1st tier zombies, while senior brother could simply flick his fingers for zombies to self-destruct, offering up their crystal cores. It was as if he had a game-breaking ability unmatched by anyone else. Before reaching the 4th tier, it was generally like this. After the 4th tier, advancement wasn't so simple. Lin Yu shook his head, knowing that progression became increasingly difficult. Among these 6 individuals, several were unfamiliar to him. How had they suddenly reached the 2nd tier? Yi Piao joined the conversation. Anyone on the world rankings isn't simple, never underestimate them, Lin Yu said with a smile, introducing the others. Blade, he began, is a soldier king from the northern military district with innate strength and talent boosted by military resources. It's no surprise he's 2nd. Dawn possesses an absolute rule talent, their strength always a mystery. Lin Yu didn't mention that in his previous life Dawn was the strongest of the top sequence, their power unfathomable, leading a group known as the Nine Rays of Dawn, dawn, break of day, sunrise, dusk, afterglow, morning light, twilight, hope and dawn. They were all formidable, with the first four entering the strongest sequence. Archmage awakened an extraordinary necromancer talent, a one-person army. Genius scientist is the pride of the Wang family in Kyoto, known as Madwoman Wang Yiling. Speaking of her, Lin Yu couldn't help but frown. Madwoman Wang, this woman, truly a genius of her time, was the key to establishing a new order in the post-apocalyptic world. When the apocalypse struck, it demolished all scientific civilization, pushing society towards an evolutionary trajectory. However, this remarkable individual known as Wang the Mad managed to merge evolutionary and scientific civilizations, creating numerous world-changing feats. Her ambition rivaled that of the historical Empress Wu Zetian, never to be underestimated. "Master, how many crystal cores are you short of reaching the second tier?" asked Yi Pia Piao. "Just 2 more, it won't be long now," Lin Yu replied with a smile. At that moment he noticed a reply from his senior brother. "We've been here for some time consolidating zombies in the west district of Tianhai City," Lin Yu inquired. "Have you noticed any unusual movements in the rat swarm?" Senior brother responded yes, from some awareness fragments transmitted by the second-tier zombies here. I've gathered that a few days ago the Rat King summoned all the city's rats, causing them to rapidly mutate and grow stronger. During this process, they fought several zombie hordes. The southern district is now completely in ruins, devoid of any zombies or survivors. Lin Yu's brows furrowed as he read the message. The southern district had at least 20,000 people plus 30 to 40,000 zombies, all swallowed by the rat swarm? That's the message. Haven't you noticed the rat swarms? Silence yesterday and today? You mean? Lin Yu's frown deepened. I suspect the rat horde is evolving. The Rat King must be at the third tier by now, possessing considerable intelligence. Lin Yu concluded if they evolve this quickly, the rat swarm might attack tonight, or at the latest, tomorrow. Senior brother replied, I can't chat any longer, priorities first. I've already gathered most zombies in the West District and plan to lead them against the rat swarm in the South, but my concern is that the rat swarm might already be heading east. Ending the conversation, Lin Yu felt a heaviness settle over him. If the rat swarm was in the South District, their next target could either be his senior brother's West District or his own East District. Realizing this, he abruptly stood up. Brother Yu, what's wrong? The South District has fallen. The next likely target for the rat swarm is our East District, Lin Yu said with a grave expression. The Rat King had clearly developed significant intelligence, far beyond that of regular rats. With the West District consolidated and powerful under senior brother's command, the Rat King might avoid attacking there for now, leaving only one option, the East District. Everyone's faces changed. A single mutant rat wasn't terrifying, but tens of thousands charging at once was akin to a locust plague, leaving nothing alive in their wake. The sheer number of zombie rats was overwhelming and no one knew their exact count. They could only hope senior brother could lead the zombies to clash with the rat swarm quickly to significantly reduce their numbers. We need to prepare. Lin Yu began, but was interrupted as the ground started to tremble, growing stronger by the second. This is bad, the rat swarm is here. Everyone's expressions changed. The sight of tens of thousands of rats, each the size of a wolfhound, charging forward was unimaginable in its horror. Silence, Lin Yu commanded sharply, putting an end to the chaos around him. Unlike the last encounter with the rat swarm, which merely passed by, this time the swarm had a clear objective: to devour all living flesh and blood. Everyone held their breath, tension palpable in the air. Bang, bang, bang. From the first floor of the building Alma came the relentless sound of pounding, as if a giant hammer was striking the hearts of everyone present. The atmosphere was thick with anxiety and fear. Facing this massive wave of rats, even the strongest among them had little hope of survival. Lin Yu looked at the 30 or so people around him, a flicker of compassion in his eyes. Most of them hadn't even reached the first rank of strength, and he wondered how many could survive this calamity. Crash! The sound of the front door collapsing echoed heavily as it hit the ground. Following that, countless mutated rats, lured by the scent of humans, poured in through the breach, thousands of them. Yang Long, seal off all other entrances to the third floor with metal, leaving only the escalator, Lin Yu shouted. Everyone block the top of the escalator and kill the mutated rats as they come through. Lin Yu believed this was the best plan they had for now. He walked over to the window and looked out. Everywhere he looked, the city was overrun with mutated rats. In the streets, alleys, and even in the shops and office buildings on either side, the rats were everywhere. Their terrifying numbers swallowed the streets of the city. On one street, a dozen people were fleeing in panic. They had been clearing small groups of zombies in an alley when the ground started to shake violently. They immediately recalled what the forums had said about the rat swarm in Tianhai City. Sure enough, within moments, the dark mass of the rat army appeared at the end of the street. They surged forward, colliding with thousands of zombies on the street. Roar! The zombies went berserk, pouncing on the mutated rats, tearing off large chunks of flesh with their mouths and devouring them. Squeak! The mutated rats were not to be outdone, their sharp claws severing the zombies' throats in an instant. The mutated rats were faster, their claws sharper. The zombies were no match, needing several to take down just one mutated rat. Brothers, run! The rat swarm is here! Someone cried out, their faces pale with fear as they sprinted away. Behind them, thousands of zombies were quickly engulfed, unable to hold off the swarm for long. Boss, there are a lot of zombies over there, where do we run? Someone asked, their voice trembling with fear. Damn it! Yelling in despair, their leader Yisu felt trapped. Ahead lay hordes of zombies and behind even more vicious mutated rats. There was nowhere to run, what to do. His mind raced, glancing around before shouting, get to the rooftops. A glimmer of hope appeared in everyone's eyes as they used the walls for leverage to climb onto the rooftops of the second-story buildings, yet it was all in vain. As the rat swarm surged forward, the low buildings crumbled, the people falling to the ground in despair. In the next moment, the black torrent swept over them, leaving no time for even a scream as they were swallowed by the swarm. In the eastern district of the city, similar scenes of devastation unfolded incessantly. At the stairway entrance, Lin Yu and his group, including Olma, were barely holding back wave after wave of mutant rats. Thanks to Yang Long's reinforcement with metal manipulation, the entry point could only accommodate 7 or 8 mutant rats attacking at once, granting a brief respite for everyone. This can't go on, Lu Shiyun said, frowning. More and more mutant rats will keep coming, and eventually they'll break through many places. Lin Yu responded, unless everyone advances to the first tier and their attributes skyrocket, we won't have a chance to break out. Otherwise, there's nothing I can do to save them. The rat swarm couldn't stop Lin Yu and his companions if they decided to leave. Their speed attributes were much higher than those of first-tier mutant rats, making an escape relatively easy if they chose to flee. Each of them had a speed exceeding 150 points, with the weakest, the little girl Ruku, at 140 points. Even level 10 zombies had only 55 points of speed. Far too slow to catch up with them. Yes, including Yang Long, Yisong, and a few others at the first tier. Leaving wouldn't be difficult as long as they're not entangled with first-tier mutant beasts, but the rest, those below the first tier, would struggle. Lin Yu's eyes flickered as he turned to Yang Long. Go and find out how many crystal cores the brothers need to reach the first tier. Got it? Yang Long didn't question further and immediately went to work. Moments later, he returned and reported, Boss, we have 27 people left. With 6 at the first tier and the other 21 still at level 10, to advance these 21 we'll need 123 crystal cores. Most of them have saved a few cores on their own. 123 cores, that's manageable. Lin Yu was already at the first tier's level 10 and had 32 extra cores. Although Lu Shiyun and a few others needed cores too, it wasn't an urgent concern. With their current strength, they could protect themselves well enough. Brother Yu, I have 6 unused cores here, Lu Shiyun offered first. Understanding Lin Yu the best. I have 7, Inchi Piao added. Without hesitation, Lin Yu took the crystal cores and handed them along with his own 32 to Yang Long. Yang Long, here are 45 cores, use them to advance some of the people to the first tier. I'll figure out the rest, boss. The surrounding people, having listened to their conversation all along, suppressed their emotions, deeply moved. The resolve to follow Lin Yu strengthened even more. Enough with the sentimentality. Only those who survive have the right to continue following me. Lin Yu interrupted their emotional moment with a wave of his hand. Stay here and hold the entrance together, I'm going for a round. With a quick instruction to the women, he darted towards the entrance. With a series of poochie poochie sounds, mutant beasts fell with exploded heads as Lin Yu made his way down. No mutant rat could stop him, they were mere level 10 nuisances akin to ants in his eyes. As he descended to the first floor, a horde of mutant beasts greeted him at the main entrance. Flame roar, a terrifying column of fire shot forth, clearing a path instantly. Lin Yu burst out of Olma, activating his scouting skills and vaguely sensed energies far surpassing the 10th level. As expected, the number of first-tier mutant rats was quite substantial. Lin Yu moved with a flicker like a series of afterimages weaving through the tide of rats. Not a single mutant rat could graze his clothing. In his normal state, with a speed of 624 points, Lin Yu was already comparable to a level 10-inch second-tier mutant rat. These lower-tier creatures were simply at his mercy. Squelch, a massive rat head soared into the air. In Lin Yu's hand, a 2-meter-long flame sword materialized, effortlessly cleaving through and claiming the crystal core from its head. Just like that, Lin Yu moved ghost-like among the swarm of rats, specifically targeting the first-tier ones. Fortunately, the rat horde had undergone a period of slaughter and devour evolution, leaving plenty of first-tier targets. In just over an hour, he could collect the required amount of crystal cores. Squeak, a loud rat screech echoed. Following that, a dark shadow lunged at him. This mutant rat was significantly larger, its aura more intense. It bared its teeth, blood dripping from its mouth, with rows of teeth like steel nails glinting with a chilling gleam. Second tier. Lin Yu's eyes lit up. There's a saying, the path to heaven is open yet unchosen, while the doorless hell attracts you unwittingly. What was he lacking the most right now? Was it not the second-tier crystal cores? Chapter 71, The Rat That Used the Turtle. Destruction wave dies. Moving like a ghost, in the next moment Lin Yu appeared directly behind the second-tier mutant rat, the enormous flame sword slashing down. Without any surprise, a head soared high into the air. To him, a second tier was merely a slightly larger ant. About an hour passed. Lin Yu had collected enough first-tier crystal cores, but he hadn't returned. He was searching for more second-tier mutant rats. He only needed one more to break into the second tier himself. Unfortunately, there were plenty of first-tier mutant rats, but no more second-tier ones were to be found. He sighed lightly, his figure flickering as he dashed towards Orma. At this moment, he could clearly sense that more zombie rats were attacking Orma, and several first-tier ones had even joined the assault. If they couldn't hold the line and more mutant rats continued to perish, it might attract even more mutant rats. By then, apart from a few of them with S-grade talents, the others might not be able to escape. Lin Yu wore a solemn expression, casually slashing through a swarm and charged inside. Boss, you're back." As Lin Yu rushed up to the third floor, everyone was overjoyed. "Those who haven't advanced yet, take these," he said, handing over 78 crystal cores to Yang Long. In just a moment, everyone completed their advancement. "Let's go." Lin Yu wasted no words, leading the way. Moving alone was a completely different concept from guiding a group. Alone, he could take advantage of his speed, slipping away with ease. But now he had to confront some of the charging mutant rats head-on. If he stepped aside, the following team might get scattered. Once bogged down with mutant rats continuously surrounding them, no matter how fast they were, it would be hard to escape due to the lack of footholds. Flame sword, a 40-meter-long sword of flame coalesced, sweeping forward and clearing nearly 100 meters ahead. Quick move. No one dared to be careless, running at full speed in the opposite direction of the rat tide. Bang! Suddenly several enormous mutated rats crashed into the group, scattering them in an instant. Lu Rook, caught off guard, was sent flying through the air. Rook, Lu Shiyan's eyes widened with fury, and with a wave of her hand, the very fabric of space shattered, ripping apart more than 20 mutated rats. Yet the cleared area was instantly filled again. The number of these creatures was overwhelming, an endless tide. "Go, hurry. I'll get Rook," Lin Yu shouted, turning back. With a few swift leaps, he reached Rook's side, slashing through dozens of mutated rats before grabbing the young girl and making a run for it. It seemed that the anomaly here had caught the attention of the mutant rat king. Lin Yu frowned, sensing that all the mutated rats seemed to be converging on this area. He and Rook were now far from the others, separated by hordes of mutated rats. Boss, where are you?" Suddenly, a voice rang out, accompanied by flashes of lightning. "I'm here, Lin Yu's 40-meter blade swung out, sweeping through the area. "Boss, I'm here to get you." A bolt of lightning raced towards him. Lin Yu looked and realized it was just one of the ordinary members of their 27-person team. Had he suddenly awakened a speed talent? He was quite fast. "The others sent me to get you, boss." The man like the Flash appeared beside Lin Yu with a flash of lightning. "What's the situation on their side?" Lin Yu asked while continuing to swing his blade. "Your sister is leading the way with her formidable strength, while Leader Yi is using spells to block off the path. They've already made it quite a distance. They sent me to fetch you," the man replied, unleashing a bolt of lightning that electrocuted several mutated rats. "Alright, let's go." Suddenly, Lin Yu sensed a massive mental force locking onto him. His expression shifted. He handed Lu Rook to the man, saying, "Take her and go." I'll cover the rear, yes. The man didn't hesitate, scooping up Lu Rook and disappearing into the swarm of rats like a flash of lightning. Squeak, a massive mutated rat lunged towards the streak of lightning, courting death. Lin Yu moved even faster, arriving in an instant. A fiery breath erupted from him, smashing into the second-tier zombie rat. Watching the flash of lightning vanish, Lin Yu let out a sigh of relief. Now he was unencumbered. He charged at the second-tier mutated rat that had just been hit, slicing down with his blade. The second-tier crystal core was in his hand. Roar! A massive beastly roar echoed, and as Lin Yu looked around he saw a brown giant rat as large as a camper van roaring to the heavens. Though it was just a rat, it emitted a roar akin to a giant beast. Was this the Rat King? Lin Yu's eyes lit up with excitement, feeling a burning anticipation. He saw energy frantically gathering in its mouth. The next moment, a terrifying energy beam shot from the Rat King's mouth, aimed directly at Lin Yu. Hot, even rats can use Kamehameha now. Lin Yu couldn't afford to be careless and immediately entered his dragon flame form. Across from him stood the Rat King, a formidable third-tier beast capable of unleashing energy beams, a sign of its awakened abilities. Its power, originally at 972 points, skyrocketed in an instant, reaching a staggering 3,888 points. In his dragon flame form, Lin Yu's primary strength attribute was tripled and his other attributes doubled. Such terrifying power! With a roar, a pillar of crimson flame erupted from Lin Yu's mouth. The two energy waves collided mid-air, creating a blinding flash. The crimson flames pierced through the Rat King's energy beam and continued forward. A slight smirk played on Lin Yu's lips. Historically, those on the left side of a beam clash would lose. No, from today onwards it would be, anyone who clashes beams with me will lose. The Rat King let out a shriek, its massive body leaping aside. The flame pillar crashed down, causing a horrific explosion, tearing countless mutated rats to shreds, their flesh scattered. The mutated Rat King was visibly terrified. How could this small creature, not even at the second tier, be so powerful? It roared in anger, summoning an endless horde of mutated rats to swarm forward. Lin Yu remained disdainful. With nothing to hold him back, how could a mere rat tide trap him? He darted back and forth, deftly avoiding the onslaught. The Rat King squeaked commands and the endless mutated rats filled the space, leaving him nowhere to land. Yet Lin Yu remained calm, leaping into the air. He stepped on the heads of the mutated rats racing toward the Rat King. Flames gathered, and a crimson flame blade descended. Boom! A swathe of mutated rats was annihilated, but the Rat King, with a flash of dark light, easily dodged with its incredible speed. The third-tier speed was too fast, his attacks couldn't land. Lin Yu's eyes flickered with a hint of frustration. The mutated Rat King's speed was around 1,600 points, while in his dragon flame form he could only reach 1,248, far too great a gap. Oh well, he thought, better to wait for his senior brother's zombie army. Sheathing his blade, Lin Yu swiftly moved across the heads of the mutated rats, heading toward the city outskirts. After about 10 minutes he spotted two figures amidst the rat tide. A bolt of lightning weaved through the rats, a man who had previously awakened a lightning ability. The other seemed to transform into a shadow, weaving between the rats, entwining their shadows into ropes, tripping them up to create chaos among the rat swarm. A shadow ability, interesting. Lin Yu's massive 40-meter blade swung out, instantly clearing a path around the two men. "Boss, that's great, it's the boss," the two exclaimed, recognizing the signature attack. They looked up to see Lin Yu racing toward them, stepping on rat heads. "Let's go," Lin Yu said without hesitation, swinging his flame blade to clear the rats around them. He picked up the two men and tossed them onto the rats' backs. Using the rats' bodies as stepping stones, the trio sprinted outward at full speed. Occasionally mutated beasts leapt up to block their path, but Lin Yu dealt with them with a single strike. After much effort, the three finally broke through the rat tide. Reaching a mountainous area, the two collapsed onto the ground, gasping for air. "Why are you still in the rat tide, and where are the others?" Lin Yu inquired. "Boss, earlier we fought our way out, but there were just too many mutated rats. There was even a second-tier one and over a dozen first-tier ones. It was only thanks to Xiao Yu and a few of the sisters-in-law that we barely managed to carve a path." "Indeed. When I saw the rats increasing, I stayed behind with Zhou and to hold them off." The shadowy man spoke. "By the way, boss, my name is Shaoli." Lin Yu carefully observed these two men. Originally, they were just ordinary among the 27 people. It was thanks to him that they reached the first tier. Unexpectedly, they awakened their abilities at this moment, indicating that the process of escaping the rat tide was arduous enough to trigger their potential. More importantly, these two were willing to stay behind voluntarily, which was truly unimaginable, just the two of. You daring to stay behind? Are you courting death? Lin Yu asked with a smile. Boss, our lives and our strength were given by you, so we don't care anymore. Yes, it's easy for you and the sisters-in-law to leave, but you still chose to bring us along, treating us as your own. How could we do nothing in return? There was a touch of weariness on their faces, not matching their age at all. Very well, Yangzhou welcomes you. Lin Yu smiled, extending his hand to them. Hearing this, the two were momentarily stunned and then overjoyed. They had always wanted to become part of Yangzhou. Only Yisong and Yang Long had succeeded before, while the others were still in the assessment phase. Now receiving Lin Yu's acknowledgement, they were naturally overjoyed. You know the creed of Yangzhou, right? We know. People of Yangzhou are those you can trust to have your back. The enemies of Yangzhou are like those who have taken your spouse, and it's a relief to eliminate them. There was a light in their eyes, a belief taking root and sprouting. Good, very good. Lin Yu laughed heartily, feeling that all his efforts were worthwhile. In his previous life, there were not many strong people in Yangzhou, but they were well known because they all had a strong conviction, fearless of life and death, making many forces wary of provoking them. He wondered where they were now. The mutated rats were too numerous, densely covering the city. When escaping, he only knew the general direction. Now that they're out, the three of them couldn't find Lu Shiyun and the others. Well, their strength is more than enough to protect themselves. I'll contact them later. As the sky darkened, Lin Yu no longer hesitated and sat cross-legged on the ground. Stand back a bit, he instructed. Shaoli and Zhou, though baffled, obediently moved away from Lin Yu. He took out 10 second-tier crystal cores and began absorbing them. Boom! Instantly an immense surge of magical energy erupted from him. A pillar of magical light enveloped him, reaching a diameter of 4 meters and continuing to expand outward. Dust and stones flew. This was the explosion of energy. All the magical power within his body burst forth, forming a pillar of magical light around him, obscuring his figure. It was as if an ancient demon god was awakening within the pillar of magical light, and the overwhelming pressure spread out like a tide in all directions. Shaoli and his companion found themselves pressed flat against the ground, as if a massive mountain had descended upon them. We should have run further away. Shaoli stammered, his teeth chattering and his speech faltering. Who could have imagined that Lin Yu's breakthrough would unleash such an overwhelming aura that it rendered them immobile? The terrifying spectacle continued unabated. Beneath Lin Yu, the earth was cracking open, sending debris and stones flying everywhere. A crimson pillar of magical energy erupted from the fractured ground. It was only after a long while that this fearsome power subsided, revealing Lin Yu sitting cross-legged. Within, clenching his fists, Lin Yu could feel the change. Second tier, he exclaimed, glancing over the doubled attributes of his advancement. Impressive, very impressive. His codename was Magician and his level had reached second tier, level 0. His stats were astonishing. Magic power at 158,000, strength at 1944, constitution at 1164, speed at 1248 and spirit at 1372, with an S-level talent as a flame controller. The unlocked flame forms included Blaze and Dragon's Fire, with all basic attributes exceeding 1,000, a feat typically only achievable by a third-tier evolutionist. Boss, that energy burst of yours was terrifying. Shaoli and his friend clambered up from the ground looking quite disheveled. Yet you were like some kind of super demon king. I almost wet myself. Did you? Lin Yu asked with a chuckle. Shaoli looked embarrassed, offering a sheepish smile. Just a metaphor, just a metaphor. Laughter erupted among them, with Lin Yu and Zhou sharing the amusement. Boss, right behind you there are 3 foreigners who also reached the second tier. They almost pushed you out of the top 10. Intrigued, Lin Yu opened the world ranking list. The world ranking list read: first, Senior Brother Desya second tier, second, Blade Desya second tier, third, Dawn Desya second tier, fourth, Gentleman Desya second tier, fifth, Genius Scientist Desya second tier, sixth, Grand Mage Desya second tier, seventh, Magician Desya second tier, eighth, King Arthur Great Britain second tier, ninth, Lucifer Heaven second tier, 10th, Thousand Cranes Sakura Country second tier. In an instant the list boasted 4 new second-tier powerhouses, totaling 10, with 7 hailing from Desya. On the forums, discussions were heating up. Our Thousand Cranes is gaining momentum. Desya, watch out, it won't be long before Thousand Cranes takes the top spot. The champion of 100 nations will surely be our Sakura Country. Is everyone from Sakura Country this foolish? If they're all this blind, trampling Sakura seems quite simple. We in Xia have so many strong figures at the top who haven't said a word yet. Someone barely holding on to 10th place is boasting like this, you Xia. Folks don't understand, our 1,000 cranes will soon reach the 3rd tier and then you'll be blinded by our brilliance. Look, a cow is flying in the sky. Meanwhile in Sakura country within a shrine the pressure was mounting. 1,000 cranes, only a few days remain in the 100 Nations War. During this time, the shrine will gather all its power, sparing no expense to slay 2nd and 3rd tier zombies and mutated beasts, providing you all with crystal cores. You are the future of the shrine and I hope you can sweep away all enemies and bring the empire to the pinnacle of the world. Don't worry, President, in the struggle of 100 nations I will surely slay all enemies, replied Shinha wielding the martial blade in her hand with cold gleams flickering in her eyes. Similar scenes were unfolding in many countries. In the Heavenly Kingdom, a man known as Gabriel was presented with a valuable gift from the Pope. An elderly man in a red clerical robe retrieved a vial of crimson potion from a golden adamantine box. What is this? Gabriel's eyes narrowed in curiosity. This potion was extracted from a primitive crystal core which had shown no progress in the Divine Court's research for centuries until it finally reacted just over a month ago when the apocalypse descended. The substance within seemed to be related to innate abilities. For the sake of the struggle among nations, the Divine Court extracted 4 pieces to be used by the empire's 4 strongest individuals, leaving only 2 for further research. The old man in the red robe gazed at the potion in his hand with fervor. I will not fail the Pope's expectations, Gabriel replied cautiously as he received the potion with respect. In the Great Xia Kingdom within the Forbidden City, a study room and a traditional courtyard house was abuzz with activity. Chief, all major military districts in the capital have been integrated and are on standby. However, it seems that several ancient families are reluctant to follow the national orders. Should I pay them a visit? Asked Blade, dressed in a black Zhongshan suit. Gripping a tang sword, addressing the elder in front of him, leave it for now. As long as they don't cause trouble we won't concern ourselves with them for the time being. The world has changed, nuclear energy is obsolete and everything depends on evolution. It's best to avoid civil strife for now, the elder mused after a moment of contemplation. Issue military orders to all major districts nationwide and see how many can still follow commands. Also, what progress has that madman Wang from the Wang family made on those crystal cores? There isn't much time left before the struggle among nations. See if she has made any valuable discoveries that can be used by the middle potential members of the Dragon Group. As for those of you who have already awakened powerful talents, refrain from using them. I'm worried that such external aids might limit your future development. Rest assured, Chief, I will personally visit the Wang family, Blade replied. Outside the city of Tianhai in the eastern district, about 70 to 80 people huddled inside a bomb shelter. Among them were men and women, the elderly and the young, all crouched on the ground holding their legs, shivering. The rat swarm was terrifying. They devoured everything in their path, whether it was zombies or survivors. Luckily we didn't stay in the city or we wouldn't have escaped death either. Yeah, I came to Tianhai City to find my girlfriend, but before I could even enter the rat swarm hit. I don't know if my campus belle girlfriend ended up feeding the zombies or the rats, a crew-cut young man lamented with a look of relief, though still a bit shaken. At dawn tomorrow, I'm leaving this place, leaving this city, he declared. Lin Yu and 2 others sat in a corner, eyes closed, resting silently. Just then, the sound of footsteps echoed outside the bomb shelter. Damn it, what bad luck, those damned rats made me go hungry all day, a few figures grumbled as they entered. The leading young man visibly paused upon seeing the crowd before him. He never expected there to be so many people in such a remote and desolate place. Then, his eyes suddenly lit up. He turned to a burly man behind him and said, go make them hand over all their food. Anyone who refuses, I'll kill them. Lu Chi's menacing voice sent a shiver through everyone's heart. In the apocalypse, aside from the powerful awakened ones, everyone else lacked food. The burly man nodded and responded, walking toward the crowd. Hey kid, got any food? Hand it over. The burly man brandished a steel knife, threatening the nearest person. Brother, I don't have any food on me, try asking someone else. This person remained remarkably calm, raising his head to meet the burly man's gaze coolly. First tier. With just one glance, the burly man felt a chill run down his spine and quickly backed off, saying, if you don't have any, never mind. This scene caused everyone to breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed the burly man was quite reasonable after all. He quickly turned to the second person. She was an obese woman weighing at least 300 pounds, like a ball. Little brother, I don't have any food. Either try someone else. The obese woman's sweet voice calling him little brother nearly sent everyone present to their graves as if they wanted to vomit their previous meal. The burly man was momentarily confused, then kicked out with his foot. Unexpectedly, not only did he fail to knock the obese woman down, but he was also jolted back 2 steps by the rebound. Wow, being fat and strong has its perks? Feeling the cold gaze of his boss Lu Chi on him, the burly man was instantly enraged, putting more force into his foot. With a fierce kick, there was no suspense this time. The obese woman was directly kicked to the ground, then came a dozen more kicks. You're this fat and you say you have no food. Do I look like someone easy to talk to? The people around were chilled to the bone, silently thinking, when you asked the first person you were so polite, weren't you easy to talk to then? Ouch, little brother, stop kicking. I'll do anything you want. The obese woman kept calling out little brother, her voice intentionally teasing, making everyone sick to their stomachs. The burly man, his face turning purple, kicked harder and cursed as he did. Little brother, huh? Who the hell is your little brother? After dozens more kicks, the obese woman was silent, evidently kicked to death. The burly man, with an expressionless face, snatched the woman's branded handbag and found over 20 energy bars and some bread inside. Damn, refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. The burly man muttered curses, giving a few more fierce kicks before leaving. He pointed his steel knife at the remaining people, threateningly, everyone hand over your food willingly, or if I find it on you, you'll end up like that dead fat woman. The faces of the crowd turned ashen. They wanted to get angry but didn't dare. Whoever the burly man approached, they obediently handed over their food. Please, sir, leave us a little or my grandson will starve to death. An old lady clung to the burly man's leg, tears and snot flowing. Her bag surprisingly held quite a few good things. How she survived until now was a mystery. Get lost, or if you keep whining, I'll kill your grandson too. With those words, the old lady dared not make another sound, silently squatting back into a corner. In the aftermath, around 30 individuals, though visibly frustrated, reluctantly handed over their food. Surprisingly, despite their modest strength, around levels 3 or 4, they possessed a considerable amount of supplies. Big brother, I just escaped here today, I really have no food, pleaded a pale-faced woman with a striking appearance. As she spoke, she turned around to show she wasn't hiding anything. Take off your clothes. Who knows if you're hiding something in your bra? No one has such big ones, the burly man leered. The woman's face turned ugly. Being asked to strip in front of so many people was deeply humiliating, yet, in this post-apocalyptic world, dignity and face seemed trivial compared to survival. Just as she was about to unbutton her clothes, a voice cut through the tension. That's enough. The food you've just pillaged is more than enough for you all, proclaimed a square-faced man carrying a sword, stepping out from the crowd with an air of righteousness. By his side was a girl about 10 years old. Who do you think you are to tell me what to do? The burly man's face turned cold. In a flash, the square-faced man appeared before the brute, landing a heavy punch. His speed was incredible. First here was all the brute managed to think before he was sent flying, landing heavily at Lu Chi's feet. Lu Chi's face twisted in anger and he shouted, "You're looking for death. Brothers, get him." He lunged forward first. Unfortunately for him, he didn't grasp the disparity between first tier and level 10. In merely 2 minutes, all his lackeys were on the ground groaning in pain. Lu Chi's right arm was broken, sweat beading his forehead from the agony. Scram! The square-faced man commanded, his eyes fierce. While he hadn't intended to meddle, their escalating behavior, murdering people, stealing food from the elderly and children, forcing women to strip, was intolerable. Just you wait, this isn't over. Don't think being first tier makes you untouchable. Lu Chi spat, clutching his arm. Stay any longer and you'll die. With a step forward, the square-faced man sent them fleeing in terror. Once the thugs had left, his demeanor softened and he addressed the crowd. Everyone, take back your food. At his words, those who'd been robbed rushed forward, hastily reclaiming their supplies. Old woman, that pack of cookies is mine. Why are you putting it in your bag? What proof do you have it's yours? There's no name on it. I'll beat you. Murder. Someone's trying to kill this old woman. Everyone, come judge for yourselves. The scene was reminiscent of certain scenarios before the apocalypse. It took over 10 minutes for the commotion to settle. Big brother, thank you. Without you, we'd be hungry tomorrow and not know how we'd make it. One person expressed their gratitude. Indeed, young man, you're a kind soul. Good on you, the old woman added. Thank you. The crowd continuously praised the man with the square-shaped face. With this little episode, everyone present became more lively, chatting enthusiastically. Ling Yu and his 2 companions did not join in. They were busy with their own tasks. Tomorrow morning we will go look for Xiao Yu and the others. They are in an abandoned unfinished building. Lin Yu had managed to get in touch with his sister through a post and was relieved to know that they were not in any immediate danger. However, 6 more of their brothers had perished, leaving Shaoli and Zhouan silent and somewhat sorrowful. Don't overthink it, get some rest. Tomorrow the zombies and mutant rats will have their battle and then it will be our time to hunt. Lin Yu gently patted their shoulders. Such matters could only be adapted to individually. Inside the air raid shelter, torches continued to flicker. Over an hour later, the sound of chaotic footsteps echoed, suggesting the approach of many people, awakening many from their slumber. Brother, it's inside. A voice grew closer. Minutes later, a group stormed in and everyone present turned pale as they recognized them. It was none other than Lu Qi and his men who had previously left but now returned. Brother, it's him, a first-tier expert. Lu Qi pointed at the man with the square face, addressing the leader. Lu Min scanned the room, finally fixing his gaze on the square-faced man. Brother, it's the end of the world. Why oppose me for these people? Why not join us and work towards a great cause together? If this man were willing to join his group, the matter regarding his brother could be overlooked. Unfortunately, our paths are different. I won't conspire with you, the square-faced man snorted coldly. He held to his principles and would never collude with such people. Heh, it seems you still don't understand the brutality of the apocalypse, Lu Min sneered, addressing everyone. Originally, if you had just handed over your food you could have lived, but he stood up and broke my brother's hand. Now all of you must die. He smiled malevolently and the henchmen behind him exuded killing intent, their knives gleaming with cold light. These men bore numerous bloodstains, indicating a history of slaughter. The crowd quickly fell into chaos. Those who had been grateful to the square-faced man now showed hatred. The irony of human nature was laid bare. At this moment, the square-faced man took a step forward and cupped his hands towards the crowd, saying, everyone rest assured, as long as I'm here, they won't dare harm you. What do you guarantee with? There are so many of them. Strong and ruthless killers. It's all your fault. If you hadn't shown off, they would have just taken our food. Now they want to kill us. It's all your fault. That's right, it's all your fault. You brought this upon us. The ugliness of human nature was on full display. You're lying. If it weren't for my dad, you would have died from starvation anyway. My dad saved you. A little girl beside the square-faced man retorted angrily. Big brother, it's not my fault, it's all his doing. We are very willing to offer our food. Please don't kill us. A man suddenly knelt on the ground, crawling towards Lu Min while hurriedly pulling out food to offer it. As soon as someone took the lead, a wave of people fell to their knees, sobbing and shouting, directing all the most venomous words at the man with the square face. You're a bad person, it's all your fault, they accused. Suddenly, the grandson of an elderly woman ran over and kicked the man with the square face several times. What are you doing? The little girl, seeing her father being kicked, was furious and pushed the old lady's grandson to the ground. The little boy toppled over, burst into tears. My dear grandson, what's wrong? The elderly woman rushed over, cradling her grandson, and began to curse the little girl. You little brat, how dare you hit my grandson? The little girl was about to retort when the man held her back. All right, Xiaochan, let's go. We won't get involved in this anymore. The man with the square face watched the scene before him, a sense of desolation filling his heart. You think you can just walk away after harming us? Unexpectedly, the old woman suddenly lunged at the man, pulling a dagger from her bosom and stabbing it viciously into his side. Die! She withdrew the dagger and stabbed again. This scene left everyone petrified. The man with the square face was also incredulous, pushing the old woman to the ground without killing her, showing that kindness often invites mistreatment. Even great strength is of no use. Is she mad? That man had helped her, Shaoli exclaimed, eyes wide in disbelief. The wickedness of evil people surpasses imagination. Lin Yu was equally aghast, feeling immense disgust toward the old woman. Boss, I can't stand it anymore. These people are too despicable, Zhouan said with a grim expression. In the apocalypse, don't meddle in others' affairs. Lin Yu casually glanced at him and continued, besides, some people need to learn from betrayal to grow. Helping them now is pointless. In the apocalypse, people who are too saintly don't live long. Save him this time. What about next time? To survive, the middle-aged man needs to change his mindset and rid himself of his saintly nature. No one else can help. At this moment, the old woman with her grandson hurriedly knelt before Lu Min, pleading pitifully, Brother, I stabbed him. Does that mean I won't have to die? Lu Min was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter. Haha, was it worth standing up for someone like that? What do you want? The man with the square face, slightly pale, pressed heavily on his wound. His daughter wept by his side. You broke my brother's hand. Either join us or pay with your life, Lu Min said coldly. Then go ahead and try, the man with the square face replied, tearing a large strip of cloth from his clothes to make a makeshift bandage around his wound. Such injuries were nothing to him. Then he drew a sword from behind him and spoke slowly. It was an addition, sharpness. As his words fell, the long sword in his hand began to emit a cold, eerie glow. It was actually an added talent. Lin Yu watched this scene with surprise. Added talents are a type of special ability, some incredibly powerful while others quite weak. In some ways, they have a peculiar similarity to Yi Piao's techniques. They allow one to imbue objects or others with certain abilities and traits they've mastered, thereby enhancing them. Kill. The man with the square face moved like a flash of lightning, attacking Lu Min with astonishing speed. Find a chance to strike. Lu Min subtly signaled to someone beside him who was also at the first tier. He believed that with one in the open and one in the dark, ambushing and killing the square-faced man should not be a significant problem. Earth stone wall, Lu Min shouted, and earth elements gathered, instantly raising a massive stone wall from the ground to block the way. Scrape. The square-faced man was undeterred, swinging his long sword to easily slice the stone wall in half. Charging forward once more, earth stone armor, Lu Min activated his talent, causing the soil and stones on the ground to rapidly coalesce into hard plates that covered his body. He was wrapped tightly with only his eyes visible, becoming a stone giant over 3 meters tall. Every step the stone giant took made the ground tremble slightly. This guy looks strong and defensively tough, but I bet his speed is lacking, Joan quietly commented. Everyone thought the same. Heavy giants usually had speed as their weak point. The square-faced man swung his sword to attack once more. Clang, clang, clang. The long sword struck rapidly against the stone giant, yet even with the sharpness added, it couldn't cut through the stone giant's defense. After dozens of moves, the square-faced man was panting heavily. Blood continued to flow from the wound at his side, quickly draining his stamina, making his face turn paler and his speed slow down. The joints are the weak points. The square-faced man's face grew grim. He knew that if this continued, death was inevitable. Gritting his teeth, he seized the right moment and slashed at the stone giant's knee joint. Boom! As expected, the stone at the giant's knee shattered. A sword stabbed in, piercing through Lu Min's knee instantly. A scream echoed. The square-faced man swung his sword again towards the other side. Suddenly, a figure lunged from the side with long, cold, glinting claws reaching for his chest. This was another person's talent, the cat claw. Clang! The square-faced man quickly defended, swinging his sword to block, sparking against the fierce claws. However, his sword only blocked one cat claw. The kidney previously stabbed by a dagger was ripped open by another claw, and a large amount of blood spurted out. At the same time, the stone giant punched forward heavily, hitting his sword, sending him flying. Daddy, cough, cough. The man spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Xiaochan, Daddy can't take you out of here anymore. It's all my fault for meddling, cough, cough. Blood kept spilling from the corners of the man's mouth. Dad, no, it's not your fault. It's all because of that old woman. If she hadn't ambushed you, none of this would have happened. Just die already. At that moment, Lu Min swung his stone-like fist towards the two people. If it hit them, they would be dead for sure. He understood the villain's downfall due to excessive talking and would never give his enemy a chance to breathe. He believed in striking when the enemy was weak. The timing was just right. Seeing how things had developed, Lin Yu decided not to stand by any longer. He believed that the man should now see through human nature and change his overly compassionate mindset. Lin Yu's figure flickered and he appeared directly in front of the stone man. Raising his right hand, he casually caught the incoming punch. Then flames erupted from his palm and the terrifying force blasted the stone man away. Lin Yu turned around, looking at the people kneeling on the ground around him, his gaze icy cold. He recalled a famous saying from before the apocalypse: you can hide in the corner and choose silence, but do not ridicule or belittle those braver than you, for the light they fight for will shine upon you as well. This saying perfectly described these people. Remember your father's words, live well. The square-faced man spoke, quickly placing his right hand on the young girl's back, whispering softly, Daddy will give all his strength to you. A father's love is like a mountain. He had already planned this before. Dad, no. I just want you to live. The young girl shook her head continuously, crying heartbreakingly. It's useless, my time was already limited. I was cursed by that person and wouldn't have lived for more than a few days anyway. Cough, cough. The man coughed up blood repeatedly. The injury just now was minor for him. But before arriving here, he had already been cursed with only 2 or 3 days to live. Supplement, inheritance, the square-faced man shouted, holding the young girl tightly. In this instant his body erupted with terrifying energy fluctuations. Blinding light enveloped the two. the power from the square-faced man's body transformed into strands of brilliance continuously penetrating into the young girl's body. Meanwhile, his own body slowly withered away. "Daddy!" A heart-wrenching scream echoed from within the light. In that moment Lin Yu felt a strong sense of unease. His figure flickered, moving away from the two. This sudden change was beyond his expectations. As the light faded, the scene before everyone's eyes made their scalps tingle. The square-faced man had turned into a skeleton held in the young girl's embrace. His flesh, organs, everything was gone, leaving only the skeleton. Most crucially, black runes spread across his bones. Firmly embedded into the skeleton, this sight sent chills down everyone's spine. This was forbidden magic supplement, inheritance. Lin Yu's expression changed. This kind of supplementary ability, which involved sacrificing one's own flesh and soul to pass on power to another, was extremely dangerous, with a success rate of less than 10%. As soon as an unexpected event and rejection occur, both individuals face certain death. It seemed excessive to resort to such a forbidden technique just because he had been stabbed twice in the kidney, right? Lin Yu was confused. For a first-level evolver, a few stabs to the kidney should be a minor issue, recoverable with a few days of rest. It shouldn't have come to this, should it? Lin Yu glanced at the little girl. At this moment a dark aura of magic emanated from her. "Why, having saved you, why would you turn against your savior?" The little girl, clutching a skeletal corpse, muttered to herself. If it weren't for these people, at least her father could have stayed with her for a few more days, perhaps even finding a way to break the curse. But now, you all deserve to die. All of you should rot in the 18th level of hell. Suddenly, the little girl raised her head, her pupils turning pitch black, devoid of any irises, chillingly terrifying. "Forbidden, fate's demise." She uttered the words coldly, directing them at everyone present. Lin Yu's face changed dramatically. He grabbed Shaoli and Zhou, retreating rapidly. He was all too familiar with these words. It was a super talent belonging to the law of causality, capable of awakening only with the most intense and pure emotions. Once executed, it would unleash one's latent potential at the cost of one's life and soul, trading for a fleeting burst of future power. "Why did you kill my father? Why?" The little girl slowly stood, her pitch-black pupils fixated on everyone. Boom! An unimaginably terrifying black magic erupted around her. Unable to control herself, she began to unleash her energy. The magic column grew larger, obscuring her figure. All anyone could see were the pair of cold, pitch-black eyes within the ever-expanding magic column, emitting an eerie glow. The aura intensified, the magic grew stronger, and the immense pressure forced everyone to the ground. The little girl moved, extending her right hand towards where the others were. "You all go die, die." At her fingertip, a black energy ball began to form, swelling rapidly to the size of a basketball. Whoosh! The energy ball transformed into a laser beam over a meter in diameter, blasting towards everyone. Wherever the beam passed, the ground of the bunker cracked and walls were pierced. The group of people didn't even have time to utter a sound before being obliterated by the light column. "Run!" Stone Man Lu Min, consumed by terror, turned and fled at full speed. "You too must die." The little girl turned her head, a black light column surged from her palm, a terrifying energy wave carrying overwhelming might, destroying everything. "No!" The voice of despair was instantly drowned out. Then a terrifying explosion occurred, the energy wave obliterating everything. The entire bunker shook violently, collapsing under the force of the energy. "It's over." Shaoli and Zhou trembled in the corner. The shockwave left them coughing up blood. Boom! At that moment, Lin Yu's body also erupted with a terrifying wave of magic. In desperation, he too unleashed his energy. Fierce flames emerged, engulfing his body. With one hand he grabbed Shaoli, and with the other he held Zhou. Flames spewed from his feet, propelling him through the top of the bunker, shooting them out. The ground trembled as explosions echoed relentlessly, turning the entire bomb shelter into a heap of rubble as if struck by missiles. This was a testament to the terrifying power of the energy wave unleashed by the little girl, comparable to the might of several missiles. Boom! The shattered stones of the shelter burst open and a black silhouette shot out. It was the little girl. The magical energy radiating from her continued to climb, showing no signs of stopping. In her arms, she gently held her father's remains, carefully placing them aside. "This can't go on. She needs to be stopped, or else with her life and soul burning to the end, death would be inevitable." Lin Yu watched her, his expression grave. The forbidden art, sacrifice of fate was at play, a power that exchanged everything for a fleeting moment of ultimate transcendence, borrowing strength from the future. But after the brilliance, only ashes would remain. The process of sacrifice was uncontrollable. Once it began, there was no stopping it, not until death. Wasn't there anyone who could stop it? Could anyone prevent this? I want to try, Lin Yu thought as his eyes flared with determination. His body, like a swift arrow, flew towards the girl. Stop, he shouted, enveloped in flames, unleashing his magic power as he punched forward. The girl lifted her dark eyes and met him head-on. In her consciousness, she did not want to fight in front of her father's remains, fearing accidental destruction. Bang! A small arm, a tiny hand extended and astonishingly blocked Lin Yu's punch. The clash of their powers formed a terrifying shockwave, transforming into a powerful gust that spread in all directions. Incredible, Lin Yu was now at the second tier, in a state of fiery enhancement, his strength surging. Such a formidable punch was blocked so effortlessly. Lin Yu's gaze sharpened. Again, he punched madly, each strike carrying immense power. Yet, the little girl held her ground, her hands moving deftly, catching each of Lin Yu's attacks with precision. In the debris, they became two blurred shadows, colliding repeatedly. Was this really a battle between humans? It was terrifying, so much so that I could only vaguely see their after images. Shaoli and Zhouan watched the fight unfold, as if watching an anime, utterly incredulous. What was that? Vegeta's Prince combat technique? Their eyes widened in disbelief. In the midst of the scene, the girl's figure flickered, and after creating some distance from Lin Yu, she began to concentrate black energy waves in her palms, launching them rapidly towards him, relentless. These energy waves exploded with terrible force upon contact with anything, far surpassing the Prince combat technique of Vegeta. This can't continue. Her power grows stronger as the sacrifice persists. Lin Yu's brow furrowed tightly. He noticed the girl's hair was beginning to turn white. He must overpower her with absolute strength to alter the outcome. With this realization, Lin Yu decided to hold nothing back. Once more he unleashed a surge of power. A terrifying column of magical energy erupted from around him, so immense that the earth beneath his feet could not withstand it and shattered instantly. The debris that was caught in the magical beam was ground to dust, entering the dragon flame form. The yellow flames surrounding Lin Yu's body transformed into a deep crimson in an instant, marking his most formidable state yet. In a flash, he appeared behind the young girl, not holding back, delivering a powerful punch to her back. With a loud bang, the girl's body was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing into the rubble. Lin Yu charged forward again, pinning her down, his fiery fists raining down relentlessly. In this moment, his speed and strength had surpassed their previous limits. Although the girl fought back with all her might, she could no longer withstand him. At least a third of his punches landed solidly. Lin Yu had finally gained the upper hand. Wake up, if you keep sacrificing yourself you'll die, he roared, landing another heavy punch on her chest. Though he held back his full strength, blood spurted from the girl's mouth. In his dragon flame form, Lin Yu was unstoppable, and she could no longer resist even if she sacrificed everything. Have you forgotten your father's words? He wanted you to live well. The mention of her father finally sparked a glimmer of awareness in the girl's eyes. There was hope. Lin Yu felt a surge of joy at this sight. He held her limbs firmly, unleashing his magical energy once more, directing it all towards the girl to completely suppress her. Under Lin Yu's verbal assault, her consciousness grew clearer. I can't die, I must bring father home. The darkness in her eyes slowly faded as her pupils came back into view. Moments later, all the black magical energy withdrew into her body. Only then did Lin Yu release her, exhaling a long breath of relief. Big brother, thank you. The girl, regaining her senses, recalled what had happened and expressed her gratitude to Lin Yu. It was only then that Lin Yu realized he was still sitting on her, and he awkwardly stood up. She coughed again, blood spilling from her mouth. Her hair had turned completely white, and her once delicate hands had shriveled, resembling those of an elderly person. She stumbled towards the remains of a skeleton. Even for Lin Yu, who had seen much of life and death, the scene was heart-wrenching, his eyes reddening. Father, I'm taking you home. Tears flowed from the girl's eyes as she carefully wrapped the bones in her clothes. Big brother, what's your name? She asked. Magician Lin Yu, he replied. Thank you. My name is Xiao Chan. If I survive, I'll come find you. Lin Yu was the only one who had stepped forward to help her. Without him, she would have continued sacrificing herself until her death. The father's remains could not be laid to rest. Xiao Chan didn't look back. She carried her father's bones on her back, step by step, walking into the distance. Her frail figure seemed lonely. Lin Yu opened his mouth but ultimately said nothing. He wasn't sure if Xiao Chan could endure. Although he forcibly interrupted the young girl's sacrificial ritual, many offerings had already been made beforehand. Xiao Chan's body, outwardly appearing as a child, might have long since been depleted of vitality. I believe you can survive, and your father surely wishes for you to live well. Lin Yu suddenly spoke, shouting loudly at the frail figure. In the distance, the tiny silhouette that had merged into the night shivered slightly, paused momentarily, then continued forward, disappearing into the darkness. Thank you. A barely audible voice heard only by the night. Boss. Boss, are you okay? At this moment, Shaoli and Zhouan rushed over, covered in dirt. Lin Yu watched the disappearing figure and shook his head. Will that little girl die? Both of them felt some sympathy. I don't know, everything relies on herself. The forbidden life sacrifice known as a forbidden art is not without reason. Lin Yu sighed. A 0-level 10th rank little girl using this forbidden technique borrowed power that could match even a 2nd rank individual like him. It was astonishing. But how did her father turn into a skeleton so suddenly before his death? That was also forbidden power, inherited talent, Lin Yu quietly explained. Perhaps with the power inherited from her father, her chances of survival might be slightly higher. Lin Yu could only comfort himself this way. Xiao Chan possessed 2 types of forbidden power, one of life and one of death, a situation unheard of in past lives. Perhaps she truly might endure. However, if I were pushed to the brink, even facing death, borrowing such invincible power would be worth it, at least for revenge. Shaoli sighed too. You think too much. Only with the utmost emotion, the purest feelings, and the strongest will is there a 1 in 10,000 chance of awakening. Even if you awaken, it is but a fleeting moment, and after the power fades you must die. This is the power of destiny and causality. Lin Yu was lost in thought, recalling some who had used the forbidden life sacrifice in past lives. Some did it for love, some for hate, some for belief, and some for righteousness, sacrificing everything to exchange for future power. They achieved the ultimate sublimation, fulfilling their last wishes. In the end, none of them survived. It was one tragic and heroic story after another. Let's go. After what had happened, Lin Yu and the others were somewhat silent. They climbed up the trees, resting among the branches. Lin Yu opened the message from his senior brother. Tomorrow, I will arrive with the zombie army. By then, I will command the zombies to battle the mutant rats. Lin Yu's sorrow was finally alleviated a bit. This was good news. In the chaotic world where zombies and mutant rats clash, consuming each other's flesh, humanity finds a silver lining. This ongoing battle not only reduces their numbers but also breeds higher-tier crystal nuclei. For humanity, it's a win-win situation. Lin Yu murmurs to himself, eagerly anticipating the upcoming events. Soon, in Yunnan Province's Tianhai City, many second-tier evolutions will emerge and possibly a few third-tier. Once the 3rd tier is breached, the power dynamics will shift entirely, with the formation of the 10 great forces of the Evolution Temple and the New World Order beginning to take shape. Lin Yu's eyes flicker with a cold gleam as he thinks of his sworn enemy Xie Haoran, a member of the Xie family, one of the temple's 10 forces. This time, not even the Evolution Temple will stop him from exacting his vengeance. It's the 51st day of the apocalypse. In Tianhai City, senior brother Jiangji finally leads his zombie army into battle against the tide of mutant rats. Lin Yu has already reunited with Xiao Yu and others. They stand atop a skyscraper, gazing at the distant dark battlefield. With nearly 2 million zombies in Tianhai City feeding the tens of thousands of mutant rats, Lin Yu is excited at the prospect of numerous 3rd-tier evolutions emerging. This lifetime, his evolution speed far surpasses that of his previous life. Master, how long do you think this battle will last? Asks Yi Pia Piao nearby. Even if they keep fighting, it could take 5 or 6 days. In the meantime, let's just watch. The numbers are too great, let them wear each other out first. Many share this sentiment. At this time, some powerful figures from other regions have already arrived at the outskirts of Tianhai City, quietly observing the carnage. On a hillside outside the city, 17 figures stand in the morning light with 5 off-road vehicles parked nearby. Boss, it seems that senior brother and the magician have started their move. But how did they manage to get all the city's zombies to attack the mutant rats? These two are too enigmatic, hard to fathom. Just remember our goal, the rest is none of my concern, says Shen Fa, a burly figure standing at the forefront. His eyes burn with intensity as he watches the distant fight. In a few days, once the number of zombies dwindles to tens of thousands and only a few thousand mutant rats remain, many 2nd-tier and even 3rd-tier evolutions should appear. That's when we make our move. This time, we should encounter quite a few strong opponents. I look forward to facing them in battle, says Heiyu, clad in a black combat suit, eagerly awaiting the challenge. Indeed, boss, it'd be great to defeat that magician and senior brother and have them join our thunder team. Hearing this, Shen Fe's fighting spirit rises. In another direction, the rain god dressed in white stands on a tree branch, gazing into the distance, also waiting. Jing Jie, can you contact the boss? Liu asks excitedly. I left a message on the boss's post, but there are probably too many replies for him to notice. I didn't tell him, planning to surprise him. Shen Jinger leans against a motorcycle, watching the horizon with a slight smile. Whoosh! At that moment, a figure descends from the sky. As the figure lands, enormous wings spanning 7 to 8 meters retract into the body. Jing Jie, I flew around the city and found many teams. Some have as few as a dozen members, others as many as several hundred, says Lu Qi, who had accompanied Chen Jinger from Kuan City, enduring numerous battles along the way, including slaying a second-tier mutant giant eagle, consuming its flesh and acquiring the ability to fly. Have you found the boss? Liu asked. I haven't seen him, so I'm not sure, Lu Qi replied. We've fought hard all the way here. Let's take a good rest for the next few days. There will be more battles ahead, Sister Jing added, understanding the situation. Meanwhile, on the Rules Forum in the Daxia district, a message startled the nation. The chief's order stated, the major military districts of the Forbidden City have been integrated. Orders are now being dispatched to garrisons across the country, in face of global disaster. As soldiers, it's our duty to protect the nation and its people. The apocalypse struck too suddenly, causing chaos in the Forbidden City and nuclear leaks. It's only now that the country has stabilized the situation in the capital. We now command all regional garrisons to respond to the state unified plans and maximize efforts to aid the people across the nation. Regional garrisons, please contact us upon receipt. This was the first public statement from the Forbidden City, clearly presenting its stance, and it seemed like a beacon of hope for many struggling ordinary evolutionists. However, some powerful evolutionists frowned, feeling concerned. Many small groups gathered together, discussing the announcement with grave expressions. The message from the state didn't explicitly mention evolutionists, but the intention to integrate the national military was evident. Once this integration is complete, the country might restore its previous order. At that time, will we powerful evolutionists be absorbed into the system or captured for research? Throughout history, martial arts have always been seen as a challenge to authority. This doesn't bode well. Once the one in the Forbidden City completes the integration, I fear they won't allow powerful evolutionists to roam freely, someone said worriedly. You're overthinking it. This is the apocalypse. Most humans are struggling on the brink of life and death daily. Even the state can't end this catastrophe right now, someone else remarked, not particularly worried. Times have changed. Besides the threats from zombies and mutated beasts, even evolutionists themselves, having awakened to immense power, wouldn't easily submit to control. What difference does a large army make? Everything depends on the strong evolutionists, as this is a world where strength reigns supreme. Moreover, if something truly happens, they'd go after the strongest first, like the master or the magician. We'll just observe and adapt. That makes sense. Let's wait and see how the magician and others respond before making any decisions. In the Forbidden City, within a secret chamber in the Wang family courtyard, an old man in a Zhongshan suit appeared, looking at the busy figure under various instruments. Yi Ling, how's your research coming along? The orders have been sent to the national garrisons. I reckon it won't be long before they come knocking for the research results on the original crystal cores, he inquired. The results will naturally be reported when they're ready. Why are you in such a rush? The woman spoke without turning her head, her focus entirely on the instruments before her. Behind her stood 20 enormous cages forged from an unknown metal, each imprisoning a zombie. Wang Yiling, the family has graciously elevated you to the second tier. It's time you repay this kindness, the elder said, his voice tinged with dissatisfaction at her attitude, and he bellowed his words. Her response was a derisive chuckle. Elevated me to the second tier? You've merely used me as a guinea pig. The unstable potion turned me into this monstrosity. If this is what you call a gift, why don't you take it yourself? She suddenly turned, revealing a grotesque and terrifying face, her eyes ablaze with hatred and bloodlust. Wang Yiling, don't forget that your brother's life hangs by a thread I control. Her gaze made the elder shiver, forcing him to step back involuntarily. Using my brother to threaten me is all you can do. Her bloodlust subsided as she regained her composure. After a few moments of silence, she spoke. I want to see my brother. It's been over a month since I last saw him. Afterward, I will share my latest research findings with you. They hold the key to creating a third tier without side effects. The elder's pupils contracted and his breath quickened at her words. A method to create a third tier. This could grant their family unprecedented power and dominance in the world. However, he soon regained his calm, looked at her and said, "It's possible, but you must first inject this." He produced a vial containing a light-emitting azure liquid from his robe. "This potion temporarily seals an evolver's abilities. Using my own research against me, the Wang family truly embodies humanity," she retorted with a cold laugh. Her expression was placid, as if she'd anticipated this outcome. "Regardless, you've reached the second tier. Precautions are necessary. As long as you cooperate with the family, your brother will remain safe," the elder assured. Without a word, Wang Yiling took the vial and consumed its contents. "Good. In half an hour someone will bring your brother. I hope your research is as groundbreaking as you claim." Satisfied, the elder regarded her with a mixture of regret and respect. Her talents could have propelled the Wang family to new heights in this transformed world if not for the deep-seated enmity between her and the family. Such a waste. Exiting the chamber, he instructed the guards, "Watch her closely. Report any unusual activity immediately." "Yes, master," they replied. Outside the chamber, 21st tier guardians maintained a vigilant watch, their eyes trained on the high-tech glass that allowed them to monitor everything within. Wang Yiling's every move was under scrutiny. As the elder departed, Wang Yiling's lips curled into a cold smile. An hour and more passed. 5 top-tier martial artists accompanied by a frail young boy walked in. Xiaochuan. Wang Yiling couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. In the entire Wang family, her only concern was her younger brother. The others, despite the blood relation, treated them with indifference due to their mother's lowly origins, viewing them merely as tools for the family. The elder present was the current head of the Wang family, her own grandfather. "I'm fine, Sister Wang," Xuan exclaimed with equal excitement as he dashed forward. The siblings embraced, tears streaming down their faces. "Yiling, now that you've seen your brother, it's time to fulfill your promise, isn't it?" The elder approached with a stern demeanor. Why should I hand over my research to this heartless family?" Wang Yiling suddenly lifted her head, a cold sneer playing on her lips. "You dare to renege on your word?" The elder's face darkened and the 5 top-tier martial artists behind him closed in. "Wang Yiling, I will give you one more chance. Surrender the research willingly," the elder warned, his voice icy. Do you think you can still threaten me like you used to?" Wang Yiling burst into laughter, the sound tinged with madness. "Attack!" The elder's command was sharp and unyielding. The 5 figures behind him drew their swords in unison, their bodies moving with the swiftness of leopards as they charged forward. Swish! The flash of swords cut through the air, slicing Wang Yiling and her brother in half. What? Everyone was momentarily stunned. They had assumed Wang Yiling had some hidden trump card, being a second-tier warrior. Even though she had taken a sealing potion, there was no guarantee she wouldn't have other means. Who would have thought she could be cut down with a single sword strike? "Wait, there's no blood." One man noticed something amiss. As his voice trailed off, an eerie chuckle echoed through the secret chambers, sending chills down everyone's spines. In the next moment, under the horrified gazes of all present, the chamber's space shattered like a mirror, fragmenting into pieces and dissipating into thin air. Then, a chamber identical to the first appeared. The only difference was Wang Yiling standing in a corner with Wang Chuan watching them coldly. "What is going on? Wang Yiling, wasn't your power sealed? And your face?" The elder stared at Wang Yiling's exquisite and flawless face, overwhelmed by shock. Everything before him completely overturned his understanding. Wang Yiling's face, once marred by experimental medication, had miraculously restored itself. You didn't expect this, did you? That experimental potion, though it destroyed my face, also awakened my innate abilities, and today I have completely resolved the side effects," Wang Yiling said, her eyes gleaming with a cold light as she fixed her gaze on the elder, her voice dripping with mockery, as if ridiculing the elder's ignorance and foolishness. "This is impossible." The elder's eyes widened, a nameless fear surging within him. He had always believed he controlled the situation, yet from the start they had been ensnared in Wang Yiling's trap. A slight smirk curved Wang Yiling's lips, a proud smile. "All this time, the entire chamber has existed within my realm of consciousness. Everything you witnessed was merely an illusion," she declared. "In my daily routine of research, including when I drink the sealing potion, it's all just an illusion I've crafted. You wanted to see it, so I made it for you." Upon hearing this, the old man was struck as if by lightning, his body trembling uncontrollably. How could this be? Cold sweat immediately started to pour from his forehead. He couldn't believe it, everything seemed so real. How could it be an illusion? Die! Wang Yiling laughed maniacally, a bit deranged. "From today onward the Wang family will be under my control." She activated her innate ability, and for a moment the Entire secret chamber became illusory, then it cleared up. Countless demonic beasts tore through the void, rushing to attack the old man. Quick, stop them! Don't be afraid, it's an illusion, the old man commanded loudly, steadying his mind. However, in the next moment, a demon's claw pierced directly through his body from behind, sending waves of excruciating pain. It was so clear, so real, he was sure they were caught in Wang Yiling's illusion, but why did it hurt so much? He could even feel his life slipping away. Cough, cough. Is this really still an illusion? The old man coughed up blood, his body collapsing weakly, life extinguished. 2 minutes later, there were no survivors left in the secret chamber. Pop, the illusion shattered, and the chamber remained unchanged except for the addition of several corpses on the ground. From now on, the Wang family is mine. Wang Yiling's eyes gleamed with madness. From this moment, I want the world to dance for me. In the courtyard of the Forbidden City, where the leader resides, leader of the 36 provinces garrison troops outside Kyoto, only 11 have clearly responded to the call. The others have shown no signs of movement. It seems they intend to stand alone. At this moment, Blade's entire being was like a sword about to be drawn, exuding an intimidating chill. This situation was somewhat unexpected for him. Of the 36 provinces garrison troops, only a third were willing to heed the call. This would never have happened before the apocalypse. Forget it, this situation was already anticipated. Having 11 provinces willing to follow orders is already quite good. The leader sighed, feeling helpless. In this era, humanity is already on the brink of life and death. Zombies and mutant beasts nourished by nuclear energy are humanity's greatest enemies. A single misstep could lead to human extinction. What about the ancient families? The leader asked. The Wang family has undergone a drastic change. Wang Yiling, the madwoman, has become the head of the family. She is willing to share the research results of the original crystal core with us. Blade paused, then continued. The Xie family is also interested in an alliance. Some of the other ancient families have completely declined and are no longer of concern. The remaining few have yet to respond. Alright, in that case, let's first share the research results with the Wang family to enhance the Dragon Group's strength and prepare for the 100-nation struggle. Yes. 4 days quickly passed, and on the ranking board, quite a number of second-tier experts appeared, a total of 167, in a world where the strongest foreign warriors make significant strides. Bolstered by unwavering national support, many have already broken through to the second tier. Some are even on the brink of challenging the third tier. Out of the 167 second-tier individuals, the Great Xia Kingdom boasts 86, nearly half. Over in Tianhai City, under the deliberate machinations of the master, the battles have intensified. The entire horde of over 15 million zombies in Tianhai City has been gradually thrown into the fray by him. This trip to Tianhai has proven to be extremely profitable. The master is incredibly excited, his usual gentlemanly demeanor barely holding up. In just 3 days, leveraging the zombie army against mutated beasts, he has exhausted over 1 million zombies and reduced the number of mutated rats to below 60,000. In this process, many have ascended to the second tier, and even a third tier being has emerged. His level has soared, reaching the peak of the second tier. He is just 8 crystal cores away from breaking into the third tier. There are already many second-tier level 10 mutated rats. Another wave of evolution will surely propel them into the third tier. The more the master thinks about it, the more exhilarated he becomes. Globally, there are fewer than 200 second-tier individuals, and he is already halfway into the third tier. Who wouldn't be thrilled? Those people are probably already chomping at the bit. The master recalls the magician Lin Yu and other powerful figures lurking in the shadows. However, in terms of gains, no one can match him. He exudes confidence, roaring at his zombie army. It's about time. Piao Piao, Xiaoyu, the 3 of us will go first, the others can wait a bit longer. Lin Yu gazes at the battlefield ahead, a glimmer of excitement and anticipation in his eyes. Having rested for 4 days, his body and spirit are at their peak. Without hesitation, Lin Yu charges forward, his speed astonishing, like a bolt of lightning streaking across the sky. Now in the second tier, Lin Yu can easily obliterate second tier zombies even in his normal state. Flame blade, in his hand, flames coalesce, specifically targeting first and second tier zombies and mutated rats. A few hours later, the numbers of zombies and mutated rats on the battlefield have significantly dwindled. Almost every few minutes, a new second tier individual emerges. In one corner of the battlefield, a massive mutated rat bites off a second tier zombie's head, devouring its flesh and blood. Boom! A surge of powerful magical energy erupts from within it, reaching a critical threshold. From afar its body swells, doubling in size in mere moments. Third tier, Lin Yu senses this surge from a distance, his heart leaping with joy as he charges towards it. Attack, hidden powerhouses unable to restrain themselves any longer rush into the battlefield. The rain god appears, his expression cold and severe. In his area a light drizzle inexplicably begins to fall from the sky. Each raindrop seems to carry the weight of 1,000 pounds. The pattering rain lands on the zombies, piercing through their bodies, leaving them riddled with holes. Wherever he passes, neither zombies nor mutated rats can survive. Their bodies, without exception, are left full of holes. On the other side, divine punishment descended with overwhelming thunder and lightning. Arcs of electricity danced through the air, causing the heads of zombies to explode in succession. At that moment, all the hidden evolvers around sprang into action. Blazing form, Lin Yu muttered softly, yellow flames ignited spontaneously on his body, transforming him into a fiery streak as he rapidly approached the third-tier mutant rat. Flame Blade, a 50-meter-long fiery blade materialized, slashing directly at the mutant rat. Limbs flew through the air as the blade carved its path. Boom! The terrifying strike hit the mutant rat squarely, sending it flying. Magic array, infernal flames. Just then a loud shout resonated in the air. As the voice emerged, a massive magic array appeared above the third-tier mutant rat. The crimson patterns of the array rotated slowly, brewing terrifying energy. The senior brother remained unfazed, his hands constantly shifting to form seals. With his movements, the crimson magic array on the ground grew increasingly brilliant, its light dazzling. Boom! Suddenly a deafening sound erupted, as if the entire void was about to collapse. The ground enveloped by the crimson magic array began to crack, huge fissures spreading out. Immediately scorching magma surged from the depths like a crimson flood, engulfing the entire space in an instant. A pillar of heated energy soared into the sky, forming a blazing column. Roar! The mutant beast's body was submerged in magma, letting out a piercing scream. Yet, this was not the end. The silhouette of the Zombie King's senior brother moved like a specter, swiftly pouncing towards the mutant beast, aiming to seize the third-tier crystal core. Brother, you go. I'll hold him off, Lin Xiaoyu shouted, her figure flashing forward to obstruct the senior brother. Apocalypse form. A surge of formidable power erupted from Lin Xiaoyu's body, enveloping her in a mysterious black aura that seemed capable of devouring everything, exuding a disquieting presence. In the blink of an eye, Lin Xiaoyu transformed into a terrifying existence, apocalypse of destruction form. Her speed was astonishing, akin to teleportation, as she intercepted the senior brother's path. Step aside. The senior brother's expression turned cold. His hands swiftly formed seals, a dazzling light emerging from them, carrying an infinite might that surged towards the space above Lin Xiaoyu's head. Dual magic array, Starfall. It was his first time displaying his formidable talent before everyone. Boom, boom. Two muffled sounds echoed in the void. Above Lin Xiaoyu's head, two magic arrays suddenly appeared, one light blue and the other dark blue, immense and grand, like twin wheels suspended in the sky. Terrifying energy waves emanated from these arrays, as if they were about to tear the void apart. A massive meteor descended from the heavens, carrying unmatched power, guided by the magic arrays as it plummeted down. Apocalypse of destruction, blade storm, Lin Xiaoyu whispered, her black greatsword materializing in her hand as she swung it towards the meteor above. Countless sword auras surged into the sky. Two unmatched forces collided fiercely, erupting in a blinding light. Then a massive explosion ensued, obliterating everything in the vicinity. As the dust settled, senior brother and Lin Xiaoyu stood on opposite sides, their clothes slightly disheveled. It was over. Senior brother glanced at the spot where the Tier 3 zombie had been and then at Lin Xiaoyu standing before him. Without a word, he turned and left. In the place where the Tier 3 zombie was defeated, Lin Yu stood with his mouth agape, frantically absorbing the energy from the magma. The surging magma transformed into streams, rushing into his mouth. The power of magma is indeed formidable. Once I grow stronger, I should seek out the heart of the earth flame, Lin Yu thought, licking his lips with satisfaction. If he could find and consume the heart of the earth flame, his S-level talent could undoubtedly advance to SS level. This thought ignited a fervor within him. Volcano flame, heart of the earth flame, phoenix flame, solar flame, soul flame, all these were his targets. Once he devoured them all, the extent of his power would be unimaginable. A 6S talent, 9S, or perhaps even stronger. Suppressing the fiery excitement in his heart, Lin Yu looked towards the site of the Hellrock eruption. There, a Tier 3 mutated rat had long succumbed to continuous destructive attacks, its body marred with charred wounds. Lin Yu's flame knife sliced open the mutated rat's head, extracting a Tier 3 crystal core. Xiaoyu, are you alright? Lin Yu flashed to Xiaoyu's side, asking with concern. He had witnessed their battle, the sheer strength of that unmatched power had even startled him. I'm fine, he held back. He didn't use his full strength, otherwise I couldn't have blocked that move. Xiaoyu shook her head. I didn't expect this guy to hide his abilities so deeply. The magic array talent is truly remarkable. Lin Yu was equally amazed. What we saw was just a dual-layer magic array. If he comprehends the triple or quadruple layers, the power would be even greater. Once it reaches 5 layers or more, describing it as a force capable of destroying the heavens and earth wouldn't be an exaggeration. Don't be discouraged. He's probably already at Tier 2 level 10, you're not even at Tier 2 yet. If you were on the same level you might not lose to him, Lin Yu comforted. Xiaoyu nodded. With that the two continued their assault on the battlefield. Whether it was Tier 1 or Tier 2 crystal cores, they needed them all. More and more powerful warriors joined the fray, and the terrifying zombies and mutated rats became coveted targets for everyone. Naturally, some less powerful evolvers encountered Tier 2 zombies and were directly torn apart and devoured. Boom! In the distance, another Tier 3 breakthrough occurred. Evolvers who couldn't evade in time met a tragic end. Only those with extremely powerful abilities dared to challenge Tier 3. Without a doubt, in the entire battlefield, besides Lin Yu, the strongest was Senior Brother. With Tier 2 level 10 attributes, he overpowered everyone else. As time marched on, the battlefield was continuously engulfed by surges of formidable auras shooting skyward. More and more second-tier zombies and mutated rats were emerging, with occasional breakthroughs to the third tier. Lin Yu no longer bothered with the first-tier threats. His gaze swept across the battlefield, constantly seeking out second-tier targets. Those with ordinary auras were swiftly slain, while those exuding exceptionally powerful auras were temporarily spared by Lin Yu. He spotted a rampaging zombie with a particularly strong aura. This one must be at the peak of the second tier, Lin Yu thought, his eyes lighting up. With a chuckle, he charged toward the zombie, thinking, hey zombie, let me grant you a significant opportunity. Come here. Lin Yu shouted as he swiftly approached a second-tier mutated rat, effortlessly killing it and extracting its crystal core. He then hurled the rat's corpse towards the zombie. The zombie roared, thrusting its arms into the rat's body, and with a fierce tug tore the mutated rat into two. The scent and flesh of the rat were irresistibly enticing to the zombie. It took a vigorous bite, devouring it hungrily. The flesh of the second-tier rat was a lethal attraction, promising strength. In no time, the zombie consumed the entire rat, and Lin Yu could see its aura grow stronger, though not quite reaching the third tier just yet. Darn lucky you, Lin Yu muttered as he dashed toward another second-tier mutated rat. With a swift flash of his flame blade, he dispatched it in under 30 seconds. This time, he left the crystal core within the rat and tossed the corpse to the peak second-tier zombie. He intended to nurture this zombie, using the second tier to cultivate a third-tier entity. As expected, the zombie's aura intensified as it devoured the new rat corpse and absorbed the crystal core. Its body evolved muscles, swelling and bursting through its tattered clothes. Even as a zombie, constant evolution had made it increasingly impressive. Its muscular definition was clear, exuding strength and aesthetic appeal. Lin Yu mused, if those infatuated girls saw this, wouldn't they go crazy? Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought. Just then, a terrifying roar erupted from the zombie as its transformation completed. On the battlefield, only Lin Yu and his senior brother had the power to take down a third-tier zombie. The others lacked the strength. Lin Yu watched his surroundings, vigilantly wary of any sneak attacks. The newly transformed third-tier zombie excitedly tore through passing mutated rats. Now's the time, Lin Yu decided, wasting no moment as he transformed into his dragon flame form, maximizing all his attributes. In a flash he struck and a zombie head flew through the air. A third tier without an awakened talent is still just this, he thought, efficiently extracting its crystal core before reverting to his normal state. In this moment his power surged to 1944, and in dragonflame form his strength tripled to a staggering 7,776 points. With attributes so terrifying, taking down this ordinary third-tier opponent was no challenge at all. Note: some might not understand why a threefold increase translates to x4. Here's the explanation. A threefold increase plus the original actually makes it 4 times. For example, if the original is 10, a threefold increase means an increase of 30, and 30 plus the original 10 is 40. Let's continue. Lin Yu tasted the sweetness of victory. He picked up the body of the third-tier zombie and started to search the battlefield for peak second-tier zombies. This was not something to waste. The flesh and blood of a third-tier zombie contained more powerful energy than that of a second tier. Using it to feed peak second-tier mutant rats could definitely create another third tier. However, there were too few peak second-tier zombies, so more second-tier ones needed to be killed to raise their level. Lin Yu scanned the area and found only one ordinary second tier left. On the battlefield, the numbers of zombies and mutant rats were rapidly dwindling. A grand melee had ensued among three factions: zombies, mutant rats, and human evolvers, all engaged in relentless slaughter on this battlefield. Boom! The rumble echoed incessantly. Various talents and abilities flew about, bursting with colorful light. The battles of the gifted were always such a vivid spectacle. Lin Yu watched the dazzling display of lights, clicking his tongue in amazement. As the battlefield shrank, a few individuals caught his attention. They were all quite strong. Once the battle ended, he needed to find a way to recruit them. While searching for second-tier prey, Lin Yu murmured to himself. Suddenly, a familiar silhouette appeared in his line of sight. It was a short-haired girl, her expression cold and her gaze sharp as a knife. She wore a tight-fitting outfit that accentuated her graceful figure. Around her a thick black magic swirled. She wielded a massive black scythe, several times larger than herself, yet it seemed weightless in her hands as she swung it effortlessly. The scene was oddly incongruous. Wherever she went, zombies fell in swaths. Jinger, Lin Yu whispered. Seeing this girl again, he was surprised by the surge of excitement and anticipation in his heart. This emotion left him somewhat bewildered. Could he really have fallen for her? Impossible, he thought. They'd only been together for a few days, and it wasn't even about emotions initially. It was just the most primitive impulse, yet over time, it seemed Jinger had left a mark on his heart. During his time in Tianhai City, Lin Yu often thought of Chen Jinger. He recalled her pressing down on him with a smug expression, her body limp yet still stubbornly defiant. He remembered her ever-spirited demeanor, clenching her little fists and declaring that she would turn the tables one day. As Lin Yu reminisced, a smile unconsciously curved his lips. It seems you've awakened quite a powerful talent, he thought, watching her beautiful figure weave effortlessly through the battlefield, hunting with ease. She seemed even more vibrant than before. Lin Yu took a moment to admire his surroundings before charging in another direction. In his bag, he already had many second-tier crystal cores and even 8 third-tier ones. With just 2 more third-tier kills, his strength could surge dramatically once again. Suddenly, a sharp voice pierced the air. Lin's wife, where are you running off to? Lin Yu's face froze as he turned to look. He saw Chen Jinger wielding a large scythe rushing toward him. Along her path, all the prey fell silent and lifeless. In a blink, Chen Jinger was upon him. Hold me, she exclaimed, her scythe disappearing as she leaped forward. What the heck? Lin Yu's eyes widened in shock as Chen Jinger crashed heavily into his arms. Caught off guard, they both tumbled backward onto the ground. Jinger, wait a minute, wait. Lin Yu tried to speak, but his words were cut off by the soft sensation on his lips. It felt like a jolt of electricity, leaving him stunned. The next moment, a nimble little tongue slipped into his mouth, exploring eagerly. Lin Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. He was being overpowered, and right on the battlefield, no less. It was all too overwhelming and dangerous. Everything happened so quickly in just a few seconds. Reluctantly, Lin Yu unleashed a terrifying aura of magic, enveloping them both. With a boom, the surrounding zombies and mutant rats were sent flying by the powerful magical force, unable to get close. Within the pillar of magical light, Chen Jinger pressed against Lin Yu, her agile tongue continually exploring. Met by Lin Yu's passionate response, he missed Chen Jinger dearly. After all, the sudden surge of magic attracted the attention of many. Turning their heads, they saw 2 figures entwined within the pillar of light, seemingly kissing. Wow! Lu Qi exclaimed, his wings unfurling as he flew closer for a better view. Is this the boss's boss? The overwhelming sense of power made it difficult even for him to control his flight. It was immense. The aura from the magical pillar felt like a mountain, suffocating. Scram! A crisp voice echoed from within the light. Got it, Lu Qi chuckled, his wings flapping as he swiftly departed. So intense, so envious. Lu Yu commented, having just slain a few zombies, watching from afar with a sigh. The next moment, a small hand pinched his ear. Ow, pain, pain. Let go, wife. Yang Shanshan's face flushed slightly as she tugged him away in another direction. They weren't the only ones to witness this scene, many others had seen it as well. Shameless, Lu Shiyun muttered under her breath, feeling a pang of jealousy and a hint of disappointment. On the other side, Lin Xiaoyou's eyes were equally wide. Who was that woman? She had already progressed to this point with her brother, perhaps even further. She didn't dare think on, she had been beaten to it. Yee-pia-piao. Is Master truly this open-minded? In the midst of the chaos, a crowd of onlookers could hardly believe their eyes. The audacity of the scene unfolding before them was astonishing, but what was even more remarkable was the immense magical energy that Lin Yu casually unleashed, leaving the spectators in awe. Some quickly captured the moment on their devices, eager to upload it to the forums, predicting that it would surely go viral. Among them, a sly individual grinned as he discreetly activated the recording feature on the forum, capturing the explosive moment. He even had a catchy title ready: The Great Magician's Daring Deed on the Battlefield, a question of morality or humanity's fall? Within the shimmering column of magical light, Lin Yu's hand playfully squeezed Chen Jinger's pert bottom while the other toyed with her curves through her clothing. Enough, don't you think? We have a task to attend to, she huffed, brushing off Lin Yu's roving hands and darting back into the battlefield. Watching her retreating figure, Lin Yu licked the blood from his lips with a wry smile. That girl. Suddenly, a terrifying explosion erupted in the arena. Double magic array, Starfall. Two massive blue magical arrays, each spanning 30 meters in diameter, appeared high above. A colossal meteor brimming with unstoppable power hurtled down from the heavens. Beneath it, the twin arrays acted like giant hands, firmly guiding the meteor towards the earth. Is this the true might of your move? Lin Yu squinted, his expression turning serious. Even he would need to transform into his dragon flame form to withstand such an attack unscathed. This formidable opponent was indeed fearsome. Why had he never heard of such a figure in his previous life? Below the dual magical arrays, a mutated rat of enormous size bellowed into the sky, its roar echoing like that of a giant beast. This was the mutant Rat King. In just a few days, it had grown to a size comparable to a small mountain, emanating overwhelming magical energy that dominated the surroundings. Lin Yu sensed its presence and thought to himself, judging by this aura, the Rat King must have reached the third tier, level 10. Starfall. With a powerful shout from the senior brother, the meteor crashed down, smashing heavily onto the mutant Rat King's body. Yet the devastation did not stop there. Single magic array, Hellfire Rock. Came another terrifying assault. The ground split open, lava surged upwards, and a mighty collision ensued, engulfing the Rat King completely. An unimaginable explosion erupted, leaving devastation in its wake. A few minutes later, as the dust settled, the mutant Rat King lay in a massive crater, barely clinging to life. With its fall, the rat horde was utterly defeated, the remaining thousands of mutated rats scattering in panic, squeaking madly as they frantically tried to flee. The zombie horde, under the command of the senior brother, held their ground firmly, acting as a blockade to delay the others. The battle cries were deafening, and all the warriors were like men possessed, furiously hunting down their prey to divide the final spoils. Lin Yu was not idle either. As before, he went about force-feeding mutated rats, only needing 2 more third-tier crystal cores. 2 hours later, everyone came to a halt. The battlefield had long since become a wasteland, devoid of any remaining mutated rats. Even the zombies were reduced to less than 30,000. This great battle had effectively cleansed Tianhai City of its zombies. Many of the evolved participants, as long as they survived, reaped substantial rewards. Most people had left the battlefield by then. Senior brother, I never expected you to be a zombie king, Chen Fei said, staring at senior brother Jiang Ji with immense shock. Before this, no one could have imagined that the top-ranked master in the world was actually a zombie. Don't even think about messing with me, or you'll meet a terrible end. Senior brother smiled gentlemanly. Behind him, more than 30,000 zombies stood in formation, silently maintaining a military stance. Beside him stood 2 third-tier zombies as guards. The faces of Shen Fei's group were heavy with concern, but they said nothing. Let's go. See you later. Senior brother smiled slightly at Lin Yu. Where are you going? Lin Yu asked. There are quite a few zombies in the neighboring Lishuwei city. Senior brother replied with a gentle smile, waving his hand and leading the remaining zombies away. Lin Yu already guessed his plan: to lead the zombies to attack the mutated beasts in various mountains, rapidly leveling up. Are you a magician? He Yu approached, staring at Lin Yu. I am. What do you want to say? Lin Yu raised an eyebrow. I want to invite you to join our Thunder team, He Yu said, sincerely clasping his fists. I already have my own team. Why don't you all join mine instead? Lin Yu shook his head, attempting to recruit the group instead. Magician, I know you're strong, but you might not be strong enough to recruit us. Shen Fei approached, lightning crackling around him. How about a wager then? Lin Yu said with a smile. Since seeing this group on the battlefield, he had been planning to recruit them. Shen Fei, in his previous life, had also ascended to the ranks of the strongest, and Lin Yu couldn't let them go. The key point was that this group was very loyal, never abandoning teammates, which was exactly what Lin Yu desired. What kind of wager? Shen Fa asked. We can have a battle between our groups, 1v1 inch 3v3 or 5v5, the losing side joins the winning side. How about it? Lin Yu suggested with a smile, setting a trap for Shen Fa. Hearing this, Shen Fa's eyes were like lightning, scanning Lin Yu's group with a serious expression. On the battlefield before, he had only inadvertently witnessed Chen Jing'er in combat. As for the others, he wasn't familiar with their specific strengths. This included Lin Yu, whose overwhelming magical power he had only sensed from afar. The actual battle none of them had seen. After all, previously their two sides had been fighting in different directions with no intersection. Alright, I agree, but not today, let's plan for tomorrow. To be on the safe side, Shen Fa set the time for the next day. They had already acquired quite a few second-tier crystal cores today, enough for him to break through to the second-tier level 10 in one go, increasing their chances of success. After all, Lin Yu had reached the second tier several days ago. I'm fine with that, Lin Yu shrugged, indifferent to the timing. Interesting. Once everyone had left, the silhouette of the rain god appeared at the scene. A group of 50 to 60 people led by Lin Yu grandly found a farmhouse to settle in. Sure, Yun, bring everything out, let's have a party tonight. Jing'er, you and the women go help wash the vegetables and cook. Lu Yu, Song, you two take the brothers to gather some firewood today, we'll feast on some delicacies. Lin Yu's arrangements brought cheers from the crowd. Once everyone sprang into action, Lin Yu called out to a sturdy man, you come here. Boss, what's up? Lu Ran ran over, his eyes constantly flitting up and down, sizing up Lin Yu. This was the legendary leader's leader, unexpectedly a grand magician. On the battlefield before, with Lin Yu and Chen Jing'er shrouded in the column of magical light, he hadn't been able to see them clearly. Now he was taking a careful look. Lu Ran, with S-level talent ability reception, Lin Yu felt a mix of emotions. Having usurped this guy's opportunity, he ended up becoming one of his own. Boss, yes, that's me. I didn't expect Boss Chen to mention me, it's an honor. Lu Ran grinned obsequiously, his smile somewhat sly. Lin Yu observed the man, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. This person seemed somewhat different from his memories. In his past life, after absorbing the power of the fire dragon, this guy had become incredibly powerful. Lin Yu had been fortunate enough to see him once, a figure with the demeanor of a strong expert, yet now he appeared completely devoid of that aura, instead looking cheeky, like someone you'd want to punch. So how did you end up as Chen Jing'er's underling? Tell me about it. Lin Yu was genuinely curious about this. Lu Ran embellished his explanation a bit, and Lin Yu finally understood. So you joined Jing'er's ranks because you couldn't win against her, not out of sincerity? Lin Yu asked. No, boss, don't misunderstand. At first there might have been a bit of that, but now I'm genuinely following Boss Chen. Lu Ran shivered at the cold glint in Lin Yu's eyes and hurried to explain. Initially he wasn't sincere, but after spending time together and going through many events, this team gave him a different kind of warmth. For his sake, the entire team had even specifically hunted a mutated giant eagle, allowing him to receive its wings and gain the ability to fly. Boss, I'm truly following Boss Chen out of sincerity now. Since you and they have that kind of relationship, naturally you're my boss. Suddenly Lu Qi turned serious. He stood up, took a step back, and fixed his gaze on Lin Yu, saying each word deliberately. However, I still want to see your strength. In that instant his entire demeanor changed. Gone was the mischievous look, replaced by an aura exuding the presence of a fierce beast. Lin Yu's eyes lit up. This guy was impressive and worth nurturing. You want to have a match with me? He asked. Smiling at Lu Qi, I do. But why don't you advance to the second tier first? I'll wait for you, Lin Yu replied, aiming to thoroughly win over this guy and turn him into a pillar of strength for Yangzhou. Lu Qi's talent for assimilation was an incredibly formidable ability. Although each part of his body could only assimilate one ability, they could be upgraded. By continuously assimilating stronger abilities, he could eventually grow into a super strong individual, entering the ranks of the strongest. Alright boss, you're already in the second tier, Lu Qi said with an embarrassed smile, realizing he was only at the first tier level 10 and facing a second tier strongman would undoubtedly result in a thrashing. However, after the recent rat-tide battle he had acquired enough crystal cores to advance to the second tier level 4. Go ahead, break through and then come find me. Just don't do it here, go somewhere further to break through, Lin Yu advised, worried that the guy might damage the farm lodge. Got it, Lu Qi dashed off. Lin Yu shook his head and walked into the kitchen. Inside, a group of women were gathered whispering to each other, but they all fell silent upon seeing him enter, some even blushing. Lin Yu was puzzled, wondering why it felt like these women were laughing at him. Approaching Chen Jinger and the others, he found them no better, each looking at him with flushed faces. Lin Yu touched his face, nothing was there. "What are you all laughing about, bro? The video of you and Sister Jing kissing on the battlefield has gone viral on the forum," Lin Xiao said with a hint of resentment. "What?" Lin Yu's voice rose a few octaves. "Which idiot is so bored that they even posted this on the forum?" Lin Yu was shocked. He quickly opened the rules forum, specifically the Dashes section. As soon as he clicked in, a striking headline caught his eye. "Shocking! The Magician Master brazenly plays a two-player game on the battlefield. Is this moral decay or a distortion of human nature?" Lin Yu clicked in with a darkened face. Inside was a recorded video clip. In the video, Chen Jinger pinned him to the ground, fiercely kissing him, with zombies and mutant rats battling all around. Fortunately, their identities were obscured by the explosion of magical energy masking their true faces. Lin Yu felt a bit relieved. Luckily, the two of them were enveloped in a pillar of magical light, making it impossible to clearly see their true appearances. Below the post, comments had already exploded. "The Magician Master is truly a role model for our generation. Doing that kind of thing in front of everyone must be especially thrilling. Don't censor it, the most interesting parts aren't blocked. Do I need a membership to see them? I mean, come on folks, are you focusing on the wrong thing? Can't you see the gigantic pillar of magical light from the magician? It's terrifying, right?" The forum is buzzing with chatter. "Mrs. Lin, you're an internet sensation now," Chen Jinger teased, completely oblivious to her role in the situation. "You're dead meat tonight." Lin Yu grumbled angrily. "Bring it on, who's afraid?" Chen Jinger's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Boss, boss." Lu Qi's voice echoed from outside. Lin Yu took this chance to make his escape. This woman truly impossible to handle. An hour later, the farmhouse restaurant was filled with the rich aroma of food, making everyone's stomachs rumble. Lin Yu and Lu Qi walked in, drawing everyone's attention. Lin Yu cheerful led the way, while Lu Qi, sporting a bruised face and a limp, followed behind. "Haha, old Lu, you thought you could challenge the boss and got beat up, didn't you?" Lu Yu laughed the loudest in the crowd. "Alright, that's enough," Lin Yu interrupted the merriment. "Everyone sitting here today is a part of Yangzhou. You can have your own small groups, but always remember you all belong to Yangzhou. To avoid filler content, a 2,000-word speech is omitted here. Congratulations to all survivors, and Evolver has broken through to the 3rd tier, and now guild forces are open. Guild leaders, please purchase a guild core from the rule shop. Once a guild is established, many functions will be available, please explore them yourselves." At that moment, 3 icy voices echoed in everyone's minds worldwide. Someone broke through to the 3rd tier. Everyone was shocked and quickly checked the leaderboard. At the top of the world evolution ranking, the name Senior Brother was prominently displayed, the only one at the 3rd tier. Currently, there were only 271 people worldwide at the 2nd tier. WTF, double WTF, Senior Brother is such a monster, is he even human? Guild forces are open. What's the name of Senior Brother's force? I want to join. The bombastic gang is recruiting. The Qin's Bright Moon is recruiting. Our leader Moon Goddess is a super beauty. The forum was in chaos. Lin Yu had anticipated this moment. He had been waiting for the emergence of guilds which would provide direction for his upcoming plans. He needed to find high-level firepower, and the easiest way was through dialogues with the rules, which only a guild could facilitate. "Boss, what's this?" Everyone looked at Lin Yu, waiting for his instructions. Lin Yu didn't waste words directly. Spending 100,000 evolution points in the newly opened rule shop to buy a guild core, in the next moment, under everyone's watchful eyes, the void split open and a palm-sized emblem along with a massive 5-meter-tall stone tablet were transported out. They were imbued with a tremendous power of rules. Bang! The stone tablet landed heavily on the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. "What is this?" Everyone gathered around curiously. "This is the guild emblem and the guild core." Lin Yu grabbed the emblem, dripped blood on it, and inscribed the words Eternal Day with his mental power. Meanwhile, an emblem was being etched, a guild insignia depicting an ancient sword piercing through the sun. This was the badge of Eternal Day, a mark that all its members bore as a tattoo on their bodies. By channeling their mental energy into it, they officially became a part of Eternal Day. Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, everyone infused their mental energy into the guild emblem, leaving their spiritual imprint. In the next moment, they all felt a burning sensation at a certain part of their bodies. "Ah, what's this?" cried out the young girl Ruko. In the palm of her hand, a tattoo pattern slowly appeared. "This is our Eternal Day mark," Lin Yu explained. Soon tattoos emerged on everyone's burning skin, some on the forehead, others on the arm or the back. Jinger, why is your face so red? Lin Yu noticed her blushing and asked unwittingly. My badge might be on my. But Chen Jinger whispered shyly into Lin Yu's ear with a flushed face. Lin Yu was taken aback. Wow, you really are one of a kind, he remarked, his eyes lighting up with a mischievous glint. Tonight, I'll check it for you, he whispered. Sure, let's study it together, Chen Jinger replied, not the least bit shy, rather excited and eager. Lin Yu felt like he might have walked into a trap. Moving on, Lin Yu placed the guild emblem into the groove at the top of the core stone tablet. In the next instant the tablet glowed, displaying the Eternal Day insignia followed by the words Eternal Day. This tablet was the guild's most core and mysterious artifact, imbued with powerful rules beyond human destruction. Lin Yu explained to the group, the guild stone tablet has 4 magical functions: trial space, power assessment, wish clues and rule tasks. Boss, what do these all mean? Everyone was puzzled. As long as you're a guild member, by consuming a certain amount of crystal cores you can enter the trial space within the tablet. Inside you can simulate various environments according to your imagination to research and develop your innate abilities. You can also simulate opponents and battle them to continuously improve and enhance your combat skills. Hearing this, everyone was thrilled. This feature was incredibly powerful. Many had awakened their talents, but their skills were crude, their attacks singular and undeveloped. I awakened the talent of lightning, but all I can do is run around quickly. My methods are indeed too limited, said Lightning Man Joan. Simulated battles, hut, Chen Jinger mused, glancing at Lin Yu. I wonder if simulating a battle with him could help me find a way to suppress him, she thought. What about the other 3 functions? Lu Shiyun asked the question everyone had in mind. The power assessment is a trial to evaluate an evolver's strength according to the rules. By passing the trial you receive a corresponding rating. This rating is crucial for the latter 2 functions, Lin Yu explained with a smile. These were things he knew in his past life experiences he had already gone through, which is why he was eagerly awaiting this moment. The guild's 4 features have an irresistible allure for the strong. In this world, there are no lone wolves, one must either join someone else's guild or establish their own. The 3rd feature is the wish clue. Guild members can make a wish to the rules once a month, seeking clues about certain information. At this point, Lin Yu pointed at the Lightning Man. For example, if you want to know how to upgrade your A-level talent to S-level, you can wish for a hint from the rules, which will provide you with the relevant tips. However, each person only has 1 chance per month, and the detail level of the hints is related to the strength rating. The higher the rating, the more detailed the hints. Upon hearing this, everyone was once again shocked beyond measure. Is this really possible? Boss, does this mean our talent levels can be upgraded? Of course, Lin Yu replied. Everyone's talents can be upgraded through rare treasures or personal enlightenment, but it's just very difficult. My own talent was upgraded from F level to S level by absorbing the essence of a fire dragon. Naturally, the upgrade method varies for each person. Boss, what do the rule tasks mean? Someone asked. Rule tasks are missions that the rules issue sporadically. Completing them will earn you rewards. The task levels are also related to the strength rating, Lin Yu explained further. Everyone was still in a daze, struggling to digest this vast amount of information. Boss, how do we use this thing? Lu Qi pointed to the large stone tablet in front of them. The guild's core stone tablet cannot be stored in a space, it must be carried. So it's time to build a secure base and establish a guild residence. Tianhai City is the best choice now. All zombies have been eliminated, and outside the city, there are mountains and the Tianhai Great Lake, all rich with advancement crystal cores. Everyone was excited and full of hope. No one wishes to wander endlessly in the apocalypse. Who wouldn't want a warm home, a place to sleep comfortably? At this moment, they saw a glimpse of home. All right, I've said enough, let's eat. Everyone should have gathered a lot of crystal cores today. After eating, those ready to break through should go to the trial space to break through and also get familiar with it, Lin Yu instructed. With excitement in their hearts, everyone ate voraciously. The delicious food on the table seemed less appealing now, they just wanted to experience it quickly. The first trial experience is free, lasting 1 hour. The second time, you'll need to recharge, Lin Yu said with a smile. Recharge? Everyone looked puzzled. 1 hour requires 100 0-tier crystal cores or 1 1-tier crystal core, gasp. This is daylight robbery. Everyone felt a pang in their teeth. They were already 1-tier evolvers, but advancing to level 10 still required dozens of 1-tier crystal cores, and their stock of 0-tier cores wasn't abundant either. Lin Yu shook his head. In the early stages, hardly anyone could afford it, but in the mid to late stages, having extra 3rd or 4th tier crystals made things much easier. However, sometimes after spending dozens of hours in the trial space, you might still come out empty-handed. calculated this way, it always remained quite expensive. People grumbled and complained yet couldn't hide their inner excitement as they rushed to the guild's monument one by one. They infused their mental energy into it, and then their bodies transformed into beams of light swallowed into the monument. Shiryun, once you've chosen the guild's base tomorrow, I'll make you vice president. From then on it'll be up to you to manage it, Lin Yu said, looking at the woman with a hint of apology. He had so much to do and couldn't afford to spend his time on these trivial matters. Searching for high-tier fire treasures, advancing his talents and uncovering the source of the apocalypse's calamity were all on his agenda. Brother, you go and do what you need to do. I'll take care of Yangzhou for you. I'll make sure you see a thriving and glorious home in the future, Lu Shiyin reassured him, always understanding of Lin Yu's priorities. She was more than willing to protect Yangzhou for him. Thank you, Lin Yu suddenly grasped her small hand, speaking softly. Shiyin, don't worry. I'll prepare all the crystals and resources you need for advancement. Okay, Lu Shiyin felt the surrounding gazes on her face. Flushing slightly, there were several other women watching and she felt a bit out of place. Chen Jinger pouted but then smiled slyly, thinking of the great battle that would unfold tonight. Half an hour later everyone was full and eager to enter the trial space to break through. Lin Yu also needed to enter to advance to the third tier. Worried that the free hour wouldn't be enough, he immediately recharged with 10 first-tier crystals. The trial space was a vast white expanse of plains. Lin Yu sat cross-legged on the ground, beginning to absorb the crystals. This time in the battle against the rat horde, aside from his senior brother, he had gained the most. He had over 600 first-tier crystals, more than 200 second-tier ones, and had gathered 10 third-tier crystals, enough for a direct breakthrough to the third tier, making him one of only 2 third-tier powerhouses in the world. Without hesitation, as each crystal was absorbed, his aura grew stronger and stronger. His strength and magic power surged restlessly, overflowing continuously. Second tier level 1, second tier level 2, second tier level 10, third tier. Lin Yu's strength surged madly from the second tier, reaching towards the third tier. Boom. This breakthrough took over an hour, and when the magical energy erupted, a pillar of light shot skyward, immense and mighty, shattering the ground into fragments. Finally he reached the third tier. Lin Yu clenched his fist, feeling the turbulent power within, and a satisfied smile spread across his face. He felt that his attributes had surely reached a terrifying level. Meanwhile, in a small military base near Tianhai City, a middle-aged man sat at the head of a table, frowning. The rat horde in Tianhai City has been dealt with so quickly. Indeed, word from the forums suggests that the mutant rats and zombies in Tianhai City vanished entirely this afternoon. A middle-aged man in military attire reported this development. Apparently, an intense battle between the zombies and mutant rats erupted, with other evolved beings joining and bringing it all to a close. Tragically, less than 1/10 of the original survivors in Tianhai City remain, with 2 major districts completely annihilated. Bang! The middle-aged man slammed his palm heavily on the table, his eyes cold and calculating. They had planned to move into Tianhai City in 2 days to clean up the aftermath and collect high-grade crystal cores, yet circumstances changed unexpectedly. He couldn't fathom why the zombies would engage the mutant beasts so fiercely, prematurely ending the conflict. Glancing at the leaderboard, the presence of those 2 glaring third-level entries irked him. Relay my orders, he commanded decisively. Prepare to move out. We depart for Tianhai City tomorrow morning. Gather everyone there and establish our base. Now that things had unfolded this way, he resolved to consolidate all survivors under his command and dominate the region. Although he had received directives from the Forbidden City leadership, his ambition for supremacy was unwavering, and he had already purged his forces to ensure loyalty. With the end of the rat wave in Tianhai City, a slew of second-level powerhouses emerged, and even 2 third-level elites surfaced. Master Brother and the Magician, stunning the world. Ha, are the little dogs of Sakura country still barking? They taunted. Your strongest Chizuru is only in 10th place, fools. You know nothing, retorted some from Sakura country, their faces flushed with anger. Chizuru-kun won't lose to your lot, he's surely preparing a big move to surprise everyone in the century battle. The unexpected third-level advancement of Master Brother and the Magician felt like a resounding slap, leaving them dazed. Despite this, they had to muster a retort against the taunts of the Great Xia people. Don't get too cocky, Great Xia. When the time comes, Chizuru-kun will surely defeat your so-called Master Brother and Magician. Chizuru himself, seeing these comments, felt a bit anxious. Truthfully, he wasn't eager to face Master Brother and the Magician. Under such renowned names there was certainly no lack of skill. He wasn't confident of victory unless the shrine's research could significantly enhance his abilities. In the west, in the celestial kingdom, Lucifer frowned, holding a vial of potion yet to be used. Could it be that those people from the Great Xia have already harnessed the power within the original crystal cores? He pondered, deciding that the time wasn't right to act. Meanwhile, in a villa in Tianhai City, over 20 members of the Thunder Clan gathered, exchanging uneasy glances. Boss, with the magician now at the third level, should we still go for tomorrow's duel? Blackfeather's face was pale with worry. The third level was a height neither he nor Divine Punishment had reached, though they had gained numerous second-level crystal cores from today's battle, bringing their strongest to level 10 of the second tier. They hadn't secured a single third-level core. Even so, we must face the challenge. If we back down now and become cowards, our Thunder team won't stand a chance in the future. Shinfa's face was serious, but he didn't retreat. Aren't we the ones deciding the method of the competition? I've already got a strategy. After pondering for a moment, he voiced his thoughts, and upon hearing them, the other's eyes lit up. Indeed, if we follow this plan, our chances of winning are quite high. When Lin Yu emerged from the trial space, everyone's eyes were filled with fervor. He had become the second third-tier powerhouse on the global leaderboard. Today, everyone's strength had seen a significant boost. Chen Jing'er, Lin Xiaoyu and Yi Piapiao, the three women, had all reached level 10 of the second tier, while Lu Shiyun was at level 8. Most others had attained level 10 of the first tier, with a few breaking through to the second tier. Boss, did you see that? Out of 271 powerhouses above the second tier on the world leaderboard, our Yangzhou team has 15, Lu Qi exclaimed excitedly. This was indeed a piece of news that left everyone deeply shocked and filled with pride. All right, keep up the good work. Lin Yu smiled, offering some encouragement before checking his own attribute panel. After reaching the second tier, with each level up, his four-dimensional attributes increased by 20 points and his free points by 20, doubling from the first tier. After reaching the third tier, the increase doubled again, with each level boosting his four-dimensional attributes by 40 points. Codename, Magician level. Third tier, level 0, magic power, 356,000 strength, 4688 constitution, 2728 speed, 2896 inch spirit, 3144 talent, S-level flame controller, flame unlocked forms, blaze, dragon flame. His terrifying attributes were comparable to an ordinary fourth-tier revolver. With his current talent, he was nearly invincible among humans. His massive magic power of 350,000 was enough to make him fearless. Lin Yu returned to his room and had just lain down when he sensed a presence quietly approaching. That girl. Lin Yu's lips curved into a smile. He was also in the mood for some intimacy. The door creaked open softly and a voluptuous woman slipped inside. Jing'er. Before Lin Yu could finish speaking, his mouth was sealed with a soft kiss. Mrs. Lin, don't speak, Chen Jing'er said, pressing herself against him. Lin Yu thought for a moment and decided not to resist, choosing instead to fulfill her wish. The next day, Lin Yu took everyone to find a suitable location in Tianhai City to establish their guild base. Let's set it up here, he directed, assigning Yang Long, who controlled metal and the earth affinity talent users, to start building. Wait for me a moment, Lin Yu said, seeking out some well-constructed inns. Then, transforming into his dragon flame form with a 50-meter flaming blade, he carved a circle into the ground, lifting the foundation of the inns. Rise for me, Lin Yu shouted, effortlessly raising entire inns and carrying them to the guild base. Damn, boss, that's amazing. He actually lifted the entire inn. Superman, carrying a whole building on his back, was still able to move swiftly. Everyone watching was dumbfounded. They could only marvel. The boss is truly something else. Just like that, Lin Yu relocated 7 or 8 buildings, gradually forming a semblance of a settlement. Next, it's up to you guys, he instructed. Expand the guild's complex outward in all directions. Yang Long, you're in charge of building the city walls. Those with earth talents will cultivate the wasteland, while the rest will assist Lu Shiyun in starting the grain cultivation. Lin Yu organized everything methodically. In the apocalypse, food remained the scarcest resource, since no one was farming anymore. All food sources had vanished. To ensure long-term stability, they had to grow their own. Brother Yu, I forgot to tell you, Lu Shiyun came running over. Yesterday, several members of the guild developed life talents while absorbing crystal cores. Lin Yu was overjoyed at the news. What kind of talents? 2 people acquired a D-level talent, maturity speed increased tenfold. 3 others got a D-level talent, fruit wine brewing. Great, great. Shiyun, I'll leave these matters to you. You handle the arrangements, Lin Yu said. Finally relieved about the future of their food supply, life talents had finally emerged, signaling the rebuilding and restoration of a new order. Then Lin Yu summoned Xiaoyu Chen Jing'er Yi Pia Piao and Lu Qi heading together to yesterday's battlefield. He had a wager with the Thunder team. The 40 brought along plus himself were all top-tier fighters. No matter how the opponents chose, they wouldn't lose. Hey, didn't expect you all to arrive so early, Lin Yu greeted the 20. Some people already waiting. Facing the famous magician is naturally exciting. I'll join in the fun too, a voice called out from afar. In the next moment a figure clad in white was already nearby. It was the man codenamed Rain God, accompanied by over a dozen others, all exuding strong auras. Another formidable fighter. Lin Yu's eyes lit up. He then turned to Divine Punishment and asked, "How do you want to compete?" 3v3 was the reply. "Alright, we have 5 people here. You can choose your opponents," Lin Yu said. At this point Black Feather stepped forward. He was the second strongest in the Thunder team with dual talents of S-level and A-level. In a 3v3 they only needed to win 2 matches. The leader Divine Punishment intended to battle Lin Yu, but he was worried. After all, a second tier against a third tier was quite a gap unless Lin Yu's attributes were unusually low, which seemed improbable, as the leader Divine Punishment had his own dignity as a strong fighter and couldn't bypass Lin Yu to challenge others. So he and another would first compete, hoping to secure 2 wins before Divine Punishment had to engage. "I'll fight you," Black Feather pointed at Yi Pia Piao. Among Lin Yu's 5 he'd seen Chen Jing'er in action and wasn't confident of a win. Against Lin Yu he was even more uncertain. That left Yi Pia Piao, Xiaoyu and Lu Qi as options. He chose Yi Pia Piao, planning to leave Xiaoyu, who appeared the weakest, for another teammate to challenge. It was a bit of a tactic akin to Tianji's horse racing strategy. Unfortunately he miscalculated. "Let's go," Yi Pia Piao said crisply, stepping forward with her long sword. "Boss, do you think Black Feather can win?" The woman seemed incredibly confident. Within the Thunderclap team, a young man of average height but with a gaze as steadfast as iron asked in a firm voice. He was the third to step up and challenge Lin Xiaoyu. Despite being only about 15 or 16 years old, his skills ranked him third. "Black Feather won't lose," he said with unwavering confidence. Of course, out of the 5 on the opposing side, apart from the magician and that woman, there's no way Black Feather would lose. Oh, and later when Xingyun faces that little girl, make sure to go easy on her. Just winning is enough. I'm already thrilled just thinking about it. With the magician joining us, our Thunderclap team is sure to become world-renowned. The group grew increasingly excited, their eyes sparkling with anticipation as if they could already see Yi Pia Piao's defeat. In the arena, Black Feather was the first to make a move. His body surged toward Yi Pia Piao with astonishing speed, fist clenched and ready to strike. Technique. Speed enhancement double executed almost instantaneously. Yi Pia Piao swiftly inscribed the speed enhancement technique on herself. Her figure flickered slightly. Black Feather's punch arrived only to pass through her body. Not good. A mere afterimage, Black Feather's pupils contracted, reacting quickly to retreat. Yet even so, a cut was carved into his arm by Yi Pia Piao's long sword and droplets of blood began to spill. "I didn't want it to come to this, but there's no choice now," Black Feather said with a wry smile, halting his retreat. He then assumed a serious demeanor. The blood from the wound on his arm surged out, condensing into numerous blood needles in mid-air. "Go," he shouted, sending the countless blood needles speeding towards Yi Pia Piao. There were so many, and they moved with incredible velocity. Technique. Solve for x in 6x plus 24 equals 8x. Yi Pia Piao quickly inscribed the equation-based technique. Without hesitation, a luminous barrier sprang up from the ground standing before her. A popping sound echoed as the barrier was pierced. The blood needles penetrated the technique's barrier and continued their assault. Yi Pia Piao narrowed her eyes, dodging swiftly. Yet under Black Feather's control, the blood needles could change direction mid-air, relentlessly pursuing her. Technique, add sharpness. While evading, Yi Pia Piao brought her 2 fingers together, sliding them along her sword's edge, imbuing it with a shimmering glow. With a few fluid motions, she severed all the blood needles. Unexpectedly, Black Feather moved his left hand, causing the fragmented blood to reform into a long blood blade. Controlling blood, that's quite the formidable ability, Lin Yu observed, having understood Black Feather's innate talent by now. Controlling blood? It seems like he's manipulating the blood from his own wounds. Does that mean he'll have to cut himself before every fight? Chen Jing'er asked, bewildered. Is that really a strong gift? Wouldn't you risk bleeding out? Controlling blood is indeed a powerful talent. Imagine if your blood suddenly attacked your heart when you're least expecting it, what would happen? Lin Yu questioned, not turning his head. Lucia, upon hearing this, pondered for a moment and was instantly filled with a sense of dread. If one's own blood were to suddenly turn against the heart and brain, causing an instant and explosive death, how could anyone defend against that? Fortunately, it seems that Heiyu's control over blood is still limited. He doesn't yet have the ability to manipulate the blood within others. Lin Yu observed and noticed that Heiyu seems only capable of controlling his own blood. If, within the guild's trial space, he continues to research and break through to the point where he can manipulate others' blood, that would indeed be formidable. Faced with such power, how could one counter it? Chen Jinger frowned. In this world, many talents are impressive, but no talent is perfect. Every ability has its weaknesses. Lin Yu slowly began to explain to the group that all control type talents rely on the caster's magnetic field to exert control. For instance, Heiyu's blood manipulation can be countered by isolating oneself from his blood magnetic field, thus preventing one's blood from being controlled. The group listened, deep in thought. In the arena, Heiyu controlled his blood blade to slash forward. Upon contact with Yi Piao's long sword, the blood blade exploded, splattering into countless blood strands. Even though Yi Piao dodged swiftly, many droplets still landed on her. Instantly, wherever the blood touched, it began to sizzle and burn her skin. Blood explosion. With a soft chant from Heiyu, blood flowers burst from Yi Piao's body, leaving small wounds all over her arms. A wave of dizziness followed, nearly causing her to fall. You've lost. The toxin in the blood has entered through your wounds. Although it only slows you down, that's enough, Heiyu declared confidently. Spell, double physical enhancement. Yi Piao quickly inscribed the spell to enhance her physique, and a green light enveloped her as her physical attributes soared. Her wounds healed rapidly and the toxins were metabolized, restoring her body to its original state. Damn, Heiyu exclaimed, eyes wide. How do we fight now? With your ability to enhance any of the 4 attributes at will, how can anyone compete? Chapter 90. Her power rivals even the leader of Divine Punishment spell. Triple speed enhancement. Yi Piao swiftly switched from physical enhancement to speed enhancement, tripling her speed. Her figure vanished in a blur. The next moment she appeared behind Heiyu, seemingly teleporting, and unleashed 4 consecutive sword strikes that Heiyu couldn't block. It was too fast, beyond capture. In an instant, 4 blood flowers bloomed on his shoulder, calf, wrist and back. It's you who have lost. If I intended to kill you, you'd already be dead. Yi Piao's figure solidified in the distance. Heiyu's expression turned grim. Despite having many techniques yet to use, the opponent's current speed was overwhelmingly fast. Even if he used everything at his disposal, victory seemed out of reach. The opponent's talent is simply monstrous. They can effortlessly switch attributes to enhance themselves. It's practically unplayable. A triple technique. Lin Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. How did this apprentice grasp the 3rd level so quickly? Such talent and comprehension are truly defying the heavens. How can this woman be so powerful? She just mentioned enhancing her speed 3-fold? Isn't it said that even S-level talents can only double their primary attributes? Someone in the Thunderclap team looked utterly shocked. Could it be a double SS talent? Shen Fei's expression was equally grave. Yi Piao's speed moments ago was beyond his reach. Heiyu actually lost. What kind of talent does this woman possess? It's flashy yet incredibly strong. Are we really going to have to join the other side? The members of the Thunderclap team had lost all previous ease and joy. At this moment, they seemed to foresee the end, each wearing a conflicted expression. In the 3v3, losing the first match was a heavy blow. For the remaining 2, their leader Shen Fei would find it tough to secure a win unless he could swallow his pride and challenge someone other than the magician, which might be his only chance. An intriguing talent, thought Yushin, watching from the side with a serious expression. The 2 in the arena were both formidable. Boss, can you beat them? Asked a man standing behind Yushin. That Heiyu is not my match, but as for that woman, I haven't fought her, so it's hard to say. Yushin pondered for a moment before replying. Yi Piao's abilities hadn't been fully displayed, leaving him uncertain. Boss, I'm sorry I lost. Heiyu returned to the team dejectedly. It's okay, as long as you did your best. Shen Fei patted his shoulder, saying no more. On the other side, Sister Piao, you're amazing. Xiaoyu praised, holding her hand. Chen Jinger also looked on with some surprise. It was her first time seeing Yi Piao in action, and the endless array of strange techniques was indeed troublesome. If she were to face her, she wasn't sure she would win either. Pia Piao, when did you grasp the third level? Lin Yu asked. Yesterday, in the guild's trial space, I stayed for over 10 hours before I figured it out. Yi Pia Piao replied, lightly adjusting her glasses, her expression calm as if it were a trivial matter. Lin Yu was speechless. At this point, a 15 or 16-year-old boy stepped out from the opposing team. His gaze swept the scene before settling on Lin Xiaoyu. I'm Li Qingyun. Please, let's exchange pointers. You want to challenge me? Lin Xiaoyu pointed to herself, eyes wide with surprise. Xiaoyu, it seems someone thinks you're the weakest. Chen Jinger chuckled, covering her mouth. Hearing this, everyone's expressions turned odd. Why do they look so strange? Li Qingyun wondered, frowning as he observed Lin Yu and his group. Could this seemingly harmless girl be quite strong? A sense of foreboding crossed his mind. Nevertheless, despite his unease, Li Qingyun remained composed. He took a deep breath to steady himself. After all, he had enough confidence in his own strength and talent. The ultimate martial art is invincible speed. As long as one's speed is fast enough, the enemy's attacks will never catch up. The little girl might just be the most terrifying one of them all. Rain God wore a playful smile on his face. On the battlefield earlier, he had witnessed Lin Xiaoyu's transformation firsthand as she sparred with the eldest senior brother. The memory of that frightening power was still vivid in his mind. Surely Qingyun wouldn't falter against this little girl, right? It should be fine. After all, she was just a little girl and seemed like the weakest one. But then why did they all have such gleeful expressions? The members of the Thunder team, who had been full of confidence at first, now felt a tinge of panic upon seeing Lin Yu and his companions' expressions. They underestimated her, but just wait, she thought, clenching her small fists. I'll teach that little brat a lesson soon enough. Please enlighten me. Come on. Li Qingyun assumed a charging stance, then pushed off the ground with such force that it cracked beneath him. His body shot forward like an arrow, so fast, everyone's pupils contracted. However, Lin Xiaoyu was even faster. Her body transformed into a blur as she charged forward. Boom! Their fists collided heavily. In the next moment, Li Qingyun's body was sent flying back, crashing to the ground like a cannonball. Cough, cough, blood spewed forth. Just one single blow, Li Qingyun was severely injured. Lin Xiaoyu's power was too terrifying. Among everyone present, only Lin Yu could surpass her. The others couldn't compare at all. What did I just see? The Thunder team members were stunned, jaws practically hitting the floor. Qingyun, divine punishment, flashed forward, quickly supporting the boy with great concern. I'm fine, her strength is too overwhelming. I reckon she's even stronger than you, boss. Divine punishment's eyes narrowed. Could that seemingly frail little girl really possess a power more terrifying than his own? Listening to this, everyone found it hard to believe. What a joke! Could that little girl's strength really be more terrifying than divine punishments? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Next time I won't go head to head with her. Li Qingyun wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Let's go again. Supersonic drive. Li Qingyun activated his innate ability. And in an instant his entire body was enveloped in a mysterious glow. With incredible speed he shot out once more. This time his speed was several times faster than before, like a flash of lightning. Everyone present felt a blur before their eyes, unable to clearly see Li Qingyun's figure. All they could perceive were faint afterimages lingering in the air. Boom! With a muffled sound, Lin Xiaoyu was astonished to find she could no longer keep up with Li Qingyun's speed. In the blink of an eye, she was hit 7 or 8 times, each punch carrying tremendous force and impact. The damage unleashed by such extreme speed was truly terrifying. In just a moment she felt waves of pain spreading throughout her body. Chapter 91. The ultimate belief is a talent that advances speed, fast and powerful. But alas, I haven't transformed yet. If I were to unleash my talent, how would you cope? Lin Xiaoyu rubbed the spot where the attack had landed, feeling a twinge of pain, but it was bearable. Oh really? Li Qingyun's eyes narrowed, his form once again shooting forward. This time his speed was even faster, almost transforming into a beam of light. His speed has increased again, remarked Chen Jinger. Among all attributes, speed is the most defiant of the laws of nature, Lin Yu explained. Once speed reaches a certain threshold, even if one's strength is not particularly formidable, the damage unleashed can be unimaginably dreadful. For instance, if a piece of paper slowly grazes your skin, you feel nothing. But if it slashes at you at an extremely high speed, it might cut you down instantly. Upon hearing this, the crowd pondered and found it quite reasonable. However, speed that fast demands a robust physique to withstand it, as the body might not endure the burden of rapid movement, Lin Yu added. In the arena, after employing his talent, Li Qingyun's speed was like lightning, instantly closing in on Lin Xiaoyu. I can withstand your countless attacks, but as long as you give me one opportunity you will fall. Lin Xiaoyu shouted, her voice clear and firm. She unleashed her energy, a terrifying magical force surged around her, forming a pillar of light. The immense pressure swept through, causing the air to ripple inexplicably. Under this colossal pressure, Li Qingyun's movement slowed, albeit slightly, but even this brief hesitation was enough. Lin Xiaoyu had already swung her fist, the terrifying power exploding and sending Li Qingyun hurtling backward at an even greater speed. Boom! He crashed heavily into the ground, shattering it as he continuously coughed up blood. Why am I not fast enough? I've tried so hard, but why do I still get caught, still get attacked? Li Qingyun lay in the crater of rubble, muttering to himself. His gaze was clouded as his thoughts drifted back to his childhood. Scenes of all the hardships he had endured flashed through his mind. He had been an abandoned orphan from a young age, scavenging for food in garbage heaps by himself since he was just 6. He fed himself by stealing snacks from other kids, snatching food from dogs. As he grew older, he even took sustenance from other homeless people. Every time he stole, he would run sprinting with all his might, desperately fleeing. He knew that if he stopped and got caught, what awaited him was a beating, perhaps even death. So every time he ran, he gave it his all, never wanting to be caught, not by stray dogs, not by homeless people, not by hunger, not by fear. It was this belief that propelled him, making him faster and faster, faster and faster, until the apocalypse came and he awakened his talent, reaching a speed that no one could match. I was defeated because my speed wasn't fast enough. I need to be faster, faster, faster. His gaze turned maniacal. Boom! With a loud shout, a surge of magical power erupted skyward, surrounding him with a radiant glow. What is this? Talent evolution? Lin Yu's pupils constricted, his heart filled with shock. He hadn't anticipated witnessing an evolver actually advancing from an A-grade talent to an S-grade solely through their own determination and belief. The willpower and conviction required were unimaginable. Boss, is Qingyun, has his talent evolved? He seems faster and stronger than before, possibly even reaching S-grade. This kid is something else. With this move, the game is as good as won. The members of the Thunder team were overjoyed, realizing that Li Qingyun had become much stronger than before. With such prowess, victory seemed assured. Once more, Li Qingyun transformed into a streak of light, his movements too swift for anyone present to discern, too fast. Even Chen Jinger, with her exceptional mental acuity, could only barely catch glimpses of his afterimage. Bang! Before anyone could register what happened, Lin Xiaoyu's body was sent flying. Even before she hit the ground, she was struck again with a heavy blow to her abdomen, sending her soaring into the sky. Xiaoyu, Chen Jinger was anxious, wanting to rush forward, but Lin Yu held her back. Let's see what happens, he suggested. In the arena, Lin Xiaoyu finally felt the excruciating pain. Every punch from Li Qingyun seemed to shake her very core. Even if she could barely track his attacks, her body couldn't keep up with the speed, making effective defense impossible. This was her predicament. The opponent's speed far outstripped her neural response time and her physical reaction capability. As she plummeted, once again poised to face another fearsome punch, she realized she had no choice but to go all out. Lin Xiaoyu let out a soft cry. A dark aura enveloped her and a pair of black wings unfurled slowly from her back. The form of the end. As she activated her talent, her wings flapped, halting her descent, suspending her steadily in mid-air. In her hands, the dark glow coalesced into a massive sword, her entire being exuding an aura of terrifying destruction, like the harbinger of all endings. Oh right, I forgot Xiaoyu has wings, Chen Jinger thought, finally feeling relieved. She can fly. The onlookers were wide-eyed at this spectacle. Her presence now exuded an overwhelming aura, the oppressive force palpable even from afar. What kind of talent is this? The crowd was utterly astounded. Just as hope had been rekindled, it seemed poised to be extinguished once more. In the arena, Li Qingyun was equally dumbfounded. Wings? How does she have wings? If she can fly, then how am I supposed to fight? No matter how fast he was, hitting someone airborne seemed impossible, but soon a smile crept onto his face as he addressed Lin Xiaoyu in the air. You're constantly expending a tremendous amount of magic in your current state, aren't you? I don't believe you can keep flying in the sky indefinitely. Li Qingyun quickly deduced the crux of the situation. If his opponent intended to avoid battle by staying airborne, it was simply impossible. A person's magical power is limited, and once it's depleted, even their innate talents become unusable. Who says I'm avoiding battle? Lin Xiaoyu spoke calmly. In the next moment, her figure dove straight down from the sky. Perfect timing, spiral ascension technique. Li Qingyun shouted as his body transformed into a beam of light, charging forward. His body began to spin rapidly, faster and faster, forming a massive whirlwind. Wherever the whirlwind passed, it tore up the earth, leaving deep ravines in its wake. The terrifying destructive power left everyone in awe. This move, if I were to take it head-on, I wouldn't escape unscathed, thought Shenfai, his eyes flashing with admiration. Even he had to acknowledge that Li Qingyun at this moment was capable of threatening someone of his caliber. The key was that this attack was not only terrifyingly powerful but also incredibly fast. In the blink of an eye, the tip of the spiral whirlwind was already 5 meters in front of Lin Xiaoyu. Chapter 92, Recruited Thunder Squad. Targeting the rain god, you are indeed strong, but unfortunately, you've encountered me. A hint of admiration flashed in Lin Xiaoyu's eyes. This young man's will and determination were truly extraordinary. Just half an hour ago he was merely a formidable A-level talent, yet now he had grown to such an extent, he might even surpass that black feather. End of destruction, Blade Storm, Lin Xiaoyu softly chanted, unleashing an extremely powerful move. The long sword in her hand suddenly emitted a dark, eerie glow, with all her strength concentrated at the sword's tip. Sweeping forward, instantly countless sharp sword auras surged out like a violent storm, forming an incomparably terrifying blade storm. Each sword aura carried a world-ending might that made it impossible to look directly at them. The entire space in front of her seemed on the verge of being torn apart by the sword auras. Not good. Qingyun, retreat, Shenfa shouted. Even from outside the battlefield he could deeply sense the terror of those countless sword auras. If Li Qingyun's spiral technique rushed into the blade domain, it would likely be mercilessly shredded. Kill. Li Qingyun knew full well the dangers ahead, but he couldn't retreat anymore. His speed was too fast, making it impossible to pull back. He could only charge forward with all his might. Boom! The spiral storm, like a colossal dragon, crashed directly into the blade domain with unstoppable force. The next moment, a massive explosion erupted from the center of the battle, resembling an earth-shattering cataclysm. An immense burst of light erupted, engulfing the area and forming a massive sphere akin to a miniature sun. Sharp sword energy exploded within, tearing through the space with unchecked ferocity, as if determined to rend everything asunder. The powerful energy fluctuations twisted the very fabric of the space, making it impossible for anyone to approach. Everyone present was left astounded by this overwhelming display of power. What terrifying talent had this woman awakened? If I were to face her, I fear I would not escape with my life. A chill ran through Heiyu's body. He once considered himself among the ranks of the strong, but today he realized there were always greater heights to reach. Boss, will Qingyun be torn to shreds just like that? He wondered anxiously. Qingyun, you must survive. Shenfa kept a tense watch on the heart of the battlefield, silently praying. His eyes were cold. If Qingyun perished, he would immediately lead his brothers to retreat, vowing revenge in the future. The woman was even stronger now than during her previous battle with their senior master. Yushin narrowed his eyes, feeling the pressure. Behind him, someone asked, Big brother, what are your chances against her? 1 in 9, Yushin replied after a moment's thought. In a life and death struggle, her odds are 9 to 1. My chances of winning are less than 10%. He had run countless simulations of their confrontation in his mind, yet ultimately realized that even his odds of escaping were less than 10%. If the woman beside him was this strong, how powerful must he be? Yushin sighed softly, glancing at Linyu. Both Chen Jing'er on the battlefield and Yi Piao earlier had demonstrated astonishing strength. Just then, amid the swirling dust, came the sound of coughing. The crowd quickly looked over. Lin Xiaoyu was supporting Li Qingyun, who was slowly making his way out of the dust. Qingyun, the members of the Thunder team rushed over to assist him. Cough. Boss, I'm fine, don't worry, Li Qingyun reassured his worried brothers with a grin even as he coughed up blood. Then he turned to Lin Xiaoyu. Thanks. If you hadn't held back most of your strength at the end, I'd probably be dead. Hearing this, everyone expressed their gratitude to Lin Xiaoyu. Alright, stop talking and focus on healing. After all, you're part of us now. Lin Xiaoyu waved them off. We at Yangzhou would never deal a fatal blow to our own. These words left the group momentarily speechless, their grateful expressions freezing on their faces. They had forgotten about this. The 3v3 had already been lost twice, sealing their fate. The boss's match was no longer significant. They had just come to Tianhai City, and now even their boss had changed. What should they do now? A lost bet is a lost bet. What else can we do? Some of them felt dejected. There's no need to worry, Linyu approached with a bright smile. By joining Yangzhou you can still keep the Thunder team name. What do you mean by that? Shenfa inquired. Yangzhou is very inclusive, allowing small teams to exist. Just remember this. Your Thunder team is part of Yangzhou and everyone in Yangzhou is your brother, your family. Lin Yu pointed at Chen Jinger and said, take her Black Rose for example and your Thunder team, they're both squads under Everlight. Got it? Shen Fa nodded, feeling much more at ease. After all, he had founded the Thunder team single-handedly, nurturing so many brothers, and he didn't want them to be scattered or divided after merging with another team. So you're agreeing to merge with our Everlight, right? Lin Yu was delighted. The strength of the Thunder team was evident to all. The leader Shen Fa needed no further introduction, one of the future's strongest figures. Then there was Heiyu, the second in command, who possessed dual talents. His ability to manipulate blood combined with his poison affinity had the potential to break into the top ranks once fully developed. And now they had Li Qingyun, whose strength was not even inferior to Heiyu's. By merging such a team, Everlight's power would undoubtedly surge. A bet's a bet, we have no objections. But Shen Fa's eyes sparkled like lightning, his entire being brimming with battle intent. You want to test my strength? Lin Yu understood Shen Fa's thoughts all too well. He wasn't completely convinced yet. With a slight smile, he said, I'm at tier 3 while you're only at tier 2 peak. You probably can't gauge my strength. How will I know without trying? Shen Fa was unflinching, his fighting spirit intensifying. Lin Yu turned his head toward where the rain god stood and suddenly suggested, there's another expert over there, why not meet him? Maybe we can recruit him into our Everlight too. Shen Fa's expression stiffened. Goodness, it seems you've had this in mind all along. Our Thunder team also walked right into your trap. Ha, don't put it that way, a bet's a bet. Lin Yu laughed heartily, striding toward the rain god. Shen Fa shook his head helplessly and followed along.